And there you go. Congratulations to getting access to week 3. Your task looked good. Effort has been put in. Some time invested. You got a lot of work done. So here's week 3 for you. What we'll do, of course, you're already in the topic 1 introduction phase, right? And we give you a quick summary of what we covered already. Got the Queen Sugbar entered the Green Wizard camp with me as well.
Hello.
So yeah, there we go. So we give you a quick summary about what you should know already, but again, it should be very fluent at this stage already. And then, as you see, we will dig into topic 2 very fast already, and that will be a beautiful one because it will be cycle variations, right? So we will show you of all the different variations to the theme. Again, not always is New York reversal setup, so be London, or London can be continuation, so can be New York, and we will show you exactly how to identify the cycle variations. A very, very important video and also topic, so you understand the bigger picture, and that's where a lot of light bulbs will explode, right? Because it will make a perfect sense. Then in topic 3, we will dig into the entry helper and show you how we can utilize it perfectly for our advantage. Absolutely beautiful, that thing. Again, can be a little bit like, why do we use that? Just give it a fair chance. That thing is absolutely crazy if you use it correctly. Again, if you use it like ultra traders, you will get smoked. If you use it the right way, it's actually very, very powerful and can give you additional confluences, more confidence, and just an overall better view of not making shit up and have more confirmations, because that's what we will do, combining confluences of events. In topic 4, the additional confluences, we even do exactly that, building more confluences on top of each other. We will show you exactly of what else do we use and what else should we focus on. And then in topic 5, we will dig into the legendary simplicity approach, part 2, where again the magic will happen, and that's where the biggest aha moments ever will be, because that's how you slowly but surely will master intraday trading and also the cycle variations, the bigger picture to the theme. Then, of course, in topic 6, we will give you a quick summary about entry help of how to get it, show you a quick tutorial how to use it, and then you have access to that. And then in the last topic, topic 7, we give you a fancy summary and tasks. So everything here for you will be prepared for your journey into week 8. However, so Cam Sukba, what have you covered so far and what should they know already?
What we covered in week 1 first, you should understand how the market is controlled and delivered. You should also have a good understanding of the retailer strategies and how they get built up on purpose to obviously keep them in the game. You've done lots of tasks on that, so that should be pretty good in your minds now. You should also understand the basic master map and how it will help us in the overall process. Obviously, that is the basics and we don't use that too much, but it's still good to have an overall understanding of it. And then you've got how to differentiate between minor, medium and major inducements. Also, obviously, our Asia range being our intraday guide. And then you should also understand how we utilize timing as our overall compass. Obviously, we don't use that as our only confluence, but it's a good confluence to have. Satpal, would you like to go over week 2, what we covered in week 2?
So on week 2, we covered the lit cycle, and the 3 prime steps were the build-up, the inducement, and the mitigation. We also covered the difference between the smart money trap and the FFS zones, as well as the transaction to focusing on intraday trading. So that's particularly important if you were, say, a swing trader. At the same time, we also covered the daily timing cycle. So that's Frankfurt Open, London Open, Magic Manipulation Minutes 1 and 2, as well as New York Open, New York Trap, and London Close. We also covered the Lit Starter Kit, as well as part 1 of the Simplicity approach, which involved the build-up, inducement, break of structure, and mitigation.
There you go. And let's keep the madness rolling have fun and enjoy the cycle variations. So, what have we covered last week? Just a quick recap. So, first of all, we understand how and why the markets move the way it do. Hopefully, understand that. You should understand like the actual reasons, like the behind, or pretty much, yeah, behind the chart reasons, and like in the chart reasons. You should understand like why they're doing it, who is doing it, what's the reasons of what's pretty much it's all about, and then how they actually deliver the price and actually marking up these charts, or pretty much showing you these charts. Then you should understand like who are the market participants, aka liquidity, and how they're doing it. How do they build it up? How do they print it? What's the reasons behind it? And so on and so forth. Then you should understand the trade psychology a little bit, on the basics at least, and understand like mass retail psychology of how they create like FOMOs of like vector candles and like false break of structures and so on and so forth. All creates like psychology and false reasons. Then you should understand the retail strategies of really how they induce these persons, like aka even building up liquidity. So that's why we dig into the normal retail strategies to identify the liquidity properly. Because again, you know, if you can't identify the liquidity, you are the liquidity. Everyone knows that by now, right? And of course, we dig into the illusion of money and also time, right? Not only money, but also the timing aspect. Again, it's created on purpose just to keep the ball running. Then, of course, how they take advantage of that, like time and price. That's why charts is not only price action, it's also time. That's why we dig a lot into the timing aspect, the session changeover, how they're actually exchanging their books, how do they give the people in the sessions the information about like the orders, and so on and so forth, and how these sessions are actually building up and building these session trades and building their plays based on that. Then we dig into the lit cycle, which is first of all the 4 main steps, which is of course like identify where the liquidity is, then identify where you are in the cycle, which is the cycle, which is the build-up, inducement, mitigation. Then you should wait for the inducement as well. And now we finally will dig into trading opportunities. Okay, then we also digged a lot into breakup structures, like the overall structure. And again, I will say that again to make it very clean. The safest ways ever, even with all the advanced stuff we do, will always be waiting for a break of structure, often inducement. You have a build-up, inducement, then you wait for a break of structure, then you trade the mitigation. Very, very important, and that will always be the key. Doesn't matter how involved you will go, okay? Because that's the most safest entries you can get. And of course, we dig into also indefined build-up, what inducements are, minor inducements, medium inducement, major inducements, internal inducements, and also external inducement. Then also timing areas of interest, like the London Open, very important, and of course the US session open, which is New York Open. But we have, of course, our trading or our trap time, which is 1 hour after New York Open. Then we have London close, and of course we have our legendary magic manipulation minutes, which are actually insane anyways. And of course, daily traps and all the stuff, how they trap you in. Everything again to bring everyone on the same side again. So we covered, of course, the main cycle, which is always. Now you should understand all the 4 steps. First of all, we're always starting with identifying liquidity, first on the higher time frames, and then combining it with the intraday liquidity. Because again, obviously higher time frames will always win. If you take a sumo here, that's a perfect drawing of a sumo ringer, right? And if this is like a little guy here, maybe that's Sakba, right? And they will fight against each other. Of course, guess who's gonna win? It's not Sakba in here, right? So of course, always higher time frames for bigger buyers, and then later on, and then of course later on, you identify it on the intraday play and then see how on a bigger picture it will line out. Okay, so then you identify beyond the cycle. Of course, like what is the cycle? Build up, inducement, mitigation. That doesn't matter if you're on the 4 hour or on the 1 minute, it's always the same exact cycle. You're always waiting for some sort of build up Then of course some false reaction and inducement into that. Maybe this inducement already is a mitigation to the left. If not, you wait ideal scenario, break of structure here and mitigation here. Now you already know that this also can be a perfect let, perfect, and then you're trading after here an EDM maybe, and that's your third and final entry. And that's always the same approaches in here. Extreme entry, mitigation of the inducement, which perfectly being a let sometimes, and then the last entry being an EDM in that order. Okay. And of course, we look for inducements, as we know already, as we saw in Asia, for example. If this is Asia range, right, and we never induce to the upside, what you can do, you identify the liquidity here, maybe Asia midline, perfect. You never induced Asia high. What can happen? Induced low, Asia midline, perfect. You're waiting for a reaction here 1 minute. You're trading now into the inducement, the buy trade. Of course, now you're looking for the same stuff all over again. Liquidity traps in here, smart money trap maybe, proper mitigation or inducement in here. And then of course you're closing your buys in here and looking for break of structures and then for the sell in here. Okay, that's the direct order, trading into the inducement or trading away from the daily cycle. That's always your same approaches, but of course look for the inducement, right? And then we also digged into finding the trading opportunity as the four approaches we showed you so far, right? So again, that's the four-man stack, and it's always the same. It doesn't matter what time frame, it doesn't matter what pretty much pair, it doesn't matter whatever instrument you're trading, it's always the same cycles. Okay, and then we have our normal cycle, which always is the build-up, inducement, mitigation. It cannot get easier than that the moment you really can identify like the proper build-ups. I think it was Christian, which I love the way that he marked up like the build-ups. When you have like a buy channel in here, he always said like whatever, we go down, right?
Yeah, it was me.
Awesome. Yeah, I love it actually. It's such a good thing. And then of course you expect inducement high and then you go down. So the moment you really dig into this concept, it doesn't matter. You can trade the seconds charts, the 1 hour chart, it's always the same. It's just the way you know how to approach it. And then you combine it with the mitigation, you combine it with the LETs and the EDMs, and you're set to go. You combine it with the whole daily cycles and all the variations we give you, understand where you're on the cycle in terms of the bigger picture. You're so prepared for everything that's going to hit you, okay? And of course, we dig into the normal daily cycle in here, like the perfect daily cycle, of course, a minor inducement in here, London opened it, and you have best case in here, a break of structure, right? Or like this with the break of structure, and then you're trading a mitigation away from that. Then you're having the break of structure in here, which also is a minor inducement, but of course, in a bigger picture, it is a break of structure in here. Then you can trade this. You already know what that might be. Of course, it might be an EDM in here, and then this one, London close, can also be the EDM in here, and the reversal happens in New York. Easy stuff, you know, all the timing confirmations, if you include that in here, right? Of course, looks on the charts exactly like that. Now we can combine it with the entry helper. Then all of a sudden you have an LETs, EDMs combined with timing, perfect cycles, after break of structures, right? It's just making so much sense at some point. The only thing is you need to get used to those concepts, okay? It's very important that you see it hundreds and hundreds of time and understand the different variations they can bring, because again, they're very, very limited of what they can do. They just mix it up pretty good. But then again, the intention is always the same. We have our London cycles in here perfectly when you induce low and London open. Of course, minor inducement first, then best case mitigation of higher time frame areas. Wait for a break of structure. You trade the mitigation, can happen in London or Frankfurt. Just be aware of those. Then of course we covered all the retail traps. And again, go to charts and backtest that and how that build it up all the time, and try to really understand where these retailers getting induced and where the stop areas are. That will help you a lot to identify where price will go next and obviously what you expect next. Then we had our lit starter kit. Like again, that's just a perfect example of how a perfect day in terms of like if Enigma does everything the perfect way, everything lines up with liquidity, that is the perfect way. We'll also give you this in the commands. And again, you flip it upside down to have both perfect scenarios in here. And we can call this plane here the full daily cycle. So you will understand like what the full daily cycle is. Again, first London open trap in here, and then a New York trap, not a New York reversal, but a New York trap reversal. New York will make a false move, and then you're waiting for trap time, which is 1 hour after. And then again, you're trading in line with what? LETs and EDMs and London close in here. So you have 4 technical entries in New York and 3 technical entries in London. What do we have as well? Magic manipulation minutes. They always give you a proper re-entry if the play is nice or they form in the extreme. Always spot these times and just follow with the play. Then of course we have variation 1 to the theme, which is the London knockout, because sometimes again if you're in the middle, let's say this is your extreme, this is your decisional, right? The extreme is all the way up here, your decisional is here. Now finally whatever London taps in here, whatever gives you a reaction, awesome. But then whatever next day London is here, but then they want to go to the all the way extreme, induces low. Again, you expect the whole day to be ranging or trending until again London, Asia is getting traded here and then taps into here in London, and then you can expect this as well. So that's when you have like these London knockouts, when they're just inducing the wrong way first to get induced breakout traders and trend traders the wrong direction. And then they grabbed so much liquidity that they can completely shift the whole day in just one direction until they're getting to the next area of interest on the higher time frames. Not only GU on Friday, again, that happens like a lot. Okay, yeah, perfection. And again, we drew this shit like months ago, so we cannot even make that shit up. Then we have the retail heaven. We just made it clearer, by the way. So this is a little bit clearer. We had like other variation, which is exactly the same, but yeah, this is just a clear illustration here. So then we had the retail heaven, okay, which is technically not an heaven for them, but we just call it the heaven because the whole day is just one direction. So technically, again, they seeing the trend and like, oh my god, the trend is so perfect, follow the trend is your friend and shit like that, whatever. But again, technically it's not the retail heaven, and the actual meaning is just like a trending day in one direction. When they're actually inducing high, best case come back for us, the midline or even high sometimes, right? If they whatever, Asia range is here, they induce minor inducement here, then they come back, retest these areas, and then it just go higher. That of course can happen as well. Same scenario if you are on here and here, extreme area, and this is your decisional area. Let's say whatever, it happened, Frankfurt happens here, Asia happens here. You can have sometimes for whatever reason an inducement high, retest of this area because maybe this was in here, a major inducement. Let's say liquidity was highly built up here, and this by itself was a major inducement. Again, technically it's nicer if you get a breakout low and then go higher, of course, but sometimes they grab so much liquidity in this major inducement that they just can range the whole day still here. Okay, just need to identify, okay, then the next area would be here, Asia range, London, perfect, and then reversal. But again, these days can happen in between as well. It's just, again, lines align with the bigger picture. If this is your major inducement in here, okay? Same thing, you just need to identify where you are in the bigger picture. How do we know which team will be? Look at the bigger time frames. Again, as I just drew, if you have an extreme supply zone in here, decisional time zone in here, again, if this area in here is to the left 4 hour, this is a major inducement on the 4 hour whatsoever. 4 hour got mitigated in here, maybe this is even Asia, right? If this is Asia in here and Asia mitigates the major inducement, again, what can you have? Trading away from here, you expect it anyway. So if Asia now makes an inducement high, what can you expect? Best case, going back to Asia midline and then go like this. Okay, but you're just trading the bigger picture play and you're trading away from the major inducement. Make sense? When a major inducement happens, how do we know they grabbed enough liquidity? So yeah, again, look at the bigger picture. For example, I will show you later that the jeje trade where exactly something like this happened, where you have like something like this on the 4 hour, and then the next day, whatever, makes something like this. This is already a major inducement. Then Asia happened here, and of course you don't expect like inducement low because you're already having a major inducement, and then again you can have something like this easily. Okay, and then the whole day just ends like this. But again, you're trading away from the major inducement. That's when you know technically play is done. So again, this is clean as well. Timing just as a confluence. Then we have our starter kit. Then we have our London knockout in the middle of two significant zones. And then we have a retail heaven and the same thing, where they just induce high, going back to the midline or the Asia high, and then just trending for the rest of the day. Now we put something new in because we only covered it briefly on day 1 and 2, and that's variations to the theme. Because of course, not every day needs to be a perfect cycle, and it is impossible that it can happen like that. So we have a London knockout as well, and that's when sometimes there is no New York reversal depending on your higher time frames. That's why we're starting combining higher time frame approaches to the whole picture, because sometimes it's enough if you have your minor inducement in Frankfurt, medium inducement in London, and then the whole day is just ranging. And that happens a lot when, for example, you're in a bigger time zone, right? Let's say this is your extreme in here. All right, so this is your extreme play, which is your final supply zone. This is your demand zone. Sorry, your decisional in here. You have your inducement here. And then you have an internal break of structures. Now let's say you're having Asia session in here. What does it do? Makes a fake out in here, taps into this one, just reverses. Obviously not much. Now this becomes a decisional play in here. And of course, now this becomes Asia. What can you have? Inducement low. And then guess what? What's the next target? It's all the way up here. It will not reverse randomly in this middle of nowhere. So that's where London is here. And then of course you have an inducement low, and then it continues all day long until what? Next Asia range is here. Have maybe an inducement high to tap into this valid zone now, and then reverses lower. But you have days like this where the whole day is just ranging. As why? Because of the bigger picture plays in here. We have inducement low, and then the whole day is just a trending day after that. And yeah, that's like literally happens so many times, and we even show you because they only have so much in their books. You have to remember, they are very limited to what they can do. They only have so many tricks in their books of how a day can look like. So we have our perfect daily cycle, where they give you the inducement low, inducement high, and then reverses in New York, or a little bit later, can be London close as well, and then the reverse. It's always the same answer for reversal. Or they have these trending days, or a third variation, or this time variation 2 of the daily cycle, is the retail heaven. Because sometimes they even induce the right direction, then they fake a break of structure, and then they just continue lower. So the whole day is pretty much one big trending day. Of course, we can trade them as well. They're a little bit annoying though, because it usually gives, in general, very less trading opportunities, but it's just a retail heaven. Why? Because it's just a trending day. And of course, retail traders, they love the trend. For example, this scenario in here, it's actually a joke. If you remember just this picture, that is perfectly what happened on Friday. So they only have so much in the books. So if we look at this, so let's take a look at EU and GU in the last days, only the actual days, because we don't want to show you stuff from, again, 15 years ago. We want to show you recent stuff. So let's take a look at it. So only last day. So this was the 23rd of September, which is last Thursday. What do we have? Variation to the theme. It's either EU or GU. So nothing more, nothing fancy, nothing cherry picked. But that's what you have. We have a retail heaven in here, but it's just, again, breaking out high, perfect in London open. But guess what? Bigger picture said you continue higher. Then we will know exactly what that trade is today. And then it just continue higher, higher, higher. And there is no reversal trade in here. Same thing for GU. It was a retail heaven as well. Then we have GU on this Tuesday. What did we have? A perfect London knockout where they induced high in Frankfurt. Again, it's still technically London knockout. It doesn't matter if the timing is Frankfurt in here. Asia range just knocked out all the liquidity. What did they do? Building up trends before the knockout in here. Grabbed enough liquidity, enough to make the whole freaking day trending. And that, of course, becomes a London knockout trade. What do we have as well? We have the London knockout for GU this Wednesday, right? It's the same exact trick. That's even very nice to trade it. Guess what you have? You have your, minor inducement here, medium inducement here, false break of structure, messes around in here. Finally, after they grabbed enough liquidity, perfect grab comes all the way that now to the extreme mitigation traded. Guess what you have? You have your minor inducement here, medium inducement here, false break of structure, messes around in here. Finally, after they grabbed enough liquidity, perfect momentum grab comes all the way back down. Everyone should understand that now to the extreme mitigation, perfect, and then of course can continue the whole day down. And I think a few people even caught that. For whatever reason, you shouldn't have not traded at all. But yeah, there you go. Perfect stuff, just a little bit. And you see, it's always the same stuff. Maybe it looks a little bit different in terms of like, this is not perfect in terms of like this huge break of structure in here. But again, it's the same exact thing. That's why you need to get the bigger time play or the bigger play in your head. What do we have in here? Again, GU this first day, it's the same thing as again. What is it? A full daily cycle. You have a perfect inducement of London Open, right? What do? Of course, inducing high, going higher. And now the reversal happens when? A little bit later, New York close. Doesn't technically always need to happen here. You never had a break of structure, so that keeps you out of the whole scenario. Again, then finally, New York closes and then reversing here. So that's a daily cycle. It's always the same, guys. What do we have here? GU yesterday, right? Obviously Friday then. So even Friday, what is it going on? London knockout. What do we have? Perfect inducement of London Open. Grabbed enough liquidity to what? Push the whole price higher and higher and higher. What does London close to? Mitigates their position out of that. And of course, continues higher. It's the same stuff, guys. What do we have in here? EU yesterday. What was it? It was a retail heaven. Why? They induce high. By the way, this for us is heaven. Because you will understand this trade and you will love it. It's so easy. It happens so many times. It's freaking amazing. It can be confusing if you always think like inducement high and then it should be like this. No, that's how we have variations to the theme. It always happens to the left. And this, for example, this trade in here, that's like a Mona Lisa trade. That's literally like one of a Mona Lisa trade. And then of course you expect higher price action. It doesn't need to be inducement high all the time low. That's why we have variations, right? And it's the same shit. That's pretty much all they got. They only have like those little variations. We will add after this bootcamp, we will add the Asia whipsaw as well, which gives you also 2 different new variations because they mix it up a little bit more. But in general, they only have 5 plays in total they can do for the day. Your only job is to identify what's going on to the left and see what play they're doing. The rest, it's always the same. It's always the same. It's the same intentions. It's just you not getting confused. Whatever. This is Asia low. They induced high, so they need to go like this. No, identify the left and see it will become like maybe becomes like here. Whatever, you have a decisional down there, but then the next supplies all the way up here. So again, if they induce low London here, they will go up until they reach here. So if New York is here, of course you will have a continuation trade. It doesn't need to reverse all the time. That's where you need to start combining the higher time frame into the whole picture. But there's only so much they can do. So in a nutshell, the full daily cycles, again, we will show that in the commands as well, because that's all they have. We will add Asia whipsaws on top of that, and you have every single variation there is. There's nothing more. They just mix it up. Maybe one day it's picture perfect clean. Maybe the other day it's not that clean. But if you look at it, the intention is always the same. That's why it's market intentions first, then build up inducement mitigation and looking to the left. Again, very good quote. Look to the left to be right, and then you will understand what is going on here. Variation 1 was GU yesterday to the T. It's literally not even yesterday. If you look like months ago, it's the same shit all over again. They only have so much in their pocket, and we figured that out. So just think about that. Again, on a bigger picture, even if you only look at the 5 minute, what is it going on here? Asia range, again, we talked about it so many times. London Open, induces it perfectly, comes back after, what is it? Break of structure. What do they do? Build mitigations in here, imbalances, comes back. Perfect, extreme mitigation to do what? Go higher, right? So breaks structure to the left here. What's the extreme in this case? Now it's going here. What does London Open do in here? Perfectly inducement lower, minor first. Then goes into the mitigation. When does it happen? Perfect London Open to go what? Go higher. Right now you're looking at a reversal trade because you need to look to the left as well. You have an inducement here, 1, 2, 3 false inducements to the high side. Finally, you're getting what? Break of structure, which locks in the inducement plus what is it? Timing confirmed. Awesome. Break of structure after the timing inducement. Now you're having finally the break of structure. What did it left? Imbalances. So you're looking for a reversal. So this is a perfect daily cycle, right? So guess what? Next day, you see there's the liquidity down here. They're just inducing high in London, Asia. Technically, the best inducement, of course, is high. They never gave it. So this is not an inducement. It's an equal lows. So just because if you look at this day, like here, and think like, oh, inducement low should go higher now. No, look to the left. It never induced. It builds equal lows. So guess what? They will only fake the inducement here, the internal play, to go what? The next valid inducement zone to fake whatever higher highs, inducement high to do what? To go lower, to grab the next liquidity zone in here. This is the inducement now, so they never need to induce like this point in here because to the left it was the inducement. What does Asia do? Just induce internal, what internal inducement, right? Awesome, you can trade that probably. And you understand, okay, what's next? Need to go higher now. So there's no reversal in here, it doesn't need to be. Needs to go aim for at least in the internal day until this zone's in here. Missed it. Next day. Now you know, okay, should go into higher highs now. Okay, what do? Induce low, equal lows, into what? Into your decisional. Mitigation. When does do it? To the minute. Okay, what do? Break of structure, internal now. Never broke something to the left in here. No inducement, nothing. You're looking to what? Internal inducement into mitigation. Continuation. Easy stuff. It's like clockwork. It's always the same. You just need to understand the bigger picture and see the variations to the theme. It's always the same, guys. It's the only job you need to do is not getting confused by days like this, where they induce low, but never induce something to the left, instead building even up liquidities with equal high, equal lows. And then you don't expect a breakout here. You don't know if it's done here. That's why you wait for break of structures, and then you trade the mitigation or continuation trades later, right? But of course, we'll show you today. On a bigger picture, we will not do it all the time, but you see, you can just zoom out and you will understand the bigger picture. Guess what? For example, random one in here. Induces here. So why does Asia be induced here? It does not. It would be nicer, of course, but that's why, guess what? This day in here is just, look at it. It's just a retail heaven. Why? Because this is the medium inducement in here to do what? To go higher. So why would you look for a reversal in here if they induce low? You're looking for the next what? Inducement high. What do they do here? You know that the inducement will come, but for an internal day now, look at it. Look at the bigger picture. Asia range, inducement high into now this supply zone to do what? Build up liquidity with the equal lows here. To do what? The next day, faking the supply zone to do what? Go lower. Inducement high, finally medium inducement. Now you can go lower. It's the same shit all over again. You just need to see the bigger picture and then you can apply it. Look to the left, and that's what we'll do starting from tomorrow and also day 5 and 6, where we show you exactly how to trade this properly. But first, see the bigger picture. It will help you so much. We showed you now all these days in a nutshell of how you can trade these days, for example, right? But now we need to start to combine everything together. Same thing here. The inducement here. So why the hell does it need to induce lower, higher here, and then go? It's all the same, guys. Just look to the left, and it will be so much clearer. Now we cover the Asia whipsaws. I'm being honest, like the last, let's say a few days, there did not happen so much, but again, I'm just switching it up. There was like weeks where every day in a row was an Asia whipsaw. So yeah, we just prepare you for what everything is pretty much there. And by the way, like November, December, these Asia whipsaws happen a lot more. So just we want to prepare you for what's going to happen. Okay. So in general, what is going on here with the Asia whipsaw? As you already can see, these little elephants in here making nice tricks, whatever. So pretty much the Asia whipsaw just means pretty much Asia high and Asia low getting whipped and whipped and whipped. So what is going on here? Like why and how do they do it? Asia whipsaw, what does it mean? First of all, we've asked our friend Google again and just type in whipsaw. And also it already gives us a definition in terms of stock market. So interesting already. So in general, a whipsaw is just a usual saw with a narrow blade and a handle on both ends. Okay, so used typically by two people. Okay, that doesn't help us too much, right? But again, if you look into the into the other definition, and now things get really interesting, is a subject to do a double loss. Okay, as when buying a security before the price falls and selling before the price rises. Okay, that gets more interesting. That a little bit brings more sense into the whole picture. So let's see what they're doing here. So, what is an Asia whipsaw? Grant, by the way, how was the fight? After Asia is, I think you're good because otherwise you wouldn't be there, right? So after Asia is set, we have a fast rapid move or fast rapid moves to one side of Asia range, grabbing liquidity, and then a rapid move to the other side to grab even more liquidity. It is a market condition identification confluence. Again, it's important as we can then understand how to trade a specific pair for that day. So if that happens, you can expect that to happen. Of course, like the outplay of it, and at least understand what's going on here. It's hard to trade and a very aggressive movement. Asia whipsaws are typically very, very aggressive and making retailers almost impossible to catch trades in here. So we have a retail heaven and we have a retail hell. And the Asia whipsaw is absolutely retail freaking hell. They're just smashing every possible strategy there is with these Asia whipsaws. Okay. So pretty much breakout traders from both sides are hit in and then getting an instant loss right after. And it's pretty much a mass confusion for those people because there's no retail analysis makes sense if they decide to play your Asia whipsaw. Okay. It is therefore a technique to reduce confidence in traders at the very beginning of the day, right? Because again, they give them the retail confirmation and then they smoke everyone out and then they do the same thing all over again. So what is the Asia whipsaw characteristics? So first of all, we see our normal Asia range as always, and of course you need to wait until it's closed. Then at this point, everything is normal in price. Everything is normal. You have a minor inducement and then you have your whatever London plane here. But out of a sudden, they decide to just smoke through Asia range like nothing. Okay, and this is already the first sign that this can happen as an Asia whipsaw. Because they're being so rapid, making everyone excited in the one side, but then out of a sudden they reverse, typically in magic manipulation minutes, and then they reverse the whole market on them again. So you have like a whip saw. Okay, so first the whip and then breaking the other saw. And this is the worst variation we have. So it's typical. Again, Frankfurt or London open would typically see a grab of liquidity, as you usually know. But then out of a sudden, a very aggressive move, and there's no significant pullbacks. This would be pullbacks, but there's usually no pullbacks. It's just a rapid move through it, and then reacting from some sort of reaction here, magic manipulation minutes, and then we can play the other round. Okay. So how does it look on other plays? So once they grabbed enough liquidity on one side, they will reverse fast once again, and then price can get very jumpy for the day. So if you see this scenario, expect like everything around that after will usually be a very big mess. Okay. So there aren't any entries between the first and the second grab, and retailers they have no pretty much entry opportunity, and we only sometimes have entry opportunities here. So they're very hard to trade, but of course we need to understand what is going on in these plays in here. So when you see it as a form of we will not call it pattern, but at least you need to recognize what's going on in here and then understand, oh shit, maybe that's an Asia whipsaw, and then have a better understanding of the cycle and orientation. So we use it as a confluence again for us to understand, okay, what the hell was going on here? No, we understand, okay, this was an Asia whipsaw. So we have two cases here. So we have a case number one, which team number 1, which happens, Asia low being induced, 1 rapid move upside, and then what we expect. Usually we wouldn't expect maybe this is a break of structure, maybe an area of interest after break of structure. But if you have an Asia whipsaw in here, what happens usually, they're taking out this low, rapid movement upwards, faking whatever smart money trap in here, even given a reaction, creating even new lower low, and this new low again whips out the rest of it. So you see they're just making it impossible for retailers to get an entry, because a breaker trader is getting induced here, getting stopped out here, breaking inducement getting induced here, getting stopped out here, then they're building it up. Obviously stop loss goes below here for all the people, and then of course they're stopping it out one more time, and then they wrap it out here and stopping out all those guys again. It's the same thing on the other direction here. We have a case 2 as well, which it happens similar, but again not so rapid. You have a minor inducement here, then again London open in here, then like not really pullbacks at any means, and then again rapid movement, magic manipulation maybe here and also here, and then they just continue the rest of the day just going downwards in this direction. But first you're having a quick easy trade in here, and then a completely whip, and you expect in this point to be taken out, and guess what, this in here will become the smart money trap, gives a false reaction, and then gets smoked on the low side in here. Okay, that's variation number 1 and pretty much case 1 and 2 on theme number 1. Then we have theme number 2, which we have something like this. Of course, it's the same way, just the opposite direction. So pretty much inducing high first. This would be our entry. And then again, at this point, everything looks normal as usual. But then if we see this Asia getting whipped without any pullbacks whatsoever, then again, we could expect, oh shit, maybe this play is done and they're going for the whipsaw, and we're expecting this point now to be taken out. Okay, and then of course, they can reverse the whole thing again and taking out this trade. So it's just retail hell pretty much. Okay, for us, at least we need to understand what's going on. Order inducing high first here, little to no pullbacks at all, going here, magic manipulation minutes, giving you a break of structure, magic manipulations here, and then they just whip this day out again, making the small money trap in here, and then the rest just becomes messy. So how does it look in charts? Right, so that's, for example, like just to show you the dates, because it happens like 5 days in a row. And the funny thing is, we had like a lesson about Asia whipsaws like a while ago, and when we taught it, it happened 3 days like pretty much after we taught it, which is kind of funny if you think about that. So again, we obviously taught the Asia whipsaw, and of course you have a minor inducement here, then you have inducement here. What do you have? Some sort of equal lows in here, gets the reaction done, mitigation in here perfectly. But out of a sudden, you have this huge reaction, of course, and then you need to understand at some point, oh shit, maybe this is an Asia whipsaw, maybe I close my trade better out in here, right? Of course, because what do they do? Whipping the whole thing, taking out all the buyers in here or sellers in here, inducing even more buyers now, and then reversing the whole market on them again. Okay, it's very hard to trade, but again, this can happen for sure as well, and take sometimes to this place. So if we put our schematic to this whole play, it's August. It's August. Yeah, so that's whatever, German, European. So that's 4th of August, if you want to backtick it. Okay. But then why do I put the dates in? Because again, we give the schematic like before this happened, of course, whatever. But guess what happens? The very next day, like first of all, like I should bet, are you kidding me? Because again, we taught it literally like a few days off before. But pretty much what happens, again, we're just putting our circles to see like how similar it actually was to our schematic. Literally funny side note, right? It was pretty much exactly how we drew it. But then guess what? We gave a few more variations to the theme, right? And then what happens, first of all, that was just insane, right? But it probably was a coincidence. So the very next day, this happened in here. So what do we have? We have our normal Asia range, never got induced to the upside here, but then what do we have? Inducement high, rapid movement, no pullback at all, creating the Asia whipsaw, faking the double bottom here, faking the reaction, inducing to low side, and then taking out these guys. Very hard to trade, but again, at least you understand it, and guess what? That's the schematic we gave out. Like, what the fuck? Okay, like again, this was like before we already gave it out, and then it happened exactly like that, like a few days after. It was just so accurate, I actually got freaked out myself. It was just funny. Okay? It was so accurate, it was kind of funny. And again, probably this will happen in a few days next, or we never know. So then again, we can make this shit up. It's again when we actually show this stuff before. Like, again, we show you schematics you do like months ago, and then it should just happen like to the absolute pip, to the minute. Sometimes it's just crazy at some points, right? Whatever. But again, we drew this illustration like last week's, whatever, before it happened, and then again it just happened, which is obviously. Then again, 3 days before we took this first example, again we had 2 days in a row, and again 3 days after this one, exactly that happened again. You have your minor inducement, then inducement of this one in London. What does happen? Huge whip, no real pullbacks whatsoever, and again break of structure in here, trading the mitigation in here, and then just whips the whole thing once again, faking what? Smart money trap in here, small reaction, and then smashes it through it. What is our schematic? To the fucking tick. Like, what in the hell? Okay. That was the first time we taught it, by the way. So again, that was literally our people when we taught it and happened like 3 days in a row after we taught it. It's like kind of funny. Anyways, you need to understand that they or the architects and whatsoever only have limited tricks to screw everyone, and that's the little things in here. They have technical analysis, aka liquidity. Okay, then they have fundamental analysis, giving people like these falls, whatever, random numbers whatsoever. Then they have market manipulation, aka these market makers and these institutions, if they work together. Then they know the human emotions and psychology side to it. They know the power of timing, of course, to let you waiting, whatever, keep you waiting, keep you impatient whatsoever. And then the power of session changes and magic manipulation minutes, right? London close, London open, New York trap time, everything in between, right? Then of course they have unlimited money supply. They can never do the hell what they want. If they decide to whatever now push EU higher, like for whatever, they technically could do. Of course, they make it smarter than that. And of course, they have all the available data at all time, and then they have the Enigma, which delivers it all. But you have to understand that that's all they got. That's all they got. A few variations, and that's all they got. So 3 steps will always say the same. Or what is the 3 steps? What is the 3 steps? Will always stay the same though. It doesn't matter what it's going on. It's always the same 3 steps. So what is it? There you go. Perfect. Perfect. It is build up, always putting in liquidity into the markets, getting induced, getting mitigation with the inducement or the mitigation of the inducement. That's never can ever change, ever. The rest is just variations to the themes. And at some point, we figured everything out. It just gets a little bit of time to get into your brain. And at some point, of course, it's like this. Just understand it, what's going on, becoming fearless. And of course, the moment you become fearless, everything else will become limitless. Okay? Because there's only so much they have. There's no more. That's all they fucking have. Okay? So, age rips is in more detail for you to understand it better. So that's the normal cases, but of course we put in some timings to make it even clearer. London Open happens in here, Magic Manipulation happens in here, New York Trap time happens in here, and of course London Close happens in here. Same thing for the Schematic 2, London Open, Magic Manipulation minutes, and also here. New York Trap can happen in here, faking what? Double top, and then continues higher, just for even more clarity. Okay? And again, if you just look into the charts, flip it upside down, use our brains, and then again, how does it look like in the charts? Exactly like that. And again, that's just an example from July, so you can see that's the same shit all over again. Doesn't matter if it's August or fucking December or fucking January of 1969, it does not matter. They only have so much things in their books. Okay, what do they have? Minor inducement here, rapid movement, when does it stop? Magic manipulation minutes, right? Then again, investor re-entry, magic manipulation minutes. Again, what's here? Faking the double top, double bottom. Faking the double top and bottom. Mitigation, London close, and then messes around. It's always the same shit, guys. Just need to figure out what schematic they're playing and just react from that one. Again, Frankfurt instead of London, okay. And this was magic manipulation minutes off a little bit. Okay. But isn't it the same exact shit we drew? Isn't it the same exact freaking shit? So all the variations we give you, you will see like to the tick in the charts at some point. The only difficulty is to find out what play they're playing and direct from that. The rest is the same exact shit all over again. Okay, again, the rest is just vertically identical. I hope some guys know my man Goldman. Okay, and again, you're smarter than a clock. Timing is again the last complement. Again, another one. What is going on here? Case 1, team 2. What is going on here? August example, right? Again, it's the same shit all over again. You put timing into it. Look at it. Magic manipulation minutes to the fucking minute. What is going on here? New York trap to the fucking minute. Like, you cannot make that shit up. You cannot make it up. Like, how? Right? And that's just for you to know and understand to not get whipped, right? And so whipping is over. Again, we can make a little case study in here. So what's going on here? Asia set. We have equal highs in here. Instant rush of liquidity. So we know it's our what? Our inducement in here. Perfect. Right. So what do? We're having our quick shift in direction. And entry doesn't present. Right. That's a case we could easily enter after break of structure. A little bit hard of mitigation here. Right. Of course. And that's would be possible left in here as well. Right. We can take this for sure. All of a sudden, they just decide to whip it. Okay. So now we can do, okay, maybe the Asia Whipsaw presents itself. Perfect break of structure in here. Guess what it does? Mitigate, so that's your Mona Lisa trade in here. Perfect after the build up, right? Inducement with speed, magic manipulation minutes to the minute, right? Perfect. And then again, you take the retest of here after the break of structure. And guess what? They're faking. Of course, the reaction perfectly getting jumpy. What are doing here? Everyone should know what comes next. This may be being EDM trading here. Obviously, that price will not stop here. It will get whipped. Okay, that's how we trade it. And then, of course, London close comes, and then market just over. In other words, it's just unlimited power at this point. You know all the schematics that can happen, and you just need to figure it out, like what's going to happen next. Another one. What is going on here? Same thing. Doesn't look that shit always the same. Like, seriously, it look the same exact shit all the time. Again, what is going to happen here? Whipping Asia range. Instant giving a reaction, right? So what's going to happen next? Whipping the lows. So what can we expect next after this happened? Of course, another whip to the upside. What's going to happen? We're whipping the highs even one more time. And then it reacts and gets whipped after that. Right? And then it gets whipped even one more time. It's just crazy. And it's just to not chase the carrot. Just know and understand, do not chase these carrots and whatever, get tricked if an Asia Whipsaw gets presented. So you need to understand Asia Whipsaws as well. Sometimes they happen and then it's very, very hard to trade. And it's for your safety to understand, oh shit, to not chase the trade ever. Okay? Another one, last one. It's a crazy example in case 1 and 2 combined this time. So what do we have? Asia range being set, potential buys. Why? Right? Of course, what do we have in here? Mitigation of day open as well. Perfect. Okay, never induced Asia high. So what's going on here? Messing around, minor inducement here. But guess what? They never induced highs here. But again, for the internal play, there's your tube. But this becomes, of course, the Asia Whipsaw. Right? Messing around, faking the reaction. And guess what? This madness comes in. Just whipping out here, whipping out here. It's just insane. And this becomes, again, like a very crazy variation of the Asia Whipsaw. So what do you expect even in this scenario? You expect a whipping one more time. And at this point, it's retailer destruction. It is just destruction of every retailer there is. And they even make it like this. And then guess what? They whipped once. They whipped twice. They whipped thrice. Whatever, 50 times. And then guess what? After this whipping, another whipping. Like, what in the hell? Retailer hell. It's literally retailer hell. And that's how they look. They're like 20 years old, but they look like this because they're having so much stress. And they're like, oh no! No! Right? That's impossible for written trade. Okay. So what do we have in here? Another example about what's going on. We're having all this liquidity buildup. Again, identify liquidity, what's going on. We're breaking the daily cycle in, what's going to happen. Okay, we see perfect. Again, it's this, do you not see that's the same shit all over again? Looks like the same exact all over again. It's not. Okay, so guess what? Channel downwards, minor inducement with speed before, not this time Frankfurt, internal break of structure, mitigation in London, perfect. That's your buy trade in here. Aiming for Asia high, perfect. What do you get? Asia whipsaw. Okay. So what should happen here? Should you take this buy trade in here? No. Take the EDM trades instead in here. Right? So guess what? What we will do next? We're putting our EDMs, looking for EDMs, because again, we're looking for liquidity being grabbed, trading in line with the plays away from the Asia whipsaw. That's how it ends. Okay. So be aware of these Asia whipsaws, as you can see here. They apply. If you catch them, perfect. Then you need to understand, oh shit, if they're whipping Asia like this, the chances that they reverse here is 100% a possibility, and they don't look at a buy here anytime soon. And they're always, again, faking the smart money trap in here and give a false reaction. To fake the double bottom, buyers getting in, getting the reaction, then they're getting whipped. Then again, you see the whole day, or after that, it's just a mess. So at this point, slowly but surely, we are looking straight behind the magic. So we have all the variation. At some point, it's just practice, 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 practice. And here we go. That will be one of the most important videos because it will give you clarity about the overall picture and will show you how to identify the different cycle variations. Because so far we have the normal starter kit version, right? The normal daily cycle. We have a lot of other cycle variations. We will dig into that in this video as well. And it's very important that you understand on a bigger picture and even also on the higher time frames of what to expect for the day. So you can already have a good understanding of what should happen the next day based on the previous days. For example, if you check the higher time frame, looks like this, right? And we have like a medium inducement, right? And then on the intraday perspective, obviously it pulls back, and then we have like an Asia range in here, right? Of course, we have imbalances, for example, in here. We know this is a medium inducement of the 1 hour. And then the next day, it makes something like this, London open right into this mitigation of the 1 hour imbalance zone, and here mitigates of it, right? Then we have a very good understanding, okay, this in here could turn into like a bigger cycle play, right? But not into a retail, not into a normal cycle variation, because we're trading away from a medium 1 hour inducement, for example, right? So the overall picture will become much, much clearer in this video. So pay attention a lot and make a lot of notes and try to follow up properly, okay? Because what we covered so far, the normal, let's start a kit, right? Where we have our normal Asia range, the normal day. We have our external inducement when again structure externally gets induced. Again, at this point, like is the push in here to here, right? That's the equal highs in here, then it's getting induced here, so it becomes a minor inducement externally. Internal inducements, for example, this one, right? Again, this push all the way up to here, like technically even this one from here to here, happens inside of this push, right? Building up liquidity, inducing it into mitigation away from this minor inducement. Also can be a medium inducement on a bigger picture if there's something to the left out in the lit logo, right? And then again, you're trading away from that, and then you're having a minor cycle in here, build up inducement into mitigation, and then trading away from that as well, away from a bigger cycle into small money trap, gives a reaction, and maybe this one in here also becomes a small money trap, could become a for fuck's sake as well if it shoots straight through it, but that should be very clean. Then again, timing aspects to it, you already digged into it a little bit. London Open can be Frankfurt Open. Magic manipulation minutes, 1 or 2, or in this case, this would be 1, this would be 2, right? And then, for example, for the perfect daily cycle, this would be New York Trap, and this would be New York Open, right? And then London Close would be something here. And that's how the overall cycle gets confirmed by timing as well. So if you haven't already, then take a piece of paper and draw this out. The first cycle variation, the starter kit, essential. Again, not every day will look like that. It can't, obviously, it's not possible that every day looks like that. That we will dig into more cycle variations. But this is your bread and butter. If days like this happen, you have to catch everything. Slowly but surely, that's the time where you should open up with everything. And that's like the Mona Lisa days where we catch, obviously, the buy in here, the re-entry in here, the re-entry in here. Again, maybe if you really wanted to, the hedge trade in here, just a little pullback trade, potential re-entry in here, but those 1, 2, 3 are your main entries in here, right? And then obviously you close everything after Asia, it's getting taken out, and then you prepare for the reversal trade in New York Trap and London Close in here, right? That's the Mona Lisa days where you dig into it very much and have to catch them at some point, right? But then obviously flip it around also, because again, it doesn't only look like this. You can flip it, so then inducement happens to the high side, right? But what cycle variations do we have as well? The London knockout, because sometimes, of course, New York trap or New York session in general will not be a reversal, but a continuation, depending on, we will dig into it, the higher time frames and what's going on to left and what happened already, right? So what's going on in here? You have your normal Asia range as usual. You have your minor inducement, maybe medium inducement, right to the left, potential as well, but minor inducement out of Asia range, and then maybe medium inducement somewhere to the left. And then, let's say in a higher time frame again, in this scenario again, we would have something like equal lows in here, right? Maybe even triple bottom, and then boops, smoked it, and let's make it very obvious, for example, okay. And now obviously we're having this internal breaker structure as well. And now let's say Asia range forms in here, gives you the play, minor inducement, still minor, but then boom, into this one. Well, let's make it actually super obvious. Okay, so let's make it even the cycle plays even nicer. That's your inducement plays with mitigation areas left and balances. The next day gives you a nice starter kit play, right? So again, this technically London Open in here. That's New York trap time, and then the day ends like this. Okay, then you see already, okay, this could act as your double bottom in here as well, right? The next day opens like this. Okay, so fakes, breakout low, gives you again the double bottom of maybe Frankfurt, and then swoosh, induce it becomes a medium inducement, but into the 1 hour mitigation zone in London time. That becomes your Mona Lisa scenario. And then you're having your medium inducement, right? Again, then you have your minor build up in here. Then you have another medium inducement into the other medium inducement into mitigation. London is perfectly on time. And then you can expect like the day to smoke out of there like this. And then the whole day will just be an one-sided inducement to this one direction low. And then the rest of the day, they grabbed enough liquidity so they can continue for the overall day. And we don't expect a New York reversal. We expect a New York continuation. And then we can enter here, here, and obviously here. right? But it's very important and essential that you understand the bigger picture of these scenarios, and you have to combine it with the higher time frames to get a good understanding of when to expect what cycle variations. Okay, but for now, just understand that the cycle variation is a possibility. Again, not every day is having reversals on two sides. It can be a continuation day, of course, and one of them is the London knockout, where they gather so much liquidity in London session, on the early session, can be Frankfurt as well, and then just induce so much liquidity to the other side, and they just rapidly smoke out of it, and there's no liquidity left, so they can just continue in one direction the whole rest of the day. Okay, so that's the London knockout because the knockout move in the wrong direction happens during London time. Again, can be Frankfurt. Mona Lisa scenario is when it happens in London. That's why it's the London knockout. Okay, then we have the retail heaven. That's when, for example, we have the same scenarios. Let's say again we're having medium inducements to the low side here. Boom. Okay. Then this is our medium inducement on the 1 hour, for example. And then the next day opens like this. Okay, so Asia range. And it induces to the high side. Okay, so again, technically, yes, we could say, oh, maybe it comes back to the extreme. But again, maybe this medium inducement induced so much liquidity that's not necessary that they come back one more time to low side and they're just off of it. Okay, because again, you're trading away from the medium, especially if this is a major one, then you could be chances could be very high that it's just going out of the whole day and go in the same direction they induced once already, because the liquidity was gathered and grabbed already enough in the medium or major inducement. Okay, so that means you're looking for continuation trades. For example, something like Asia midline. We will dig into it in the additional components a little bit more as well. But just for now, understand, okay, we have our key points of liquidity. Asia range is always a key point, liquidity point, right? Where we have Asia highs, Asia lows, and Asia midline. And if they induce low side, of course, they want to grab at least a little bit of liquidity before they can continue the continuation trade. And usually they do it based off the Asia midline. Again, if there's some place in here as well, like building equal lows, something like this, and then like grabs the liquidity low side, okay, boom, and then high side as well, leaves the imbalances in here, right, and then comes back to the Asia midline. Again, we will show it, look at these cycle variations a little bit more in detail, right? But best obviously is if you have some sort of, let's say, liquidity buildups in here, equal lows, right, and then grabs that, boom, has like the imbalance zone in here. It would look like something like this, right? Imbalance zone like here, mitigates that, it's also Asia midline, and then can continue the push to the continuation side, right? But so be aware, again, just because it induces out of Asia range to the high side, that does not, very important, write that down, does not mean we need to have a reversal all the time. Again, if it happens, it's the perfect Mona Lisa days, but it has to be aligned with all the higher time frames as well. Again, if this, for example, right here, boom, that's a major inducement of the previous day, and then you have an inducement to the high side in London, but this in here would be a major inducement. You want to trade away from that. Of course, the push can happen one-sided direction for the whole day. Then you just have to be aware, okay, we have an inducement high. I want to trade away from the major inducement on the bottom here. So where's my continuation entries? Asia mid, or can be also Asia high, depending again of how the picture shows and what's going on in there. And then we can look for the cycle variations. But Asia mid and Asia high, that's our two key points we can focus on, depending on again what's going on to the left and what the cycle presents in here. You'll also have something called the entry helper. We will dig into that in the next topic, where it can give you additional confluences to make it even clearer. So for now, note down that again, just because if the inducement happens out of Asia range to the high side, it necessarily doesn't need to go all the way to the reversal side and then whatever like done this. No, it also can induce high, then grab some liquidity internally and then continue to the same side. And we expect also a New York continuation trade. So technically, We're looking for London continuation trades and New York continuation trades. Why is it called retail heaven, you ask? Because again, what the retailers see, they see a channel, a trend. It's only going in one direction. So if they get the direction right, they feel like they're the kings and whatever. They're in heaven. So guess what? That's why we just call it the retail heaven, because it's just a trending day where retailers, if they get the direction right, obviously they're having a good day because it's just a trending day and they come up with like, oh, the trend is your friend and all that stuff. And yeah, they're having a good day if they catch it. If they would look for reversal trades, they're getting smoked completely. So technically retail heaven is a reversal trader's hell, but a trend trader's heaven. Okay, so technically you can call it a trend trader's heaven and not even a retail heaven, but as whatever retailers like trends, we just call it overall retail heaven. Okay, so reversal hell, but overall retailer heaven, and we only should look for continuation setups in these scenarios. So in a nutshell, that's your three major cycle variations you should focus on. So the daily fully daily cycle, the London knockout, the retail heaven, and also, I didn't put it onto this illustration, but also the Asia whipsaw, right? But again, we have Asia range induced in here, boom, smokes Asia range, that becomes the Asia whipsaw, and then you expect to smoke the highs again, and then it can do whatever it wants after there. But you have expecting like a whip out of Asia range, then whoop, the whole Asia range gets smoked in the other direction, and then you expect this high to be taken out again. So taking out the highs and lows after each other all the time. Okay, so that's the Asia range, Asia whipsaw as well. Obviously, there's a whole video about that as well, and we will dig into more examples also in this one. So that's technically your four cycle variation we will have: fully daily cycle, London knockout, retail heaven, and Asia whipsaw. Okay, so let's dig into how to identify potential cycle variations before they even happen. So how to identify these potential cycle variations? Okay, so the first thing we have to focus on is this beautiful pyramid. So how to identify potential cycle variations? We have to start at the foundation, at the bottom, of course, and that is to monitor higher time frames. Again, it doesn't need to be the weekly, monthly, 1 hour, and if you really want to go deep, then the 4 hour, but 1 hour is enough. Trust me on that one. Again, you don't care what's going on in a monthly, weekly, or even 4 hours sometimes. From an intraday perspective, 1 hour is technically all you need. If you really want to do, you can do the 4 hour, but you don't need it. Okay. So if I show you how a time frame, it's usually always the 1 hour, or especially every one of us, because we don't usually go higher than that. But if you want to, you can. Okay. So our focus overall is still the M5 though, right? So even if you look at higher time frames, M5 will show us the cycle variation properly, and how to identify it even when it happens, or before it happens even sometimes. And the higher time frame just gives us the proper understanding of what cycle variation we can expect and what makes sense on a bigger picture play, and gives us the overall orientation to have a clear guide of what should going on. Okay, so we have to take a deeper look at the higher time frame before we start our intraday analysis to prepare, okay, or to be prepared for potential cycle variation. Again, mark up the bigger picture cycles as we did before all the time. Again, it's the same cycles all over again. I will show you exactly how to do it in a speckle, right? But for now, just get in your head that you have to identify if there's a barrier-free, quote unquote, barrier-free way, or if there's some sort of liquidity in the way. So let's say, okay, you have equal highs in here, and then, okay, that's the 1 hour though. And then you see, okay, Asia starts here. Okay, so guess what? If you have an inducement low here and even inducing the medium and inducement in here, that's London. So what could I expect in here? Obviously grab the liquidity of the higher time frame. So boom, it could become a London knockout because again, I'm in the 5 minute in here, yes, but on a 1 hour I have equal highs in here and I have a medium inducement also. So guess what? I probably aim for the higher time frame liquidity, not just the Asia high, right? Because again, I have an inducement low, medium one as well. Aim for the higher time from liquidity. So swoop into the higher time from liquidity, and then it becomes a London knockout. Then again, the next day could be something else, right? But again, at least in this scenario, I would know, perfect. I expect at least a London knockout because I have a higher time from liquidity to the left as well. Okay, so very important, monitor higher time frames and mark up the cycles we have before that as well. Then clarify and mark up these key zones. Again, mark up the major or medium inducements. And if you have a mitigation ready, like again, easy example. If we have like a quadruple top in here, we faked the break of structure with the whatever our technically medium inducement. Then we have Asia in here, so very close, forming even equal lows again. Boom, inducement of Asia low and also medium inducement in London. Huge liquidity point here. I have to mark it up before because again, my Asia range is here, my Asia high, but my huge liquidity is all the way up here. So I have to mark it up before. Or for example, again, if we have this liquidity grabs, blah, 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 like something like this, and then whoop, induce this equal lows. And then let's, for example, say I have a mitigation now in here, and then I have my Asia range in here, and I have an inducement to, let's say, the high side this time. I have to know exactly, oh shit, that's already my medium inducement. We already had a mitigation of that. I don't expect an inducement low again because we already had that. So what do we expect? So there's the rubber thing in here, or let's just make like this, boom, 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 right? So it can turn out into a retail heaven because already we have a medium inducement or even major one. We had already a mitigation. Now we have inducement high side, but I want to trade away from obviously this. So it can turn into retail heaven. So that's how you have to mark up or mark out all these liquidity zones and mitigation zones before, so we have a better understanding of what to expect in an intraday perspective. And then the most important point also, wait again for the trap. That's how the M5 comes into place again. So we find our proper entry opportunities, our cycle plays of what's going on. And then again, the M5 will give us the overall understanding of what cycle play to expect also and how it looks like. Okay, especially Asian whipsaws, they're very easily to identify on the M5, not so easy like on the 1 hour, obviously, right? So let's dig into it to give a lot of more clean examples. So in this scenario, we have the 1 hour time frame. And again, we're marking up the overall cycles, the liquidity spots, what to expect, what happened, everything we see, right? So if we start all the way in here, so you can see the 1 hour. So I still have Asia ranges in here, and the day technically is over in here. So that's 1 day, that's 1 day, that's 1 day, that's 1 day, and so on and so forth. So get used to this picture also when you see, again, even if I don't say 1 hour in here, but you see the size of these Asia boxes, you should immediately see, oh, that's the 1 hour. Same thing for the M5. You should see, again, if that's the Asia range, and then the candles are like this, this should be the 5 minute. You should see that from a mile away then. Right, and again, if the 1 hour, it's the 1M, you should also see the difference of terms of the size of the candles, the size of the boxes in relation to the candles, and so on and so forth. So if you see the bigger picture, again, for now, I say to you that's the 1 hour, but later on, your eye should be so trained that you see it from a mile away, that this is the 1 hour. They open, they close, 24 candles in between. Okay, you should see that immediately. Then, so what do we see? Build up, getting induced in what direction? To the high side. So what do we expect? An inducement low, continuation lower. What do they even do before? Even nicer, giving even a fake break of structure. Again, reversal traders look for the reversal in here, guess what they do before? Building up the equal lows. So guess what? That's Mona Lisa scenario in here. That's even, you should check the timing. Should be around magic manipulation minutes in here. Right, so guess what? We can take the reversal trade into the liquidity. Boom. Now we're having our medium inducement, inducing, first of all, the equal lows, and obviously the bigger picture after the cycle or the fake break of structure happened to the high side, right? Then guess what? Medium inducement into a smart money trap. Obviously, smart money trap gives the false reaction to make continuation traders now, oh, that's a new lower low, continuation to the low side, right? So guess what? Getting the fake reaction out of her creates equal highs on the 5-minute, but obviously we see it also on the 1 hour, even very nice. And then guess what? That's your Mona Lisa scenario of a London open trap in here, right? So again, getting minor inducement out of Asia range with speed, momentum, vector candles, London open in here into the 1 hour mitigation zone of the medium inducement, Mona Lisa scenarios, and then of course what can we expect? London knockout. You see how we already can do it? It's so powerful, you have no idea. Okay, and obviously this day ends the next day. Again, we have this huge tube upwards, right? So guess what? Huge momentum, momentum traders jumping in. So if we're having inducement to low side in this next day, again, where's the next imbalance zone? We're to here, or technically this one only, because here's technically wick. So that's the next imbalance zone. Induce low side. Again, you already can see what's going on here. Asia range. What's the inducement low side? Boom. Comes back. Asia midline. And continues lower into the next liquidity zone. Right. And mitigate something in here. Right. Perfect. But this turns out into a retail heaven. Again, we don't look for a random reversal trade of London just in here. Why? Why would you take a buy in here? It doesn't make any sense, right? So at least understand, okay, now it comes back, Asia midline, continues lower, fills the imbalances. The open price in here, we will dig also the Asia midline of the previous day, right? Perfect liquidity target zone. That makes sense, away from the medium inducement, but gives the pullback because we had a huge momentum up run. And of course, we have to give a pullback at some point, and that's what exactly happened in here. And next day, right, induces high in here, same exact scenario. We have this mitigation in here of Asia midline in the previous day, obviously getting a pullback. Same exact thing, Asia range, Asia midline, where's the imbalances from here to here. Fills the imbalances very late, but induced high first. So obviously continues higher than instead. Builds up the bigger channel in the meantime. Induces the channel high into the extreme mitigation in here. When does it happen? Asia range, vector candles into a valid mitigation. Boom. That's your Mona Lisa sell in here. Your Mona Lisa re-entry London close in here. And then you can expect, obviously, tube down until what? Until the next mitigation zone in here. Right, you see? So guess what? Asia range. Induced low. When does it happen? London open to the minute. What a surprise! There you can already see. Every day is perfect. So guess what? Medium inducement into overall bigger picture 1 hour mitigation. So what can you expect? Tube. London knockout. What is it happening? Poof, London knockout. What a surprise. Okay. So I think you get the point. So let's actually get where we are right now. So we have the equal highs here and here. Okay. So guess what? Channel build up. Induce becomes obviously medium, if not even major inducement to the high side. When does it happen? London close. You learned the characteristic of that already. So it should induce and becomes medium or major. Okay, perfect. We have even the channel build up before that. So guess what? If we have this day now, and we are currently at this day, so we see Asia range just about to end, we have to mark up now what's going on here. We have a major medium inducement here, okay, inducing all these crazy equal highs in here, having a channel build up, inducing it. So what's our next target zone? We understand now, okay, this probably becomes a small money trap, and the next liquidity point is in here. Okay, we already know that. Trading away from the medium major inducement. Okay, depending on how you see it, medium or major. Doesn't matter because it's medium anyways, definitely. So you want to trade away from that. So what's our next target, at least, for the overall picture? Right, again, next liquidity spots, maybe in here, maybe liquidity spots in here, smart money trap, or even the major liquidity in here. Okay, that's all stuff we see immediately, but we're trading away from the medium inducement. Perfect, we know it already. So if the day opens like this, what would be our Mona Lisa scenario? We had it very similar here as well. Takes out, boom, boom, major liquidity. That's the 1 hour zone. Look where Asia is about. What could that become? So let's mark it up. That's your major medium inducement zone, right? So guess what? Oh, already can see in the 1 hour what happened here. Wicked into the, let's take a look at the M5, right? Look what's going on here. So this day now, obviously broken down on M5. Look what's going on. Equal lows, or even triple bottoms, even left triple tops in here, or even quadruple tops in here. Smokes through it. Okay. What's the timing when it taps into the extreme of the 1 hour? Again, we can refine it like this on the M5. Look at the timing. London open almost to the minute. Can it be even nicer than that? Can it be even nicer than that? Mona freaking Lisa. So guess what? What could we expect here? Trading away from the medium major inducement, we want to see it, like taking out major liquidity, right? Tagged into now major mitigation zone of the medium major inducement. London induces with vector candles and speed, only minor inducement though, into the medium mitigation and into the medium inducement. London makes the move. Huge triple bottoms in here. Our next liquidity zone is all the way down here. So what can this turn into? What can this turn into? Let me give you a hint. Whoosh. What is this? Not only Boyka knocking us out, but it's also a London knockout, right? It could turn into a London knockout because again, we have London trap into it, trading away from the medium major inducement, huge liquidity downs, right? Huge liquidity downwards, screaming too much, right? And we're trading away from the overall 1 hour picture away from the medium major inducement. So this plane here, that's again, you should draw this on a piece of paper and put it over your bedroom, whatever pillow. And look at it every day before you go to sleep, because these things, again, we draw this stuff, whatever, almost, I think it's more than a year ago now. And we drew this stuff, and guess what? It's always the same stuff. We drew these illustrations years ago. And I tried that shit for years and years, but obviously when I made the curriculum, I drew it out again. Right? So guess what? Can this turn into a London knockout? Fuck yes, it can. Okay, so guess what happens? Choop! Boom! You can expect that. Mona Lisa entry in here. Re-entry in here. Re-entry in here. And then boom! Don't expect a New York reversal. No. Continuation. Boom! Beautiful. Just chooped it. And it makes perfect sense. Okay, so let's take a look. What happened next? Because we continued it all day long. So guess what? The day ended like this. So the next day, open again. We're not interested in here. The day's over. We wait for what? Asia range to see what's going on. Again, because we go, is this a medium inducement? No. The day is over. We don't care. We don't care. Next place, we wait for Asia. And guess what? Now Asia gets induced to a low side. To a low side. Okay. Interesting. So, what's the question we have to ask ourselves? Do we have any liquidity grabs or mitigation areas for this day now? So again, all it needs is we take one line and like perfectly project it out to left. As you can clearly see, Equal lows, not an inducement. Again, this one we don't care. It is way too off timing. Again, we care about this cycle plane here. Does it induce anything? No! Equal lows. Okay, so if anything, it builds up liquidity. So, but for an intraday picture, intraday I mean now this day in here, we have an inducement in what direction? Low. Okay, so if we have an inducement low out of Asia, what cycle variation could this become? Trading away from the medium inducement. We have no liquidity taken to a low side. If anything, we build up liquidity in here. We still want to trade away from it. Our Mona Lisa in that scenario would be inducement high, but it didn't happen. It's now induced low. So what can we expect? We can expect a retail heaven. Boom. Okay, so it gives us a pullback, faking the double bottom, obviously, into mitigation and continuing lower. Okay, perfect. So guess what? Next day, equal lows being grabbed. All right, but again, it happens very late. So now, very nice. Look what happens. Asia range. What's the inducement and what direction it happened? All right, first of all, we ask ourselves, do we have any liquidity grabs or mitigation in this stage? If you look to the left. So maybe this one you would be like, is this one medium inducement? In Asia, do we care about that in Asia? Do we really care? That's EU, by the way. Do we care if whatever this been taken out in Asia or very late of the day? Do we really care, or do we care about the major timing windows, London and everything? Right? So do we have any major liquidity grab? So whatever, like inducement could happen like this way, and we have to continue to that one side. The answer is no. We don't have any liquidity grabs or mitigation areas now. We don't. Okay, so guess what? If it taps into her, London, it's a different scenario. It did not. London taps into her. So technically, you can say maybe a mild no, and you can say, yes, this inducement in here tapped into the 1 hour imbalance fill. Then you're correct if you said yes then. But I'm referring to the downside if you should look for a reversal trade in here. So then it's no. But if you say this one fills the imbalance here, London to the minute, then yes, you can say yes. And then obviously you should know what you should do for. Because in an intraday picture, we have an inducement high out of Asia. So what cycle play could that become? So now, again, we're having this scenario in here, tapped in there, London happens. Next liquidity mitigation zone is down there. So again, if it taps into here, what can we expect? If it's a smart money trap, right, we can expect a reversal, pullback, at least for intraday perspective. What is this day then becoming? If this is inducement high, this taps into her, smart money trap gives a reaction. So inducement high, reversal in here. What's that? It's the full daily cycle. So let's see. Boom. Okay, perfect. Gives us our Mona Lisa entries in here. Okay, induces low into the smart money trap. So question is, if this is a valid smart money trap, what should this smart money trap do? Fake a reaction. Very good if you answer that correctly. And guess what? Boom, there's your fake reaction. And why is that even nicer than just a fake reaction? So now again, think about all the confirmations these smart money traders have. It's a demand area. Break of structure. That's what they think. Exactly in that voice I just said it, right? So that's what they're thinking. So guess what? Fake break of structure out of a smart money trap. If that happens, it's pure gold. Okay, so don't get faked into the smart money thing again and focus on the next cycle. Right? So guess what? They opens like this. So we have a fake break of structure to the high side. Obviously, a huge liquidity is induced now to this side after price tapped into this demand zone, faking a break of structure. So everyone thinks like, oh yeah, reversal trade, it's an overall uptrend. Right? So guess what? Next day, we're having like this. Do we have any liquidity grabs or mitigation now? So again, this technically grabs a lot of liquidity into the wrong side. It gives a lot of confirmations after it taps into the demand area, break of structure. Everyone looks for the buy side, reversal, continuation, whatever you want to call it. Reversal traders in terms of like here, right? And continuation traders in the bigger picture, because they still see like some sort of interesting, what I don't even know what they're seeing, but that's what they do. So the question is, what do we have? Do we have any major liquidity grab? After mitigation era, we had like this SMT false reaction, break of structure. Everyone is induced to a long side now. So do we have a liquidity grab? Yes. Okay. So we had the fake break of structure to the high side after and smart money trap. So, but from an intraday perspective, we have an inducement low out of Asia. So what cycle variation could that become? Again, we want to trade away from this fake break of structure. And obviously now this becomes a very obvious equal lows in here also. And we have our major liquidity down there. But obviously we want to trade away from this one now, right? But our inducement is low. So what cycle variation could that become? If again our inducement happen here, and then inducement low. What is this? What is this? It could be the retail heaven. Huh. What a surprise. And what does it tap into? Talked about it. Asia midline. Boom. And guess what? That's how did they end it. And look how fucking juicy that now is. Okay, first of all, smoked internally the smart money traders. They're getting all frustrated. And guess what? They feel like, oh, it just took out this war, but now we're having the whatever. It's still holding here. So it's still continuation higher. Right? So guess what? Next day. And oh my God, look at it. How beautiful it is already. Come on. Oh my God. And by the way, obviously I took this trade and I just spoiled a little bit. It turned into a 1-to-100 trade. Okay. So, and that's obviously very recent. Also, it was a couple of days ago when I record this video. So the 6th of July, right? Now, technically this was the 4th. Or was it the 5th? Something of that. I can't remember correctly, but obviously we will dig into the intraday play in this as well, right? So guess what? For a bigger overall cycle play, gold, like, oh my God. Okay, so again, equal lows being formed here. Now this one becomes the ultimate equal lows in here. Fake the break of structure before that, induce people to low highs at first, inducing this equal lows, stays inside this equal lows. Here was the imbalance, got filled. When did it get filled? In London. Oh my God. So guess what? We're still trading away from this major medium inducement, whatever you want to call it. Still have insane liquidity to the downside, which you want to grab. So guess what? Hard to identify what is going on here. Or like here in terms of the M5, right? So guess what we have in here, right? So guess what? Baby inducement to the low side, grabs into it, smokes through Asia range like nothing, taps into the higher time frame mitigation. So what is this cycle variation called? If it gives an inducement low, smokes through Asia range into another one, and then here. What is this called? Asia whipsaw. So we have either this variation of the Asia whipsaw or this variation. So now if we look at the bigger picture, again, now we tapped into this 1 hour mitigation zone perfectly when it happened perfectly in London. What a surprise, right? So guess what? Oh, sorry, my trade was 1 day after this one actually. That wasn't my 1-to-1 trade. My intraday trade will come after this one. I remember now, right? So guess what? Is this cycle variation a possibility? Again, now if you have to understand, okay, this one induced low, okay, this one induced low, smoke through Asia range, smoke through Asia range, okay, so is this the high? And we take back the low in here and take the high once again, or are we already into 1 hour mitigation zone? And this makes way more sense. If we have inducement low, smokes through Asia range, into magic manipulation minutes. In this case, it was just London, perfectly fine. And then this one is to 1 hour mitigation, and then smokes into this direction. Is this more likely to happen here? Fuck yes. So guess what? This will get eliminated, and this cycle variation is in our arsenal. And guess what? It's like, what a surprise! Look what happened! Boom! Okay, so guess what? Now the Mona Lisa day comes. It's again every day is the Mona Lisa day if you understand what's going on. Imbalances. Left equal lows in here. Right? So guess what? Induced Asia range to the high side into again the 1 hour mitigation, so order flow in this scenario. Right? So guess what? That was my 1 to 100 trade right here. Got confused because guess what? It's all the same. Look at it. Look at this day induced to the high side into 1 hour mitigation. Look at this day Asia range induced into the high 1 hour mitigation. What the fuck? What? It's all the same. It all looks the same. Okay, so do we have any major liquidity grab? Fuck yes. Because look at it. Into 1 hour mitigation area after building equal lows. After this order flow in here, after this Mona Lisa day in here also. Another Mona Lisa day. Still never grabbed the equal lows in here. So you want to smoke it now. So guess what? From an intraday perspective, what would be our Mona Lisa cycle variation here? Inducement out of Asia range, high side into 1 hour mitigation, huge liquidity target to low side away from the medium inducement. What London play is that? Of course, another knockout. So guess what? Huge liquidity to a low side, H1, 1 hour mitigation zone filling the imbalances. I'm talking about this one here, right? Into inducement into London, minor inducement into the 1 hour mitigation zone. It's too beautiful. It's just too beautiful. So guess what should happen next here? Hold on tight because the tube. Look at it. That's just how you're sitting in front of the charts holding this trade like. Is it expected though? Fuck yes. So guess what? Boom. Boom. That's just what's going on. Okay. So guess what? Now, so again, I remember again. This, yeah, I was right on the first one. This was just a re-entry, but this one was my 1 to 100 trade. Yes, and then obviously you had a again. Everything looks the same, so I had it right. But guess what? Looking at the 1 hour, this was my actual trade. Right. So guess what? They gave a very juicy re-entry in the next day even, and then just smoked it. But that was my 1 to 100 trade. Yes, and I even made like a little real story, whatever you want to call it, about this trade in here, and then it even shows that it turned into a 1 to. I made the story about 1 to 90 because I've made it like in here, and then even it dropped even lower. So beautiful, beautiful shit. Ended up like being a 1 to 34, something like that. Right. So what a surprise. Tubed it, and look at the M5, how beautiful it is. And guess what? Look at the illustration. We even give you like what? And again, we drew these illustrations like literally a year ago, and it's the same shit all over again. Like, just think about it. Like, seriously, just think about that. And guess what? We can continue every day. Next day. Right? Next day. So guess what? Equal lows being formed. Liquidity being grabbed in here. So guess what? We take a look at the M5. What is this again? Right? It's the 6th of July. Inducing low. Asia whipsaw. Guess what? What's that? Oh, I already said it. Look at this. Or look at this. We had it exactly before. It's the same exact shit. Similar, exactly the same. Then this scenario, what would make more sense? Right? If you just look at the pictures. Again, we induced low. Asia whipsaw confirmed in here. Induced high. So again, do we expect to go lower, taking out this equal lows in here? Or do we expect like something like this? No, we expect obviously to get slower to take out the things in here. So guess what? At some point, ladies and gentlemen, it just should open. the door so you can see and unfold the matrix of the market, because you literally can see these things before it happens. It's crazy. It's insane. So guess what happens? Chooped. Mona Lisa day again. We walked through 2 weeks of price action. Every day is Mona Lisa. Every day. What? What? Like, what can we say? Inducing low. Asia whipsaw. Mona Lisa entries in her. Look what we draw. We even give you the timing to it. Right? Again, if you just look at the time, that's 10, that's 11, so that's 10:30. So guess what is a price? Magic manipulation minutes, blah, blah, blah. In there, poo. What's this? New York trap. New York trap should continue lower. London close. Okay. It's so similar. We drew that shit a year ago. And we showed even examples from like half a year ago, now from fucking July. Like, what? It cannot be more accurate. Like, guess what? There's so much more. There's so much more. And I'm freaking out when I'm doing it. Look at it. 1 hour, whatever, what is this? It's in my old eyes can see that. No, May. So that's May now. We had July, now it's May, whatever. It's the same shit all over again. 1 hour, major inducement to the left. Right? So guess what? Boom. Major inducement. We confirmed that was the major inducement when it happened. New York trap. What is the price? We're trading away from that. So if you trade away from the major inducement, we have an inducement in London. What can we expect the next day? Giving also medium inducement, just to the speckle, but it's fair enough for medium one. Comes even lower one more time to give the extreme mitigation here. And then just out of it, London knockout. Next day, obviously, trading away from the major inducement. Becomes a retail heaven. Again, induces high. We don't look for reversal trades. We look for continuation trades. It's the same stuff all over again. You just need to get used to the cycle variations. Asia whipsaws, 2 days in a row. I'm not sure if you can see the dates in here, but for me it's covered because my Windows bars. But I think it was like April or something. We had like 2 days in a row being Asia whipsaws. Like that's why they're completely showing you the hand. Guess what? Inducing high of Asia, smoking through the Asia range. Guess what? When should the next move happen? We even give you the time for it. Magic manipulation minutes. Can even say it. Magic manipulation minutes. Guess what? It was it. You should see the time to the downside here. It should be 10:30 or something like that. Inducing the high side as predicted. What a surprise. And then makes a low and London close again. That should be obviously London close. I don't see the time, but it should be 17 to the minute. Next day, induced low, right? Medium inducement. So guess what? Should give a reaction. Boom. Did give a reaction. Confirms the Asia whipsaw into mitigation. And obviously, when does it happen? London open. Boom. Smokes through it and becomes the cycle variation. What? You all see that stuff before. You just have to identify, oh, okay, this is my medium inducement. I want to trade away from that now. Okay, the moment it smokes through Asia range like nothing into mitigation, so I'll be like, oh, that's an Asia whipsaw. What's my cycle variation? Oh, here. So when should be the reversal? Oh, London close. You literally can hold it through all the stones as well. One more push lower. London close is the low. Like what? How much more can we give you? It's everything. Newborn, 7th of July. Right, so guess what? What a surprise. Build up, induce the build up to the high side to go what? Lower, new build up, induce the build up to the low side. Frankfurt open, just confirming the minor cycle play. Boom, smokes upwards, smoking Asia range high. Even before it does it, that's even not inducement to low side of this channel. Induced high vector candles, magic manipulation minutes. Confirming the Asia whipsaw, like what? I mean, we drew these illustrations again, like a year ago, like, and it's the same shit every day. Okay, confirming Asia whipsaw. So guess what? You're expecting in the reverse, like a New York trap, build up, inducement into a higher time frame. You can even backtest that. Just look at EU 7th July. Find this mitigation zone, taps into to the absolute minute, induce the channel to the low side, and is out of the. What's the reversal London close? Look at this. Oh my god! Again, me telling you we drew the cycle variations a year ago. You're just like, what? Not yet, but it's true. It's true. What can we say, right? It's everywhere. It's everywhere. It's just at this point, it's insane. You literally have so much. You literally in week 3, you know fucking everything. Like think about that. Think about where you were 3 weeks ago, and now you just understand everything to the minute. Know what should happen before it even happened. Like what? Just think about that. Insane. Build up, inducement, into mitigation, away from it. Boom. Build up, inducing low to go higher, confirming the London play. Whoop. Smokes through, leaves the imbalances, comes back again. Confirm the higher time frames, why there's not an Asia whipsaw. Into extreme mitigation. Boom. Channeling downwards. Inducing low. Fully daily cycle confirmed. Inducing low. Break of structure, into mitigation, tube down, upwards, channel build up, inducing high to go lower, next channel build up, inducing high to go lower, London play, mitigation, boom, into liquidity grab, equal triple tops, and here takes it out, turns into retail heaven. Okay, we know that. What a surprise! It's already expected, and then boom. Grabs next liquidity, pull back, right? Break of structure, into mitigation, continuation, boom. Effortless. Okay, another one. Build ups to both scenarios. What is this? Equal lows, triple bottom, smoking through it. London open plays. Again, what is going on here? Extreme mitigations getting tapped, turns into London knockout. We had this day even on the other scenario, right? It's just on a 5 minute to show you how it looks like in a 5 minute. Your entry opportunity obviously here and here, and then you have a good time holding that trade. Perfect stuff. Okay. On the overall picture, again, it's everywhere. Do this backtest yourself just to identify and get used to the cycle variations. Again, guess what? Build up, getting induced to the high side. Boom. London open to the that's even like a magic manipulation minutes one, even nicer. Only happens to the minute as well. What a surprise! Smokes through it, right? Gives a nice cycle variation of daily cycle because we have a nice pullback area. Next day, London gets induced. That's probably medium inducement to a left in here. Into mitigation, perfectly induced in here. Internal breaker structures into the extreme mitigation. The London knockout. Again, we think we had that even before. No, it's just everything is so similar. We don't have that before, right? Guess what? That's your next demand area. Getting induced to low side. Not interested before it hits anything else than like a proper zone. Again, Asia midlines, demand areas. Induces low, comes back here. Asia midline, boom. Speed vector candle inducing the channel to the downside with speed. When does it happen? London close into valid demand area. Internal break of structures in here gives another mitigation. Asia, we don't care. We sleep in that time. Perfect. Like it's so effortless. Seriously. Again, then obviously, yeah, we can do that all day long. All day long. Get used to it, right? Again, skip a few days to speed up because, like, I think we're 1 hour in already. Inducing low, medium inducement into mitigation area. What a juicy one. Perfect day. London open to the absolute minute. Boom. Aim for the liquidity. London knockout. There we go. Right, here we go. What's going on here? Never induced anything in this direction other than here. Boom. Into this mitigation area. That's not a nice cycle variation play. Next day, but now we have a mitigation in here. Trade away from this one. Order flow. Trade away from it. Minor inducement to the high side. Obviously wants to go higher. Grabs liquidity here to continue higher away from this one. We're already into all. Everything is mitigated. There's no more liquidity grabs or mitigation in balance areas. Nothing. Trade away from that. Next day, where's your liquidity? It's all the way up here. So if it induces here, good enough. But obviously, we want to interest in the liquidity grab. Induce internal liquidity, goes higher. Next day, or this becomes your medium inducement. Next day, induced higher. Right? When does it happen? London into this medium inducement mitigation, expect the London knockout, boom, effortless. Get used to it, backtest it, and you will become, of course, like this. At this stage, you just don't not only dodge the bullets anymore, you just literally walk through there and observe what's going on. Insane. Insane. And just to run it up, again, how to trade these retail heavens, for example, because you think like, how can we trade these cycle variations or retail heavens? It's like only continuations. How can we do it? Just look at one day. We use the simplicity approach for our assistance. Just look at this. You'd be like, where's the trades here? There's no possible entry opportunities. Wrong. Look at it. Build up, inducements, break of structures, mitigations. Boom. Your entry if you want to trade Asia, your entry if you want to trade Frankfurt, your entry if you want to trade London or even New York, and your entry if you want to trade later. Everything is 100% backed by build-ups, inducements, after break of structures, and then tagged into the mitigations. Insanity.
So in this module, you will be shown a few more examples on the retail heaven theme, as well as the London knockout theme. So with the retail heaven in mind, you have, of course, seen this illustration in front of you over here to the left. Lovely drawings, that is. So essentially, if you remember what this was, it's where price essentially is trending in one direction. And usually the reason for that is when there's either a major inducement to the left or a mitigation to the left, usually on a higher time frame. So that could be the 1 hour, or it could even be the 4 hour or the 30 minutes. But usually it's of significance to the left. For example, this reaction here in Asia may actually be significant to either liquidity to the left or a mitigation, and hence that's why we don't get the inducement of Asia low over here. So instead, what price does, as you can see in this example, based on the illustration aspects, that is of course your London Open, and this is your New York trap, well, New York Open trap. So essentially what happens here is we break out with Frankfurt Open. London Open gives this little pullback opportunity. Price trades over here in the midline. You will be taught that a little bit later on. So that's also another trade opportunity of the Asia midline. So keep that one in mind. So you have your opportunity there. And then what happens is price now continues bullish for the rest of the day, or bearish, again, both variations. And then New York actually continues that further on to greater levels of liquidity to the left, or POIs essentially. So that's important to understand these variations. Sometimes you may not get London form this pullback like this, but instead what you may have is that Frankfurt breaks out, creates this inducement reversal. So this could be Frankfurt, and then this midline opportunity here that we had marked up, that could actually be London. So again, variations in the sense when it comes to timing. So yeah, you may not get the London Open inducement outside of Asia, maybe Frankfurt, and then London may be your opportunity for the continuation, which is actually nicer in that sense. However, that could additionally be MM1 or MM2, well, magic manipulation minutes 1 or magic manipulation minutes 2. It's kind of a mouthful to say. But nevertheless, I hope somewhat of this makes sense. Again, we'll be covering a few examples just to help clarify that. So if we look at our first example, what we currently have here is jeje, and this was on the 2nd of May. So if we look at the overall daily picture, again, this is a hindsight thing at the moment, just purely so you can see what's going on and how we can essentially identify the opportunities. We will cover this in a little bit more detail later on when it comes to the entry helper part of this curriculum, which is probably the most important part when it comes to the whole lit understanding and entry opportunities. So in this example, what we have in Asia over here is an inducement high. And again, it's our main inducement. So what this means is to the left, we've induced major liquidity essentially. Again, you can see perfect vector candles. So that gives us the characteristics that actually we may not get an inducement of Asia high, as this actually is an inducement in itself. So essentially what that means is, as you can see here, is London actually then mitigates the Asia inducement, which is very valid. But of course, you need to understand this prior and not just look at it and think, okay, that means we can now take Asia mitigation points. It's not always the case. Of course, it needs to have relevant sense. So this will be the mitigation stage of the hold, build up, inducement, mitigation. Even here, you get this trend line type of formation. That's number one, your build up. Number two, inducement. And then, of course, your number three, being the perfect mitigation in London Open, also timing confirmed. So what we have here is nothing too crazy in Frankfurt. You don't always get a nice reaction in Frankfurt. That's fine. We can skip that. Perfect. We can look for potential sells over here. Now, this is, of course, an initial mitigation, and that doesn't necessarily mean we're interested because we're not type to take random mitigation points or just guess that this inducement will hold. We of course have more confluences. Now in this case, we would have these lower time frame mitigation zones. Again, you will be taught entry approaches next week in week 4, where we will show you the various ways to actually enter these positions. So what we have, however, and that you have been taught, is this magic manipulation minutes 2 entry. So at 12:20, well, it's 12:20 in this case. So that is the absolute maximum of the window, if you remember. So we go 10 minutes either side. So that's not to the minute, of course, unfortunately. Nevertheless, it still fits in the 10 minutes outside of the 12:30 window. So that could be 12:20 or it could be 12:40. So what we have here is perfect mitigation. You can see in the purple box. Again, these are your continuation trades. So to take something like this obviously means that you didn't get the absolute high. And that's actually really important and actually good, I would say, to understand that you don't need to necessarily take the extreme. If you want confirmed trades that may be a bit later on, as it is here, where you're not in the absolute top, nevertheless, this is more confirmed than this probably is over here. So that's very key. Again, you get the characteristics if you just inducement high, fractal inducement, remember, because we don't take out this inducement, we instead take out all of this trend line liquidity over here, as well as these early sellers. So now we've had our inducement high. What happens? We still have this liquidity here, a little bit tricky to draw, but lows, inducement goes higher. Then of course inducement high. Now we go lower, take out this over here, as well as these lows here. Now if you remember, what is this? Your smart money trap again. So can you see how the difference of this mitigation over here in Asia makes sense, but this one doesn't? This one's random. That is a pure smart money trap. Do not take something like that, especially as we've had a main inducement here. And of course, perfect vector candles, everything here makes sense to take sells. So you have your smart money trap over there. We also have Asia low just about being induced, which is perfect because what happens then is this minor inducement low only gears us up for a pullback to then take the sells, because ultimately we've had the main inducement high, so we can now take these sells and then gear up for the continuation bearish. Okay, horrible drawings, but let's get nice on that. So in this case, taking this sell is nice and highly confirmed, or taking an extreme if you're a little bit more risky, you can of course take a consecutive mitigation, which will be something like this one over here. So then what happens is New York actually then formulates the continuation as well. So both London and New York give us the continuation in one direction. And what's happening as we get these little points over here to the left, to the current price action, sorry, not to the left. What it means is to the left, we have got these minor inducements. So what it will look like, well, this is going to be tricky to draw, but let's just say we have something like this. What's happening here is we get this inducement low. So essentially what this is the inducement low, the little pullback continues, pullback continues, and pullback. So it's taken out these points here only to have these minor inducements low, like such, these pullbacks high over here, and then of course the main points where you should be selling only if confirmed. So of course this is a mitigation. We have entry hopper confirmations of how you could potentially take that only if it permits. Again, fractal liquidity, little trend line type of stuff going on there, perfect vector candles, take the mitigation. So this in itself is a pure lit cycle trade, may not necessarily be entry helper confirmed. Again, that's based on the checklist if you take certain trades or not. Again, you'll be given the checklist of how you can adapt it to your own trading style. Here, what we have in New York is actually an inducement high of all of this liquidity, the equal highs. Then we get the continuation bearish. Now, as we get later on in the day, of course, 5 p.m. being probably around here, is of course London close. So we're not really interested at that point. We get this kind of not so nice build up type of thing, but again, it does induce. So we get this reaction here from possibly these last areas of supply or mitigation, probably on the 15-minute, and then the continuation low along with the smart money trap. Why is that? Because there's more liquidity to the left. So this makes total sense. So essentially your entries will be up here, as well as, again, you will be taught inducement trades, so it will be the new inducement trade as well as these other areas of mitigations like such here, and of course potentially here, but that's not the nicest. So with that being said, let's see another example. So again, this is another example of jeje. So what happens here on the 26th of April is we have our main inducement to the left. Now, in this case, the characteristics of the vectors aren't so clear, but nevertheless, you've got eyes, of course. You can see if there's a structural point like such that gets taken out by a few pips when it comes to a major inducement, usually. So what happens? Price creates this reversal, essentially, or now it will form a continuation. We get this trend line type of liquidity. Initially, if you analyze the main inducement here, you have your one. You do get the vectors from this point. It does just get a little slow when it comes to the high. So then, of course, inducement being 2, essentially you could somewhat say mitigation areas in there. Of course, not valid for us when it comes to timing anyways. So essentially, we would take the continuation trade when it presents. Smart money trap, missed off this 5M, but it tapped in that IFC or POI over there, which would be likely the 15M. So what happens at this point is we get the perfect opportunity at MM1. Again, not to the minute. Remember, this is 10 minutes outside of the window, the absolute max. And then we get the perfect mitigation off London Open, right? And then it's a clear mitigation as well as it being an EDM trade. Now, you will be taught the EDM, of course, a little bit later on of why this isn't just a mitigation, it's also EDM confirmed. Then, of course, we haven't even broken out of Asia low at this point, so we definitely know that will be an initial target. Probably not the best when it comes to risk reward to take the Asia low there. That could be roughly a 1 to 4 if I see that correctly. But nevertheless, there likely is a lot of liquidity to the left. You can even see here, smart money trap zone. Now, I'm going to try to draw straight, but yeah, this is not working. Okay, let's just pretend that was a straight line, but it's either an FFS or a smart money trap. I assume it's an FFS based on this reaction there. Oh, sorry, a smart money trap based on that reaction. But nevertheless, what happens? New York continues. So New York may not necessarily give the nicest entries. That is not nice. I'll be completely honest. But your nice entry was in, of course, MM1 as well as the London Open POI that was formed. So yeah, you may not always get the clearest entries in every single timing point, but there is at least one, as you can see. So with that being said, let's see another example. So we have, of course, over here, another retail heaven. So again, this is a bullish version now. So what we have is our main inducement here. firstly, what is there? The buildup of liquidity both ways we can draw at this point. Price induces low, gives this Asia mitigation, not valid for us, but for understanding purposes, of course, that is nice to understand. Nevertheless, what happens? London Open. So now we want to continue. So we're not necessarily looking for the inducement of Asia low over here because we've had a main inducement. So we're not expecting necessarily the main inducement to be induced again, as it's very valid to then hold. So what happens is in London Open, however, we actually get this really nice let. Now it doesn't look very clear here on the 5 minute, but on the 1 minute, this is a let. And what that is, of course, it also induces structure here to the left, liquidity there as well. So taking the entry from, let's say, wick in here is perfect. Get these fractal highs as well as the Asia highs as well. So at minimum, you can expect price to, of course, tap into there. Get this tiny little inducement of high, does this little reaction, not the craziest pullback, nevertheless creates liquidity. Let's get that nice and juicy again. So liquidity. And then what happens? Again, price continues. It's going to keep doing this cycle where there's probably a structure, internal structure to the left that get induced. We get a pullback. Only if a pullback presents an opportunity do we then take a pullback trade. In this case, probably not. You can't really tell on the 5 minute, but likelihood is even on the 1 minute, there's no opportunity to take the sell unless you're very advanced to take the inducement trade, which some of you will be soon. So then what happens? Of course, we get the reaction bearish. Nevertheless, what are we actually looking for is buys. So essentially to take the buys, we need to identify POIs as well as inducements. So usually the POIs are the last thing when it comes to when you're waiting for a reversal or pullback. You essentially want the inducement first off relevant liquidity, which then may be in a POI. So we don't look at just the POI randomly. We need to see, is there a cycle that could be in play? So we have number one here, which is your buildup, as well as, of course, these little areas randomly over there too. But nevertheless, that's probably the clearest one. So we have number one. Number two would essentially be the inducement of this. So as long as it breaks below that, that's, of course, your inducement. So from this point, it's your inducement being number two. At the same time, kind of covered that. Let's just rewind it. You can see the perfect vector candles. Perfect. So we've got the characteristics of the inducement, of how it moves and the volatility essentially. Then what we have is also a really nice POI here. This is, of course, in the 1M, hence 5M doesn't look very clear as a POI. So that's where you can take the mitigation. EM, just a little hint, should I say, is a mitigation-based trade, essentially being, of course, the opportunity for entry. So this being perfect EDM trade and how you can then take that and climb to higher levels. Now, with that being said, you don't just have your EDM trade or your London Open trade. So you've got two trades here. You've got one here, two there. Now, New York doesn't always present it if it's a retail haven day. What likely happens is New York may mess around a little bit with some sort of like liquidity like that and then just continue and eventually be taken out at the right time. Sometimes, however, you do get a really nice opportunity in New York as well. So in this case, you can see again, it's a mitigation. Again, that would be a 1M and it's an EDM. So it's not just a mitigation, it's an EDM trade, which is, of course, way more confirmed than a random trap or smart money concept type of POI, whatever you want to call it. Nevertheless, you identify your targets to the left, then you can close here in New York. We could also possibly get little reversals, etc. as we then head into London close. Maybe we get choppiness. So ideally, it's nice to, of course, close at a relevant area, even if it's during New York, because price has moved incredibly from this point to this point. So very nice movement in New York on this day. So with that being said, let's now hop onto the London knockout trades. So now we have, of course, the London knockout trade. Now this is probably a little bit easier to identify, as you can see in the name of London knockout. It basically is an inducement low in London, or high, could be high too. So it's an inducement in London open, usually out of Asia range, high or low, of course. What happens, of course, then is we get a continuation for the rest of the day. And New York trap may not necessarily give us the reversal characteristic, but it may actually give us the continuation instead. It really depends what's going on to the left when it comes to the higher time frame of where to determine the movement, essentially, of how these pullbacks may form and why they form where they are is usually price action to the left, taking out internal structures. So usually after a structure, price may give a pullback, which is these areas over here as well as here. So the London knockout, in my opinion, is a little bit easier to identify as opposed to retail heavens, because it's again you waiting for the specific time frame of the London Open window. So if we look at our first example, what we have here is a very, very big Asia range for some reason here. So now this may look actually, as we were talking about the retail heaven and the main inducement aspect, this may actually look like a main inducement. However, it may look like it in right now, but you really need to look at the rest of the chart, which is kind of impossible to put on this slide. But nevertheless, you can, of course, backtest and see how these may not actually mean anything. It could be some sort of news or fundamental stuff. I do have a few charts on here of gold, which I know is a little bit more volatile when it comes to fundamentals. Especially at the randomest times in Asia. I've noticed that too. So what we have here, again, for the argument's sake of the cycle understanding, you have liquidity. That's not the very nice trend line or whatever. Then what we have is 1 being your build-up, 2 being your inducement. But first, let's see. Okay, it's got vector candles. It's got that push upwards with strength and momentum. So then 3 would be a mitigation. Again, we're not interested in this when it comes to Asia anyways. However, we will be able to then determine why this indeed was a smart money trap. As you can see over here, it did not actually react, essentially. It did break above this POI. So why is this essentially a smart money trap? We will get into that in a little while. So, wow, I like that. That's the best I've probably drawn. With that being said, let's now again continue the story. We've had our inducement high. We also have trendline liquidity in various forms here. So 1, let's do that again. 2, inducement low. Again, we can't predict where the inducement happens in the sense, did it end here? Clearly not. It technically did end somewhat here, but then clearly not. It ended over here. So yeah, again, you don't want to predict it, and that's why we have various entry opportunities and approaches for you to enter the trade at the right time and not necessarily take inducement trades, as you could get stopped out. You can see here twice before you take it. Again, these aren't valid anyways because they're in Asia. So that being said, we have whatever 2 over here, not finished. What do we also have? The most perfect triple top equal highs over here. So from this so-called inducement here in Asia, what's the chances that can happen? We also get a very weak reaction, trend line, lows. So we get a nice build up to the downside, meaning we can possibly expect an inducement low off this liquidity. We have the build up, so we have our number 1 step over here. We also have a build up on the opposite side. So we know, okay, price may induce low or high. It's going to go one way or the other, but which way would it go first is the likelihood chance of what can we essentially predict with what we've got in front of us. We've got Asia low, which is again a minor inducement anyways, minor, right? So it's a minor inducement either way. So what happens? London Open gives us a perfect inducement low. So that's 2 now. Mitigation, fortunately, didn't present here. And this is why we also have inducement trades, which actually don't classify a mitigation, purely because you may also notice that mitigations don't always appear. Now, this is highly advanced, so I do not recommend you dive into the inducement, as I'm not going to promise, but I can be very sure you will take more losses than anything, and then, yeah, complain that, yeah, let's done this to you. It shouldn't do it to you, so don't do it. But yeah, nevertheless, that's an inducement trade, still very valid. It just doesn't have a mitigation, which is the ideal confirmed entry. Instead, we get this really nice reaction, which now takes out this liquidity. So that is an inducement high too. Now, how can we understand not to take, an inducement the wrong way? Why would you not take this trade now as a sell, assuming that we've got 1 over here. We've got 2 here. Let's wait for mitigation and expect sells. Now, the reason why we don't do that, in this case, it would be lovely if we could get a mitigation over here and then trade a pullback to then take the POI. Now, that is perfect if it presents. You can see over here, well, not anymore with my drawings. You can see here, there's not very nice reaction. Now, on the 1M, it's very messy. So that's why this will be scratched off, as it did not tick our confluences when it comes to even the entry helper. So that's an invalid trade. We simply wait for a build-up. So that's what will happen a lot of the time, is prices actually building up liquidity. This is why we really, really strongly inform you to wait for the inducement and then take, of course, the entries if relevant. Don't just randomly assume. So in this case, what we have currently is liquidity of some sort, little kind of pullback potential, then perfect, oh, beautiful trend line type of liquidity, fractal liquidity over there. At the same time, vector candles to continue. So that's the same as this, vector candles. So this is how we form fractal cycles upon each other, where we have 1 over here, 2 over there. We have now, this is your 1 as well. This line over here is 1. That's 1, 2. So having the 1 in both stages means we, of course, will expect the inducement of both ways. Here, we technically have our inducement exactly here, as we get perfect vector candles breaking out this liquidity here. Now, again, it builds upon each other, takes out these liquidity weak points. That's your 2, that's your 1. Now we continue higher. That's your 1, that's your 2. I really hope I'm not confusing you with these numbers. But nevertheless, just remember build-up, inducement. Mitigation, of course, is the entry part, but build-up and inducement is really key in my opinion. Those 2 stages, most importantly. So now we stop here. Now, why do we potentially stop here? Now, let's try to be as straight as we can. Oh, it's pretty straight. Okay, it's pretty straight. I'm happy with that. You can see exactly why I chose that. That's essentially what your mitigation will be. So we know this is a smart money trap. Remember, I mentioned it, but why? Why is it a smart money trap? Now we've had, of course, the whole cycle away from the downside over here. So we can likely expect price to now continue. Now it really depends on the higher time frame. That's the biggest key importance here is what is going on. And like right now, from what you're looking at is an intraday basis. Looking to the left of where liquidity is, as well as using the 1 hour or the 30-minute, sometimes the 4H. I don't always recommend that, to be honest, when it comes to intraday, as it can probably confuse you a little bit more than anything. So this likely means there's more liquidity or targets to the high side in the form of all the liquidity being spoken about. So trend line type of stuff, your breakout traders being around here, kind of, if we tap back, then continue, etc. Highs, lows, trend lines, etc. So just remember to keep that in mind always when it comes to looking to the left for liquidity and not just intraday. Intraday is pretty easy in my opinion. Well, that's me saying it, but as I've explained a lot here, the same cycle of fractal liquidity, just the higher time frame will help you determine when to continue and when to reverse, essentially. So what happens, essentially, we have our smart money trap reaction over here. So that could be tradable only if it presents, a bit like how I mentioned here, only if it presents. So only if price presents an opportunity, then okay, you can see it did not present, so you're not going to take this. So of course, don't take anything here or don't randomly guess the inducement at this point, or that price may mitigate. Now you can see these imbalances being filled doesn't necessarily mean it's valid in our confidences. Again, we're pretty precise on how we trade, and confluences we present purely because we know there's so many valid opportunities. Now, it's important to have a very high win rate and not just guess that sometimes, okay, this worked 1 out of 10 times or 2 out of 10 times. It's not going to work every time then, is it? Okay, with that being said, let's just continue with this reversal going on over here. What happens? Price now induces this. Remember, that was an inducement alert first, but now we're having the reversal. That's, of course, smart money trap. We're not interested in this randomly. Why is that? Because remember the number 1 we had over here, that perfect liquidity. That's why we don't take this zone here thinking it's the number 3 being the mitigation, essentially, because we've induced here. You think that's a cycle, it's in the wrong place. These are fractal cycles. And again, you're going to see it everywhere. Just try not to get confused and look out for the clearest ones. So that being said, Oh, now it looks very empty. So you have your traps everywhere. That's 100% a very easy trap. Maybe that was not an easy one, but I hope with my explanation it makes sense. So here, perfect FFS actually in this case. Why? Remember the one. It's pretty obvious. Now what happens? New York gives us the perfect inducement low, perfect. Number 2, you can of course take the mitigation zones here. Again, we would have the entry helper confirming exactly why or why not, or how confirmed it is based on these reactions. It looks like what happened here was the initial reaction here. Price, of course, in my opinion, that's weak. It's a very weak reaction, so gives us very clear and volatile reaction low just to take out this liquidity and this reaction. That's why you don't take sells, because it's liquidity. New York, oops, continues now. Takes out this high as well as Asia high. So your trap now is broken. So all your smart money traders, of course, are probably sad or at break even, which would be the more smart option as opposed to it being an L, because it should not be an L anyways. But nevertheless, I hope the understanding part of that made sense. So let's look at another example. Next example, same thing. Again, a little bit different here. We have a bit more price action to the left. What we have, this beautiful quadruple top. Usually rare to find in my opinion, but it's so lovely when it's like that because it's just a clear liquidity target. What do we get now? So Frankfurt, I believe, would be around here. So that'll be your FFO trade, essentially. If it presents, I would not really recommend that when you're new. Nevertheless, breaks liquidity here as well as these lows over there as well. Inducement low, essentially. Price will continue higher. Remember, these trades are the trading the inducement, essentially. So you're trading with the inducement over here being, of course, vector candles. Unfortunately, they're a little bit sad over there, taking out yesterday's high, not a mitigation, but yesterday's high, probably because it was weak and it didn't actually have any significance to the left. So it likely means this wasn't really an inducement or a clear one. You can probably see even here, timing's a little bit cut off right there, but this is later on in the day anyways. What we get, of course, is then inducement high of London Open. In this case, you can't tell properly because on the 1M it's probably more clearer, but you can see it's not a very nice reaction when it comes to a mitigation. There probably was something in there 1M. If there wasn't a 1M mitigation, it likely means that this was an inducement purely of this liquidity here. So that's your 1, that's your 2. If it's an inducement into this mitigation, if it presents, lovely. If not, it's purely an inducement of the relevant liquidity. Now both are correct, so that's where you take an inducement trade and just put your stops above the high. Again, not getting into entry opportunities just yet, but nevertheless, I hope that even makes sense. What we have currently then is we have our number 2 right there. Liquidity, whatever format you want to call that, a trend line, whatever. Let's just clear that a little bit. So liquidity, more liquidity. Well, it's a bit more for trend line, that is. Then, of course, we have the low. Now, I know this is one of your type of spread-based lows, of course, so it's not really valid anyways. Technically, the low you would classify is actually there. So initial targets would be there, but let's get it. Oh, that's not good. Let's do it again. Okay, not very good at drawing straight lines, so I apologize for that one, but let's do it again. Okay, you know what? That's a straight line, so that's a double bottom thing. So that's why we know at least it may at least react in this zone here when it comes to this point, when it comes to the first TP. Wow, so that a lot. So your TP essentially would be below this reaction and potentially, of course, Asia low, but just to keep an eye out that that's not really the valid low. This one would be, because that's a spread thing and it's going to be different for every broker. Nevertheless, it took out nice liquidity anyways. So that being said, what do we get? New York Open continuation. So what happens is price does indeed induce low, perfect internal liquidity, vector candles, inducement, number 2. Only if a mitigation presents initially do we take it as a pullback, because remember, to the left is more important. So likelihood is there wasn't enough liquidity to the what am I saying? Liquidity to the left was not induced enough, should I say. So it happens in stages. Then we get a pullback. That's fine. Wait for the pullback, look for the relevant areas. Now, some could say, Why not here? Because that's a nice looking imbalance mitigation thing, just like this is. Now you have to remember what becomes relevant. We have relevant liquidity here, as well as, of course, this false movements. You can see it's tapped about 4 or 5 times where it gave these wicks, so it's given rejection, essentially, if you want to call it that. Price induces high 1, last little time, likelihood is the 1M here. Now, the reason why we would take this trade is because it would likely be EDM or LET confirmed. And in my opinion, this will probably be an EDM based on what it looks like. So that's a really nice reaction. If you're not confident taking that, don't worry. You have the consecutive plays to take, which would likely be right here, actually, to be precise. Then we get liquidity to the downside. Of course, these reactions are now invalidated. Low will be taken out. That's like an internal inducement. That's why we call it like a structural internal inducement, because it's not always liquidity we get induced in the obvious forms like trend lines, support, resistance, and all the other ones that you've been taught, all these smart money traps. It's also structure too. And that's why, structure is, yeah, I was going to swear there, but structure is not very valid, should I say. So, right, with that being said, we get an inducement low, almost heading into London close, probably right there it would have been, and that's why you get this choppy behavior. So ideally, close after we get this reaction would be around there, and then take, of course, your profits for the day. So yeah, that looks pretty clear to me. I hope it makes sense to you. If not, let me know. Now let's just use another example, why don't we? London knockout. Now everything's looking the same to me. I don't know about yourself, but everything looks pretty much the same. It's the same stuff everywhere. So the London knockout is really nice to see, and it's really a nice move usually because it's like a trending day essentially, just like the retail herbert, just a bit easier to get into. So with that being said, this liquidity looks very nice in my opinion. Got this trend line, the wiggly one in my version. What do we also get? This build up, not the nicest drawing. Wow, that's a really nice build up there. Again, it will be like the trend line type of thing here. Then, okay, well, let's get rid of that one. That one's a bit hard to draw. Okay, let's leave it like that. Nevertheless, it's always a build up, usually in Asia, unless it's relevant. Now, in this case, we get our midline trade, and it's a FFO1, so Frankfurt Open. Now, this happens a lot, and it's really nice when it does, because this enables you to take that quick trade and then to likely be able to take 2 trades. Now, this is a very quick trade in the sense you need to close it. So it's a midline trade around here. You will be given, of course, the midline indicator, which will be exactly the midline. Again, you will be taught that soon, so don't worry. But nevertheless, Frankfurt Open being here, it takes out number 1 liquidity there, as well as, of course, that one. It also is a number 2 because it's an inducement off these liquidity points over here, as well as it being a 3 in general when it comes to the mitigation. Now, it's not a 3 off the inducement. That would be the 3 right here. So that's the mitigation of the inducement. This is just an inducement into a POI or mitigation area. Does that make sense? Take that in, breathe it in. So with that being said, of course, London Open then forms the continuation outside of Asia High, taking out one here, because that's Asia High, of course, being a 2, because it's, of course, an inducement high, mitigation perfect. Again, entry helper will really help you not to just take a mitigation, but take the right mitigation. Even there, that's really clean actually too. Perfect liquidity taken out upon the vector candle. So lots of liquidity here. London Open, perfect inducement high. Price reverses. Now let's just clear that up a little bit. So from there was a 2. Price reverses, takes out now this reaction, and this is why we close this trade of the buys here, because it of course completes its initial target, which is not the biggest target, but a very nice target. So essentially your sells are now, of course, you could say pro trend, whatever you want to call it. Then what we get, perfect liquidity. Price is constantly going to stop within these zones in Asia and just give you this confusion. It's doing that on purpose, so you get essentially confused. So when it comes to a continuation trade, like, yeah, you get mitigation areas here, but are they valid? Clearly not, because they react until this point only to then, of course, get tapped into it twice, if you held, that is. So what happens is you get this choppiness. It's better to wait for this mess to play out. You get a nice inducement low outside of Asia at this point. So 1 being liquidity. That's a very good one. Liquidity there. 2 being the inducement. Remember, pullback inducement, adjust induce Asia low. In this case, that's not enough. That's in this case, remember, it's not every case. Again, liquidity, likelihood is more was there, couldn't fit it in clearly. Then, of course, more liquidity targets. Pullback wise, we can expect an inducement high. Now, in this case, it's a little bit tricky because technically this is an inducement high of these liquidity areas here. Then you get actually a trap. So why was this essentially a trap? Now, this is where it gets a little bit complicated, I would say, when it comes to not always taking the mitigation zones, because price already from this point fulfilled initial target over here being Asia low, as well as, of course, these equal lows there. So essentially, this leg may now have been, you could say, complete from a fractal intraday basis. So upon a pullback, we also want something significant, which is, again, the cycle. So when it comes to the pullback, it's better to wait for an inducement, actually, as opposed to taking a mitigation. In my opinion, it's safer to wait for the inducement than to take mitigations in general. If you took that, that's fine. Maybe it's just a break even. Hopefully, it's a break even. Should be. What we get instead, perfect little baby inducement of this over here. Now, when you get an inducement of this, this is where it helps us determine not to take anything in this leg because now it's a smart money trap. Probably was right there. I'm just obviously marking that up based on the likelihood of it being a 1 minute thing. So, inducement high being number 2, build up essentially being this structural high as well as liquidity here, smart money trap type of reaction. We get our reaction bearish now. Of course, price takes out these zones as well as liquidity to the left. A little bit of a messier example when it comes to price action. It's very choppy on this day for some reason. Not sure what the pair was. I don't know why I didn't draw it. So apologies for that one. If you could find it, that would be a nice little bonus, should I say. Figure out what pair this was on the 27th of May. That would be nice. So next example. And it's our final example, so don't worry if you're falling off your chair with all of these same example looking things. Now here, same characteristic. We have Asia high being the 1 here, as well as these highs here being 1, 2. So you're going to have build-ups upon build-ups, so more than one point of a minor inducement. Then what we have, trend line. This is me just marking up, of course, Asia. Let's just identify liquidity, these lows over here, Asia low. Of course, you don't really need to mark up Asia lows. It is below the purple box, which is kind of obvious, hopefully, at this point. So what happens? Frankfurt Open is probably, let me see, somewhere around here in this area. Now, it's a riskier trade to take a mitigation when you're basically trading a trend line. And that's why trend line traders and support and resistance traders get happy because it does give them some reaction sometimes. Not all the time, but sometimes. So what happens is taking that is not validated usually with ourselves when it comes to even the entry helper. That's fine. We're going to take the pro trend. But before that, let's not forget these ones over there. Vector candle only started there, but it's Asia. It's a bit slow anyways. Number 2, and that's why price continues. People think it's a trend line, etc. Then, of course, we get an inducement high. Technically, your minor inducement there. However, the main inducement being to the left of whatever type of liquidity it is. So this is why Asia high inducement isn't always the one where it now continues. You will notice that in recent examples, actually, of how price, of course, induces Asia high and continues. There's, of course, relevance to why that is. Remember, just always look to the left. So, inducement high, that's your main inducement based on what's to the left. We get hesitation in both ways over here anyways. This, of course, is 1 anyways. We're expecting that to be taken out. So now we've had our main inducement high. Of course, every area below is going to become a smart money trap. Right here. Right here. This one reacts a bit nicer. And then, of course, we have these lower levels here, and that's a smart money, an FFS. I'm not going to attempt to draw a straight line there. That's horrible anyways. You know what? Let's do it. Okay, so it's a small FFS, but nevertheless, you can see it's like 3 trap zone, and that's purely because we're now trading away. We don't care what's to the left of this intraday price action over here. So what we get, smart money trap there, gives a reaction, right? Potentially mitigation somewhere in this area, gives a inducement high. So 2 of the 1. As well as this weak reaction. These are your liquidity. 2, mitigation usually is there. this case is a little bit weak because price now actually, let's make that clearer, induces low only just to induce high again. It's not an easy example to identify when it comes to the inducement being the last point. That's a beautiful one. Mitigation would have been actually really nice there, just didn't sustain. Price actually made another cycle, only to then induce high one last time of that reaction. So if you didn't break even, you would be, I would say, lucky in quotation marks, but nevertheless, it's not the clearest one. But what we have for this understanding of the cycle is New York is purely continuation. There's zero opportunities to get in there, maybe on the one end, but it doesn't look like it. So what happens? Liquidity starts to slow down towards the end of the day, and we break lower levels, possibly over here, which of course isn't there at the moment. So I hope that generally makes sense when it comes to the London knockout aspect. So there is always at least one trade to take when it comes to it. It may not necessarily be the extreme. You can see even here, this extreme didn't get tagged. That's fine. We have to then read what happens in between and the chances of price action actually. Then potentially, is it going to mitigate? Probably not. This is why we wait for the inducement and not just guess. This example is a little bit advanced, I would say actually. So yeah, I hope that made sense. If you have any questions, of course, let me know in the week 3 chat. Of course, we're all here to help you and answer your questions. So I hope you enjoyed that.
Alright, so let's get into some retail heavens. In this, we're going to cover retail heaven and London Open knockout. Just to be completely honest with you, these are, especially if you miss the trade at the beginning of the day, these can tend to be pretty boring days. Obviously, it's nice if you catch them at the top, but if you don't, then yeah, these tend to be pretty boring days. So we'll go over when to expect them, why you should expect them, and how to trade them. This is going to be like the basic bit, and then when we cover something a bit later on, you will then get a better understanding of how to trade them. So this is just sort of like what to expect, going through the cycles, going through the markups, all of that sort of stuff. So let's jump right in. So this is the day, obviously, same as always, time frame in the top left, and the date in the top left also. Okay, so when can you expect a retail heaven or a London knockout? Well, normally you're going to expect them after you've taken significant liquidity on the higher time frame. And also all of our concepts work on the higher time frame. So the same way that on the lower time frames you want to see like your build up, your inducement with vector candles, like you want to see that on the higher time frame as well. So that's why we get, okay, so this is our major inducement. You can also see before then we've got this build up into what? Very, very clean. What are these? Vector candles, right? So depending on how Asia builds the next day, so for example in this case we can see that Asia just continues the move, we can begin to expect either a retail heaven or a London knockout, and we'll go into that London knockout in a little bit. So how would we go marking up a day like this? Well, as you can see, the basic premise of London knockouts and retail heavens is that, let's first start off with retail heaven. So let's say this is Asia. You had like a significant inducement the day before, and then Asia just kind of continues the move. So we're not really looking to take any reversal trades. What we're actually looking for is, you're going to be looking for your build up, inducement, so your continuation inducement, possible mitigation on the left, and then continue lower. Like I said, retail heavens are honestly the most boring daily cycle, because it's pretty much you either catch it at the top or you don't. Obviously there are some ways to like get in here, but it's not, how do I say it? It's not very fun, to be honest. It's just, price just moves in one direction. So, you know, it can be a little bit boring, but we'll actually cover later on in week 3, we will cover this, as this is actually an additional confluence. And then after we've covered that, I'll go over some retail heavens and London knockouts that also show you how to use the additional confluences like our entry helper to help you, because that actually becomes very important. But yeah, let's just go over what we can see. So obviously we have Asia builds the long downtrend, and then coming into London Open, we're creating a channel. We come up, induce that channel high, mitigate this. This also rests. There is also an additional confluence with this, but we'll get into that later. And then again, it's just kind of rinse and repeat of the same sort of stuff. So channel, induce the channel high, mitigate, same here, channel, induce the channel high, mitigate. Probably wouldn't take this one because it's very late in the day. This is your London close, of course. So this is like very late in the day. You sort of expect end of day consolidation. So yeah, let's go on to another one. So AUD USD 5th of May 2022. So let's take a look at the higher time frame. Now this one is amazing on the higher time frame. Look at all your channel, and then you just have one day where price is just like vectors through all of this liquidity. Look at this momentum. How many people do you think are trying to get in buys, buying, you know, SLs here, SLs here, SLs here. This here brings in all the breakout traders. So now we've got to think, okay, all the breakout traders are in. This is our major inducement. And now we want to sort of trade away from it. As you can see, we take out the Asia midline. We'll be covering this in a little bit, the actual confluence, but this is actually a setup in and of itself, which will get covered in the later weeks as well. And it combines really well with retail heavens. And it's just a very nice setup. So how would we go sort of marking this up? Because again, it's going to be a lot of continuation inducements. We're not so much going to be looking for reversals. So let's sort of go over how we'd mark this up. All right, so you can see, I think you can start to see why these days are some of the boring ones. Yeah, they'll be part of your trading. So, you know, it's not, we have to show you everything. We can't just show you the really, really beautiful stuff. Like, even though this is very nice in terms of retail heaven, again, we much prefer like our lit starter kits or like other daily cycles, because it's more enjoyable to ping pong a little bit. But yeah, so let's go into this. So again, channel, inducing the Asia midline high. What time is this? Well, it's going to be Frankfurt. And then again, we have a channel, induce it low, build up. And then again, we have this mitigation. This probably isn't something that you take normally, but you actually have an additional confluence through the entry helper, which we will be getting onto, we will be covering like a bit later. And then again, same thing, channel, induce channel low, induce channel high, mitigate, continue lower. And as you can see, you see the theme of these days, it's just a continuation away from the major Doesn't necessarily have to be major, it can be medium or very significant, but yeah, it's a continuation away from our significant inducement. All right, perfect. So let's go over another one. So M5, Euro GBP, 18th of March. So here you can see it's a lot of the same. Here is our H1 time frame, and you see we have this significant point, and then we were channeling throughout this day, induce the channel low, come into a likely higher time frame SMT, give the reaction. Okay, now what's going to happen? People are going to be looking for buys from here, and then look again, notice all the vector candles. Lovely. Look at that. That is insane how many people are going to be trying to follow that momentum. So everyone's gonna be looking for buys. So how would we mark this day up? Well, with the higher time frame in mind, it will look like this. So obviously we don't really trade Asia, but then you've got your build up, induce it low, induce it high, another build up, induce low, induce high again. On the M5, there's no real entries here. It'd be quite tricky, but you can go to the M1 and there will definitely be entries. And then again, of course, build up, very clean, induce that build up high into you get in on a mitigation like this, come back down again. The RR is not that great, so wouldn't really focus on this. Plus it's very late in the day, so there's not too much to sort of look at. But yeah, basically once we show you the entry helper, you'll see how trading days like this can become like a bit nicer. Again, it's not like the nicest thing in the world, but still a bit nicer, which is important. So let's go into another one. Again, M5 Euro GBP, 12th of May 2022. So this one is a little bit different. If you look on the H1 time frame that we've got, we're in a build up. We induce this build up during Asia, and then we have one final inducement at Frankfurt. So this just induces it high, as you can see. Like in the other ones, after our inducement, Asia sort of pulled away like this. Same with this one here. You can see Asia pulled away, and then again, let's show you the next one. Asia pulls away, right? So we're already trading away from this inducement. But in this case here, where is it? Sorry, this one. In this case here, you can see that Asia doesn't pull away. Asia continues to build to the upside, and then come Frankfurt, we induce it high. This would have been an absolute Mona Lisa right here. If it mitigated this, like you just take this and you hold it to here, it would have been gorgeous. But let's go on. Let's go and have a look how you would mark this up. So as we can see, days like this can be very tricky. If we get an entry at the top or bottom, it's a nice lazy day. You know, maybe partial at Asia low, leave a runner, and you're chilling. You would see the medium major inducement, then understand that you should be trading away until the next significant liquidity. So you can basically partial at intraday liquidity, that may be like Asia low, something on the left maybe, and leave a runner to the next significant liquidity. Now obviously, just because, like I said, these vector candles are really important. If we've got like a structural point here, right, and the way we induce it is just really slow like this, then yeah, it's probably not going to be a very great inducement, and probably not even going to cause a pullback. But when you have like these momentum candles, same with this, like especially these ones here, right, they're perfect. Momentum into inducement, everyone's looking for longs. So these are even though yeah, it's like the H1, these are the ones that you still want to be looking for them on H1. So let's go over this. That's our build up, inducement of Asia high. Yes, it's only minor, But look at what we induced during Asia. This, right? So here we can understand, like, okay, minor inducement may be all we need to just continue lower. So that is the Asia high. Sorry, that's Frankfurt. Obviously, ideal would be in here. Little tip: if let's say you've set your limit here, but you notice price gets to this point and then starts going, you can market execute. Sorry, you can market execute and with stops above here, obviously you get like a slightly worse entry, but at least you're in, right? That's the most important thing. So again, this would have been another lovely trade. You've got your continuation, inducement right here. Would have been lovely if we came into this mitigation. I think this was something on the entry helper as well. And then, yeah, we get to the end of the day and we expect end of day consolidation. So there you go. When you realize it's not just a one-off. So when do these happen? Well, this is 2 within a space of 2 weeks. There you go. AU depends how many pairs you look at, to be honest. Look, 3 within a space of 3 weeks. Yeah, that's pretty much it. All right, so that leads us on to the London knockout, which is the sort of nicer version of a retail heaven. So let's get right into it. So basically, this is Euro GBP 15th of June 2022 on the H4 timeframe. So the other type of daily cycle we can expect after a significant inducement. So here we can obviously see this is very clean, very nice. Boom, boom. Our major inducement, we're trading away. I'm pretty sure we're about to take this, but let us continue. So clear that. So here it's a little bit different to the retail heavens. Here you can see that Asia has produced a very clean build up with the previous day high sitting to the left. This isn't really something that we want to take a mitigation from. Obviously it can work, but I'd never recommend setting a limit on the previous day high. You'd need to like wait for further confirmations. And the reason for this is it's just a pretty big liquidity zone. So let's wait and see what happens. So coming into Frankfurt, we come up, we induce high, and then we obviously bring in breakout traders and breakout traders of the previous day high who have their buy stops there, and then also Asia, of course. So where do you think, once these guys have been tagged in, their stop losses are going to be? I'll give you a minute. Exactly, right? They're going to be right here. So this should at least be our first target for the sells. Now, I know you're looking at this like, ooh, but aren't these equal highs? Yeah, this is a pretty tricky one, to be honest. I didn't want to just show you like the clean ones. Obviously, there are going to be times where equal highs work the same way there are going to be times where the trend line works, right? But we can see that the majority of people have already been. The majority of people are going to be looking for buys given this and also this. So bearing in mind, we're at this point right here. So they're going to be looking for buys. So we can understand that, okay, yeah, it is equal highs. Would we prefer something like that? Of course. Did we get that? No. So I think it'd be pretty ingenuine to show you only perfect examples. There are going to be times like, 1 out of 10 times where the equal highs work, because it has to work eventually. It has to work at some point. If it never works, then no one would ever trade it, right? So let's sort of go through it. Again, it's very similar to retail heaven in the aspect of having to use your continuation inducements. So Now, here it is important to remember the higher time frame, we've had a significant inducement. So we're not going to expect reversals at this point here. It's very important to look for our continuation inducements and not just assume that, okay, these are going to cause reversals. This is a trap that many people at the beginning of their lit journey will make, and I'm sure if you speak to people once you get into the community, everyone will say at some point, yeah, I had a day where I was just buy. And it's because you can't, just because we take out a low does not mean that we're going to reverse. If that was how the market worked, then we'd be doing this all the time, right? Which would be useless. So yeah, that's just something to keep in mind. Again, we've got our continuation inducements, possible mitigations, but nothing too clean on this day. All right, AUD from the 1st of AUD from the 21st of April 2022. This is our H4, so this is our major inducement, and let's have a look at it. So now, just because we've had a major inducement to the top side does not mean that every single day will be a sell day. But what it does mean is that overall we are wanting to trade away from it. So you can see, even though, yes, we've had a major inducement here, you can still see that there are days or sometimes periods of days where we're getting pullbacks. And that's why looking at our intraday is very important. But what it does mean is, actually we'll get into that a little bit later. So again, we've got juicy liquidity at the previous day high. Asia has built the short channel. In this case, it's a 1, 2, 3 triple top. Let's just wait and see. Let's wait for price action to develop a little bit. Boom, right? Lovely. Frankfurt, we give the build up, sideways channel, but this also creates liquidity for later on. So when this isn't taken, remember, they need to show the liquidity. Like, let me show you. It's no good if they always take the liquidity immediately. No, they need to actually allow people to get in. So, you know, something like this, or let me draw it actually like this. So in this case here, you know, we've got our double bottom, and then we come up, we take out the previous day high. That's enticing people. Everyone's got their buy stops here. And then this is where their SLs are. And as you can see, we vector through it when London open. That is a beauty. And then again, unfortunately, we just miss our mitigation here. Like I said, one of the things that you can do, and one of the things that we and myself do, we'll have our limit here, and then once we notice price stopping just short, yeah, we will market execute with SL up here and delete this limit. Again, you can take this as well, but you do have to be a little bit careful in case it comes up to here. But if you've got like entry helper confluence or stuff like that, then this can definitely be taken. Again, we've got to think, put our retail hats on for a minute. Yeah, we've got very nice bullish momentum vectors, creating the illusion that price is going to go higher. What goes up must continue to go up, right? Obviously not, but that's how people genuinely think. You know, the trend is your friend, stuff like this. So let us continue. Right, now, why would this be a smart money trap? I'll give you a couple minutes to think about that. And then also, I want you to think about, given that we've had this very nice inducement to the top side, should we be worried about price reacting from this point here, like this, or is this going to be a false reaction? And what could sort of tell us why? I'm not going to explain this till the next slide, so if you want to like pause, maybe think about it a little bit, and then I'll go on to the next slide. So I'll just give you a couple seconds to think about that. All right, so we've obviously got a very nice inducement high previous day high with loads of liquidity, vector candles trading away from our higher time frame inducement as well up here. So we have a very nice inducement high. Now that we've had a very nice inducement high within London Open, what can we expect? Well, we can expect to take liquidity to the downside. Where's the first liquidity? These equal lows. Should we ever take a mitigation from equal lows? No, not really. So that would be why you could expect that one to be an SMT. And then why do we expect this to be a false reaction? Well, we've had a significant inducement high combined with the fact that it's Asia low right here. So this is where everyone's SLs are going to be. Lots of stop losses here. So lots of liquidity here. So we know that we are just giving them another reason to get in. And if you also look, we have our build up, inducement, and then inducement at what timing? New York trap. Again, if it came up to here, that would be ideal, but we're not always going to get the ideal. We're not always going to get the ideal mitigation. And then obviously, could it end up playing? Of course it can, right? You know, Asia high, Asia low, these things will work. Oh yeah, double bottom. Oh yeah, you know, I've taken the breakout of Asia high. My SL's here. Oh, it came close, but then continue higher. Sure, it'll maybe work, you know, a few times every now and then. But is it going to play out in the long run? And is it something that you should take in the long run? Absolutely not. So, you know, don't get worried about stuff like this. Majority of the time, vast majority of the time, it's giving you a false reaction before continuing lower. And then we get the overall push. Now, you see how understanding the potential of daily cycles can help you. Do we trade purely off the daily cycle? No. But it allows us to sort of get an idea of what we can expect and maybe prevent us from taking these silly losses. You know, really you shouldn't be taking losses like here or here because these are obvious like liquidity zones. These are obviously going to be taken out. But let's say like, you know, you're looking for like an inducement here and you're wanting to like buy this or something like that. Yeah, that's probably not the best because we understand what kind of daily cycle we have. All right, so yeah, that is it. That's all they've got. They've got the done and knockout, which we've been through. Very clean. And then they've also got the retail heaven, which, you know, it's not the nicest to trade, but they can't show you too much else. We've got a couple other daily cycles, and the other daily cycles are absolutely beautiful, and they're so lovely to trade, and they're enjoyable to trade. I'll also show a bit later on in week 3. We'll go into some of the London knockouts and retail heavens, but with the entry helper. So we'll likely actually use these exact examples, but just show you how it becomes a bit more clean with the entry helper.
We will stick straight into it with the legendary entry helper. I'm telling you guys, don't underestimate this thing. It seems simple, but it's actually insanely crazy. So I'll give you like a little backstory of what is going to happen. So the entry helper background. The theory behind that came to us when we implanting a similar approach in a project, because, you know, like JP and myself, we're working on multiple stuffs for a long time in the back with all kinds of approaches, and one approach we did was very similar to approach that Rentec does. Maybe a few of you know what Rentec is. It's Renaissance Technologies led by Jim Simons, one of the best, if not the best performing hedge funds like a while ago. Now not so good anymore because Jim Simons turns really old. He recently went back off his CEO place as well, so he retired. But those guys in Rentec, they arguably are one of the best hedge funds performing wise in the history. Okay, so that was a secretive hedge fund which used a form of machine learning to make trading decisions based, and now think about that closely, based on efficiencies in the market which stray away from the equilibrium. So you heard the word efficiencies or imbalances a lot, and these are just inefficiencies or imbalances in the market. You know already what it is, and Walker also covered it in depth for you today as well. So what they wanted to see though is that price is straying away from the equilibrium. So what is the equilibrium? Just in very short case. So if you have a push in here and here, like again, let's say the imbalances would be from here to here, the equilibrium would be exactly the 50%. That's why you see sometimes price doesn't fill the imbalance perfectly. It comes and whatever and taps the 50% of the imbalance, and then it goes lower whatsoever. That's just equilibrium of price action or these imbalances. That's very, very important for later on, because again, imbalances, they don't need to fill properly all the time. Sometimes it's perfectly enough that they fill 50%. It's rare. You cannot trade them because of course you expect the full mitigation in here. That's obviously the better play, but you need to be aware that sometimes 50% or the equilibrium is enough. Okay, and I even gave you an example. I think on Friday at night, the last one we had in jeje, where, for example, the London close mitigated the equilibrium of the imbalance. So the equilibrium will always be the 50%. Okay, so hence we added this so-called equilibrium into a trading tool to simplify the approach to trading certain inefficiencies in the market, which we will call on from now on the entry helper. But again, remember, we should not look only at the entry helper and then just trade the entry helper. That's not how we used to do it. No, that's why we spend so much time first on giving you the overall chart mastery on a basic level so far, and now we're combining the entry helper on top of that to make it even more clean, or for an additional confluence of events. So the entry helper was simply formulated by looking at the law of average movement on price. It was observed looking at an experiment of the sum of least squares and ordinary least squares. Price movement pretty much. It was noted that price would not stray away from these projected averages, but and in times could touch and bounce with these averages in specific scenarios for high confirmation trades. Or in simple terms, it's just slid. You don't need to understand that so far, right? It's just we show you how to use it. And of course, it will be part of it. But to show you exactly what Rentec did, or what pretty much Jim Simons did, which is the founder and CEO of Rentec, he uses quantitative analysis to decide which trades to enter based on market, again, inefficiencies. And he said, for example, inefficient market theory is correct in that there are no gross inefficiencies, but we look at anomalies that may be small in size and brief in time. We make our forecast. Then, shortly thereafter, we reevaluate the situation and revise our forecast and our portfolio. We do this all day long. They traded like so many times, literally every single day, and they pretty much always are in and out of the markets consistently. So that they're not swing traders, they actually were almost like frequency traders and used these inefficiencies. So we are dependent on activity to make money, pretty much, he said. So in simple though, an efficiency or an efficient market is one that does not succeed in incorporating all available information into a true reflection of an asset's fair price. Maybe it sounds a little bit whatever. too much for you, don't matter, right? So market inefficiencies exist due to information, right? And transaction costs, market psychology, and human emotions. That's pretty much all the reasons we gave you earlier in a detailed way anyways. But they used it similar, just they didn't understanding. They just thought it's part of all these inefficiencies. And as a result, some assets may be over or undervalued in the market, creating opportunities for pretty much their profits. But again, we have a different approach, but you see how actually few different points of views melt together in this. So what they did pretty much, and how did they trade these market inefficiencies, right? So remember that if the market is inefficient, it is pretty much driving away from the so-called equilibrium, and therefore when they see market inefficiencies playing out, they either chose to trade away from the equilibrium to trade back towards those pretty much divergent converting market states, or they traded into the equilibrium. Okay, but again, you all probably be like, what in the fuck is going on here? Like, what is he trying to tell us with that? So no worries, that's exactly whatever these institutions hedge funds love to do. They just make it sound like completely overcomplicated and whatever. But in reality, if you understand what they're actually trying to do and how these markets work with the delivery inefficiencies, we can simulate the same exact approach with quote unquote retail indicators. It's actually very, very simple. And again, we take advantage of the knowledge that retail strategies give or need to work at some points, and that's why we can use some sort of retail pretty much indicators just to modify them pretty good and making the same exact result as pretty much Rentec did with the inefficiencies of price, right? And of course, like the overall equilibrium. So how we doing it? We just needed something which represents price, and we needed something that represents the equilibrium. So that's how we ended up with. It will look something like this in here. Pretty easy and clean stuff, isn't it? So what is going on here? So it will be on the bottom of this chart, right? And of course, it will be given to you at the end, right? So what is going on here? It's made out of 3 components, very easy stuff. So first thing is the static equilibrium. That will always be in overall where the equilibrium of price is on a fixed basis. Okay, then of course we will have the liquidity equilibrium or the liquid equilibrium, because again we need something that simulates price on an equilibrium basis. So we just took a modified equilibrium line. Okay, so that's normal indicator stuff you can use. And then last but not least, we need the price action simulated in this indicator as well. But what in the hell is going on here? So how the hell do we even take advantage of that shit? Right? So of course we will provide you with it, and of course we show you how to use it. It's a clean, it definitely looks clean. It's not even overcomplicated whatsoever, and it just adds a lot more clarity. How? Of course, we will show you. And again, it is a confluence and should not be traded alone. And we will use it for LETs and EDMs, and also to confirm cup trades and entry opportunities. It will be definitely very, very good. Okay. It's definitely not only the other side. Money, what the hell? So pretty much, what's liquidity equilibrium touch means? Okay, so that's the LET. The LET is a shortcut for liquid equilibrium touch. Okay, we will trade crossovers. Definitely not. Definitely not. So what we are going to do is the LET characteristics. So the LET uses pretty much the entry helper. So what are we going to do? You already understand if we have a momentum price changes in price. We have our, let's say this is the inducement. We have our breakout structure, right? So what are we looking for? We're looking for mitigations in here, right? So now we understood, okay, if you can simulate like bigger times approaches, which is price actually touches or pretty much fills the equilibrium of price, we have our price point and we have our liquidity point. The only thing we will use that is if equilibrium points upwards and price actually touches the equilibrium. So we completely ignore the whole rest. We're only interested if actually, again, the price touches the equilibrium for additional confirmation. Okay, Sounds simple. It's fucking powerful. You will be surprised. And again, you probably underestimated, of course, right? But yeah, we did the same thing. We thought it's too easy, but it's definitely not. So how we will use it later, again, we can use it on for shorts and longs, of course. Again, maybe you don't like it now, you will definitely love it after. I can promise you that one. Just a quick one, make it more reliable again. Look at the equilibrium line pointing upwards. But again, if it points downwards, the equilibrium might not be ready to reverse, and then the whole thing is most likely gonna fail. It's not so clean. If it actually points upwards already, again, it's just more cleaner and makes the whole overall picture more reliable to use. Okay, again, same thing always. We're using our same approaches, using our break of structure. We want our mitigation, and this confirms the last final push and makes the whole thing, again, maybe you don't like it now, you will love it later. It makes it so much more reliable and will keep you out of a lot better situations. Okay. What do we have? Same thing as always, you have our Asia range. What do we have? Build up, build up, build up. This time in London, in Frankfurt Open. Mine inducement here, right? Guess what? Now we're having our break of structure. We could never trade this by alone. So how would we know that the price will not come down here? Touches the equilibrium and then will be ready to go. Okay. And of course, you combine it with price and time, always the same. And this just adds the last confirmation that you know, okay, for certainty, this is done. You're waiting for the internal break of structure. You trade the mitigation of the so-called let in here. Again, so what is this going on here? Again, how would we know in a price action here, the price is ready to reverse or even goes lower? We would never, because we would wait for mitigation in here. We look our entry alpha, we see we have a let currently. So what is going to happen? Of course, price reverses without mitigating the proper mitigation. Why? It mitigated the equilibrium. Okay, just gives away in here. Same thing in here. How would we know the price is ready to induce Asia range now? First of all, we could not know, but what do we see? Price mitigates something in here, touches the equilibrium, points upwards. We expect the inducement high out of Asia range. So now we're ready to trade into the inducement. And of course, we will get our inducement trade confirmed with the let in here. And then we can look for reversal trades. Simple, easy, still very, very powerful to use. Okay, so guess what? We have MIM5. What do we have? Nothing in this case. We're ranging, right? Ranging. Are we done yet? Do we know what's going to happen? Price action is not clean at all, is it? That looks like a mess. There's nothing you could really use in here. You have your minor inducement in here, but what should happen? Should it look lower or higher? You don't know. The only thing you know, okay, you're starting this up channeling thing, minor break of structure, equilibrium starting to point upwards, starting to mitigate, starting to give you the first let. So what's going to happen? You break it down to the M1, you're getting your first break of structure in here, you're finding your imbalance in here, right? Looks like this. And then of course you expect a continuation. Break of structure, mitigation, same thing all over again, confirmed. We would never trade this in here ever, but guess what? The let gave it away. Obviously you break it down to the 1 minute, same thing all over again. Break of structure, inducement into the mitigation, confirmed. And this is how you trade pretty much continuation trades, very, very easy out of a completely messed up, pretty much intraday plays in here. Again, not clear, but again, it will be so much more clear afterwards. Again, what's going on here? Are we done yet? Are we done? Whatever. trying to go to the downside yet just by looking at this. What is going on? We get our second pretty much let in here. What can we do? Right, we switch to the 1 minute once again. What is going to happen? This was the first entry in here. We have our 5 minute let. So we switch to the 1 minute. There's your imbalance in here, right? So guess what's going to happen? We missed our zone here, so just a little joke with you, whatever, because we cannot catch them all, of course not, but it's very easy in spotting to spot and to go higher. Just confirms it over and over again, but again, we cannot catch them all, and we all said about that. So pretty much how we trade inducement trades with that, very, very easy once again. It's not done yet, so we had our first let in here, second let here. Now we had our final inducement, confirmed with what London close in here. So what we're going to do, we have our inducement, we trade our mitigation of the inducement, replacing our imbalances after the inducement, after the internal break of structures. Not clean to trade yet, so what we're going to do, we're switching to the 1 minute. There is nothing we could mitigate, there's no imbalances, everything is properly delivered. So what we can do, we're waiting for our let in here. There's no imbalance we could place a pending on, break of structure. Same thing all over again, no mitigation, so we're looking at the entry helper. There is our let, so what we're going to do, place the trade in here, stop goes above here, let, so what's going to happen, reaction, okay? Easy stuff. So what's going to happen on the 5 minute, go slower, what's your target, liquidity, easy stuff. Would not be tradable without the entry helper, just so you see how it works, okay? Impossible to trade, it's not clear, that's why the entry helper makes stuff a lot clearer. And remember, if price action itself is not clear at all, you can always use the entry helper to confirmations. But again, if you don't like it, you don't need to use it. But in overall, it is, I mean, it's so underestimated. If you use it the right way, it's insanely powerful. Again, I can just tell you, use it, you will love it. It gives you so much more confirmations, okay? So how we will use it though, again, if price action is like this, and the entry helper is like this, then you completely ignore it, okay? If it's not nice, completely just avoid it, because if price action is not nice and the entry helper is not nice, completely just ignore it, okay? So if it's like this, you can consider it, but again, what is going on here? The equilibrium points downwards, so it's not that powerful, but again, if price action is good, this can also be a pretty much confirmation. The best one is this though. If this happens, that's pretty much a no-brainer to take. Well, if price action lines up, gives you a break of structure, gives you an imbalance in here, which you already are looking for, trading in here, and then the entry helper gives you a liquidity equilibrium touch to confirm the equilibrium and price as well, that's the most powerful shit you will ever see, and I can promise you that. That fucking shit is so crazy. Again, it sounds so stupid at the beginning, but the more you dig into it, it's just insane. It's just so good. Again, you will love it. Okay, so guess what? Same thing here. If it looks downwards, not so good. Okay, but guess what? If it points upwards, perfect. Ideal scenario, this one. Okay, this is the ideal scenario. Break of structure, look for imbalances, wait for the touch of the equilibrium to confirm the whole move, pointing upwards, perfect stuff. That is accurate as shit. That's literally crazy. Okay, so how are we going to use it? Again, simple stuff. If you have, for example, a timing trap like New York trap, whatever, what do? You wait for what? First of all, sometimes the inducement itself can be a let, which is the most powerful ever. Okay, then what do? You don't trade this, for example. You wait again for break of structures in here. This is your imbalance zone. That's confirmed with messy let in here. But guess what? Trading the order flow. This is your decisional in here with the last imbalance. Not so clean without entry helper is a perfect leg on entry helper. So this is 100% a trade you could look for as well. When does it happen? London close to the minute. Just again, price action by itself, not clean. If you combine the entry helper in it, perfect lead point and downwards makes the whole thing clearer and more certainty to take it. Okay, same thing in here. How would you know the price is not ready to come over in here? You expect price to mitigate properly. You got the let in here. Price is already done, mitigating the equilibrium and is over to go. That's how you could decide maybe, okay, after this internal break of structures in here, sorry, this one, obviously you could start looking at maybe something in here on the 1 minute later. Again, just makes the whole thing clearer and clearer and clearer. Same thing in here, medium inducement of Asia in this sense, what you have, false break of structures, perfect, right? Sorry, obviously normal break of structures here, because this is the medium inducement, right? Of course, now that locks it in. So what are going to happen, what you're going to expect after that, is switching it to the 1 minute, taking your extreme and your decisional, which one's going to be mitigated. You don't know at this stage, you're just reacting. So what's going to happen? Of course, you're waiting, price action to react properly, comes back all the way in this zone. Awesome, right? So if you look now at the entry helper, what is going on here? Perfect leg. So confirms this push in here. Perfect. So you break it down to the 1 minute, right? Because you're very not sure if it taps into here or here. Let's say you don't like limits, tap perfectly into the decisional here in the 1 minute. So now you're having the same thing all over again, taking this zone in here just for mitigation area, right? And guess what? After the reaction, taking the mitigation of here. So you're trading the mitigation of the mitigation pretty much on the 1 minute. And then of course, on the 5 minute looks like this. Let locks it perfectly in. And of course, price will react perfectly off of that. It also will help you with identifying. Let me just see at the chat here. Is that what you used for Instagram posts? I mean, I actually use it nowadays a lot because I underestimated myself at the beginning first because I thought like I will not use like an indicator and shit. But again, it's just so fucking good. There's no even point of not using it because it's actually so accurate and it just makes your life easier. So I'm being very honest with you. That's why we show it to you guys. So yeah, of course, why not use it? So then again, how would we know that the inducement is done? Look at this price action. It's just crazy. It's just channeling forever, forever, forever. What we're going to do is we're looking at the entry helper. We completely ignore everything until what? Finally, price goes lower than the equilibrium here. And it's the first touch of the equilibrium. Okay, from the downside. Of course, you always wanted to touch it from the downside to go lower then, right? So it's the first time ever that it happened in here. So that just shows, okay, equilibrium was mitigated properly, ready to go. So that's how you can trade it like this. Of course, that's more like an advanced version, but just to show why you do it, how we do it. We wait for the break of structure in here. What's going on? This not so nice let in here, but still confirms the whole thing a little bit better. Okay, just continues low at this stage. If you don't like this one, no problem. You're trading the equal lows, reaction, same thing. Now you're getting a perfect leg in here. Taking this trade in here instead makes the whole thing nicer. There's your reaction, there's your mitigation of the equilibrium, and then the whole thing just flew down. And if you can see the whole price action in here, it's not nice. It's not nice, but guess what makes it nice? Perfect let of the inducement in here, perfect let of the reaction, and perfect reaction of the mitigation in here. Price action not nice, entry helper, crazy nice. Okay. Again, don't underestimate that shit. It's crazy powerful. So what is going to happen after here? Let me just check the next slide in here. So same thing. We have a minor inducement. We have a medium inducement into mitigation. So what's the logical next things to do? Right? We mark out our. This is the 1 minute then, right? So no, sorry, still the 1 minute. So what are we going to do? We're taking our extreme already, which is of course perfectly in line with London session. So what we're already going to see, price is going under the equilibrium, perfect. We would expect, of course, this extreme mitigation in here. Or whereas the last imbalance, it's not a decisional clean, but you already see that the imbalance is from here to here at this point. Or of course, the normal thing to do is to wait and this spot is mitigated. But as you can already see, the whole day was a perfect cycle. If you go back to the 5 minute, this whole cycle, you saw it 50 million times so far. Minor inducement, medium inducement into mitigation with perfect London open trade in here. You're waiting for your internal break of structure. Awesome. Now I would wait for mitigation in here, right? But sometimes again, price will not do that. So it gives you no opportunity in the extreme and not clear decisional. Okay. So what you're going to do instead, you wait until price does what? Makes the internal break of structure, gives a reaction. Now all of a sudden you see, okay, now this is my let. So this is your not clean decisional. Okay. So do I wait until price goes here? Or is the whole cycle completed anyways? I got a break of structure and I take the not so clean decisional in here based on the let. I would go for this one for sure to not miss the whole day. And obviously it comes back, mitigates in here, order flow entry, awesome. And what is going on in the 5 minute? Choops it. Okay, same thing with the reversal. So we have the choop in here. So now we have the inducement to the left, right? So we're going to the 1 minute in here. Not clean price action at all. Nothing we would ever trade it. But what is the major inducement in here? Based on timing trap, 15 o'clock. This is actually let by itself, right? So my entries are usually on the extreme of the, again, mitigation of the inducement after break of structure. That's something we would never trade just based on price action here. Never. That's just way too crazy. But guess what? Timing, medium inducement, 1 minute play, break of structure. This is your inducement and timing, left the imbalances. And this also is, again, the let on the 1 minute. Okay. So guess what you do? You expect obviously a normal mitigation of retailers. So is this a smart money trap? Is this a mitigation of this inducement? Obviously price came here, mitigate it, give the proper reaction here, proper break of structures now. So you would expect, yeah, the normal entry would be here, right? Of course, and then go higher. That's the normal smart money. But guess, how would we define the entry helper? Look at it. So now what we have our inducement, which was the let, awesome. We have break of structure, into a mitigation of the inducement, reaction, taps into it, now being in let. Okay, awesome, gives it away, awesome. But guess what? How we can get out of these smart money traps and how it even shows that there's a smart money trap. So guess what happened next after this one? It makes a new candle here and all of a sudden it's like this. It's not let anymore. It's already failed the let, but it's still in this zone. So what you do instead is you cancel out this trade. It's just a scratch trade because if you don't scratch it here, you get induced. It just grabs the liquidity lower to stops out these smart money traders. The whole play is still valid. So you just wait until the reaction. This is the imbalance candle after the inducement. Everything's mitigated in here. Minor break of structures in here. So guess what's happened next? Comes back. Gives you now a let after the inducement. Trade the mitigation. Simple. That's how you made out of a messy, crazy chart action, which is confusing you probably. An easy approach just based on entry helper. It's crazy powerful. Again, you probably would not trade it otherwise. And then it choops. Right? Don't underestimate that shit, I told you. Same thing here. You have your whole build-up, whatever, fake break of structure in here, finally taps into New York trap time, into the mitigation. You would know if I have an extreme, do we have like a decisional in here? What's the way to go for? I don't know. You make the 1 minute. You have this point in here or this point in here. Like how would you ever know? Entry helper could be an answer. Taps back into. So question just based on the entry helper, is this a zone you should look for sell in here? Yes or no? No, very good. Exactly no. Question, is this a spot now? Look at it. You're in the middle of equilibrium, huh? Interesting. So what does the entry helper say? Is that ready to go now, or should we wait for this being mitigated? It's ready to go. So why would you wait here to miss out the trade if price is technically already ready with a freaking $1 billion fund strategy, whatever, trading the equilibrium? Okay, I take that. Entry is here, and there's the tube. It's cheat codes, and it's so fucking easy. And a few guys made fun of it. Okay, playing yourself. I don't care. I will use that if it works. Okay. Right. So anyways, what does it do? You aim for liquidity. That's a good trade. You would never take it anyways. There's no chance of taking this trade if you just trade raw price action. Never. And what is it? A let on a 5 as well. Okay. Another one. What do you have? Normal cycle. What do you have? Equal lows here. Smart money trap turns immediately into FFS. Taps into inducement into what? Decisional in here. timing, perfect timing. So what do? We wait for the mitigation, usually, right? So no break of structure, no break of structure. So this is already risky to take because there's no break of structure. But the question is, could we take this trade here? Right? So could we take it here just based on the imbalance fill? Right? We're just jumping to the 1 minute. This is the 1 minute now. And we look at this zone. So should we take it? We are not sure. We're looking at the entry helper. Is that a let? It's crazy, no? It tapped, if anything, it touches from the upside and will bounce off here. It's not closed below and then touches from above, below, like this. So we don't take this trade here. So guess what happens? Price action induces this point for whatever reason. We don't even know. But guess what this inducement is now? Equilibrium starts to pointing downwards. Price is coming from the low side, touching the equilibrium. Okay. So can we take this trade here? Stop goes above here. Yeah, it's cheat codes. It makes price, messy price. There's no freaking way you could trade that without the entry helper. No freaking way. It just makes the whole thing clearer. Right? And there you go. That's your entry. Stop goes above the inducement, above in the mitigation. Based on an entry helper. Whoa. Guess what happens? There's YouTube. Impossible to trade with raw price action. Would not be possible at all. 0 chances of taking this trade other than entry helper. It's crazy shit. How we will use the EDM. First of all, it's not electronic DJ music, right? It's definitely just music to my eyes. And that will help us big time with identifying continuation trades. Because again, as you saw, for example, the retail heaven, just having a trading market. And again, we technically sitting out there a little bit and we don't need to do that. So of course we have continuation trades as well. And we will do it with the equilibrium diversion mitigation. So what is going on here? So pretty much, equilibrium diversion mitigation means it is a way to trick momentum traders in going in the wrong direction, which we use to our advantage, of course. So mostly used for trend continuation trade, entry confirmation. So obviously it's a continuation trade. The let is some sort of reversal trade, but the EDM is some sort of continuation trade. So for shorts, we look at the entry helper for make higher highs while the price is making low lows and vice versa. So it's a switched up divergent type of thing. Of course, we don't reach divergent in any means. So like I think retailers call this stuff like hidden diversion for whatever reason, right? So again, it's a characteristic. If again, same thing, you have a break of structure here, makes your imbalances in here, which you usually would be interested anyways. But again, now you can combine it and make it even way more strong with some sort of this divergent type of thing, right? So of course it's a continuation. A normal diversion is obviously the other shape, right? Like a normal retail diversion is like whatever this, and the other thing makes like this, right? And then you're looking whatever, some random nonsense like this. But if you look for continuation trades like this, and we will combine it with mitigation, it is so powerful. Again, probably underestimated right now, but you will see how good it actually is. So for the shorts, it will look like this. You have your structure point. After break of structure, leaves imbalances, comes back, retaps it into the EDM, right? So you have your EDM, your equilibrium divergent mitigation, needs to mitigate and then goes lower. It's a continuation trade. So it's not a divergent by any means in terms of like how retailers use it. That's like the normal retailer divergent. Don't get confused by that. And we look at this. It's a continuation trade. Okay, so again, we look for imbalances. And that's how we trade in line with the order flow. Only if it gives an EDM as well. Because again, if it's hard to just follow the proper order flow, because again, you would never know when it fails or it works. So that's why we're putting the entry helper to give us way more confluences to see, okay, this is a continuation trade now, and that's where I trade in the mitigation as well. Okay, so let is more the first mitigation. Yeah, EDM is like later. We even give you a proper curriculum for doing so, and the whole thing will make sense like in a bit, so no worries. So what we're going to do, we add the equilibrium line on it as well to make it even more efficient. For example, you have your mitigation areas in here, your imbalance areas. It forms an EDM plus a let, and then the whole thing is just very, very accurate. We will be surprised once again. Okay. So what we will going to do, we will not look at stuff like this. Of course, if you have like 15 million price action in between, and this point becomes like an EDM, that's nothing we would look for, right? So that's not going to work in here. We're looking for clean pullback. So only 1, 2, take this point in here. If there's an imbalance, again, it needs to have an imbalance as it's a mitigation, equilibrium mitigation diversion, whatever, right? So guess what? It needs to have a mitigation and only fires in once it's a EDM, and then you can take the continuation trade. So same thing. If it looks like this, awesome. Okay, so you definitely take that. How does it look on the charts though? It will look something like this. You have your Asia inducement here, right? False reaction, channeling upwards, build up, minor inducement of Asia, finally medium inducement, break of structures in here, mitigates in here, trading away from the inducement, right? So there would be technically entry opportunities if this is your break of structure, looking for the decisional above here, right? Never taps in there. How would you know? At this point in here, you're just looking at entry helper, makes it sense after break of structure, retaps the whole thing, fires the EDM, what else? Fires a let. You're taking this short in here, stop goes above here. Choop into London Asia session low. Guess what happens after? This is also like minor inducement. Of course, like on a bigger picture, it's a break of structure, right? So guess what? Comes back. What does it do? Same thing over again. This point and this point. Higher than this point and this point. And trading the order flow. You're taking this short and putting a stop above here. Continues lower. Okay. Makes sense? That's how you easily trade in line with the order flow. Otherwise, you just don't know. Like, how would you know that this is a point you're actually looking for? EDM locks it in. Same thing with here. Locks it in. It's just a continuation trade after you're done with like the normal play. Keeps you out of a lot of trouble. Okay. Also like this. How will you know that this is not your final inducement? It will help as an anti-confluence as well. So let's say this is your New York trap time in here. Why would you know the price continues higher? Of course, like to the left will give you one good reason, but what else? The entry up in here. You have this point, you have this point, mitigation of this point, also being an EDM, so price continues higher. So it will help you to not pick this false reversal trades all the time and think like, oh, it goes higher, it goes higher, it goes higher, or lower, lower, lower. No. Again, if you just look at the entry helper, it will give you an anti-confluence to not look at a reversal trade, but a continuation trade instead. Okay. Just look at the chat. This makes sense. Awesome. So what do we have? Again, trade management, how we doing it. We need a break of structure. We need already price in our direction. We need an imbalance. And only then, again, if it's properly filling the imbalance, if it's an EDM all's well, then we can consider it as a final confluence of event, and then we can take the trade. So we just stacking confluences of events once more, right? Because price action might be clear, but to have even additional confluences is of course better. Okay, so that's for the longs and that's for the shorts. You're waiting for a break of structure, looking for your imbalances. It makes new low low, comes back. This point is higher than this one. This one is lower than this one, creates the ED, but then you need the mitigation. You have your mitigation, so you have combination of things. Confluences stack up each other. Stop loss goes above here, entry is here, trading the continuation. Okay. So this is how, again, how it looks. on if you should not take it, because again, if this is an EDM in here, what is going on here? It's and technically an EDM, but if you enter it here, your stop goes all the way down here. That's not what you want. That's way too big, and we not consider this as an EDM, right? It's way too big. Of course, it gives us confluences that maybe price goes higher, but we're not interested in trading this by any means, okay? Because it's a one-to-one risk reward. What we don't want that shit, of course not. But again, if it goes lower than here and then forms an EDM, we have like whatever 5 pip stop, whatever, but a 20 pip up move at least. Then we're looking at out of a continuation trade with just a 4N risk reward, which is not bad and it's very clean to take. So how does it work? For example, if you look at this just on a raw price action, how would you know the price goes up or lower? You would not know, but again, if you're just adding in the entry helper, what do you have out of a sudden? You're having the imbalance in here, gets mitigated, and you have a huge EDM. So instead of looking for a random reversal trade in here and getting smoked, you're just looking at entry help and see, oh shit, this is a huge EDM mitigated, but that zone is way too big. So what do? You break it down to the 1 minute, there's your imbalance, maybe there's a 1 minute break of structures, right? And you're just trading the mitigation of this in here, huge EDM for continuation trades. That's how we trade this retailer stuff in our advantage. Choop. I know it's always at the beginning like, what the fuck, we're trading indicators and shit. I'm not a fan of it, but again, it's it's very smart to use it. Promise you that. Look like this, right?
Got a question, Reem.
Sure. Go ahead.
So, when you're entering like an EDM, right, and you're looking at the entry helper, does it draw out that line for you? It only draws those two lines, right? The price line and the liquidity line, right?
Which
it doesn't
line?
draw where it goes the divergent line that you have drawn right there. You drew that yourself.
This one. Yeah. You need to draw this line yourself, of course.
Okay. I see. And it goes the opposite way of.
Yeah. So you see, for example, here, what do we have? Again, same thing. We have this channel downwards, right? Then of course momentum to the upside, minor inducement, equal lows created. Again, what do you have? Inducement with vector candles into London session. Awesome. So first of all, the imbalance fill in here after break of structure. So cycle is done. Now you're looking for continuation trades until what? Until London is obviously induced, because of course the whole cycle needs to be completed downwards. So now you're looking for, of course, re-entries, or if you missed that trade, of course you're looking for entries. You need to get in at some point. Again, you don't wait for here. You just wait until the entry helper gives you like whatever signs that price could be ready. Let me just mute. Sean, can you please mute? Awesome. Thank you. There you go. So for example, price is done. Now we're having our break of structure in here. Awesome. So again, technically we're looking for the decisional or the extreme. So what are we going to do? We're just looking at the entry helper and see, oh shit, this point in here is like a valid pullback before it broke this structure point. So this technically led to the break of this point. So this is already a point we would be interested in, but that alone is not enough. Now we have the whole cycle coming from before completed, and also the break of structure with this inducement above here, internal break of structures, mitigation of this one in here, push downwards. This push led to the break of structure. Finally, price comes back. What does it do? It gives an let and an EDM. Okay, does you see that?
EDMs are like way more likely to be market executions, right? Because I don't see how you could do a limit with that.
Yeah, you can do both. You can switch it. At this point, you can switch it to the 1 minute and trade again the same thing, reaction in here, and then stop goes above here.
All right.
Okay, but of course we will show you how to trade them. And just understand the picture though. You see, like, of course, like how would you know the price reacts here and does not go here? Right? You would know now. But now you know. Now you know that this is an EDM. It's fired with a let and an EDM. It's a combination of both. So guess what happens? Market choops it. Right? So guess what? Now you think like, okay, maybe this is my inducement. I expect this, whatever. Okay. Just by looking at this, good guess, but guess what? Price comes back, gives the imbalance here, mitigates the imbalance. What is it? Price point here, price point here, price point here, price point here, gives the EDM, mitigates the imbalance. So guess what? It will continue lower. And that's what it does. Okay. So what noticed you else though? So is there anything you noticed as well in this whole day in here? What is going on here? Did you notice anything else? Just looking at this intraday play. Let's test your skills at this point. Any guesses? Okay, there you go.
There's a whole bunch of trend lines and liquidity.
Like what else? Nobody got it right. Only one. If you look at this whole day, what else is going on here? Just what stuff you know already. Not what should happen next, but what already happened. Like, is there something you know already, which you could make sense about this whole day in here, other than whatever? Okay. So let me bring some light into the darkness here. What do we have? We have minor inducement, London trap, to the minute, internal break of structure, mitigation. We have our minor inducement, which is the break of structure in here. Try to let EDM, right? We trade the New York trap reversal into London close. What should London close do? Mitigate their position. So we're having, at this point, we have so many confluence. We have London close, we have internal break of structure, we have EDMs, we have mitigation, we have timing confirmed. We're trading away from the medium inducement. Of course, you're trading lower. They want to mitigate the positions out of it, right? So guess what? It's not exactly what we showed you earlier, like a typical cycle, right? But guess what you do now? Just this is, look at it, like, what? That's our drawing. That's what price action looks like. But what we do now, just adding on top of that, like EDMs and LEDs to make the whole thing even more accurate. So out of a sudden, you even know that this London close trade, for example, is also an EDM. So you're stacking confluences of events. Okay, it's more and more and more. The whole cycle starts to get crystal clean. Make sense?
Reem, quick question.
Yeah.
It's not 100% clear to me how to read the EDM. So it's nothing to do with the equilibrium line, right? It's about the fact that there are two lines diverging in the opposite direction. I don't fully understand how to read it.
No, so like, okay, so you know, like a retail divergence is like if price action makes this and then like this, right? But there, whatever RSI or whatever they're using, let's say it did makes like here, like you see low lows, low highs.
Yeah.
So that's the indicator, and that's price. Oh, why do I draw it B? You know what I mean? Price, right? So of course they now think, okay, whatever momentum lose track, so price will reverse. That's what they think, right? But we don't do that because we don't predict price randomly. We go look at it. It's like, doesn't even make sense. So we want to look for continuations. And for us, if again, we have like a trap, break of structure, now making a higher high, having an imbalance in here, price comes back, look, coming to this imbalance zone in here. Let me remove that quick. And now our entry helper will show something like here, and then like this, right? You're expecting, okay, this point to this point in here is our EDM, because now it mitigates a zone we're already interested in, plus it is this type of divergence. You see the difference? Like this low is lower than this one, but this low is higher than this one. You see the difference here? Like here, same thing. This point in here is higher than this point, but again, the entry helper says, okay, momentum got switched to the upside, so they're trapping in momentum traders. What does it do? Doing a let and creating the EDM while mitigating these areas in here. Same thing in here. They're pushing price upwards, trapping momentum traders into the long side. In reality, they're just going to the mitigation. Timing comes in, London close. They want to mitigate their positions out of the trades. Anyways, fires the EDM, mitigating, and then it goes lower. It's just an additional confluence. Does it make sense?
Yeah.
Again, EDM is like here. You have this point and this point, and entry helper, just to make it extreme, should be like this. Okay, so you have this low, this higher low, but the entry helper is this and this. Make sense? Yeah, and it can be confusing at the beginning. I completely agree. But we just need to show you what it is first until we show you how we use it, if that makes sense. So it's hard to show how to use it if you don't understand like what it is. So that's why we need to show you like very random examples first in order to get you to how you use it. But do you understand the concepts to for the both of them? Like what a let is and what an EDM is. Okay, let, if it touches here, goes lower, and EDM, it's like this, right? Does this make sense to everyone in here? If someone is here which not getting sense out of that, please speak up because it's important because we need to move forward of that.
Can I ask a quick question?
Sure.
It makes sense, but in the situation where I don't know, I don't think I can annotate, right? Can I?
No, unfortunately not, I think.
Oh, can you see it?
Oh yeah, I can.
Oh, okay, cool. Real fast. In the situation where you have like this push down, with if you were looking at this possibly as like a decisional, and you were looking to take an entry off this, because at the bottom, when it came back in this area, you have the tap into the into the let. Would that just be a situation where it's like, you just take a loss?
There's no let. The let
I'm sorry,
goes in here.
because like when it first taps into it, like before it breaks above, I would be looking for like an entry in there.
Yeah, so if you can see this candle in here is the highest one, and this is the highest price of points. So when it tapped into the price already was way above. Like
oh, okay, gotcha.
I see your point. If price actually, yeah, I get your point on the edge, but yeah, it did not do that. You even see like this candle actually was this one. You can see it in here because hard to track, but you can see the difference of here and this one. So that's two candles in here, and the last candle, which was in here, this candle in here was already way above that. And the last candle just smoked completely through. Okay, no problem. So let me just see. So, okay, so the main difference is definitely not only the divergent thing, right? So again, the EDM doesn't need to be in let as well. So the EDM can be in let, but the EDM does not need to be in let. So let's say this is your equilibrium line, but the EDM is like, let me get another color. Like here, right? Like this, right? It can be like this as well. And price is obviously should look like something like here and then here. You see, it's not a let by any means, but this is your mitigation in here coming from a downtrend, and you're just trading the continuation with the order flow with the mitigation. Okay. And this just confirms it because it's also an EDM. And again, it just helps you a lot by identifying the right order flow, which order flow you should take and which order flow you should not take. Okay. But again, look at price first, and if it makes sense, oh yeah, I have an imbalance here. Okay, awesome. Okay, I have London close here. Awesome. So what should London close do? Oh, mitigate. Okay, what else? Do I have a break of structure with low side? Yeah, awesome. So should I look for more downside action? Awesome, yeah. So should I look to more target lower? Awesome. And then, oh shit. And it's also an EDM. Oh, I have so many confluences now. Let me take this trade. That's how you should do it. Like not randomly look at the chart and like, oh, whatever. Oh, that's an EDM in here. Oh, why? Why would it make an EDM here? Like, no. This is confirmed by time, price, mitigation, everything, right? Structure, daily cycle, everything. And then it's additional on that, it's an EDM, right? It's an additional. It's not like the reason we take the trade, it's the final confluence to make it more clear for you. All right, so we know this is Friday in October. So what do we do at this point? We do nothing, right? We do only expect one thing. We look for the higher time frames and see, okay, so all this price is making, starting to make, guess what? Internal break of structures all the way, right? Whatever. So this is your inducement in here. It already made like break of structures. So we're starting to getting bullish. Awesome, right? So what do we see still? Obviously now we're expecting inducement low and go higher to what? At least break the structures and of course aim for liquidity next. So what are we doing next? Just waiting for the cycle, and as you see how we do is utilizing the entry helper. At this point, of course, it's nothing in terms of price, so we're not even expecting anything to do. But now if you see this price is channeling lower, what does it do here? It makes a first minor inducement in here. Okay, so now we expect, okay, this is my minor inducement. Awesome. So this becomes my smart money trap. All right, so this is my smart money trap. Smart money trap. Awesome. So what do you expect? We always expect like an inducement lower and then mitigating stuff lower in here. Okay, so what is a technical zone you could look for? Right, below this inducement, there is only this price action here, and this is already mitigated in here. So this is technically still the push, again, that led to the whole break of structure, and this is the extreme, and this becomes the decisional, okay? So you're taking this point in here, you can break it down, refine it, as Rocco explained you earlier, and see if there's mitigations left. Yes, so that's not properly mitigated in here. So you're taking this extreme like this, okay? For proper mitigation zones in here. Okay, so again, this is your decision that led to the whole push, and the whole push started from this area. So this is the new high, this is the whole push that led to the whole break. So this becomes your decisional, this becomes your extreme, this becomes your smart money trap, because this is your minor inducement in Frankfurt. We don't care about that one. So what you can do now, again, the entry help at this point is completely unnecessary. Like, we don't need it. But if you need, for example, like more, let's call it like confluences, like where's my trade and my pen? Let's say I wanted to know, okay, so are we done yet? Should we go lower? Then you can start using the EDMs, for example, like in this stage in here. If you have an EDM in here, awesome. So now I know, okay, I want to go lower here because I expect that. Does it make sense? So for example, how can it look like? Let me remove my pen. In here, so we go to the 1 minute. Right, so what do we expect already? Now we can utilize the entry helper, right? So nothing yet, right? So now we're starting to do, like obviously, an EDM in here, but not the cleanest one. Let me check the 5 minute. Okay. So nothing here yet. Okay, so that's nothing, but if anything, we have a lead to the downside in this one, so that's not a reversal trade. It's just continuation lower and nothing really at this stages. Okay, so we're not expecting anything in this, anything, and what it did, it traps, mitigates in here. So then there's nothing on entry helper, so we're not interested in anything, but if anything, we're looking for mitigation here in now. What is the time? It's getting into London, so the entry helper is completely unnecessary, only looking for trade opportunities soon. So guess what? This is now the confirmed point of interest, because why? Smart money trap, timing confirms. What do we have? Channeling downwards, right? So awesome, we can look for this area for entries, right? Let's see if it taps in here, and now the whole thing starts again. So what we do, we're waiting for break of structures. So that's the next valid break of structure. It is all above in here. So we're not interested in looking anything in here other, let's say other, this zone in here, right, is the imbalance. And if now a let comes down here, it's just additional confluences. But I remember it never tapped into here, but did what? Give a break of structure. Okay, so awesome. So now we know this is a break of structure in here. So now we can look for either EDMs or LETs. So this is your EDM let in here. It doesn't make 0 sense in here. Why would it be above here? It needs to be below in here. Okay, so what you do instead, like you wait patiently for example, additional stuff in here. But now you know this is my EDM trade or my let in here. It wasn't below here, but I will not trade it here because there's my stop loss. Obviously, I will not put my stop below here. So I wait for confirmations and let just price do its thing. Now I have a new higher high in here. Awesome. Away from my daily cycle, right? So that's not a let, that's nothing above here. So if anything, I want to look for an EDM of the extreme, right? So I want to take this zone and look for EDMs. If it gives it to me, I take it, right? So if you have it in here, so that makes very equal lows in here. But what is it? It's never broke this zone in here. If you look closely, it just comes very close, but it never broke it. So that locks in my what? That's the let, and that's the EDM of the let. It just confirmed. Now that I can look, whoops, no, not here. Obviously, that should go in here. So you see that's a low, low. That's not, that's equal. So that's my EDM trade. And you're looking to trade away from that zone now, okay? It's just for confirmation to make price clearer. And obviously you're looking for buys in here, and then price obviously goes. Okay, and then it's just over and over again. You're doing the same thing, just trading in line. So again, now you're having a minor inducement of Asia. Are we done yet anywhere by, in terms of the bigger picture? No, we're not even induced this zone. So why would we reverse here? So we do look for reversal trades. So you look for the M1. Again, you have your mitigation in here. So what is it also? An EDM. Not the cleanest one, but still, again, you understand the price action continues higher. Why? Because this point in here that led to the break of structure, this little push in here, traded, this one is already EDM. So you're just understanding price action a little bit better, but that's not clean to take. So you're just waiting until you get your EDM in here, so your let, and this makes the whole thing clear and it goes higher. It just adds additional confluences until what? Of course, until price breaks now this zone. But you see, we don't make stuff up. We're just trading in line and using the entry upper for confluences to understand a little bit what's going on. Does it make sense? But you don't need to force any trade by any means whatsoever. So let's say this is the inducement in here. Okay. So what can we do in this stage? Nothing. We just wait it out, right? Why would you do anything? So price is even going higher. Awesome. So we have our first target hit pretty much. So should we get too crazy with that? No. What we do, we see our next imbalance area and see what price does in this area. Just waiting for confirmations. We look to the left. If you ever taken out this liquidity? No, we did not. So we're just waiting patiently. Awesome. Goes even higher, higher, higher. Awesome. Never touched in there. Makes complete sense. Okay, so that's removed now. It goes even higher, higher, higher. Awesome. So we're doing the same thing. We're just trading still in line with the overall trend. So now we could think, okay, now we took out this liquidity. So look, do we look for reversal trades? I don't know. But what does the entry helper say? This is the mitigation imbalance. Okay, awesome. So what do we do? See the channel. Okay, awesome. See the downwards channel in here. Okay, perfect. So what's the extreme mitigation at this point? Awesome. So we take this point in here, right? Awesome, mitigates it. When does it do it? London close. What is it also? It's also an EDM. You see, it just adds, and this is, for example, the anti-confluence. Did you see the false channel? You don't look for reversals. So that keeps you out of this unnecessary sell, whatever you maybe took in here, because you're trading away from whatever the New York trap. And again, London close, what's the purpose of London close? Mitigating, it's also an EDM. So you're looking for more upside. So you remove this one and just continue higher to end the week off. It just adds for additional confidence and understand what's going on. Of course, that's not only how you use it as for confluences, but how to trade it. It's obviously a little bit easier because you only should trade the cup trades, okay? And for example, even this in here, you would not look for a sell in here because it never gave a break of structure of this. If anything, it's an EDM, and then you can be trading the buy instead of looking for sells for a break of structure, no break of structure. And again, EDM instead. Just confirmations. Okay. Awesome. So any questions about this day, for example? You enter on the 1 minute on the last example, like in here. Yeah, you could if you break that down on the 1 minute. it's even clearer. As you can see, this is technically the candle Walker explained earlier, which you can definitely take, and it exactly mitigated that. Then what you have, perfect sense in here, makes equal lows, equal highs. As I told you, I like it even better than break of structures. And it comes back, mitigates the extreme. Awesome. But you need to see the bigger picture first, because you're even thinking about digging into these trades, right? You should not randomly dig into these trades all the time. Okay. So maybe just this one on the 5-minute then quick. So for additional confluences of events, how we do it, same thing. We're just waiting, patiently. There we go. Finally, we have what? Our inducement, right? So we know already, okay, this is my inducement of London, perfect timing, right? So guess what? We have in here, that's the first let, obviously, that led to the mitigation here. Obviously, perfect. So obviously, we're not interested in that anyways. But we're looking for the inducement. Now we could trade this buy in here from the inducement. But again, the better thing is to wait for internal break of structures. You never had that. So this is the risky approach. I would not recommend it at the beginning, but it tapped into this one. Right, then again, you just wait till this one taps in here maybe. Right, awesome. You're trading the order flow. Did not give anything in here. Right. So of course, that's why it even gives a little pullback area, because it kind of struggled again with the equilibrium to smoke through it. That's why the kind of reaction happened in here as well. Gets back to here though, mitigates that perfectly, but still no break of structure to confirm the overall trade. But again, you're just trading the order flow entry. And again, what is going on here? Finally, you have the break of structure, right? So now guess what? This area in here will definitely become an area you would look for after. But how could you do it? You combine it just with, again, for example, wait. Oh, obviously tapped in. See, there was not an EDM in here. This one in here was not an EDM. As you can see, this point in price in here was never lower than this one in here. But this point in here pushed even momentum even lower. This one you can take, and then of course you take it to the upside. And also this one in here, but did it fail? Create a led to the false side. That's why the pullback happened. And of course then it pushes higher, struggles first, as you can see, to go over the equilibrium, and then finally smoke through it. Okay. Same stuff all over again. Just adds more confluences and overall. Yeah, obviously price action always first, and then again the last additional piece of the puzzle is looking at the entry level. But of course we show you how to use it properly. You should not use it like this. It's just for confirmations, and you should not trade like this. We'll show you exactly how to use it in the process, okay? Because if you're going to the cup trades, that stuff will help you a lot to get into the right trades and help you identify trading opportunities very, very easier. Of course, not on a bigger time frame, but of course, like in the internal plays, it will make stuff very, very clean for you guys. Okay, so here a quick video on how to use, or how we use, the entry helper, and only how we use it. Again, there's ways you can use the entry helper, and there's ways you should not use the entry helper. And again, at the end of the day, it's just a confluence, an additional confluence. It gives you the confirmed reason and not the reason why you should take a trade, right? So if it aligns and gives you another confluence, then you take it. And again, it's not the only reason why you take a trade. So let's dig into it. So we made a fancy looking, whatever you want to call it, like animation, illustration, whatever it is. So that's the entry helper cycle. again, it is your confirmation for your entry and not the reason, right? So if you only look at the entry help and say like, that's a lit, I have to take a trade. Nope, that's not how you do it, right? So that's why we have this lit entry helper cycle. And of course, as almost everything, it starts with the lit cycle. You have to have a build-up, you have to have an inducement, best case or like optional case, and a relevant breaker structure. And with the mitigation, the next cycle comes, and that is the let confirmation. So you have to have a build-up, you have to have an inducement, best case, again, relevant breaker structure, and with the mitigation, it comes the let confirmation. And only then you look at the let confirmation. Okay, so first entry helper confluence is of course the let in combination with the mitigation. And only then you look at the third confirmation. So after you had a let, then you look for an EDM. There's not an EDM if you never had a let. Okay, so you wait for a let and then the EDM is the next thing. The only option about that is if the lets are very far away, but obviously we dig into a few examples. But the general rule is lit cycle, then you wait for everything else like build up, like inducement, breaker structure, and with the mitigation entry comes the let confirmation, and then the next thing is the EDM entry. Okay, so you have the first EDM and the second one, the first the let and the second one the EDM, right? So note, we only use the entry helper also on the M5 and M1. We don't really care if there's a 50-minute let or 50-minute EDM. You can, but that's not what it's built for. It's built for the M5 and the M1. Okay, so mainly for M5 confirmations, and if you really want to narrow it down, then of course for the M1 after we had a valid cycle in place. Okay, so how does it look like on charts? Very simple. Again, we saw this a couple of times already. Asia range now, building up the equal lows as always. Tubes upwards, that's your valid cycle play completed, right? So that's your inducement here out of London. So you check the timing. Then we're looking at our cycle and say, okay, lit cycle completed until the stage of mitigation. So where's my next possible mitigation zone? Right here. Okay, so guess what? Comes back, boom, mitigates in here. So no let confirmation. That's completely fine. Okay, so don't freak out about it. Guess what? Cycle is done. Extreme mitigation is done. So what are you waiting for? Next mitigation in this area. So let me delete that so it's a little bit more clearer. Like here's your next mitigation zone. What's your next timing? Magic manipulation minute 2 to the absolute minute. Boom, taps into it. What is it? Boom. Here's your let entry. Okay, check. What's the next thing you look for? EDM, and only then. Okay, and obviously if you see in hindsight, unfortunately there's no lets EDMs in here, so that is done. Then next cycle continues. Okay, then it starts all over again. So guess what we have? Build up, inducement. Here's your minor inducement out of Asia range. What is this? Your relevant breaker structure. Here's your mitigation zone. So cycle done in here, right? So you're just looking for mitigation into what? Let confirmation. So if this thing, boom, gives you the mitigation, you check your entry helper. And what a surprise. It is a let confirmation. So boom, check it. What's the next thing? EDM. So again, if this thing obviously played, you're having an entry in here. Perfect. What's the next thing you're waiting for? EDM. Like this. All right, so not the nicest one, but you get my point. Would be the perfect EDM, and that's it. You aim for Asia high, boom, that's it. Okay, then the cycle continues again. Guess what? Inducement high, just by a speckle of the spread. So sometimes it's a little bit not too nice, but it is what it is. Okay, and guess what? There's your relevant breaker structure. There's your new order flow, right? So guess what? That in here. Not the nicest, but what is it? Oh, to the absolute minute. Again, fakes in another break of structure in here. Perfect. And your entry is on the 1 minute right in here. Boom. Also confirmed. Again, it's just an additional confidence. That's not the nicest one. I 100% agree. But guess what then? What's the next thing? EDM entry. When does it happen? London close time. Very late. But there it is. That's all it is. So you guess what? That's confirmed by the entry helper. That's confirmed by the entry helper. That's confirmed by the entry helper. And that's confirmed also. Insane. Alright, so guess what? Next day. Build up. Another build up. Inducement high side to low side. That's your break of structure right here. Where's your mitigation zone all the way up here? And if you check entry helper, again, also to the absolute minute. What a surprise. A little bit before actually, because I dragged the line a little bit before. Right, then guess what? This thing, obviously that's you need to get used to the entry helper, how it works on real time. So if this candle is solid black at some point, obviously the price point gets pushed higher, gives the perfect let into the mitigation. Boom, there's your let confirmation. And then obviously just have this huge channel build up with vector candle finishing up, inducement low side, right? So that's done. Cycle is done. No EDMs in this scenario. Then guess what? If this cycle is done, you look for the next thing. Build up, you had a build up. Inducement, you had the inducement with vector candles. Timing looks like magic manipulation minutes 2. Perfect. Okay. So guess what? 11 break of structure. There you go. Where's the imbalance? Here. Next thing, you're looking for mitigation into a let confirmation. Boom. Confirmation into a let. Look at it. Oh my god. Mona Lisa shit. And then just off of it. What's the next thing? EDM. That's not an EDM. That would be a Mona Lisa EDM if there would be an EDM in here into this areas, but missed that. So that's not even a normal order flow. It missed the order flow even as well. All right, so that would be the Mona Lisa one. And guess what? The EDM, if you check closely, is if my old eyes can detect that, should be, yeah, if I draw that correctly. Obviously you can do it lines more accurate than me with my pencil in here. That looks like an EDM to me. And here, so this one would be the late EDM entry, and then it's done. Done. Okay, perfect. So that's the only way you see it, but you see it's everything. That's literally the ultimate formula as well, because you understand already what you should look for, and then you just have multiple additional confluences to make it bulletproof. So guess what? Another one. All right, so as always, if you're not having seen this picture before, right? So first of all, you had this build up, inducement, perfect, into slower to go higher, right? So guess what? Channeling upwards, induce the channel low side to go what? Higher, boom, inducement to the high side with vector candles. Look at this candle, like vector candle, and interesting one and one unexpected, right? Happens in Frankfurt, right? So then, guess what? We monitor the entry helper after we had the build up, inducement, another vector candles into the valid inducement, right? In this scenario, we don't have a relevant break of structure in here, right? Because break of structure would be in here. We never had that, so that's why at this point pushes or point is optional. And then again, in 1 minute, we should have a mitigation zone all the way up here to the extreme. But guess what? It is also a perfect let entry. That's again how you necessarily don't need the break of structure sometimes, because this comes back, mitigates the extreme, and then being a let for additional confluences. Stop loss goes right above here, and boom, right? I saw even a few people even took this trade even without entry help already. So there you go. With the entry help, it should even be more clean. Then guess what? We gave the most nicest gift ever, quadruple bottom of here. Gives the reaction back. There's your imbalances here, right? That's your point of interest. So guess what? Here's your cycle play, build up, inducement to the high side of the build up, faking the quadruple bottom, right before Asia low. So obviously that's our liquidity target. So you have your liquidity target to low side. Fuck yes, we have. Comes back into mitigation. Look at the entry helper. Okay, another left. What a surprise. Boom. Takes out Asia low, so that cycle is completed. Guess what? makes another cycle to the upside, takes out these highs, right? But again, fakes the small money trap before that, right here, gives the fake reaction to the low side, boom, induces it, even this one's, right? Then of course this becomes your inducement. So guess what? Cycle continues all over place. Here's your break of structure, or here, depending on how you want to see it, right? So if you see this one, obviously, boom, break of structure. If you see this one, boom, break of structure. Then guess what? This would not be tradable if by any means, because you're looking for mitigation maybe in this area or something like this. If you look at just the price action, but guess what? That's the push. And what is it? What a surprise. A let after an inducement. So guess what? You cannot trade that. That's why you wait for what? This is the push that led to it. That's your internal break of structure. Boom, to low side. Here's your M1 mitigation in here. And you trade the mitigation of the let. So this is the let. That's the break of structure. That's your mitigation. Boom. That's your entry lower. Okay, then you're looking for EDMs. Here's your EDM in these areas in here. Okay, and then boom, to the low side. Then again, forming the equal lows, faking the small money trap. London closes in here. What's the task of London close? Mitigate something if it's in the middle. Here's a supply candle. London close to the minute. What is it? Boom. It's all confirmed. What? Okay, another one. 28th. All right, so guess what? Build up. Quadruple bottom. Triple top. Boom. Speed. Vector candle. Here's your imbalance. Right, here's your build up. Here's your inducement low to go higher, inducing this liquidity right above the mitigation. Boom. Nothing to the entry helper. Got magic manipulation minutes. Okay, makes the extreme mitigation without entry helper confirmations. Completely fine. Rolls over. Break of structure. Again, look at it. Depending on if this is higher than that, doesn't look like it. So that's not a break of structure then. Okay, just a new low. Fine enough. Order flow entry. Timing to the absolute minute. Magic manipulation minutes 2. Mitigates. Boom. Let. Done. If that's the EM in here, that's game over. Okay, and then just rolls over. It's not, it's just a let. Only let. But again, we're looking for EDMs, but it's not. Another one. Build up. Inducement with speed. Vector candle in Asia even, but obviously that's not the inducement you're looking for. Here's your inducement. Out of Asia. Medium. Minor inducement. Here's your break of structure. Cycle completed. Right, so boom, boom, boom. Completed. Break of structure completed. Next thing, mitigation. Here's your mitigation area. After the break of structure. Let confirmation. Boom. Let confirmation. Take the trade. Okay, EDM trade. Next one in line. Boom. Boom. Probably extreme mitigation on M1. Done. Aim for Asia high. Okay, done. Next one. Last one actually. Okay, so what did we have here? Build up, inducement, baby break of structure, not really molecular highs, okay, into mitigation of this baby cycle. What is it? Let. What? Vector candles into the next build up, inducement low, boom. Here's the cycle play completed, build up, inducement. Next thing is break of structure. That's the push that led to it. Break of structure, we have imbalances all the way up here. Right, again, that's even 3 days in a row, if I'm not mistaken. We had the 28th, 29th, and now the 30th of June. Right, so what a surprise. It's not cherry pick days, literally day after day after day. Right, so guess what? Channel build up, induce the channel to the higher side into mitigation. Oh, yeah, I haven't had this one before. Yeah, so again, this candle was solid. Grew at some stage, obviously being a let into mitigation. Boom. Next thing we look for, EDM. Fortunately, never gave us the EDM. That would be Mona Lisa shit if that, for example, would be an EDM in here. But it's not. This is where it is. You always sometimes don't get it. Then just have to understand. Cycle, vector candle, cycle, done. That's your inducement low. Build up, inducement, your vector candles, timing, New York open this time. Break of structure, boom. Mitigation area. Huge imbalances from here to here until it comes back and fills it. Let confirmation. Let confirmation. And then obviously we talked about that one also, EDM, if that's the case, but unfortunately it's not. And then the EDM happens a little bit later in here. All right. Boom. Order flow into inside the build up. Completely fine. Done. Done. And that's how you use the entry helper and nothing else. Again, you can combine it with the 1 minute, but obviously we'll give you multiple examples of how to use it on M1 as well. But you just see how freaking powerful it can be just on a 5 minute alone in the cycles. Like madness.
All right, so let's jump into some EDM examples. We'll also combine it a little bit with the daily cycles, because especially, sorry, not all of the daily cycles, but Retail Heaven and London Knockout, because it gives some nice EDMs. Basically, allow. How do I explain this? They're very good used in conjunction with these, because you're looking for your continuation inducements. So when you get your mitigation and you get your EDM away from that, perfect, right? So as we can see, we're on the H1 time frame as always, you know the drill, in regards to the day, and then obviously 2022. So build up, right? Inducement, significant inducement. Vector candles. What does this mean? Well, as we spoke about earlier on, we can likely expect either a Retail Heaven or a London Knockout. So let's go into how you can use EDMs to help you in these cases. So let's just look at all of this. Let's look at the let's look at all of this. So obviously we have our build up inducement. We're still in Asia. I'm not entirely sure why the Asia box is not on there, but so that's your inducement high. Continuation was also a let. Okay, so we know we're not just taking random things. And then look here. So this point here is obviously our second build up inducement mitigation. Perfect. And then look here. Sorry. Okay, it lines up with this point basically. So we have our equal highs building right above here, and then we've got this potential mitigation zone. And then we see, okay, we already know that it's going to be an EDM. And then if we go down onto the, sorry, if we zoom in onto M5 over here, we can see price comes in at this point. We can see that we're mitigating, clear liquidity, hasn't been mitigated. That is our EDM. So now we've got our confluences. We can take this trade. So entry there. Why can't I draw a straight line? Entry here, stop loss here. All right, so from here, we're going to obviously target the significant liquidity, which we can see potentially this is the trade, EDM. This one's quite low, and not really at the best time either. So you're not really, it doesn't matter that it's low, sorry, but it's not the best time. Don't really have a cycle going into it. Not ideal, but you can see that this one up here is very much so ideal. We've got our build up, our inducement, our mitigation, which is also an M5 EDM. Just perfect, right? And then we're looking for liquidity targets. Potentially this is your like partial point, and then this is your next significant liquidity. So this would be your overall target. So likely you partial here, leave a runner till here, and you are golden. So that is an example of using EDMs with Retail Heaven. Next up, we have this day here, Euro GBP on the 28th of June. This is a very, very nice day. So let's go into it a little bit. Right, this is going to use not just EDMs, but also LETs. It's going to use it in combination. So we can see here, build some rough equal lows. Mainly we've got Asia low here, right? And then we also have equal highs and the previous day high. So very nice, very nice. And then we see, okay, we're at Frankfurt. Sorry, I've just given that away. We're at Frankfurt. We've vectored through. We've got some liquidity up here, some nice targets. So what is this and when did it happen? Well, we know it's a vector candle at Frankfurt Open. Now we aren't just going to enter straight off the inducement. As you can see, there's not really enough confluence. It's just a little minor inducement of Asia low. And we want you to have a strong foundation first. So let's go and look for a more confirmed trade. We don't just want to randomly jump in. We know that we're going to be trading. We know that quite likely that we're going to be trading away from this inducement and that we've got very clear targets higher, right? So let's just sit on our hands. Let's let price action come to us and we'll see what we've got. So to start off, do you remember our entry helper cycle? You must have your build up. Sorry, I can't write. So you've got your build up, your inducement, and then ideally your mitigation. In this case, we don't quite have the mitigation, so you can consider this more of like an advanced one. But let's see. First, we get our M5 let at MM1 to the minute, right? And then we build liquidity here. And also something that I want you guys to really pay attention towards is when you build liquidity in the direction of the trade you want to go, right? So we built liquidity there. And then we come down, give the M1 EDM, which is also a mitigation of the M5 let. And you can see the way that this presents. Boom, we rock it from that point. So if we're in this trade, where are we targeting? At least here, if not here. I took this trade. I'm pretty sure I targeted here just because it was the first trade of the day. And one of my rules is I like to, you know, grab some profit for the first trade of the day. And that then allows me to, you know, maybe be a bit more riskier in the later trades. So what have we had? Well, we've created equal highs at the previous day high. And now we have vectored through with lots of momentum. Very nice, very nice. And we can see, ooh, we're about to give an M5 let away from the inducement. So let's see what happens. Okay, quite nice. M5 let, New York trap time, can't complain. But look, we're coming back for another potential mitigation. What would be ideal? Exactly, if that one was an M5 let as well. Oh, okay, 2 for 1, can't really complain. So you could take this and this. The only potential issue with this is you maybe break even on this first one. And if you are, then this would be a re-entry. In this case, maybe it's better to actually leave your SL open, but then you've doubled your risk. Basically, you're in 2 open positions, which is not ideal. But yeah, you can take either of these. And then what do we expect? Well, it's quite late in the day. So where are we going to aim for? Knowing that it's quite late in the day, well, likely we're going to aim for some kind of imbalance fill. You know, maybe we potentially get like London close. So if we're looking through all of this, our imbalance is here. So we'll likely aim for somewhere within this region. Okay, and now we've got even more reasons. Look, we've got a clean channel. So now we wait for the inducement, not to trade the buys, but to exit the sells. What would be perfect is if this inducement comes into this. If this was earlier in the day, I would likely expect this to get taken out, potentially be an SMT. But because we know that we're end of the day, we're probably going to experience some type of consolidation. We actually expect this to consolidate. So we don't want to be sitting holding a position that's just going to mess around until London Open. Personally, I don't. I like to be in and out within the day. So let's go ahead and see. Perfect, right? Like I said, this is a potential SMT, but it's late in the day, so we can expect consolidation after this point, especially when we get this vector. Look, vector channel. So that's your build up, inducement with vector candles, potential mitigation, even though it is a potential SMT. So potentially we could have completed our cycle here, and now you want to be a bit careful, especially because it's late in the day. We don't expect anything too crazy. And there you go, end of day consolidation. Ultimately, it does end up taking this out, but for trade management, definitely recommend that we get out of it after this vector right here. Okay, perfect. So now we've got M5 Euro GBP 25th of May 2022. Of course, you guys should remember this from a bit earlier. We have our major inducement. You can see very significant build up and very nice vectors into the inducement. Very nice. So let's see what we have once we add the entry helper. Now you can see we have the EDM at Asia low bounce. Very nice. And then here we have another EDM, just draw that like so. See, EDM, EDM. And what do these combine with? These combine with our continuation inducements. You can see how combining these two together can be really, really strong. Possibly even something on the M1 within this. This wouldn't be a bad trade, especially considering it. You've also got your M5 let confirmation, but you can see that the entry helper really allows us to, really gives us more confidence in these retail heaven-esque days where we think like, okay, we've had a significant inducement to the high side. We know that the rest of the day will likely be some kind of continuation after this point, and we're not going to be wanting to go against this. So yeah. Again, this one is a bit late in the day, but this one is pretty much ideal, especially because it's MM2. And the only thing I would say is obviously this can give you a bit of shaky hands, but as long as you hold through, you should be good. Like I said, you see why some of these days are quite boring. Okay, and again, M5 Euro GBP 12th of May, trading away from the medium inducement. We can see this is our overall liquidity target. This is likely our intraday liquidity target. So let's see, and let's go over it, right? You can see how this would have been ideal if we just came up and gave the mitigation. You can see how, you can see how helpful this would have been. You've got your EDM after your continuation inducement, so inducing into this mitigation, continuing away from the overall inducement. I think also like this significant inducement that happened in Asia. Perfect. And then also here you can see that we had our M5 let. Again, this would have been our ideal mitigation. This would have been an absolute Mona Lisa trade. We would have loved to take something like that. But yeah, as you can see, the entry helper is actually very helpful when it comes to these retail heaven, London knockout days where you're just going to be trading in one direction. Sort of allows you to just identify the continuation inducements and take those. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Okay, so let's jump into some examples with the entry helper. We've obviously just learnt let, and the main thing is, especially with the entry helper, you don't want to be using it randomly. You want to be using it after, you know, you've had your build up inducement mitigation, after your cycles. You don't want to be relying on the entry helper. So let's have a little look at what's gone here. Again, time frame and day and pair in the top left. So let's have a look. We had our build up inducement. Then we created equal lows right here, right? That's Asia low, but equal lows as well. Relative equal lows, sorry. Then we have another cycle. Perfect. Obviously, we wouldn't trade any of these. I'm just showing you for the sake of showing you. Then again, build up. What's this? Medium inducement, previous day low. What's this? Vector candles. What timing? London open. Okay, things are coming together nicely, but we don't just want to enter off of this right here. We want to wait for an additional confluence. Obviously you can, if you want, you know, get right in there. But if you're wanting to be a bit more safe, you can wait for your additional confluence. So let's go down onto M1, and what do we see? Okay, boom, little mini cycle. We've induced high, induced low, taken out all of the people who are in buys here. Okay, but we're still trading away from significant inducement. This first zone was a let. Price is coming back. It's mitigating the zone, and it's giving a let. Perfect. So we've had build up, inducement, mitigation, and then also, you know, mitigation away from the inducement, which was also a let. So that is perfect. So let's see how that played. Actually, first, let's go over this. So we know that we've got an inducement right here. Where do we want to be taking it to? Likely Asia high, our next liquidity point. You can maybe partial here if you're not very comfortable, or take it off here if you're not comfortable, but this is definitely the better target. And let's have a little look. So you get tagged in. Once price takes out this high, you go break even. This is perfect. Look at that. Faking the equal highs, giving the reaction, potential re-entry there. And yeah, this is just gorgeous. And then again, inducement to the downside. At what time? This is New York open. We induce to the downside, and then pre-New York trap, we get our vectors up. So that is a very, very nice example. Let's continue. So H1 is our liquidity right there. So we can see, okay, we've taken significant liquidity. We should expect a pullback. Honestly, should expect this to get taken. but we'll see. Depends what the higher time frame looks like. It also depends on intraday. I believe this is also end of the week. Yeah, 3, 4, 5, 6. So yes, this will be end of the week. Okay, so let's look. Liquidity. We've had an inducement high. We've also got liquidity to the downside. And we can see that our inducement high, although not perfect, the inducement was a let. These are really nice. When the inducements are lets as well, these are very, very nice trades, or have very, very nice potential. So let's look. So we've got our M5 let right here. And again, we're just building more liquidity, build up underneath our M5 let, and then look. London close, price pushes through, look at these vector candles, pushes through and creates another M5 let. So is this a valid trade? Absolutely. So then we see, take this trade down to the liquidity. Obviously this is not the best RR and it's end of week, so we don't expect anything super strong in terms of reactions. Next, oh, this day was amazing. So this is going to be on my series that I have. It's called The Edge. It's where I like show my live thought process, show my trades, show how I manage the trades, so where I go break even, and like I actually show like the MT4, not just screenshots, like literal video of it. All of it live, you know, saying, okay, I'm going to place this limit. This is where the limit goes invalid, stuff like that. Sorry, got a little bit distracted, but as you can see, I am quite passionate. All right, so let's go. Let's just look at the day. Well, we've got, this is the previous day high. So this is obviously going to be a major liquidity, not a major liquidity point, sorry, but a significant liquidity point. Going to give us a medium inducement if we induce it, and then at Asia low we're creating lots of equal lows. Okay, so we know that these are going to get taken, right? And then you've got 1, 2, 3, so the third tap of the trend line. So if we get vectors to the high side, what is that going to do? Exactly, it's going to entice everyone into buys. We've even got this channel here. It's going to entice everyone into buys. So ideally, if we're building liquidity to the downside, we induce high to go low, and that would be the ideal scenario. So let's see what we get. Wow, okay, you're not going to get vector candles better than this one right here. So we induce high with huge vector candles. We've got obvious target. So let's see what we get next. Okay, so just to cover this very quickly, as this point's only about lets, but of course I want to go on. I want to give you as much detail as possible. On the edge, I took an entry here and an entry here, and then also this entry here. So why is this? Well, look, we've induced high, taken all of this liquidity. The next liquidity point is here. So in all honesty, you know, you should be absolutely fine with continuing to take sales here, here, here. Personally, I only stack 3 entries in the same direction. So because I was in here, here, and here, this next entry, what I didn't take, but you'll see it is absolutely beautiful still. So look at what we've got coming into New York trap, build up, and then we've got this mitigation zone here. What are we showing on the entry helper? Possible M5 let. So let's continue. Beautiful, we get the M5 let, and this we will cover in the next section is the other confluence that the entry helper can provide. So that's beautiful. M5 let, look this on M1, nice vector candles, boom, limit goes there, break even at this point. London close. So even though this was my overall target, we got here at London close. So I closed this, and this position all here with partialing 50% right here. I think my entry was actually something like this. I can't remember. But yeah, so if you're taking this one, you just hold full to down here. And that would be very nice. And then you can see the overall target gets met after we do what? Fake the reaction. Oh yeah, it holds. What's this? Because look, low, high, higher low, higher high, SMT, SMT, both of these. Not something you should take. Hope that makes sense.
In this module, I will be covering an example of the let. Now, you should have a good understanding of what the let is and how it is used, again, with reliability, essentially. So with that being said, I will show you an example of, again, you can see the price action of the day and actually how it's used in a slightly different way. And I'll show you what I mean by that. So in the chart in front of us, we can see I have already 2 Asia ranges, meaning 2 days almost worth of price action. Of course, this day has not started yet. It's just Asia. Then we have Asia over here, and then the rest of the day over there. So we're essentially using the day before's price action as it becomes relevant to this. So currently with what we're seeing, we have to ask ourselves the question of what is our intraday target essentially? So this is also, by the way, you can probably see it's GF. So maybe a pair you're not so familiar with. So I would highly recommend backtesting it. It's a really nice one. So with that being said, what is our intraday target? So we will have highs and low targets on an intraday basis. It's just a matter of, I guess, the question we all ask ourselves, what will happen when, essentially? Are we going to induce the high first? Are we going to induce the low first? Are we taking out this trend line first? It really is that question. And this is why we use the confluences to help us understand what price is doing and then how we can trade with price. So what is our first confluence? I mean, let's think about where price is currently trading. So right now, at this very point, price is right at the end of Asia session. So in a few speckles, it will be, of course, outside of the Asia range, and Asia range has essentially formed. Currently, where is that? It's much closer to Asia high than it is to Asia low right here. So likely means price may induce high first before it then takes out this liquidity over here, mean of course also that part, as well as Asia low structures like such over here as well. And the reason why that is, again, we have to think about where price is closest to and the chances that price is likely going to induce high. So again, we have, ooh, that was horrible. Again, we have equal highs, price induces high. Remember, it's false. Why is it false? It's in Asia. Now, this is perfect. I really like this example because, well, let's get a straight line going, but you can see, not a straight line, but we basically have like a double top, both of Asia range. So you can see the previous day, Asia high was not taken out. The low was, and then of course, high is still intact. And now in current day, price is trading towards that Asia high. So we can see that price essentially will induce the high. So our target is the high. Once we've induced high, then it's essentially enough liquidity to then take out lower targets when it comes to an intraday level. So let's just remove my beautiful drawings. Asia high and yesterday's high. So it's perfect. They line up perfectly in the fact it's yesterday's high and it's both Asia highs as well. We have the trend line over here forming. See, it's like a quadruple top, as you can see. It's touched 4 times over here and here and here. And then, of course, our little baby trend lines forming over here and over here. Again, we also have Asia lows, etc., lower targets, but for now, we're kind of identifying it in somewhat of an order. So as we are close to Asia high, we can likely expect the inducement high as the first intention of the day. So you have been told essentially intention is important, so market intentions essentially. So market intentions essentially being the fact that we can likely expect an inducement high and then continuation lower, and essentially want to likely enter off zones like such when it comes to mitigations and the let essentially. So that being said, we have a reaction low. Okay, Asia high is not induced yet. We can see that. But what can we potentially also see? So price has now induced this. Lovely. We potentially have a midline. That's just a potential. So maybe price reacts there in Frankfurt Open. I think this is just above Frankfurt Open. It's really close to London Open, so probably the end of it. And then what we also have is these little equal kind of high type of liquidity over there. So we have a target to the high side as well as the Asia one. So we've got this as well as this over here. So likely we may have the midline trade, so the fast and Francturius. Again, if you don't remember that, we'll be teaching that soon anyway, so don't worry. And then also now remember the let potential. What can we potentially get? Potentially let potential. Do you see what I mean in that sense? That price has crossed over the equilibrium line and it can now potentially touch. Again, depends on the line over here. Maybe we get something like this. So that's a potential, right? Now, the only difference here that we have is we haven't actually had the inducement to take it as a let, essentially. And this is a 5M chart, so usually a 5M let is very highly confirmed. However, when it comes to refinement, you likely will, of course, need to look on the 1M just for your mitigation areas refined, essentially. So what I mean by that, of course, is exactly like this. So midline trade, take it. Inducement high, just ever so slightly, perfectly. Like it's so precise, it induces the high as well, of course, this fractal liquidity. Also, it's a perfect let. Now, this is what I was talking about when we use the let in a slightly different way. It doesn't occur all the time, but this can, now take this lightly, should I say, potentially help us understand when the inducement may end. So how you can take an inducement trade essentially if a let occurs, preferably the 5-minute as it's more stronger confirmed. On the 5-minute, we can likely expect now that our inducement lines up with the let at this point, as opposed to a mitigation. So we can likely take then the mitigations after that, whether we have any other lower confluences or not. We can just take a pure mitigation. However, again, take this lightly. I would highly recommend identifying these examples as opposed to just taking them so you can see it for yourself. So let's see what happens now. Perfect reaction. Now, the only thing here we have, our mitigation isn't the nicest. So you would take your imbalance, you can see right there. So that would be your zone. So again, it's not really like crazily confirmed when it comes to like these relevant structure breaks there. Price reacts lower, only to then mitigate there. I don't know why I did an X, but it should be a tick. Yeah, so with that being said, what happens? Now we induce our second bit of liquidity. Of course, this does not hold. So you could equally say it's a smart money trap, but it's also one of our trade types with additional confluences where you literally would only take it to Asia high and you close. So that's where it's key to understand that. And then, of course, this zone will be taken out once we've had our inducement. Where we are right now in price action is also really important. So we're currently here. Now it's the question of, okay, we haven't induced Asia low, but we've kind of induced this. What can we expect? Is price now going to continue lower? What's going to happen? This is where you essentially can be caught up in the build-up. I know a lot of people do, where you don't wait for the inducement and then you kind of want to take random mitigation zones. So of course, don't make up things. Now, a good example is here, like it shows a let. You can see, right? It taps the line, which technically lines up here. It is a mitigation, don't get me wrong, but it's not the strongest mitigation from where we currently are in price action. So if anything, if you take that, it should be, hopefully, only a break even and not a loss. But nevertheless, you don't want to really take it in these areas. Now, again, that comes to the aspect of your leg like this. You don't really want to take a sell this far in the leg already. You kind of want to wait for more premium levels, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, so then that likely means, of course, what happens is we even get these lows. As you can see now, we have equal lows. So, of course, that then gives us intention that price will induce low. So what's happening now is we're likely getting an inducement of maybe some of this liquidity, maybe not all. So it could be like a partial inducement. Now, I made up that word. That's not a good word to use. Like it's an inducement, but it doesn't always induce every bit of liquidity. So it likely may just induce this structure point as opposed to the entire bits of structure of this trend line. If that makes sense, you will notice that as well. So that being said, we also have Asia low. So we've got target 1, target 2. Now what's our third target? Now we've also got, of course, this structure at this point, whatever you want to call it. Technically, the Asia low was the mitigation of this, but we want to take out both areas. So we also have this internal structure to be taken out, as well as this one over here. Why? Because they're not really relevant. They're yesterday's liquidity. Look at the timings when they occurred. They're not very important. So at minimum, we can, of course, stretch our target low to this point over here, which isn't that far off anyways. And again, depends on timing, where we can then identify potential mitigation opportunities. As this technically was an inducement, you can see the vector candles, liquidity, smart money trap liquidity as well. So for several types of liquidity, but because it was late in the day, we didn't necessarily get a mitigation, just got a strong reaction. So just clear all of those drawings. What happens now? Perfect. We get our reaction. So that's lovely. So we take out all of these bits of liquidity here as well as here. So it's a perfect intraday target. Look how perfectly it reacts low, and then you can really see price then shoots up a little bit higher over there. So again, this is an example where the entry necessarily didn't present when it comes to the let being the mitigation. However, we get our let being the inducement, which is pretty neat as well. So that being said, we have, of course, the inducement of Asia low and relevant structures, in the sense it's relevant liquidity in our eyes. So I hope that example made sense. It's a nice, quick, snappy one, I would say. Again, backtest these examples where you see the inducement being also a let, ideally on the 5M. I wouldn't say go on the 1M, as it's not as reliable or as strongly formed, I would say, when it comes to an inducement. So yeah, backtest them, find a few examples. Ideally with timing, like here it's perfect because we get it in London Open. That's perfect. As well as, of course, the let being the inducement. We obviously can't expect, when we were identifying the lead, we can't expect it to be a mitigation. There is no mitigation. So that means that potentially we get a let, and that helps us identify when the inducement has ended in this case. So I hope that made sense, and I hope you enjoyed that. So in this module, I will be covering another example of the entry helper in use, essentially covering the lets, again looking at the whole day's worth of price action and how you can identify the lets in combination with everything else, because that's the most important part, is putting the lets in the right places and not just making up things. So in my previous module, you probably did see how the let essentially was an inducement rather than a mitigation. Now that is, of course, Not very, very common, but that can potentially help us identify when an inducement may be towards its end. So we're not guessing, but we can potentially expect that. And that is more inducement trading, as I mentioned. So wouldn't say go into detail on that one just yet, but maybe identify it for your eyes, train them. So that being said, currently in the screen in front of us, we can see, of course, the beautiful Asia session, our midline, which is the 50% of Asia essentially. Funnily enough, it's kind of equal highs in that zone on average around that area. When it comes to liquidity, again, same thing with the lows right here. These are perfect equal lows, equal highs. These are amazing. So with that being said, what happens is price does essentially vector out of Asia low. You can see the vector candles, they're pretty nice. However, right after that, we get this choppy price action. So you can see this type of channel-like liquidity. It's not necessarily equal lows or equal highs, kind of on the trend line aspect, but more so a channel. So with that being said, we can already see that the likelihood of this sustaining when it comes to buys is probably very low. So likelihood is all the buyers here will get induced. Now you can already see what happened, I know, but of course, understand it though. That's the most important part of why this would fail essentially. So this is where we get number 2, which is inducement, and then the ones being the build-up. However, we're not finished, and that's where we get the fractal stages. We have the 1 again on both sides. 2 occurs right here. Now, with this 2, what's nice is, what is nice? Well, it's a nice wick. That's the only thing that's nice. However, the only thing when it comes to something like this, where you get this really sharp wick, it could likely be news-based. Now, you have been taught the spoofing candles or the ghost wicks or whatever you want to call it when it comes to brokers and news events. This isn't too crazy. As you can see, it's not that crazy of a wick, but it likely shows something on news probably went on there at exactly 8 o'clock here. So I'm not so keen on that when it comes to it being the clear inducement, as well as if you see, there's not a mitigation anyways. It didn't provide any sort of mitigation at this point. So at this point, you simply watch it. Maybe if it does react like such, you take a mitigation possibly here, as this whole zone showed nothing, which is basically this zone. Didn't show anything. But that's, of course, a waiting game, and that's why this entire thing does not count, and you can already identify it's not a means for entry anyways. So we're going to wait for a more clearer inducement, again, ideally with confluences. So currently what we can see right here is these equal lows, as well as equal highs. Again, our random wick over here, and also an inducement of that wick. So for me, when I see this, I see essentially, okay, now price has made the real inducement, as this was kind of like a ghost wick. Not actually, I would not say ghost wick, but more so not very reliable when it comes to the intention side, but probably a broker-based thing. So that could likely be an inducement. And what also helps, it's also Frankfurt Open. So you can see it's 8:23, so 23 minutes in. And again, timing based. So we have our build up to both sides. Again, everything here was a build up. Also, again, with the lows, so we get several build-ups upon build-ups upon build-ups, and then these minor inducements like such here, and then this potentially being our last one. Now, we're not interested in taking that. Again, we want more confluences, so ideally we want to wait for a mitigation to appear. So what can we see? Firstly, with this reaction of the inducement. So what can you see additionally in this inducement? Now, it was mentioned in the previous video of the entry helper. So I'll give you 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. It is, of course, a let. So our inducement could also be a let. Well, it is a let, but what I'm trying to say is our inducement is a let as well. So it's let confirmed. Now it doesn't look so clear. And now this is where it gets interesting, where you probably like, well, actually, we have a let there and a let there. Now look at what those points signal. Equal lows. We're not even interested in anything in that until we get our inducement off that point there. So that's what makes this let a reliable one, because it actually does induce. So this is why you use the lets with reliability and don't make up things. That's really important, right? So let's now progress forwards. So what do we have now? Essentially equal highs. So we've had our inducement low also being a let, so that's lovely. And we also have equal highs. What is that? Triple top. It's not a quadruple top just yet, but we're getting this rejection. So we have a target to the high side, meaning, of course, at minimum, we can expect price to at least tap above here. At the same time, if you remember, we have our highs over here as well. So what do we also have missing? Well, not missing, but pretty obvious looking POI. It's got a nice, crazy looking imbalance right there. And we've got a nice clean POI after our let type of inducement. It's horrible, horrible arrow that is. Okay. That being said, what can you also see on the entry helper at this point? So we have our POI. It's also potentially another let. You can see price has already crossed over this line like such. So price can likely now tap back into it and form a let. So it lines up perfectly. Now that's the key thing when it comes to the lets is look how it basically looks exact. This whole picture here basically looks the same over here in that sense, that we can likely expect that as price trends downwards, it taps actually into that. So that's a nice POI, again confirmed by potentially being a let. Nevertheless, is it valid on its own? Of course. Why is that? Because remember, we had our build-up, 1, inducement, 2, and then the last stage would, of course, be the mitigation. So let's see how that plays. Perfect. As you can see, a really beautiful reaction, and it was indeed a let. So that's lovely. At the same time, this is where it's important to understand that all of this occurred in Frankfurt, not necessarily London Open. And that's why in London Open, you don't get very much nice price action here. As you can see, that's 0 entries. There's not a single entry. But take that entry. That's the clearest it could get at that point. So in this case, makes sense for London to be, of course, the continuation aspect. So I hope that one made sense. That's pretty simple, pretty clear. But you're probably like, let's do it again. Come on. I know you want to do it again. So of course it's important because we want to build this in your head again and again and again. So next example, we have, of course, jeje. Now in this example, again, let's identify what liquidity targets do we have if we want to sell. So that means we ideally want to find early sellers, essentially. Now, already with this price action that has already played out, so in front of our eyes, what can we already identify? Well, we can already see a smart money trap that induced smart money traders. So that being your trap, right? Of course, there is a reaction until here. And only from there, we get, you could say your trendline trader is getting happy with their quadruple touch over here. It's 4 touches, right? Lovely for them. They get excited. And then your smart money traders are now out from this vector candle, right? So now that vector candle has occurred, what can we expect? Well, firstly, you can already see we have equal highs over here. So our inducement clearly is not complete in this stage. So now we just simply have to wait for an inducement. Now, based on timings that you can see below, you can see no Asia box. Now, you're probably thinking, what happened over there? Well, I'm actually using the 1-minute chart, hence why you don't see Asia range, because now we're almost approaching New York. You can already see that was London based on the gray box. So in this case, it's a New York potential trade. So let's see what happens. What do we need though, essentially at this point? We need an inducement high, right? Because we have liquidity still remaining. Got this nice trend line that's technically induced at this point, but we still want an inducement high because there's not a clear inducement right now. We haven't got the vector candles or a clear pinpoint reaction to then enter off. So what do? We get an inducement, right? So we get an inducement right here. Are the equal highs taken out? Yes, they're gone. Can we potentially take sells now? Of course. What is approaching at this point? Come on, use your eyes. Use your eyes. Look at this. It's almost at New York Open. How far off are we at this point? Only 1 minute, quite literally 1 minute off. So what happens? New York Open, of course, then gives us reversal, right? Because technically London over here was the continuation. New York was the reversal. Everything in between from MM1 over here, which gave us that little pullback, was of course essentially a build-up. You can clearly see this everywhere. Get an inducement. Is it complete? No, not really. What will we wait for? A clear inducement. Again, we're building a trend line at this point. So at this point, we have a very clear target to at least take out the lows over here. Pretty nice risk to reward if you look at it like that. So now we've had our reaction, we actually do have the relevant breaks of structure over here. You can see that's relevant. Why is that? That was the last push that led to the inducement. Now price has reacted. It made this break of structure essentially. Again, it's relevant break of structure. We don't really use it otherwise. So if it makes sense like this, then why not? Again, we recommend you do use it, again, because it probably increases the chances of you getting into an entry. That is confirmed, of course. So with that being said, we have a POI and a smart money trap. Why is that a smart money trap? So remember your understanding of the smart money trap. It occurs, of course, in the sense we've had an inducement high. So now we've had our inducement high. We're trading away from anyone that's buying now. So your trend traders are still probably in their trades, expecting it to still continue. Smart money traders take this as a POI, thinking, okay, we can continue, right? It's the last, you could say, imbalance at this point. It led to this break of structure, this reaction over here. So now we take the POI over here. Now you can see with that understanding, it really messes you up. And this is why the break of structure thing is, yeah, not very reliable. We wait for the inducement first, and then only if a break of structure appears when it's relevant do we then consider that. Now that's key. Keep that in your head, of course. Now, POI, of course, you're taking this cell, not this one. So price may react. At this point, it's right there. So it probably breaks through and maybe becomes an FFS. But POI, we have a nice extreme POI up top. What do we also have? Well, we have a New York Open mitigation point because potentially we may mitigate in New York. If not, outside of New York, say here, it still becomes the New York mitigation because the mitigation appeared in New York essentially. So now what we can see is another potential let. Why is that? So we see, of course, price crossing the liquid equilibrium line, which is this black line over here, or gray line. The purple line crosses. So what that means is upon the potential pullback we get like such into the POI, we may get somewhat of the same touching liquid equilibrium line, which is, of course, then going to be looking like something like that, hopefully. So again, yeah, really nice entries when it comes to that. The potential, again, adding the let, it makes everything so much more clearer and easier. Again, more confirmed as well. So what happens? We get the perfect 1M let, as you can see. Perfect reaction. I mean, it's not the perfect let, I'll be honest. Nevertheless, POI still remained a POI. Get a perfect looking reaction right there. Now it's just a matter of waiting. And we wait, and just like that, price, of course, takes out everyone. You can see the whole trend line is induced. Not a speckle to wait for there. We get even build up rejection here. Why do we potentially get rejection here? Well, we get a lot of liquidity there. So if I can draw my line straight, that will be where your essentially support buyers would buy, because whatever, we get this first reaction, then upon this reaction, they buy. So it's important not to get confused in a mess like this and only assume it's a build-up. Ideally, take the prime entries, which always appear, and that would be, of course, the mitigation in New York Open. Upon that, there's not really any other entries, as you can see. There really isn't anything else, so we're not going to make up things, but you have the clearest entry to take, and look at the risk to reward potential. And of course, you get cheap. Everything's cheap. All of the buyers, even your lows over here, trend line, everything. So what does that mean? Trend traders are, of course, now induced, as well as your smart money traders, lows, resistance, support, sorry, then whatever you want to call this stuff. Everything's liquidity. You can call it whatever you want. Your lows, your trend lines, or channels, essentially, is probably the better term. But yeah, with that being said, I hope the let part make sense. Just showing you another example of, again, this time it's New York, before it was London Open. Sometimes it's magic manipulation minutes. Now in this case, that would be really nice if it was magic manipulation minutes. However, upon this reaction, if price then induced high, that would be perfect to then take out at minimum this liquidity. So that's why we know this zone is completely invalid, because price has already induced this zone from this reaction before it came here. So that's where the momentum mitigation comes into place. So if you're struggling a bit with the smart money trap identification, or FFS, I would highly recommend pairing it with the momentum mitigation and understanding essentially when a POI is valid or not. Essentially, they both go really hand in hand. Like, well, I hope you also enjoyed that. So in this module, we will be covering another day of life with the entry helper. So this is, again, another example. I will be including the EDM as well in this one, as the previous ones were primarily the LETs. So that was the liquid equilibrium touch, if you remember. And then this time I will be using the EDM. Again, it has to be very clear. So that's why we, of course, ensure that the EDM and the LETs are only used after everything else. So it's the final confluence essentially when it comes to an entry. So if we look at our first example, we have again GF on the 5-minute chart. So in front of us, we of course have Asia range. We have the midline being, of course, the middle of Asia. And then, of course, we have the question of what does the entry helper provide this day? So before we start, we of course need to understand what our target inducements are to the left, essentially. So of course, you can't see too much to the left other than the price action that essentially is over here. However, what's interesting about this example is 2 days before, we actually have an Asia high that was not induced right here. So I know it says the 23rd and this was the 19th. That's because the 23rd was a Monday. So this, I believe, was on a Thursday, so 2 days before when it comes to the actual market timings, essentially, or days, whatever you want to call it. So what happened this day, price actually induced low and did whatever it needed to do, but left Asia high, of course, not induced. So at the same time, we of course on current day price action have Asia high that's yet to be induced. So the chances are, with the difference we have here, so it's not too much, let's see how to do this, too much of a difference when it comes to the range of the previous day, as well as current price action Asia high. So we have a very clear liquidity target being 2 Asia highs, not even just 1, but 2, as well as, of course, this fractal trend line being built to the high side. And then, of course, this even bigger trend line over here that's yet to be essentially induced. So again, of course, we have the other liquidity areas, your trend lines. Okay, cannot draw very well, so I apologize, but you can see various elements of liquidity over here. So when we look before, we of course have the proximity of the range being very short, as I mentioned, and both Asia heights. So at the same time, if we induce high, we must also think, okay, if we want to sell, or if we understand that price intentions may be to sell after we've induced high, do we also have targets to the downside? So it's really important we also identify targets for sells. So let's identify them right now. So we of course have the main one being the trend traders. You can see 1 touch, 2 touch, 3 and 4, almost 5 touches being that one there. So it's a very, you could say, strong trend line in quotation marks. But yeah, it's a very strong trend line. So we have a very, very clear liquidity target in that sense. As Asia high is actually close to where we are right now, trading essentially, almost coming out of the Asia range and into Frankfurt open, we can likely expect price to induce high essentially. So what happens, of course, price induces high. So we induce Asia high, right? So we essentially induced the previous Asia high as well at this point. Remember, the proximity range was pretty short. Now, this is really nice because price actually built this trend line. And of course, it did the mitigation over here in Frankfurt Open to then induce high. You see the clear vector candles, so you can identify the inducement of itself. Now, this is, of course, a Frankfurt Open inducement high. So what that likely means is price may reverse in London Open. Again, we want our confluences to trade this. So what happens? Of course, we have the more trendline liquidity as I drew before. So we have even clearer targets. We have this one, as well as this one, as well as, of course, Asia low. We have these structures to the left down here. Of course, that builds part of the trend line, but in the sense of if price was to reverse, where essentially would it reverse? So ideally, we want to take out this entire trend line. So let's see. Now we can go on the 1M chart. So now this, as mentioned, as you can see, it is the 5-minute chart over here. So for us to refine our entries, essentially we do want to go on the 1 minute. So we've had a Frankfurt inducement high. Now potentially we may get a reversal or the characteristics of an entry in Frankfurt going into London. If you go on the 1M chart, this is what price action essentially looks like. So we can see, okay, these vector candles. Now it doesn't look very clean, as you can see. It's not the clearest looking view on the 1M when it comes to, do we essentially just enter off this little zone here and just kind of make it up? Of course we don't make it up, so we must wait. So let's wait for our entry help over here to provide us with potentially an entry as well as a clear mitigation zone. So let's wait for the reaction first. So we get a really nice clear reaction. So now we know, okay, there is essentially imbalances in this area. So we can take the extreme. Now just remember, it will be confirmed with first wait for a reaction like such, so we know then our inducement is complete. Also, this inducement did take out the previous day Asia high to the left as well as, of course, current price action. At the same time, we get nice imbalance zones right there. So see what that looks like. We get a 1M mitigation POI identified. Get a nice reaction. You could somewhat say this is relevant market structure when it comes to this being the last push high, essentially, and then price breaks out of that. So those last vector candles essentially are now broken out of. So potentially, okay, maybe we can see that our inducement has now ended. At the same time, what can we see on our entry helper? Potentially a let from what it looks like. We've crossed over the equilibrium line. Potentially price may now come back up and touch the line. So of course, as mentioned, we have the 1M let potential. So of course, what that would look like on the entry helper, we have our moving line like such, and then of course the equilibrium line. So we essentially want price to cross over clearly to then tap, right? So that will be, of course, the let. Sometimes it may look like this, where it's kind of like going like this, and then you get confused. Again, try not to take entries like such unless it's very clear. So just remember, we have, of course, identified liquidity first. So the trend line that was leading up, as well as Asia high being 1, and then the previous day Asia high 1. Again, when I mention 1, it means build up essentially, because it's a 1, 2, 3 stage process. So 1 being build up, 2 being the inducement, right? So it's the inducement, it occurred essentially. The whole leg is an inducement. It's just completed at this point over here. Now 3 is then the mitigation point. So we've already identified the cycle first before the entry help has occurred. So we don't look at the entry help before. Do not look at it, right? So that's really, really important to understand. So let's see how price now reacts. Perfect. So we get a really nice let, again, crossed over, tapped perfectly, as you can see over here. Perfect mitigation, really nice reaction upwards. So essentially your let should look kind of the same as the actual price action. It goes down and then up. So it's the same thing, just shouldn't cross, of course, the gray line over here. Otherwise, then it will be essentially an invalid let. So let's see how price now reacts. And again, this is almost heading into London Open, but you could actually say the mitigation happened in Frankfurt. So this is essentially a Frankfurt trade. So what that means, what can you likely expect in London Open? Well, potentially continuation, of course. So you may or may not get the continuation entries. It really depends. So lovely, we get a nice tube, right? from what you can see already, we get consecutive mitigations here. So in London, you could also say here, these are like order flow entries. Price does break below and then reverses. So you can say the relevant breaks of structure. Now, again, you can't really see too much of a let. You can classify this as a let, but when you look at what that is, let's try to draw a straight vertical line. That would be this entry over here. Again, it's not the clearest, that's why I don't really recommend taking them, as price technically tapped around there, and this just pushes that last high. So of course, it's really ideal then to take the Frankfurt trade, like here. So we get a nice reaction, remember? So we get a really nice tripped reaction, again, liquidity building on itself, vector candles, right before Asia low being down there. So let's see what happens now. We need to again look for our target leg. So there's more, of course. Let's identify where we are in the target leg. Let's go back on the 5M chart. What you can currently see, that price action that you just saw is this reaction here. So we're induced out of Asia low. We had those vector candles, remember? And then, of course, we had these fractal lows right there. So now we're currently over here. And where are we? So let's see on a straight line what price potentially has induced low that could we potentially get a reversal. Well, essentially we have induced this structure point. Remember our trend line? It essentially went from here all the way bullish. That was the last point of the trend line. Price has actually now induced that. My line's not the straightest, but it did induce it right there. Okay, let's think about timing at the same time. So if we look to the left, of course, as mentioned, inducement within structure as well as the trend line. So straighter trend line. So you can tell already from this point here, price has indeed induced. So what this means, of course, is potential pullback opportunities. So now we can potentially trade a pullback. So let's go on the 1M and see what that potentially would look like. So we have the 1M chart of price action. Now what happened? We have this liquidity being built like such, and then of course we had an inducement low. So we can gather our existing confluences and align them together for a pullback opportunity. So what do we have that you can currently see on the chart? So if you look lower, you can already see we're approaching magic manipulation minutes 2. So that will be 12:30 UTC plus 2. So we're 2 minutes off. So again, timing in this point aligns. At the same time, what do we also get? Potentially a lead. Now this is an example where it's not very clear. If you zoom in, you can see if price did cross over the gray line over here, we can potentially expect a tap now that it's crossed over. So again, if price reverses, maybe taking opportunity like such over here. Also equal highs, right? So we have a fractal target. Price has already built this liquidity, this hesitation, and at the same time, a mitigation POI, pretty obvious at this point. It could only really be that. So we have our mitigation and potential let lining up at the same time, as well as, of course, timing. So let's see what price does. Perfect, it does react in our POI, which is lovely. Now, the only thing here is the let didn't really tap the line. As you can see, there's a little gap here. However, it is, you could say, close to a let. Nevertheless, our analysis didn't change, right? We had the whole cycle first. So the let, of course, is an additional confluence. If it presents, lovely. If it almost presents, I still personally classify it. Because, of course, you can't, once you've had a POI, it's important to then understand that. Am I going to not take it just because the let is a little bit short? Again, POI is perfect at this point. You could say, not to the minute, of course, it's 1 or 2 minutes off when it comes to MMM2. So, perfect. Now we have a reaction. It's just as important to identify a target and a pro-trend sell opportunity. Remember, this is a pullback. So now we need to identify, okay, where is our target for the pullback? We're not expecting it to just fly through now bullish. We need to understand to close and, of course, take profits as well as identify potential sell zones. So what we currently have on the chart in front of us is, of course, essentially what we have in price action over here. So what can we identify from this? Well, we have a build-up, right? We had a build-up over here. We had an inducement over here. You can see the vector candle characteristics like such. Price made a really nice, strong reaction. So that was essentially the last point that led to the inducement low. So upon a pullback, we can likely expect, well, actually, we have a really nice mitigation zone, as you can see right here. However, that's not enough for us to just then take the mitigation in this case. And why do I say that? It's because there's likely zones above this. Now we're using the 1M chart, remember. So price could additionally create whatever, bullish structure again. This could be a smart money trap or FFS zone. So what this means is we can again pull out our trusted entry helper. So what does this look like? So before I even show you what it looks like, can the entry helper show us potentially something else? Now remember, this from this mitigation point over here, the very high is this on the entry helper. So how can this potentially help us when we have currently trading over there? Well, we are gearing up for a potential EDM, right? So if you look at the straight line, if price crosses this straight line, so of course the EDM has to be like such where price crosses, and then of course like such there. So I drew a straight line here in the sense that if price crosses above, as we trade into that, it becomes an EDM. So let's of course see how that looks like. Perfect. So we have a really clear EDM. It's not a straight line anymore. Of course, this point is higher than the POI in itself. Now price does essentially tap into it at this point. So can we take this? Well, of course we can. Now this is a 1M EDM. Remember that when you're looking at the 1M chart over here. However, what's really nice here is when we have a entry helper on both the 5M and the 1M. So in this case, the 5M chart looks exactly the same. Perfect. We have our mitigation over there as well as the reaction over here. Perfect POIs, also the 5M. So it's a 5M and a 1M POI. Honestly, this couldn't get more clear at this point. So you would, of course, take your profits from here, close out this trade, and then take the sells. So that being said, the reaction is absolutely amazing. This is probably a news candle wick type of thing. Looks like it was based on timing. But nevertheless, you entered before timing occurred. You just have to leave it, set it, and then of course target new lows to the left. So that couldn't be more clear in my opinion. So the EDM, of course, has to be used carefully. I personally prefer the LETs, as well as EDMs are really nice when they occur 5M and 1M. However, line it up with the build-up, the inducement, and then a mitigation POI. Only then look at the entry helper. That's so key. Do not look at the entry helper first and assume, well, this, that, whatever. Remember, it's a confluence additional to an entry. I hope you enjoyed that. That was essentially the whole day's price section on this, where we identify let opportunities for sells, almost let opportunities for pullback buys, but an EDM for the final tube. Now, of course, you could hold that very first sell we identified in Frankfurt Open, if you remember, and then take partials essentially at the Asia low, which was at this point. Oh, sorry, not Asia low. This was, of course, the structure. You can take your partials there, then, of course, take the sells here and just hold everything for the next target. So I hope you enjoyed that. And again, if you have any questions, do let me know in the week 3 chat.
Vision to cover everything again, to bring everyone on the same side again. So we covered, of course, the main cycle, which is always. Now you should understand all the 4 steps. First of all, we're always starting with identifying liquidity, first on the higher time frames, and then combining it with the intraday liquidity. Because again, obviously higher time frames will always win. If you take a sumo here, that's a perfect drawing of a sumo ringer, right? And if this is like a little guy here, maybe that's Sakba, right? And they will fight against each other. Of course, guess who's gonna win? It's not Sakba in here, right? So of course, always higher time frames for bigger buyers, and then later on, and then of course later on, you identify it on the intraday play and then see how on a bigger picture it will line out. Okay, So then you identify beyond the cycle, of course, like what is the cycle? Build up, inducement, mitigation. That doesn't matter if you're on the 4 hour or on the 1 minute, it's always the same exact cycle. You're always waiting for some sort of build up, then of course some false reaction and inducement into that. Maybe this inducement already is a mitigation to the left. If not, you wait ideal scenario, break of structure here and mitigation here. Now you already know that this also can be a perfect let, perfect, and then you're trading after here an EDM maybe, and that's your third and final entry, and that's always the same approaches in here. Extreme entry, mitigation of the inducement, which perfectly being a let sometimes, and then the last entry being an EDM in that order. Okay. And of course, we look for inducements, as we know already, as we saw in Asia, for example. If this is Asia range, right, and we never induce to the upside, what you can do, you identify the liquidity here, maybe Asia midline, perfect. You never induced Asia high. What can happen? Induced low, Asia midline, perfect. You're waiting for a reaction here, 1 minute. You're trading now into the inducement, the buy trade. Of course, now you're looking for the same stuff all over again. Liquidity traps in here, smart money trap maybe, proper mitigation or inducement in here. And then, of course, you're closing your buys in here and looking for break of structures and then for the sell in here. Okay. That's the direct order, trading into the inducement or trading away from the daily cycle. That's always the same approaches, but of course, look for the inducement, right? And then we also digged into finding the trading opportunity as the four approaches we showed you so far, right? So again, that's the four-man stack, and it's always the same. It doesn't matter what time frame, it doesn't matter what pretty much pair, it doesn't matter whatever instrument you're trading, it's always the same cycles, okay? And then we have our normal cycle, which always is the build-up, inducement, mitigation. It cannot get easier than that. The moment you really can identify like the proper build-ups, it's always the same. It's just the way you know how to approach it. And then you combine it with the mitigation, you combine it with the LETs and the EDMs, and you're set to go. You combine it with the whole daily cycles and all the variations we give you, understand where you're on the cycle in terms of the bigger picture. You're so prepared for everything that's going to hit you, okay? And of course, we dig into the normal daily cycle in here, like the perfect daily cycle, of course, a minor inducement in here, London opened it, and you have best case in here, a break of structure, right? Or like this with the break of structure, and then you're trading a mitigation away from that. Then you're having the break of structure in here, which also is a minor inducement, but of course, in a bigger picture, it is a break of structure in here. Then you can trade this. You already know what that might be. Of course, it might be an EDM in here, and then this one, London close, can also be the EDM in here, and the reversal happens in New York. Easy stuff, you know, all the timing confirmations, if you include that in here, right? Of course, looks on the charts exactly like that. Now we can combine it with the entry helper. Then all of a sudden you have an LETs, EDMs combined with timing, perfect cycles, after break of structures, right? It's just making so much sense at some point. The only thing is you need to get used to those concepts, okay? It's very important that you see it hundreds and hundreds of times and understand the different variations they can bring, because again, they're very, very limited of what they can do. They just mix it up pretty good. But then again, the intention is always the same. So what we will do now, we adding a few more confluences, because what we have so far is amazing, don't get me wrong, but we need more. There's so much more even, and we're starting with one very, very powerful one and easy one, which will be the entry helper. Because what we did like last weekend, you remember this kid, just sit there and did nothing and let the market do its thing, but we most likely did not get affected by that other you call Josh. So yeah, but everything else should be like sitting there and just waiting. So anyways, but what for this week, again, what we're trying to do here, like we were patient, right? See like the lioness waiting. But at some point, of course, we need to see these opportunities. And then what will going to happen? Just comes around the corner and jumps on that fucker, right? And just will eat it, right? So of course, what we will do, we will focus on entries even this weekend, and at least for practice, and show you how we will do it. But first, what are confluences in general? Confluences, of course, if you typed it in our friend Google again, the first definition it gives us is kind of weird because it refers it to rivers, like two rivers. Okay, especially rivers of approximately equal width. Okay, that doesn't help. But what's a similarity approach is an act or process of merging. There we go. That makes more sense. So rivers, like we could think of rivers as confirmations or additional verifications to take the trade. It's very, very important because again, the more confluences you have, of course, the more certainty you will have and the more worth your risk will be at some point, because you should not approach every single trade with the same amount of risk. Of course, that's why we'll have confluences of events, and the more you have, the more confluences, the bigger your risk can be. Maximum, of course, being 1%, never more than that, right? So with that being said, what confluences do we know so far? Of course, Josh, you can add something.
Guys, just remember, most retail traders look for what, 3 confluences to take a trade. So if you were going to place a bet on something, would you only ever have 3 reasons to do so, or would you want as many as you could get? Just something to think about.
That's exactly what it is. That's why we stack in confluences. We also will give you checklists later, so you can stack or check these confluences, and then again you will see how many we will have, and only if you have a certain amount of them, then it's actually worth, as Josh said, taking a trade. Because if you only have like 2 or 3 confluences, for us that's nothing. For a retailer that's a lot. For us, 2 or 3, that's nothing. Okay. So what we have so far, and as you can see, it's already a lot. We have, of course, like Asia build-up for our guide. We know what we're looking for. We know what it should look like. What's the liquidity? Identify the liquidity. So also the liquidity will be a confluence for us. Then, of course, we have our inducements to give the false trap and then the right movement. Then we know what a build-up is, that should be induced. And we should know that the inducement either taps into mitigation, and just to make this drawing once more clear, because someone asked that question earlier. So again, what we have the liquidity inducement and build-up mitigation. So someone asked earlier, so again, you have, let's say you have a build-up in here, which creates equal highs in here, right? Again, you have 2 options of inducement mitigations. So the first option is if this inducement in here, first of all, is the inducement of this liquidity in here, but then all the way to the left, you might have something similar, right? Where you have something right here, and then this is your extreme, and this is your decisional, right? And the decisional becomes what? The smart money trap. And then this inducement actually mitigates that. Or sometimes, again, if you don't have like a clear play in here, like no decisional whatsoever, you could have whatever, some structure point in here, not another. Then you have something in here. No, if you build up, then you have an inducement of this point, whatever, maybe this is like whatever, yesterday's whatever structural point, and you have the inducement, then you have the break of structure in here, and then it's the same thing. You're looking for now mitigation of the inducement in here, right? So that's your 2 points of in the mitigation you can have of an inducement. So either the extreme being in a mitigation, same thing, you're waiting for break of structure here, and then you're waiting for the mitigation in here. So 1 mitigation, 2 mitigation, or only this mitigation here. Make sense? Awesome. So then what we have as well, we have, of course, our 4 main steps, which is, of course, first identify the liquidity, then identify where you are in the cycle, then the inducements, and then wait for entry confirmation to recover today. Then, of course, we have the lit cycle, the normal build-up, inducement, mitigation. We have the intraday traps, smart money traps, and obviously all the retailer traps. We have our timing windows, being London or open, Frankfurt open, magic manipulation minutes, New York open, New York trap time, and London close. Then, of course, we have the overall daily cycle. We show you the few variations to the theme. For example, again, just to cover it briefly quick again, we can have the normal cycle where you have the inducement high first, minor inducement, maybe medium inducement, London hits. Then again, reversal in here, then New York opens here. Sorry, New York opens here, gives a false reaction. New York traps, and the same thing reverses here. That's the perfect overall daily cycle, right? Then we have variations to the theme. Variation 1 is that you have Asia range being induced high, minor, medium. The medium was enough to grab all the liquidity, and then it can be a London knockout, and the whole day is just a trending day. So you don't look for reversals. Again, that happens if you're, for example, this one is your extreme in here. on the higher time frames, and the next point of interest in terms of imbalances, in terms of structure, would be all the way down here, and in the middle it's just nothing, right? And there's no need for price to return at any point. That's why you sometimes have a very trendy day, and usually the trap happens in London. And this, by the way, happened like 10 times this week alone. So this is like a very common play. And then we have a retailer heaven, which is Asia range. You have your inducement high, but again, some sort of major inducement here. Could be pre-Asia even, or even structure point like earlier today. And again, what you expect, you're expecting just trending for the whole day. Now entry opportunities are here, and we will cover them today. Okay, but the whole day is just breaking out first and then continues out trending all this direction. So that's the basic three variations we have, and we will focus on all of them, how we will trade them. Then of course we have the market structure. We know what the efficiency of the pullback is, and we also know what decisional plays. And again, just to cover briefly, extreme point, right? Let's say this is the extreme in here, and the decisional, that's a horrible drawing. The decisional with this point that breaks the structure. So you have your decisional, your extreme in here and your decisional in here, because someone asked that as well. Hope that's clear. So what type of confluences we will cover today? Of course, we start with the entry helper. We will show you what an let is. Lets are freaking powerful. EDMs are for continuation trades. We will cover the very mysterious cup trades, which is just money makers. Then we cover higher time frame confirmations. Then we have 4 entry approaches. We combined it now to 4. We had 5, but we saw one is very similar to the other. So now we're only making it 4. Right, so we cover like very easy stuff like daily high liquidity, weekly high liquidity, daily open liquidity, Asia mid and Asia high, and how it will help you. That being very easy stuff in here though, and the bread and butter lies in those. Okay. So we will start with our guide, which of course is Asia range, and of course we can add additional components like the Asia high and low. So what is going on here and what we're going to do here? So it's easy as it sounds, nothing you don't know already. Like look at Asia after it's closed, and this will provide you with, of course, the high and the low of the session. And sometimes you will see that price induces out of it in one direction and then comes back to retest these zones, because you always have to understand how the concept of these breakout traders work of those. Like say, like if you look at this illustration in here, you have Asia session, and breakout fish is of course entering of the breakout of Asia. So of course, the moment they're getting in some profit, some of them getting at break even, and that's why price a lot of times comes back to stop these people out at break even and then continues higher. And you will see that a lot of times, and we of course can take advantage of that. So how it can look like in charts, it's very easy. You have minor inducement here, right? Of course, then price rallies up in London trap, but you already can guess that this will probably be a retailer's heaven or hell in that sense, but obviously what you see in here as well. We're having our touch of Asia high to induce or whatever, to get rid of those people who took with the momentum trade in here, getting the breakout out of it, right? And retesting it also gives us a let to confirms the continuation, right? So Asia high bounce in this sense, we have an let, and of course it ranges to build even first the reaction here, finally gives the minor inducement in this area, right? So build up in here, minor inducement low, also Asia runs, everything happens around this Asia session high, right? So a lot of liquidity around there for some reason. And of course, now we're looking at the clock. When does the final manipulation minute happen? Down these areas, it happened at magic manipulation minutes. Of course, it happens like clockwork. And of course, they're channeling upwards. What do we expect? Of course, the tube even higher. When does it happen? New York trap time, and then goes lower. And as you already can see, what is going on here? London close. What does it do to all these sessions in here? Creating a huge EDM. London close. What should it do? Mitigate the positions out of it. So we expect even higher just by the entry helper in this stage in here. Makes sense? Just adding confluences slowly and surely. Then we have something like the Asia midline. That becomes very powerful if you want to trade quick inducement trades. Like they're really amazing. And how you will use it is, again, it's easier. It looks, it sounds like Asia midline. You wait until Asia session is closed already. And then you have your midline, which is also in the indicators for you guys. You can turn it off and on if you don't like it, but you definitely should keep it on because it again gives you a pretty good confluence of where the liquidity lies. So it requires a bit of backtesting and practice though, but as you're more getting experience with it, it gets very, very clean and you should know what to do. Yeah, yesterday was a picture perfect example for that. And of course, how we can use it as additional confluence, we will use it like this. So sometimes they break out of it, minor inducement, they're building liquidity in here, right? And then of course, induced internal liquidity downwards. And believe it or not, we drew this picture like a few months ago, and this is exactly what happened Friday on EU, like to the absolute perfection. Okay, of course, you're always looking for these internal buildups. This liquidity of the Asia range, if it also lines up with imbalance zones above liquidity of the minor inducement, which also can confirm the internal break of structure, this becomes very, very powerful. And you're looking again, same thing, into the break of structure, inducement, into the mitigation. A new additional confluence now will be, of course, the Asia midline to confirm that there is actually liquidity there, and it makes sense for them to reverse in here. But of course, you're combining the whole lit cycle plus the structure plus the break of structure in here. And of course, you're aiming for the next liquidity zone in here. That is variation number 1. Okay, so write that down. So variation number 1 is where they induce out of Asia first, and then they come back with the liquidity and taps into the Asia midline after that, and then continues higher. That's variation 1. Okay, so looks like this. As you see, we have a break of structure in here, also minor inducement, right? So we're channeling upwards, right? So of course, first of all, you can trade the inducement trade in here later on, but guess what we have? We're building equal lows in the process. What do we have? Channeling upwards, inducement into what? Imbalances left. Look at all this crazy liquidity forming in here. Left the imbalances perfectly. Asia midline mitigates it. When does it happen? Magic manipulation minutes, and then of course shoots upwards. What do we have in here? Like this was a 5-minute let. You see the let is very high in here. So you see this is the inducement after the perfect cycle. Build up, inducement, mitigation onto perfectly Asia range. That's the first 5-minute let, very high though, but it also was a 1-minute EDM in here. Right, so perfect, and obviously channels upwards. Same thing all over again. Trading the reversal now. Internal break of structure in here. Taps back. Also, guess what it is? 5-minute let in here. So you're trading the mitigation of this 5-minute let until obviously price channeled downwards because it was Friday and liquidity was low. Okay. Makes sense. And this, by the way, is Friday on EU. So yeah, it's it's not that rare that stuff like that happened. It's just getting clearer and clearer and clearer and clearer. Okay. So this is like how it looked on the M1, for example, and again, how you would actually can start trading it. It's the same thing on the M1, just refining your zone a little bit more deeper, like here, obviously as Weka showed you earlier. So you're finding your M1 imbalance zone. Same thing, same place. Then again, what do you have in here? Build up, inducement, break of structure into the mitigation. What is it on in 1 minute? It's a perfect EDM, confirming this trade in here, looking for upside. Okay, then again, what do you have? Build-ups in here. First of all, you would expect like inducement to the left, but as it was Friday, liquidity went lower. You don't do anything until what? Break of structure in here. First of all, that comes back to mitigate the extreme, which is also, guess what, the inducement candle in here. After the break of structure, it comes back, induces internally, comes back all the way to the extreme, makes new lower lows. Awesome. Taps into this zone in here. This was the 5-minute let. guess what it does? Comes back, mitigates in here, but then again, day was over, week was over, just was ranging after that. Yeah, and the EDM in here, that was also a 5-minute EDM, but again, this is really hard to take if it's like so big, and then again, you're coming off this trap in here. I would not recommend to take that, but it's important to understand still that on the 5-minute, this was the EDM. So you at least understand like why the reaction happens and why then it's now trapped between the let and the schematic in here. And of course, like the EDMs and the mitigation here. So that's why it just goes sideways. Okay. So it's trapped between two liquidity traps. Make sense? Again, this is a perfect example for an Asia midline trap, but there's like hundreds, multiple every week. So anyways, so pretty much what you're going in here. Sometimes like this, again, what we do, sometimes we have an inducement of this area, but again, it's the same thing all over again. What do we expect in here? Of course, this is our minor inducement. So what can we expect? Mitigation into London. After what? Minor inducement, trapped liquidity low, taps into Asia range, goes higher, goes to the final mitigation area, the decisional area in here, mitigates, London close, London open, and of course you expect the tube right after. Then we have a variation 2, that these are very juicy trades, by the way. So that is when you don't have an Asia inducement of any side so far. So yeah, it can become an inducement, or if it's clean, a mitigation. Okay, so mitigation is obviously better if they're clean, but of course it can also induce like the structure if there's no mitigation. Okay, but if you have build-up, inducement, and a cover, it should be a mitigation. Then you have variation 2, where Asia high is not induced here. Do you see? You have all these liquidity build-ups in here, never induced to any side, but out of a sudden it started to making these traps in here. Can be a perfect build-up in here as well. Then again, it's the same thing. You expect the inducement into either if the build-up happens here, then you expect the mitigation in here, or there is no build-up, as in this example. You expect this point also to be induced and then goes higher, and you're trading, of course, in the 1 minute, the break of structure in here and the mitigation of the inducement higher. And then you're trading literally into the inducement, and that's our insane trades because you're immediately getting like 1 to, yeah, even up to 1 to 10s immediately in one session, as they're really, as you saw, the inducement candles are very quick, and you just need to understand that you need to get out of them because they will reverse on you very soon. So what does it look like? It can look like this. You never induced Asia high, right? You're building these equal highs in here, right? So what do? They're building the liquidity in here, gives the false break of structure. When does it happen? Perfectly in London midline. What else it did? Right. So first of all, we have a lit cycle build-up inducement, right? So we're looking for liquidity targets, right? So awesome. We know that we should go up, right? What else do we have? Of course, we have a bounce of Asia midline after the build-up inducement. Nothing to mitigate in here, right? Mitigating for long sides, but there's no mitigation candle in here. So we can't trade the extreme, right? So no mitigation here. But guess what it else is? It's a let also. Perfect, Lewis. Very good. So guess what? There's your tube. Confirmed with all the stuff we had so far. Asia range never got induced. Build up, inducement into midline gives the perfect let. And you're aiming for liquidity zones for quick and easy trade in there. Okay. Then what we have in here, same thing. We never induced Asia to any sides. We have huge liquidity here, huge liquidity here. What are we trying to do in here? Of course, inducing one more time high, Asia midline, and then give the tube afterwards. What we have then, of course, we have timing, and now we're ready to tube everyone in here. So you technically can take this short in here, then you're looking for break of structures, and then something on the 1 minute after in here, or again, anything on the 1 minute in here or in here in terms of lets, but on the 5 minute there was nothing. Okay? And yeah, by the way, that's a very good point. Like these EDMs, again, EDMs become completely invalidated if you're trading into the full cycle. You see, like this is the build-up, false channel, inducement, huge vector candles. So maybe if you see this as an EDM in here, of course, like that's why price action always comes first. Like first of all, that's not even a clean EDM, but just in case you would see this in EDM, no. That's huge no-no-nos because again, this is completely trading against everything we learned so far. And you should never do it. Okay, So always price action first. And again, if anything after this happens, you're looking for EDMs in here or lets in here, whatever. Best case scenario, again, break of structure, mitigation of the inducement, with being a let, something like that, and then trading EDMs after. So an easy one, why not? So what we do the 50-minute view. So what do we see already? Asia range is just building up. Okay, so what do we wait for? We wait for obviously something happens, either Asia midline. Okay, so what do we have in here? So they're giving like whatever crazy lets, which I would never take, but just for understanding that they actually want to go lower, right? So we have an imbalanced zone at Asia midline, which is obviously amazing. So they're tapping in. Now this becomes very juicy because what do? They're tapping in, channeling downwards, tapping in our perfect time window, giving the build-up into the inducement, into the mitigation. Perfect. So cycle completed. So of course we can expect something like this, right? Of course, gives me a huge reaction, right? But now just in the middle of nowhere, right? So we cannot do anything until, of course, we get something like mitigation in here, but we just channeling upwards, and this becomes like a retailer heaven, and we just need to look for trading opportunities later. But at least for this examples, we need to understand like the trade leading into it, which is the Asia range, never got induced, false channeling downwards, build up into the inducement, into the mitigation. Then of course we're looking for buys all day after that. This becomes retail heaven in here. Okay. Then another one, 50-minute completed the day view, right? Like this. So pretty much again, what do we do in here? Not really anything. It's just again, why does a channel? If you look to the left, there's nothing where price should have reacted for. That's why you don't expect like a New York reversal or anything, because again, look to the left, no, to be right. Again, there's nothing that should make price reverse. That's how you can expect these retail heavens sometimes as well if you're in the middle of nowhere. So let's look at a more advanced one. Okay, so again, what do we have in here? We have already a smart money trap. So we're building up liquidity to the downside. So let's cycle build up for inducement. Awesome. Okay, so building up at smart money equals inducement path to come, of course. Right, so manipulation minute induced the inducement pretty much, right? Can happen too, you know this variation, but London happens here, right? You have your inducement of your pretty much inducement. Okay, so what else? Where's the next point we want to go look for? Build up, smart money trap into inducement of the mitigation. Okay, again, there's the liquidity areas to the left, right? So that's how they trick people all day long. You're looking for only the valid liquidity zones, which is of course Asia midline, after smart money trap, after wrong cycle, not even taking out liquidity to the left. Okay, so you expect of course the tube inside here, building up false equal lows in here, just trapping retailers even more. We wait for our perfect ideal time window, which of course is London now, equal lows, sorry, New York in here, New York trap time, build up inducement into these areas, and of course we expect the tube in here. The EDM in here? No, that's not an EDM. That's lower.
We're talking about the mitigation zone above the SMT.
Oh, this one in here.
Yeah. Is that
yeah.
considered an EDM as well?
Yeah, technically, yeah, but again, as we said, like it's better if it's like just 2 points and not like something like this in here and then this, right? So that's not nice.
Okay.
Because you're confusing yourself too much, right? So always like take this point and not like so many points in between. Okay. But yeah, if you see this one, it's technically fine, but again, it's not really that much of confluence. Again, the most confluence is the Asia midline in here, into the false channeling, smart money trap, into the mitigation, and then going lower to the liquidity. Okay. Then what we have in here, easy one again. We have our minor inducement in here, channeling upwards like crazy, building liquidity, right? Finally getting an inducement into what? Perfect time window, right? London open, inducement, mitigation after that. See that left little imbalances below here, perfectly tapped into there. It's awesome stuff. So we expect a quick tube, but guess what? Now we know that this is our into the inducement trade. So guess what? The cycle is pretty much finished. So what we're looking for, of course, we're looking for a tube to the downside. Make sense? Maybe another one. So let's say, what else is that going on here? First, we're having the tap into Asia midline in here, right? Before we went lower. Okay. So guess what? We're having our perfect cycle to the downside. We're having internal break of structures into the mitigation of the inducement, channeling upwards, upwards, upwards. With the news, they give an inducement low to go even higher, right? So guess what? They're going to retest. All these people have breakout traders in here. They want to come back to give them a retest to go higher. So Asia midline, Asia high, just all liquidity zones, okay? Then of course, what do we have in here? Nothing you would trade like, but look at this point and look at this point. Again, are we done yet? Are we looking for here for a sell? Obviously, if you look at the entry helper, look at this point, look at this point, look at this point, look at this point. Should we look for a sell in here? No. EDM will fail. Okay. See, this is the EDM in here. That keeps you out of these unnecessary losses in here. Okay. So another one that a few days ago, of course, if you take the overall picture of just liquidity zones of Asia high and Asia midline, it's the same thing all over again. So what do they do? Again, in case in here, building up liquidity, never induced Asia, right? Just using this one at this point. That's a kind of a weird one, but it also was an EDM. Okay. So you can take this one for the buy side. And again, what do they do? Smart money trap into here, channeling downwards, tapping off the Asia midline. When do they do it? Perfect timing to create the final tube with the inducement. When do they do it? Timing continues lower. So this, of course, becomes your first decisional until they break in here, right? So this becomes break in here. So we have Asia range created here. Same thing all over again. Ranging upwards, building up liquidity into inducement, into the mitigation in here. So that's your buy trade, channeling upwards. This, of course, becomes your first smart money trap. When does it happen? Magic manipulation minutes. Taps back into what? Asia high, exactly as they did it here. It's the exact play, isn't it? Exactly the same thing. Even the timing, look at that. It's the same exact thing all over again. Taps into Asia high in here. Trades higher into the proper mitigation zone. Now, when does it happen? Perfect New York timing. Taps into the mitigation zone, which also was an EDM in New York close, and that's your reversal for the day. Next day, Asia got induced to a low side. When does it tap into here? What does this mean? EDM trade makes new low lows, right? Perfect. These never took out any liquidity to the left, so channels upwards. Timing to the minute, taps into Asia liquidity line in here, mitigates above the inducement areas. Smart money trap continues lower, and London close makes a reversal. So now if we add in the entry helper, it makes the whole thing even clearer. As you can see, why did we take this trade in here? We would probably not, because it's Asia low. Well, this is the main reason we can take this trade. Build up, build up, build up, inducement with vector candle. Look at this huge EDM in here. Right, so that's the only reason why we would consider this as a trading opportunity. Build up, inducement into the mitigation, also confirmed by the EDM, and timing to the minute, right? And of course, huge channel upwards. Same thing in here. Why would he take this trade? Of course, we have like equal lows in here, but then London open gives the false trap into this mitigation zones, becoming an EDM. They never trade against the cycle because, again, they need to take out liquidity first. They never did. So now you're coming here, inducing higher into Asia midline, and then continues lower. Okay, slowly but surely. So then we have easy stuff. We have like another liquidity zones, which are also very important to use. Let me just put my presentation mode again. So we have, of course, like stuff like weekly highs and weekly lows. That's always important areas you need to identify. Like, again, it's easy as it sounds. Inducement of last week's high and low, or current week on high. That is a lot of ton liquidity. So of course, breakout traders love these zones. Again, like if the weekly high or weekly low gets induced or gets broken, and of course, that is on a bigger time frame, a huge confluence for most retailers. So that's why there's a lot of liquidity, and you should expect them to be broken. Okay, for example, if you have a weekly high like this, you should never expect like a mitigation of that. Okay, because usually they always get induced. So you expect an inducement of that, and then you trade the mitigation of the inducement afterwards. Okay, so all these liquidity zones, like even Asia, yesterday highs and lows, they always should be induced and not giving you a proper reaction, because they need to take liquidity out first, and then of course getting the wrong direction. So again, if you even see here, very easy stuff. Again, what do you expect? In Asia builds right above the weekly low here, and also like last week's low. Of course, you expect a huge inducement with vector candles into this liquidity, getting everyone to the sell side, and then of course reverse on the rest of the world. And when do they do it? Of course, in London Open. And that's your let in here, very high, of course. Nothing can really trade, but at least you can understand it. All right, so weekly low tapped in here, then finally gets broken with speed, vector candles, timing, perfect lit cycle. Of course, you have your build up inducement with vector candles, perfect stuff. And again, you will never get an inducement here, a mitigation here. That's just huge inducements with speed. That's again why you wait for the break of structures and trade after away from the trade, from the trap. EDM with loss. No, okay. So first of all, like there's no EDMs in here. EDMs are confirmation trades for if a play is done. Okay, again, I will show you exactly later, because I think some people still get a little confused with the EDMs and LEDs, of how we use them correctly. So don't be bothered about it right now, because we will clear a little bit further in detail, I think. Okay, but again, you see the bigger picture. Same thing here. As you see, like huge liquidities of weekly highs and stuff like that, never expect a mitigation of that areas. Always expect an inducement, and it usually happens on time. And again, you expect with speed, and then expect the reaction of it later and trade away from that. Okay, again, huge liquidity of last week's highs and weak. So guess what? We zoom into this area, right, under M5, for example, like this, right? Of course, the whole cycle already looks very clean. As you can see, we took out all this liquidity on the left with the weekly highs and yesterday highs. Everything got induced in here. So induced past liquidity areas of everything pretty much. At this time, timing is also perfect. Pretty much to give us a short opportunity in here. Some traders are already getting in based on diversion, so that's not good, obviously. So retailers see this false reverse diversion type of thing in here, right? So question, what do we do if we just touched it but never took it out? Should we take a short here based on the support, on the resistance, or should we expect an inducement? Of course, easy question. We expect an inducement. Finally, we got the inducement, right? And of course, now we can trade away from that, right? So this is our inducement, which is past all the liquidity areas. And of course, trade the mitigation based on that. Okay, awesome. Mitigation here, this becomes your first let, right? And of course, you're trading away from that smart money trap, taps into it, finally gives us our mitigation after break of structures, right? So smart money trap first, comes back, induces, mitigates the extreme, which was the inducement of all the weekly highs. Perfect. When does it happen? Magic manipulation minutes. What is going on here? Creates a perfect leg as well, right? So full mitigation, inducement of the smart money traders, let, timing, and of course you're trading away from a weekly perspective liquidity area, right? So are you seeing it yet? And of course you should be dancing like this already. Of course we're getting a final move for this day, right? Of course should be like this. So then we have easy stuff as well, which is the day open, which is also an important area you should look for. And it's, again, it's easy as it sounds. So you use the day open price as a confluence point. And pretty much how it works is there's trap liquidity that during the entire day. So pretty much when the market's open, of course, like all these institutions and everything, these funds and whatever, they're starting to open up their positions the moment the day opens. So that's why the day open price always have liquidity, and you can use it for confluences of events. For example, like this. If you have a minor inducement, then sometimes maybe it does not tap perfectly in here, but it comes to day open price. Okay, so can look weird like this, but again, at least you understand what's going on. If you see here, you have huge liquidities to your left. Asia Midline already got tapped. And usually we would expect an inducement low, but for some reason there was so much liquidity in here that it's just enough to push price higher as they're getting out of their position. So it taps in here and then it continues higher. We would not trade that by any means, but at least we understand what's going on, because you will always have the day open indicator always in the charts to understand price a little bit better. Okay, so of course, and then we're taking out the liquidity to go higher. So first it should look like this a little bit, right? But hopefully it's starting to look like this a little bit, because again, charts should get clearer and clearer as the more confluences we have.
So for like yesterday's highs and lows, is that something that you kind of take in consideration with what way the market is trending, or?
Yeah, so let's assume you have something like here, and this is yesterday's high, okay? And then a new day starts in here, Asia range. You should not expect a mitigation here and then go lower. They usually go for take it out and then you expect an inducement. So you would never run a limit order in here for the extreme. Again, it's a different scenario if they give you like this same exact play. This is yesterday's high. Asia makes here, taps in here, and you have an internal break of structure, whatever in here, and then you mitigate. That's a different scenario. But you should never run limit orders, never on yesterday's highs or weekly highs, because usually they're just getting induced. And then you're going lower. Okay, so that's how you use them as liquidity targets and never as like points of interest targets. So if you see a weekly low or high, always expect it to be induced. With yesterday's highs, it's crazy. I think there's rarely a yesterday high or low that actually holds. So you should always expect them to be induced. Okay. So the question on this one on 233, what is that about?
Can we enter with let or no?
Yeah, so here, as it's not clearly a let, you should wait until it's very clean, because again, you're not mitigated price properly. Okay. It's too big for, I mean, you can enter it on the 1 minute in here as you see, but then again, be patient about this, because you already know what happens. Why does this happen? Again, why is this a smart money trap, but why does it react? See this point in here, which is the let in here, but guess what it is? It's an EDM. Okay. But of course, just signalizing the smart money trap. But of course, that makes sense now that they push price higher. Then again, creating a smart money trap in here. And now finally, you see, this is the mitigation now. This never mitigated it here, right? You see, never mitigated it. And now look at this. This looks better. Okay, this is now a let. Also, the equilibrium line did point upwards here. So did point downwards in this area. So you expect even a smart money trap with the EDM. So technically you can trade that, and guess what this is as well? So you have inducement high here. That's Asia high, creating the imbalances here. So of course they retested, giving the false illusion that again, price goes higher. Smart money trap being an EDM to confirm it though. Oh, sorry, this one in here. So you expect a reaction, but your bigger play is of course the mitigation here and go lower. Confirm with timing, price, the whole cycle, the mitigation, everything. Let, awesome stuff.
I just wanted to know if that was a let on the first day on the entry. 1 second. Mm-hmm. Right here between, well, I guess the timing doesn't add up, but.
Where are you looking?
I was looking in between 950 and looks like 1550, where it touches the
Which
line.
day? Which day?
On the first day. On the first day.
First day.
Where it comes down, touches the equilibrium.
Oh, you mean this let in here? No, that's not a let. I mean that. Okay, so let me tell you, because we need to think a few steps ahead. So what we will do and how we will use lets. So very important for everyone here. So you know our basic play, if you have like liquidity to your left and have like whatever, let's say like build up, inducement, and this becomes a point of interest later, right? We know that. So let's say break of structures in here. Now, again, this becomes an area for us anyways. Okay, so this is already a point we're looking for buy. So now if this is a let, we consider it. If a random let happens over here, we would never even consider it. So the let is only important to us after our normal play in here, right? And the next thing will be, guess what? An EDM. So that's the only order we'll use lets and EDMs. So we have an extreme, then we have a let, and an EDM. But the price action will still be the exact same. So nothing changes at all. We don't want to confuse you guys with like random now stuff. It just is the same thing all over again. If we enter charts, okay, we should not like take a random let or EDM in here, because like it doesn't blend up with our whole picture. Our entry approach will always be this same rules. But again, this can become a let to get even more confluences, and this can become an EDM to give you more confluences. And again, this is a very, very repetitive pattern they do all the time. They show you always the same. This is so many times a perfect let. This is so many times a perfect EDM. And that just gives you certainty to trade it with, again, more confluences. Okay. So for example, this isn't a random let in here. Like, why would you trade it? Does not give a mitigation to anything. It is not a significant point in price. It's not even a decisional, nothing. So you completely ignore it until you're in a significant zone again, which makes sense. For example, if they tap in Asia high, which is a liquidity zone, and then you can check, oh, maybe it's an EDM in here. Technically is, but nothing really would trade, but at least you understand it. Then you look at the 1 minute, wait for break of structures here, mitigation, and then you trade the tube. Then you know, okay, inducement to the left, awesome. Timing is not ready, that's New York open. Timing is ready now, awesome. So now in here, if you zoom that out into the 1 minute, what do? It's the same thing. You have an inducement, right? Whatever in here. So this is the 5 minutes. You zoom in, 1 minute M1, right? So this is the M1. Wait, break of structure, mitigation, becoming a let, awesome, and this becomes an EDM. Extreme, let, EDM. It's the same thing, just with more confluences. Make sense?
Yes, thank you.
Awesome. And we will cover that in depth, by the way, because it just gives you so much confluences. It's actually ridiculous. But again, now it can be a little bit confusing, I understand. But yeah, we will get there because we have a still few to still cover.
No, not really a question. I just had to write it down.
Okay, okay. Metric reversal. Yeah, like some people asked about like the weekly cycle and stuff. It's the same thing, but I don't really like that in terms of like, but the intention is always the same. They start the week off Monday, whatever, ranging a little bit, building up liquidity. So technically Monday is the Asia range of the week. And again, Tuesday usually gives the false move. And then Wednesday, Thursday start the real move, and Friday is kind of the reversing move. It's like literally always the same anyways. Of course, they switch it up a little bit, but yeah, the weekly picture is the same exact shit anyways.
Ray, I actually had a quick question.
Sure.
So daily open and Asia open are pretty much the same thing?
No, day open can be in the middle. As you check your indicator on the trading view, let me actually show you. Oh, no, I'm in the drawing mode. There you go. So you see this dotted line in here is the day open, right? For example, if it gets retested, it makes complete sense. Again, this day open here, right? Again, it reacts here, whatever. But then again, what's the most important thing? You're getting the break of structure finally. Then you're expecting a retest of the liquidity area. And again, if you check that on the 1 minute, by the way, and again, what is it? It is, of course, an EDM. So just to confirm it even more with the liquidity, you see this solid line, right? It's just weird that they do it and they just give it away so easily all the time. They just react from these liquidity zones all the time. They break it, they retest it, creating a let in the process, creating mitigations, imbalances in here. You see, it's just adding so much more confluence because again, this is a like quote unquote a random EDM. But if you just look at the liquidity zones and like the intentions, like this is the first break of structure, left imbalances here, becoming a retest of the day open liquidity, becoming an EDM, also a let. Of course, you can trade it upwards. See, it's just adding confluences. See what I mean? Away from, of course, the daily cycle. Inducement low, trading in line with the thing now until the next liquidity zone.
You can use that same point on like the Asia highs as well as the Asia midline.
Exactly.
Same technique.
Exactly. So from they're breaking out here, the EDM was created in here. Of course, it's just additional confluence later. That's how we're using it. But again, we don't use it as an isolated concept. Use it in a combination of everything. You need to understand, like, first of all, that's why we started slow. If you remember, we started like inducing low, going higher. So now all of a sudden you understand, oh, okay. So I now not only inducing low to go higher, you understand build up, inducement into mitigation. Ah, okay. So then you understand, okay, build up, inducement into mitigation, but timing. You look at the clock and look at it, it's to the minute. Then you understand the next thing, oh shit, build up, inducement into mitigation with timing, but I wait for break of structure mitigation. Awesome, but now it didn't happen. So what happened instead gives you an EDM on the 1 minute here, and this becoming the LED, not really here clean. And let's check on the 1 minute again. And this becomes the EDM in here, because sometimes you just don't get the mitigation above here, but it's just variations to the theme. Now you said, okay, I can trade continuation trades, getting my break of structure on a bigger picture. Awesome. This is the push that led to the break of structure, left imbalances. When does it do it? With liquidity lining perfectly. What is it? LED and EDM. I take that. Awesome. You see, we're just combining stuff slowly but surely. We started slow, but you're adding everything together. But we understand the bigger picture, and now we're moving slower into the lower picture and combining it with the overall picture. Okay?
Gotcha. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Reem. Can you please go back to 237 just for a sec?
This one? Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
Graham, I have a quick question.
Sure.
Maybe we're gonna, I don't know, touch about this topic, but how much do you take off for percentage? Let's say when we are take profit, the first take profit.
Okay, so you should never base it on percentage. You always base it on structure. For example, are you done with the slide, by the way? I think you're all right. So then again, let's say, for example, here, like, let's say you actually entered the extreme area of the limit order in here. Awesome. But why would you take a percentage? Like, where would you need to look at the left in order to understand like where you took profit areas are? And we will dig a lot into it on day 5 and 6, where we actually show you like the whole trade mastery and where your logical take profit areas are. So if you want, for example, like your first take profit area in here, like on an intraday perspective, is of course what? Asia high. But now again, you combining the bigger picture and you said, okay, technically my next target area is the next liquidity one to the left. Awesome. So this is this one not in here. But then you're expecting the bigger time frame. And of course, this is internal, as you can see. This is the whole push. That is internal liquidity. So guess what? Out of a sudden, your liquidity for target for this trade in here becomes this liquidity. And out of a sudden, you improve from making a target here to target here, but the logical target is in here. And the timing, of course, makes sense. Look for reversal, never got a break of structure, but an EDM instead. Awesome. So if we're saving out this trade in here, no sells in here because you understand this is an EDM. With what? Timing, perfectly on and close to the minute, mitigates the position on the 1 minute perfectly. So expecting even one push higher. And then the week is over, done. Understand? Like, but for targets, of course, start slow, get a feeling for it, then move to the left, look a little bit bigger. And then again, you understand that this is internal liquidity. The next liquidity area is here. So they take out this one. Okay?
Okay, thanks.
Beautiful.
Hey, Rim, can I have a question?
Sure.
So basically, if you are not able to like recognize if the price will retrace to your like decisional or extreme, and if you are looking to enter on a LED, I'm sorry. So basically, when you go to the 5 minute chart, the LED setup will like tell you that the price is not retracing to the like your extreme point or whatever. Can I use that?
Technically, but you should not trade. Like, let's say you have like your normal play, like always, right? I mean, your inducement here, your break of structure here, and let's say this is your point of interest, right? But now, like, price is here, and this creates the LED, right? Is that your question?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's say this is the LED in here. Like, you cannot take it randomly in here because again, your stop would go all the way down there. So that's why you're not trading in here. But again, you wait for confirmations, like break of structure here. And if this now becomes an EDM or something, that's valid to take because your point, your stop loss point is here then.
Yeah.
That you can take, but not in here random LEDs because the stop is way too big.
No, I didn't like mean that. I'm just like using my brain to literally how to use the entry helper properly. Or
okay, so let's say this is the extreme entry, our first approach. Again, after this one, after we're done with the questions, I actually show you the entry approach, then it should become a little bit clearer. So again, this is the first approach. This is the second approach if it gives a mitigation. Like let's say this comes here, that's the second approach. And the third approach would be an EDM. Okay. And again, you only line it up with proper mitigation zones. So again, if it's clear but not mitigates, you just miss it. Because again, you should not like, let's say this one and here was a let, but then again you say, oh, I don't want to miss it, but my stop is so big. No, you should. That's just you understand why it will push upwards, but again, it's not worth it to take like such huge trades. It's good for the understanding, but again, you're waiting for clearer and tighter entries like EDMs or mitigations of that and stuff like that. But you should not chase the trade like that. Okay?
Yeah, I understand. Thanks.
Awesome.
Sorry, just a quick question on like this is GU on the left. We're looking to take out the liquidity, like the final like logical place the TP is up there, like because of the high, right? But how would you look for any supply zones in there for a potential reaction based on structure? Because that's like the lower high that made the lower low. So would you look for any like reversals and stuff?
That's a very good question, but again, it's more about the intent. Like, what do you have? You having some slowly return from starting from bearish to bullish, right? Again, and that's why you expect that, and you even can see the order flow type of how it plays out. You're having an inducement here, then it makes internal break of structures, and that gives you already a way that on a bigger picture you're starting to move away and making new higher highs in a bigger picture. This is your inducement. Guess what that is in a bigger picture? Internal break of structure comes back, mitigates your decision on here because the extreme is already mitigated in here. Then again, this becomes the push that led to what? The next point in here. That becomes a smart money trap later. Extreme becomes the valid pointer next day. But again, you already switched the momentum from bearish to bullish. Just give it away with this one. Building up liquidity, inducement London, perfect. And then I can slowly start transaction over. Plus the whole week was just, again, it's exactly how we said. This is Monday. Monday, false trend. Tuesday, reacts. Wednesday, whatever, mitigates it. Then there's a huge run. Whatever, this is Monday, I don't even know. Then again, huge reaction, and then Friday pulls usually back. So it's a bigger picture, but again, you just need to follow what they show you, not what you want to see. Then again, if you see the session over, the trend changing over, from bearish to bullish with the internal break of structure starting here, getting mitigation, order flow, build-ups, inducements into mitigation, and you're aiming for the next logical liquidity zone in here.
Okay, so basically if it's like constantly mitigating all the stuff on the way up and it shows like efficient pullbacks and stuff, we can assume that any quote-unquote supply zones in there will be taken out because it's become liquidity because we're shifting because all the mitigations and stuff. Okay.
Exactly. And then you just line up with the sessions, of course. Again, like here, you see this from 10 miles away, it never got mitigated. What does it do? Build a smart money trap in Asia in here. And again, makes the build up perfectly. What do you expect? An inducement into mitigation. Then, of course, to complete the bigger picture, you need to make a new higher high in here. That's the internal. So you're just expecting it this anyways. Okay.
All right. Also, just one last one on just G and stuff. Would we look to the left for any demand zones, any like maybe weekly lows or something like that, liquidity to take out?
Yeah,
that's
technically you can, but again, it's so far away. If you see, like, I don't like to do that because again, it's so far away. Like, yeah, if it's like that crazy, and that's a 4 hour, by the way. That's like whatever, a few months ago. Like, I would not like pull randomly shit out of there. Just play with the intraday play because if it's so far away, and it makes sense if it's like close in here to the left, completely makes sense, but not like if it's like so far away to the left.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Awesome.
Are we able to change up these settings on the timing indicator?
Yeah, you can. You just click in here, this wheel, right? Settings. Then of course you can do whatever you want. You can change colors. You can put the magic manipulation off. Where you can put off for Asia session. You can do all this stuff. And also you can say, first of all, like weekly highs, for example, if you want more clarity. For example, here yesterday's highs, so now I see exactly By the way, even this one, like yesterday high, of course, you expect it to be taken out. You see this point is now the weekly, right? Whatever. You see, like it adds all sorts of like indicators for you if you really wanted to. And then again, you can also change the visibility. So let's say you don't want to see it on the 1 hour, and you just put it off, and then you don't see it on the 1 hour and stuff. Right? You can do all stuff with that. Just want to keep it clean for you guys, so I only have that on. Okay. Okay, let me just read two chats. Just repeat the weekly direction thing. Yeah, so weekly direction is the same thing. You can expect it like Asia. So again, Monday is usually Asia, Tuesday deuces it, Wednesday, Thursday just continues, and then Friday it makes the last reverse a little bit. It's always the same shit. But again, that's just a rule of thumb. We're not swing traders in here, so I cannot give you like a proper swing trading thing. But usually that's what they do. So will you consider that a main VOS? Which one in here? Yeah, for the week, yeah, sure. But again, on Monday it opens, it's always a different scenario, and you always react anyways. Again, as Alex explained pretty good, it's always what Asia does. Where Asia plays, like lies a play, and then you base it based on the play they show you on the bigger picture. But I will give you a breakdown on GU tomorrow to combine the higher time frames. You will see things a little bit more clearer. And also we dig into Mona Lisa trades, because again, a very important point for everyone in here. It's not your point in trading every little push and trying to catch every little move in there. You should focus on Mona Lisa trades. So for example, this in here, it's a Mona Lisa trade on the extreme, but it never gave a proper mitigation in here. But for example, jeje, JPY, in this day, for example, that was an absolute, we even covered it on Friday. That's absolute Mona Lisa trades where every single one of you should take them. If you have, again, build up upside, what are you doing on the higher time frames? I will cover that more in depth tomorrow. What does it do? Like this is the extreme that did what? Led to the break of structure, but first of all, building equal lows in here, but then broke. So this is the extreme in here. You have a clear IFC candle in here, right? So obviously, guess what happens? Asia happens in here, taps perfectly into this point in here. When does it happen? Perfectly to the minute, right? On the extremes, we have your extreme entry, but guess what? If you miss the extreme, no worries. You can switch over to the 1 minute, right? Guess what? You trade the mitigation off, and look at that shit. I mean, I wanted to cover it tomorrow, but not bad to give a quick sneak peek. But guess what that is? You have your inducement on perfect timing. You're having the equal lows being built. Imbalance in here. What is that thing? Look at it. It's a perfect let. So you take this trade instead. Huge reaction, but then you switch time frames again. Look at the internal structure, what's going on in here. What does it do? Breaks internal structure, leaves imbalances in the place. Look at this thing, mitigates it. What is it on a 5 minute? It's fucking cheat codes, guys. It's fucking cheat codes. I mean, structure is clean, but if you combine the lets, as you can see here, like that thing is a perfect mitigation, but it's also a perfect let. And so is that on the 1 minute. Like, don't underestimate that shit. It's so crazy. Again, this is the inducement. Perfect timing, builds equal lows. Of course, break of structure would be better, but it did not. But guess what? Left imbalances, and you trade the let. Stop goes above the inducement. It's insane. It's insane, right? But yeah. And again, that's trades you should focus on and you should catch, because guess what? If you just catch this trade alone, that's a 1 to 15 if you aim for only Asia low. So what do you need? Like a 1 to 15, and after that, what is that? A 1 to 10. So you have two trades, 1 to 15 and a 1 to 10. Like, how much you looking for? Like, like what do you mean? Like, it's 25 risk to reward in literally like a day. If you just focus on this, let's say you miss complete this day out here. No problem. It was not clear. It was a freaking retail heaven. Look at that shit. Insane. But why you pull something out of your ass in here? Look at that. You're in the middle of nothing. This is the extreme, And this is the build up in here. This is your inducement. If you look at the 1 hour, look at it. Build up, inducement, smash through it. This becomes your extreme, but guess that. Build up. This is your inducement. Same thing. Internal break of structure taps into mitigation. That's your next opportunity. Now you're waiting until you next valid supply zone in here. Guess what? Asia range perfectly. When does it tap into? London Open. That's the stuff you have to focus on. Focus on that shit. Completely ignore that shit. And that's again, why is the retail haven't happened in here? Because you have build up perfectly, equal lows, false reaction, inducement. Of course, what's going on? You don't need an Asia range inducement low here because this is your inducement on the bigger picture. When did it happen? London close. Guess what? Trading the order flow. And of course, this day needs to be trending because again, the next target is the supply zone. So that makes sense. You don't look for reversal trades in here at all on the bigger picture. This is your extreme in here. This is your decisional. It's already tapped in here. Right? So again, completely ignore that day. And then again, you come in here. Then you understand the whole bigger picture. You trade, focus on picture, clean shit, and confirm it even with lets and stuff. Again, 1 to 15, 1 to 10, right on the edge. Again, it's easy stuff. Yeah, so there's trading opportunities everywhere, but you should focus on the cleanest ones. So that brings us back to our slides, by the way, which is, and now it's time for a secret weapon. I just gave you a little hint already, and say hello to my little friend, and that will be, again, like you should not trade. What was you remember the example of the American strategic bombing campaign? Again, it didn't went to the charts or the country and started throwing bombs like all over the freaking country. No. What do? They pick a small little fraction and they focus on that. That's what you will gonna do. You focus on the cleanest shit of the cleanest to trade every single day like 15 times. Of course, you can understand and see the reasons like why it could happen, of course, but there's no point of like trading 15 times a day. You don't need to do that. Focus on the cleanest shit, risk a proper percent on that, catch your 1 to 10. Man, what do you want? 1 to 10 and 1%. Like trade bigger accounts and pass like trading channels if you don't have the capital. Right? But that's your goal. And of course, we'll dig into day 4 about building a trading plan. But again, it's important to understand like the internal picture. But again, for example, if someone asks me like, oh, why does it react from here? Like, why is it important? Why is it important why it reacts from here? Like, technically, I can explain you like why it reacts from here because guess what? You have your minor inducement here, which does not induce anything to the left. Guess what? You're trading the order flow. When does it happen? Magic manipulation minutes to the minute mitigates this order flow. Awesome. But guess what? Like, why would you trade that? You can trade it. I showed you multiple times that I trade this shit all the time if I sell in here. But why would you do it? It's not a Mona Lisa trade. So focus on the clean shit like in here. And with the clean break of structures and the perfect mitigation with the perfect lets, timing confirmed, higher time frame confirmed, everything. And that's how you're making a proper business out of it. Of course, understanding everything is amazing, but guess what? You don't need to understand everything. You don't need to do it. Okay? Awesome. Random rant though.
All right, so let us get this. We're going to go through some of the additional confluences, just bits and bobs, and then at the end, I'm going to have a really nice example with the previous week, using the previous week high combined with the Asia whipsaw daily cycle. And yeah, we'll just sort of go through how you can trade it using just like using logical steps, going step by step. But first, let's sort of go through some of the additional confluences that you've learned so far, how to use them, when it's applicable, stuff like this, and then we'll get into that nice example at the end. So again, let's just go through this a little bit so that we can increase the amount of repetition that you're doing. Obviously, you've got your build up, your inducement low, and then we've got channel, build up, inducement high, before building up, inducing Asia high, and now we are trading away from this. Obviously, we notice our vector candles here, vector candles here. We like them to accompany our inducements. Then we have our Asia high inducement. Then we have two possible POIs to pick from. You're not going to want to pick this one because this is just lying on liquidity. So we have two potential POIs to pick from, but which one's giving us, like, which one is more likely? We also know that we're already creating an EDM from here. So which one's more likely? Well, this one lies on Asia low. So this one has that additional confluence. And so in this case, this would be the one that you would want to pick. Also notice how on the M1, this will be equal highs. We played away from that, showed the liquidity, and now we obviously come in and you can see, okay, we've got our Asia low bounce, and then followed, we also have more EDMs that we can trade, of course. This one here is the one that we took due to the Asia low bounce, and then obviously you get a little bit sweaty hands during this, but this would be your break-even point, creation of a new low. And then again, you've got this EDM. If you want to play this really safe, you can take this like so with your stop loss up there, and then you can look to again target here. This is the only real liquidity target. When you look on the left, this really means nothing, this point means nothing, this is our equal low point, so this is the point that we really want to target. Obviously this will be a little bit scary, all of this, but again, we actually expect stuff like this at the liquidity because they want to give people more chances to get in, right? But all we see is, okay, build up, so channel, vectors, inducement down. I believe this was end of week as well, so maybe not actually, but it looks like it. Like this sort of reminds me of end of week. Oh no, it's not actually, it's not, never mind. Okay, next one. Again, this is what the day looks like. First, we have to understand why we could be looking for a retail heaven. So this is our H1 time frame. As we can see, we've had significant inducement high, and then right here we have again build up, inducement high away from this inducement and this inducement. So you can see every time we get an inducement high, we just trade away from it after our medium or medium inducement. Okay, so again, we've got inducement high, inducement high, inducement high. So we can begin to expect a potential retail heaven. So there we go. Remember the higher time frame inducements we have had, and where our main target is. So this would be your first target, like your intraday target, and then this would be your main target. Okay, so maybe we could look to the entry helper for additional confluence. So this is one of our additional confluences that we've spoke about, the Asia low bounce. What do we love that to combine with? EDM bounce with a M5 EDM with a potential retail heaven that we know from looking at the higher time frame right here. So we could be expecting something like this. And then of course we get our Asia low bounce. Realistically, if you're intraday, then this is probably the target that makes the most sense. So this is the target that we'll show. It's important to note that you're not always going to catch the entirety of the move. Just TP where it makes sense, and if on, maybe you can leave like a runner intraday, but runner for like this, and then obviously you've got your EDMs. These are a big part of retail heaven, sort of keeping you out of these keeping you out of taking these like shittier reversal trades, right? That all makes lots of sense. Next up, we've got the Asia midline additional confluence. Again, you can see lovely build up right before New York London Open. We vector down into it. This POI lines up with Asia midline, and then as you can see, overall higher time frame liquidity is up here. We've had all of this. You can see we're sort of reacting from here. Oh yeah, it holds, it holds, it holds, it holds. Obviously, we are going to come through and wipe all of that out. Again, you can see the use of build-up inducement to the low side, potential mitigation. You probably partial here, overall target here. Probably take a break even on that one, but again, this one you're still holding. All right, perfect. So now we're going to get into a very, very interesting example. So looking at the H1, where is our most recent inducement? To the downside, right? So we have induced low, all of these equal lows. This is going to become our likely target, as this is also the previous week high. So as you can see, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. So that's Monday and that is Friday. This day here is Monday. This day here is Tuesday. So this is the previous week high. So we know that this is a very strong liquidity point, and we're trading away from this medium inducement. Perfect. This is obviously H1 on Euro GBP on the 28th of June. Just wanted to throw in this example because it was very nice. All right, so let's go down to intraday. Intraday, where is our liquidity? We obviously have Asia low with the equal lows, Asia high with the relative equal highs, and then we also need to be careful of previous week highs. So we need to keep this in mind and remember to look to the left. We've also got the previous day low down here. Perfect. So next, let's identify our buildups. So obviously this was one right here. And then coming out of Asia, we've got this little buildup right here, right above these equal lows. What could we expect? Okay. Again, this is a little point, but notice how they build relative equal highs before they come lower. It's very nice when price builds liquidity in the direction of your trade. So in the direction you want to take trade. So we've had a build up and now we've had an inducement as well. Also, this inducement was dead on Frankfurt Open. What time is Frankfurt Open? 8 a.m. UTC plus 2. Okay, so just looking at this, we don't necessarily have to trade it, but where could we expect price to go next? Well, we've taken our liquidity target to the downside with vector candles, so possibly Asia high could be our next target. So look, potentially Asia high, but there is no entry helper confluence, nor do we have a completed cycle. So obviously we'd love to get our mitigation like here, but as you can see, there's no mitigation. So this would be a more advanced trade, but we can cover it anyway. So when we go down into this, we see, okay, these were our vector candles. Then price pushes off, comes back down, mitigates our inducement before continuing in the intended direction towards our target. Now, what do you see? Sorry guys, it's 1 minute off. I hope you can excuse me and I hope you don't ask for refunds about that. But yeah, pretty damn close to the minute. Frankfurt Open, right? Okay, so of course, price does its thing. It collects its target. Now we have to think about something. What kind of daily cycle are we potentially looking at, given that we've got a whip low, a whip high? What could we be looking at? Asia whipsaw, right? So potentially we have whipped both sides of Asia early in the day. Asia whipsaw. Exactly. So now that we know, okay, we've whipped high, we've whipped low, we've whipped high, we've got a potential Asia whipsaw day, and we've built relative equal lows right here. So what could we be expecting? Do we expect this low to hold, or do we actually expect it to be taken out? And also, when you look below these equal lows, what do we have? Okay. Knowing that we've got Asia whipsaw, it's very likely that we're just going to whip this low and then go higher. So this potential mitigation right below it is fantastic. So let's go into that. Potential mitigation, maybe. Okay, now you see we've been tagged in. Again, bit of an advanced one. Trading Asia whipsaw, you have to be a bit advanced. You have to be a bit more confident. You can actually also, if you go and look at this day, I believe it's the 28th of June on EG, you can actually refine this down to M1 to get an even better entry. But like I said, don't want to be focusing on entries too much right now. So we've whipped low, we've whipped high, and now we've whipped low again with what? That's right, vector candles. So where could we expect price to go from here? Where would be our first target? Yeah, you have to at least partial here, especially on an Asia whipsaw day. So let's have a little look. Okay, so now we're in London Open. We've vectored to the high side. Potentially, this could be high of the day, but let's look at something. We have to wait and we have to remember, what did we point out at the beginning of the day? Remember this? This was the previous week high. And this is why you don't want to forget this, and you always want to keep this in mind and remember to look to the left, because when I bring price, we can see, oh, this London Open inducement actually made perfect equal highs with the previous week high. So do we expect this inducement, because it is an inducement, little minor inducement, but it's created equal highs, do we expect this inducement to come down and grab more liquidity, or should we be trading towards our equal highs? Here we have a potential mitigation. Again, you wouldn't take a trade off this. Why? It's too big. But what would confirm this mitigation even more? Timing, specifically MM1. So as you can see, this is MM1 to the minute. That's what this little line is. For you guys should have the timings indicator now, so you should be very familiar with this line. This is the line that we use to mark MM1, MM2, and London close. So yes, we do have the Asia whipsaw daily cycle. So we've whipped high, we've whipped low, we've whipped low, we've whipped high, we've whipped low again, and now we've whipped high. So potentially we could expect another whip low, but we also have to think about things logically. We've made equal highs with the previous week high. So everyone is going to be seeing this as, because the previous week high is seen as like a significant support / resistance level. So now that it's held and it's created equal highs, everyone's going to be looking to sell. And if they're not looking to sell, they're already in sells. Okay, so we have to understand the bigger picture and not just the intraday picture. We do need to look to the left as well to understand things. Okay, so why is this an SMT? Well, it lies on equal highs. As you can see, this is the M1 right here. That's the M1 SMT. We've also had like M1 BOS, so people are looking to sell. There you go. Perfect. So let's go to the next one. Now, this is a little bit tricky, and again, this is more advanced, but you can see that we get a perfect M5 let MM2 away from our completed downside cycle. Potentially, this is a trade that you could take. This is just it on the M1. So that's it on the M1. That's your M5 let. That's your M1 mitigation. Where would you take that to? Yeah, exactly. Just take it to the highs. So let's see what we get. Regardless of how many trades you're in or where you're in your trades, you have to close your trades at this point here. We've created equal highs with the previous week high. We've given an SMT reaction. We've built so much liquidity here. And then we vector through, even though it's not within timing, we vector through. So this has to be the point where you close all your trades. But again, remember, we've grabbed significant liquidity high. We've got an Asia whipsaw cycle, daily cycle. So what could we possibly expect? Where would our next target be? Possibly now we could expect our next whip low. All of this just becomes liquidity. This becomes smart money trap or FFS. And we know exactly what we should see. Boom. There we go. Remember, so we've whipped low. Like I said, all of this becomes liquidity. This becomes a smart money trap. Look at this right here. So this is like your order flow. 1, 2. Now, look, they come in, instant rejection. How many smart money traders do you think are getting FOMO over this rejection right here? Oh my God, look at all that momentum. Look at all that momentum. It's going to continue. New high highs, new high highs. Boom. Right? Now we've whipped the low. Perfect. But it's late in the day. We've got our London close mitigation within here, something within there. So what should we expect? Realistically, we should either take it out at a mitigation, even though you should probably expect this to be like an SMT, or just the imbalance fill. Personally, I'd always recommend like taking it out at the imbalance fill, because in cases like this, you don't know if it's going to come and fully mitigate. And you could see this as like a channel, and this is like the last point of liquidity, right? Be your like internal liquidity. So yeah, either one of these is fine. And then there you go, London close. So from here, it's best to aim for the imbalance fill. Okay, perfect. That was a lovely little example.
Okay, so
let's do Monday. Yeah, you don't really need to do higher time frames, to be fair, as we came from like already like a nice trending downwards action, right? But you can run it all the way until Asia closes, and then you run it from there. Because actually, I'm being honest, this was an absolute moaner, literally from everything. That's why for jeje would be perfect, because again, we have the signature setup, aka the cup trades, and then it was just absolutely perfect. But let's hear what Mr. Boykes has to say from there.
Yes, I remembered Monday I had some difficulties, I think, on EU it was, but let's see.
Can you just quick check if your earpods are actually on, because it still sounds pretty shitty.
Yeah, my AirPods are on.
Oh, it didn't change anything though, isn't it? Sounds good on your end. Maybe it's just my sensible ears.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Can you work with it, or is it too
Yeah,
late?
that should be fine. Let's go. We will not skip you this time again. Come on, let's go.
Okay, let's go. So, just correct me when I'm doing something wrong, yeah? Please.
That looks really good though. But just walk us through. Don't just draw it. Just walk us actually through what you think, what you see, what's going on, what's the delivery, what's the plan, what's the intentions, everything.
Okay, yeah. So obviously Asia is channeling down, inducing sellers into the market. Do you want me to incorporate the left as well?
Yes, of course. It's very important.
So we're building equal lows with I think it's previous week low by the looks of it, yeah. So,
and what a gift, right? Asia low, equal lows, and equal lows to the left. Like, come on.
Yeah, that's crazy, right? What a surprise.
Yes. And what do they do coming from it, right? Coming from the equal lows, what do they show?
They show the build-up, the sideways build-up. Like
no, this one specifically.
Oh, the false break of structure?
Exactly. To load up the boats, right? Support players coming in.
Yeah, exactly. Then let me just check where Frankfurt. Okay, Frankfurt is in 5 minutes.
Okay, stop it quick here, because you already have something beautiful. We have a name for the setup. I think the legend Josh also caught it.
And
what is going on? Exactly.
So you have
so why is this so juicy?
Because you have the channel inducement plus the false break of structure when Frankfurt is right around the corner with the liquidity target lower. So you're trading into the main inducement, most likely.
Exactly. What do we have here and here? And technically here?
Asia midline.
So what's this?
So this is equal. You mean equal highs, or do you
That's
mean
correct.
imbalance?
And both in this scenario, right? So we have the equal highs right below the imbalance with Asia mid. I think on some brokers it actually was nice, if I remember. Josh, you can confirm that more because you all took it. I was not there when it happened. I was fucking asleep. But I think it was perfect Asia midline POY on another broker. I think on FX, yeah. What are you on, Orenda?
Yeah, I'm on Orenda.
Yes, you can confirm. Okay. Okay, but it was really nice, right? And this is a picture perfect Frankie setup, right? Can't get nicer than that, especially coming from the equal lows, showing the fake Koch, showing the fake channel, showing the M1 equal highs, showing the imbalance, showing the Asia midline POY, and timing, if you can just quick confirm that one.
Yeah, it's like 50 minutes before Frankfurt.
Perfect stuff, right? So and then it's just absolutely tubed. And what's going on here now, though? And why is this even 10 times nicer?
So now we're inducing the equal lows on Frankfurt open to the minute with a big vector candle.
What else do we have? We have a bunch. So list up at least 3.
List up at least 3. What this push is doing, yeah?
With this candle alone. This candle alone, right? Or actually, you can do more. Let's do 5.
The last 5 candles.
No, the 5 confluences you have with this specific candle you just see right now.
Okay, so it's speed. So
yes, we call it what? I mean, you know it, vector, right?
Yeah, vector. We have timing.
Yes.
We have medium inducement.
Yes.
We have premature buyers that got stopped out.
Yes, I would not call it as a confluence, but yes.
Okay. Let me see. Vector timing, medium inducement.
Just this.
Equal lows.
But it's also what?
Support.
No, this one. If you just look at this purple thing.
Oh, Asia low. Of course,
exactly.
Yeah,
So it's also Asia low. This is obviously medium and Asia low, but it's two different things. And I gave the hint on the last one. What's this?
The upward channel.
Exactly. Gets obviously induced to lows, right?
Yeah.
Boom.
Yeah.
All these 5 things at the same time. Pure gold. It's solid gold. So let's jump into the M1 to see our final confluences we need, right? So what else would we need to make it an absolute Mona?
So to buy, right?
So, of course, like
of
course.
no, just to make sure. So you would need a break of structure, but it looks like it's a little bit far away.
In this case, yes, because Cam even said it in the chat. It's not enough, right? 5. Come on, that's for amateurs. We need at least 6.
Yeah. Okay, so break of structure, but I think the break of structure, it looks a little bit far away, right?
Yes, so that's why we wait, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so now it's different. Where's the break of structure now? Relevant break of structure.
Yeah.
Boom, just like that, right?
Yes.
And as 6 is not enough, what else if you have the entry help on?
Let.
Let's see. It's not a let, right? Definitely
not. Maybe on the inducement itself. Semi-let, I'd say.
Okay, let's stay on the M1. Okay, so let's wait for the relevant break of structure.
Okay, relevant break of structure.
So what can you do already?
Mark up the entire demand zone.
Yes, so would that be a juicy entry already?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, let's see.
Oh,
definitely not a sell in here. Only Cam would take a quick sell in there.
Yeah,
quick scalp for Cam. Definitely not. Right, boom. And look at it. How they're shifting out of it. Right, so what's going on here? What do they show already? Super good stuff. Smart money trap as well. Yes, very good. Plus what they show in here.
False break of structure from the smart money trap.
Yes, and also these ones. 1,
Equal
2.
lows.
Perfect. And boom, into it. What do we have also to come into it? What's this candle?
Vector candle.
Yes, let's check the M5 quick as well for additional confluences.
Why is my internet?
Okay, look at this baby, huh? Come
on.
on.
Yeah, beautiful.
Come on! Like, fucking 10 out of 10, isn't it?
Yeah,
how many confluences is that?
Yeah, a lot. I didn't count them, but more than 6, definitely.
Okay, so the only question is, too many, there you go. The only question is, where do we target? You had it already right, that's the intraday target. If you look at liquidity aspect, not only intraday, but if you look to the left, that's a tricky question. Because look at what we had to the left, right? It's just, is it this high? Is it this high? Is it this high? Right?
Yeah.
We don't cherry pick, we take what makes sense. For just understanding level, we don't know if they take this or this or this or the next 15 other ones above it. That's why we don't cherry pick. That's why what you just did here is absolutely the right way to do. We just aim for Asia highest. This is the logical target. And then we have to see what price action does. To give you the example, if it does something like this, like this, like this, we don't know. We don't know at all, right? But if it happens like this, okay, maybe it's a different scenario. Is it's like fast, or it can happen like very slow, like this, right? And then maybe it's already enough. Like it's depending on what the price action shows us leading into it. And then obviously we can build our understanding, our cycle variations into it. But first we need to understand the logical side and then confirm it later with price action additionally. But so far we are in this trade in here. And isn't that a literally 10 out of 10 Mona?
Yeah, it is.
Absolutely. Let's go. Let's see what happens. Okay. Probably even gave a nicer one even on the M1 if you can just track. Just for argument's sake.
This was the M1 left.
Okay. Yeah, it's probably even nicer, is it?
Yeah.
So perfect M5 one and perfect M1 one.
Yeah.
About that.
I would be scared to place my SL below this. That's for sure. I would still put my SL there.
It's completely fine. It's kind of the same entry, is it?
Yeah, exactly. I think it's just personal preference.
Okay, let's
right?
switch on M5 again, please.
Yes.
Let's see what we have. Choose the journey. That's what we have. Boom. Target hit, right? And what is this already? By cycle variations.
So this is, it looks like an Asia whipsaw, I think you could say, because we whip one side of Asia and then we immediately shoot up to the other side of Asia. Or you could say it's because of the medium inducement, it could potentially turn out in a Frankfurt, London knockout.
Very good. So we have two possible variations, right? So either, yes, it could potentially turn into London knockout, or characteristics also scream Asia whipsaw. Asia whipsaw comes first because London knockout usually is not an Asia whipsaw, if that makes sense, right? So I would tend more to Asia whipsaw as we have these clear characteristics. London knockouts, they can't just normal have, like it could for argument's sake look like this, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's just a London knockout as well.
Yeah, I gotcha.
Right, but now it's just more like an Asia whipsaw. Now we have intraday targets.
Mm-hmm.
Now we need what though? At least what?
For reversal confirmations, you mean?
Yes, at least something to the left, right?
Yeah, at least.
And you already marked it up perfectly. So this is the first, not really medium inducement, but at least characteristics of a medium inducement, right?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
It's not that we would go completely crazy about it, but at least we have a liquidity target which is medium at least, right? Because again, if your argument's sake, why not this, why not this, why not? We don't know. We don't know, but now we know Asia whipsaw. So at least we understand, okay, if there's a medium inducement into mitigation, we have an Asia whipsaw. Could make sense, right? Could make sense. So the only thing we do now, switch to the M15.
M15.
And see, do we have a liquidity target?
Yeah, this. And
do we have an imbalance?
Yeah.
Okay. Right. And we're already vectoring, we already have an Asia whipsaw. Looks already pretty juicy overall. But it's not enough, as Cam say, it's not enough.
It's not
so
enough.
we're gonna switch to the M1 once again. And we wait. All we do is wait. All we do is wait. And we already can kind of see what they're doing.
Yeah, they're building.
Come on. Come on, right?
Yeah.
Very good. Very good. Let's see. Okay. So it's more like an equal low at this point. Also, if you draw the channel like this, it's fine. So what's our next timing window, which would be absolutely perfect?
MMM1.
Would be surprised if it smacks the equal highs to the high side into the 50-minute imbalance area, confirming the Asia whipsaw. I'm not sure. Gives the fourth push, is it? Come on, fourth push into the equal highs. Are you kidding? Right? Faking equal lows again. Boom. Vector candles into it. Come on, MM2, like, come on, into the M15 point of interest.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean?
What a surprise.
Shocking.
Shocking.
Right, so what can we do?
Wait for break of structure.
Very good. Again, a few ones already there. You could execute that. Stop goes above here, but this is more like, if you really want to, that's not the best risk reward either. So you definitely can wait for more confirmations, right?
So yeah, definitely. I'd say this is like the very aggressive one. I'd go for like this break of structure, and maybe we can get some kind of let or something.
Let's see. Let's just play it. Okay. Goes deep into it, right? So probably also, does it? Goes for the M5 relevant break of structure as well, right? So now we just monitor price action, right? We have our ideal point of interest somewhere in here, right?
Yeah.
And let's just see what happens. Okay, we're marking up the liquidity while we go. We're seeing already equal highs, so that's pretty nice. Okay, triple top, like what a surprise. Okay, make it quadruple top and boom, induce it.
Yeah.
Shocking, right? Is this our ideal scenario yet? Not really, right?
No.
Okay, let's wait. But is it definitely good to go though? Equal highs, like literally quadruple top getting induced.
Yeah,
Could be ready.
it could be, yeah.
But we need more. We need more.
So this is where I tend to get confused at these times. Like I'd say this is equal high still, but then I'll be like, okay, maybe this is just
Okay,
going lower.
that's a very good point. Let's dig into it though. So if you have a quadruple top getting induced, literally, not even quadruple top, like 15 tops, right? Getting induced here, comes close enough into it, right? Technically, does the, again, breakout traders, they have a an entry in here, putting a break even, gets tapped at break even. There's like, whatever you want to call it, they do it all the time, right? And this is also the liquidity in here. So this is definitely your inducement. Does it make sense that they form here equal highs again of the inducement in here? If they already spent so much fucking effort to like create a freaking 15 top in here.
Yeah, not really.
Okay, so what is this then?
Then this is your break of structure.
Yes, your relevant break of structure away from the quadruple top, and you're playing overall. Again, you're playing the bigger picture regardless, right? Now it's just the details. And the details, again, if you don't understand the bigger picture, you could argue, oh, why not in here? Blah, blah, blah. But the bigger picture already said, here, you are done. You are done. It's done. Right? We had so many confluences, we counted up all up. We know it's an Asia whipsaw, or like we have a pretty good understanding it's an Asia whipsaw. So why not give this a shot? Why not? Right?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, let's see. Okay. What is this?
Tapping the equal highs and it's tapping
perfect, right? So they couldn't line it up better. They couldn't. If you would draw it in your head, it would look like that.
Yeah.
It's a joke. It's a joke.
Yeah, this is really nice.
Yeah, boom. That's all she wrote.
Yeah.
Right, so again, if you aim for the Asia whipsaw, what's the target? You think you already mocked it up. But let's take it to M5. Okay, we had a medium inducement. Perfect, right? But let's see if there's any liquidity targets below that.
Yeah.
Okay.
This, or this.
Okay. Let's see it. Partials at the Asia low, or like technically here, right? Definitely 80% partials here.
Yeah.
And then how Joe would say, we leave the rest running just for fun.
Just for fun.
Boom, what a surprise. Shocking. Shocking.
Very shocking. What's the time? It's New York trap around the corner. Boom.
Shocking.
Very.
No one would guess that, right?
No, definitely.
Unless it's already too good to be true, let's just wait for New York trap time, right? And let's see what they do in there. Alright, so let's dig into the M1.
M1.
Okay, so what is this?
So this is like your mini false break of structure.
Perfect, right? It comes always after like usually the first inducement. They want to show like a false break of structure to, again, to induce premature buyers. Always you're gonna smoke them, right?
Yeah.
Now we New York trap time, so we're just being patient. We don't want to pressure anything, right?
Yeah.
We want to see when price is ready, and then let's go. Right? If it goes, it goes. If it doesn't give something super clean, we will not take it. It's easy as that. The worst thing what you could do is trying to catch like the peak. Oh, is this the peak? Is this the peak? Oh, is this the peak? Is this the peak? Oh, back the candle. Oh, back the candle. Oh, back the candle. This is what fucks people up, right? When you try to guess the end of it. Only if it's super fucking clean, then you know it's kind of probably done. If you check the M5 again, quick.
Yeah.
Right, you probably could guess, okay, yeah, this thing literally falls from a cliff. Now it's New York trap, right? You're probably at some point getting a reversal trade. The question is, when does it make sense? And do you want to pull something out of your arse, or do you patiently wait for it, right? That's the only question you should ask.
Exactly.
So let's go on M1 again, and let's see. If something super clean appears, you could tell me.
Okay, let's see. Okay.
Okay. Already, if you analyze this a little bit, and we have all this messy price action here. Exactly. Very good. We're looking for this last super. See in the chat already some good stuff. We have the last equal lows. We have the last vector candle that's just building, faking until they show the very first clean behavior pattern after the dropped price of a cliff. Right?
Yeah. Agree.
Now it could make sense.
Well, it could definitely.
It's not enough, though, Ken would say. Very good. Entry help up. So what's going on here? What's this?
That's crazy.
Joe took it. Makes me very happy. Hopefully not a buy. Sorry, not a sell. Hopefully a buy.
Yeah, I hope so. And I'd say just target because it's kind of late in New York trap already. So I'd say at maximum just target Asia low, maybe even here.
Yes, very good. I like to hear that. I took the same, and I target a little bit too less, I'm being honest. But again, as you said, it's a little bit late. You don't want to be aiming for the fences.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, very, very good. Very, very good. And again, it gave like a very effortless journey into it. And then again, if London close comes and you still haven't reached your target, I would always recommend just to choke it a little bit. But again, depends on your style, at least partial. Obviously, there's no major target hit. You could argue like you want to hit the
break and retest.
Yeah, exactly. So again, and they're kind of showing it with the equal highs and stuff. So that's fine. It's fine, right? But it's getting late, so it's definitely fine.
Exactly. I've had too many break evens like with these late trades and then trying to hold them till.
Yeah, and you will get some spanks anyways, as you have like so many good trades, and then you just come on. Be honest, you're just getting a little bit over greedy. You need to get like a priest and get this out of you. I'm being honest.
Yeah, exactly. And the same thing with when you said don't try to catch the bottom here. Like I've had a few scenarios where it worked and I catch the bottom, and then you get sort of in the habit of doing that, and
this is the worst. This is like the death of everyone when you start getting. I think you had the situation when you're getting so consistent and good that you try more than you should do, and then you become a little bit overconfident, and then you're getting smoked in like a day, and that kills your confidence again. Especially when you're in days when you try to pick a peak here for no real reason, it can just fuck you up so hard, right? So this is why staying like to the always pretty good confirmed ones. Again, rule of thumb: if you're not having at least 5 confluences, do not even consider it. Especially when you're in a funded challenge, or even you're already on a funded account or whatever. I mean, for practicing purposes, I mean, Joe's in a stage where he just wants to just take things to get better, to read price action better. But he's already in a stage where he can do stuff like this, right?
Yeah.
So then it makes sense. But if you're in a developing stage, play it fucking safe, right? As you just seen, if you go in the M5 again, quick.
Yeah.
What is these trades you took? Look at this.
Yeah, they're
every trade here is an absolute high freaking confirmed trade, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
What else do you want?
Yeah, I agree.
And that's a freaking Monday.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and
so keep it clean as like this, and you see, it's everything you need is literally there, and there's no need to be greedy as well.
Yeah, exactly. And you're up like 30 R for the week, so you can't even mess up your entire week anymore.
Yeah, this is the case, right? Again, buffer trade, boom. You could even argue buffer trade here. Right? Again, there's nothing wrong with like closing like partials here for argument's sake. If it's your first or second trade for the week, target is clean, or if you actually let it run, boom, that's your buffer for the freaking week. That's how you can easily take trades like that. And then this one plays. Again, why not this one as well? Again, if you don't pull something out of your arse and try to randomly buy it in here for whatever weird reasons, right?
Yeah.
It's all there. It's all clean as freaking crystal.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you.
Okay, makes sense?
Yeah, definitely.
Good stuff. Okay, so any questions with that one, or pretty good?
No. Everything is very clear. Thank you.
Clean as a crystal, yeah. I don't know what that even means. Crystal clear, right? There you go. Lovely stuff. Well done as always, Mr. Boykers. Hope to see you soon in chats again. But if you obviously want to take some time private, you obviously understand as well. Let's just start with the M5 and you actually walk us through where you got confused and what happened, okay?
Can you see my screen okay? Is that good?
Absolutely perfect. High definition, even for my old eyes.
Cool. So obviously I'll just mark up the previous daily low for a start. That was our trap low set yesterday. So I'll just go through Asia. Notice that we've got some small equal lows sat there, but nothing really major. Just building up sideways for now, creating some relatively equal lows. Obviously support buyers are going to be getting in here. Have a bit of a mini inducement there, but I'll just keep playing.
Okay, also this one, very
we're
crazy.
Still
yes.
building equal lows here, which is nice. And then obviously we start to get some vectors up. So presume this is maybe a fake breaking structure.
Yes, 1%.
So
making
then,
all the support buyers very excited.
So then that would ideally be an SMT.
That's correct.
Cool. And then obviously, yeah, we take out that structure point in there. Probably worth noting as well that people obviously still selling from a structure standpoint. So
yeah, that very good point. Very
mark
good point.
that as a SMT. Just keep playing it out. So we just come shy of that SMT, or do we hit it? Still a bit shy for now.
It's even better when they do it off the edge, is it?
Okay, so then we get our next bit of structure towards the upside. Also worth noting that we've got like a small bit of a trend line building up there.
And then I would leave it like this actually. Leave this one because this could definitely become very interesting.
Shall I draw it from whole way like this, or?
I think in this case, as it's like more better, as you have like this clear 4 points, and then obviously it's important that you see the liquidity while it's going to see obviously the next touch as well.
Okay. So I'll stretch that out some more.
Yes, because we can't really mirror it. So it's not a channel, it's this retailer main trend.
Yeah. Okay, cool. So then, yeah, we get vector high into this SMT. So SMC traders are going to look to sell off of here. Breakout traders will probably look to enter here, stops below here. Obviously, there's still SR buyers in at the bottom here, especially off the previous daily low. Cool. Nothing really happening at the minute. Look like we're just stalling here, creating some relatively equal highs. Okay, yep. So I think we just about induced that at Frankfurt Open. So nice time in there. And then we're probably about to get the fourth touch of the trend line.
Surprising, shocking, huh?
Yeah, absolute shock.
And now look, imagine what happens to the world, right? They're all seeing the quadruple bottom, right? They're seeing the trend. They're seeing the fourth touch of the trend line. They're seeing the vector candles and the momentum, right? So when Frankfurt comes into London, everyone is already pretty excited about the buys.
Would you maybe mirror that above there to make it a bit more obvious, or is
you could, but then you have a channel inducement, right? And then obviously you want to look for some pullbacks.
Yeah, so obviously channel inducement high just after Frankfurt Open.
And then we have the ultimate question again. If you look to the left, there's absolutely nothing. We could pull something out of our Oz, but again, this is usually not the right way to do it. If you want to play the pullback, structural inducement, SMT, which becomes a FFS in this case, right? And then POY in here, which taps into the vector candle. This is your pullback scenario. But this comes obviously from the channel you just drew.
Okay.
So you can draw this as a pullback POY, which already got tapped.
So where would you actually draw that from?
As you have no point of interest, you go for this one.
So you'd go off that one,
yes,
right?
that's just the wicks.
Okay, cool. Okay, right. So keep playing out, and then so obviously at the minute everyone's now buying. See, break and retest. I assume.
Yes, and just for argument's sake, if we wanted to play this mini cycle in here, as we kind of had a valid cycle up here, the M1 entry is in here already.
Can I
Okay.
quickly?
Yeah, you can
Watch
track
the
if
one
you
end to
want,
have a
of
look?
course.
I
Of
didn't.
course.
I didn't
Of
actually
course,
see
go for it.
that.
Of course.
Would you say that maybe that's a slight inducement?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely not nice, but
Or is
it's
that
what you
just-
have. The only thing you can have is this whatever quote-unquote drill and break of structure is not really nice at all. Then you have this liquidity points in here gets taken, and then you're tapping into this overall zone. There's nothing nice at all, but this is the intentions they at least gave.
Okay.
But it's definitely
would you
far
not-
from being nice, but
Would
it's
you not look
yeah.
to sell here at all? I mean, like me personally, I wouldn't trade.
No,
that
I
at
would not
all.
either, but
No.
it's if you just read the intentions, that this is what you have. Right? But on the other flip side, yes, you're just obviously inducing ammo to the upside. Yes, you have the vector to upside, but there's not really anything to the left, as
No.
there was very different scenario in GU, if you remember. Sorry.
Yes.
From the other days even we did as well, right?
Yeah.
But then we have to think the other way. Okay. So what do they want to do to like get, first of all, complete the overall cycle to make it very clear and ready for the reversals, and what's still missing? So we only can know that when we go now M5. And if you can do that quick now. Right, so we never really had fake break of structures in the first place, right? There's this one held, there's no fake of break structures here. This one also can't do any fake break of structures. So even from a reversal perspective, it doesn't even make sense, because at least they want to fake some sort of anything, right? Or they just continue bursting into the same direction to make everyone excited, complete the picture then with a proper mitigation on like a higher time frame, and already induced everyone in the right direction. Then we can look for the proper cycle continuation. But so far we have nothing. We're pulling point of interest out of ours here, right? There's no structure breaks. Yes, you have a vector. Yes, you have a channel inducement, but that's about it. This is not into timing. This is completely in the middle of everything. London Open is here somewhere. What is this? Frankfurt Open, right? So in the middle. We don't have a middle between Frankfurt Open and London Open. It doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Right? There's no real reason to sell or buy in these scenarios. Nothing. Right? If anything, you check entry helper maybe for clarifications. Right? What is there? Nothing. There's nothing for either side. There's no EDMs, there's no LEDs, there's no cross, there's no nothing. There's no POI, nothing. Zero.
So we just wait. Just wait. Cool. Keep on playing?
Yeah, of course, of course. If there's no question for you, because you had a few.
I think from a daily cycle variance point of view, is it too early to say that it's maybe a retail heaven day or an Asia whipsaw? Would it be too early to call that?
100%, because if anything, this can turn into a beautiful starter kit variation. You remember maybe from even chapter 2, I think, when yes, the perfect starter kit has the inducement in London. Sometimes they induce it once again in Magic Manipulation minutes 1 to fulfill the cycle, and then it takes out Asia low, right?
Okay.
Do you remember?
Yeah.
Okay, so the perfect scenario, yes, of course, if London takes out everything, or let's even go one step further. Let's go into M15 quick, please. Okay, so if we put any point of interest, we have the smart money trap. What else do we have for point of interest? If you want to put anything for reverse, yes. Right, we have imbalances here. Yes, we could pull this one, right?
Obviously, you have a daily high there as well, and it's especially seeing as you trapped a low yesterday. Would that not potentially be a potential target if, depending on what happens?
Yes, that's a very good question. Let's say we would have had this one like this, boom, induced low here, 100% go for the target. But like, what did they induce here? This one.
Yeah,
it's just a middle structure point, isn't it?
Could you not also agree that on the higher time frame we trapped low here, so we should be trading away from this potentially?
Correct. That's correct. But then this is not the structural inducement for this one. If anything, then this is the structural inducement you want to aim for, right?
Yeah. So like for me, I had this as a SMT, this zone here personally, because this we obviously trapped low. So in my head, I was thinking this is going to be an SMT because from a structure standpoint, you've got high, low, kind of like a internal pullback.
Okay.
So that's just how I saw it, but
I completely see what you mean. So the only question I have for you then, what do you do? If you see this as an SMT, what are you looking for? in terms of coming into this day?
Well, for now, obviously, he was essentially still building up here. We did have that mini inducement out of the channel, but we come into, well, an SMT. We didn't really come into a proper point of interest here. So nothing's really happened. Could you maybe say that?
Okay, I kind of think I see where you get confused with. So let's say you have the bigger picture here, which makes perfect sense to be explained, okay? So now a new day begins. You're coming into this day. You just see channeling upside. Okay, you could argue you have a channel inducement here into like a smart money trap. Okay.
Yep.
So is this also a smart money trap? If you mark this as a smart money trap as well, then you're already projecting the retail heaven. Is this a scenario you're most likely going to see a lot of times, or have seen a lot of times?
As in these SMTs being taken, or just a general retail heaven?
Like this one. Obviously, retail heavens make perfect sense, but in terms of this price action coming from equal lows, right? Coming from this equal low as well in here, right? Is this enough for retail heaven to form, to expect 2 more SMTs?
No, because it probably wouldn't make sense to leave this here, would it? All this liquidity.
Yes, and then also when we look into a normal day, let's just isolate the day a little bit more. Okay, so let's go back into the M5. And now we just see what the day does. Equal lows, like crazy.
Yeah.
Channel. Okay, we could argue yes, already induced, but completely off timing into smoke money trap. London does something. We have the 4th touch of a trend line, so making people excited about it.
Yeah.
Do we have a cycle completion yet? Probably not. Is it better to probably wait for more confluences?
Yeah,
probably
we need
yes.
to wait.
London Open, MM1, right?
Yeah, because at the beginning of the day, I didn't really have a cycle variance in mind. I noticed that we built a lot of liquidity here, and pretty much everyone was buying at this point. So I thought, okay, maybe we could go for this. But then that's why I kind of asked the question about that trap low that we set there, and if we was going to trade from that. And obviously, I bear in mind that we have to show the liquidity at some point. So I didn't know whether this would maybe hold and they would leave this for another day, because obviously they can't take liquidity out all the time because there wouldn't be any left, would there? So
very good. So let's just go back to answer your initial question. If you zoom out a little bit. Okay, so if this trap happened in here, what's the push that actually gets induced by this trap? Is it this one right here, or is it actually this one?
I'm not too sure what you mean there.
Okay, so you have an inducement. This one we had I think medium was like here, and then we had another one here or something like this, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so if this medium inducement happened, vector candles, everything, New York trap, perfect. We walked everything through, right? Why? What? Okay, this is the inducement low. What's the price action that gets induced or gets created by this point? Is it this price action in here, or is it actually this point in here?
It gets induced by this, no? Because
not induced. This is your inducement low to do something, and the something I want to hear from you what the something is.
It entices more people to sell, right?
Exactly. So what does price action do, or can do?
Pull back into this.
Okay, very good. So first pullback, right? And does another one, creates some liquidity here and takes it out later to mitigate this, and then pushes the price lower. The question is, and I think this is where you get a little bit confused, does this inducement low here have any relevance to this price action that happens here coming off these equal lows?
No.
No, definitely no. That's why you can't base it onto it. You can't say, this is your inducement, medium inducement here. This is why price gets created in here. The medium inducement points already are created in here.
Yeah.
Okay, so this price action here comes from a way different source of liquidity, and this is from the false equal lows they're creating in here. It comes from the false trend they're building here, but it's not in relation to this point in here. This point, this push is relevant to this. This point is relevant to this. But that this is a whole new day, a whole new level of liquidity, a whole new creation, a whole new source, and now you're playing a whole individual day. Okay?
Okay. I get it.
Make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's dig into this individual day more. So we discovered, okay, we're in the middle of timing. Yes, we had vectors. Yes, we could get confused, but that's it. If you count the confluences to short this here, we have a point of interest, which we pulled out of ours. We have a channel, which is okay. So we have one with the channel. We have vector candles. Boom. So we have 2. That's about it.
Yep.
We need 5. Okay, so let's wait. It's the only thing you do. You wait. All right, so now they come even back, creating triple tops inside of this. Again, if you still want to short this one, there's something wrong with that one, right? Because if they come 4 times into the same point of interest, that's probably not going to hold.
Yeah.
And it does not. And what do they do instead?
Vector high MM1.
There you go. And now it becomes a little more interesting, right? Because now we have another channel created.
Sorry.
Now we have another vector candles. We have the same exact things we had in here. Only time. Now it becomes a little bit more relevant because we are in timing. We are to the absolute minute. We have vector candles. We tapped into the M15. Right?
Yep.
And we induced this channel as well.
Okay.
Now the confluences make much more sense in terms of logic. And obviously, we push price even much higher the whole day. So liquidity gets even created more.
I see you. Yeah, I get you.
So now it's making more sense to think, is this maybe a cycle confirmation now because the confluences speak now in our favor?
Okay.
Okay, so now it could make sense. We switch to the M1. Maybe let's do this. And let's see. We need more, as Cam would say. More, right? The M15 mitigated. Vector candles done. Timing, this time good. Channel induced. Trap before that, done.
Yep.
Relevant break of structure, maybe?
Would that be forcing it a bit too much, or would you go from there? Or that's
you could.
Sometimes
let's just see. If you don't like this one, it's completely fine. But this is the M1 relevant break of structure. If you look for the M5 one, it's probably this one. But then it's just you miss or whatever. Right? Let's just see. Let's stay in the M1 and you read the price action to me.
So, sorry.
There you go, police calling. too much heat.
So yeah, you could say obviously vector higher, MM1 into mitigation, relevant break of structure here. So you've still got.
And you also please draw this. Yeah, very good, thank you. No, you can actually. No, you have to line up with something. Yeah, with these ones.
Draw it a bit nicer.
No. You have to mirror it, but line it up. So take this one, mark it properly. Give it some nice touches, and now mirror it. There you go.
Like so?
Yeah, I mean this one fucks it up a little bit, but then you have this one, and this one, and this one if you just give it a little bit of room to breathe. Yes, there you go.
Cool. So then you've obviously got relevant break of structure here. Could maybe look at the entry helper. You can see that the lets crossed over. The lines crossed over. Sorry.
So what's the point of interest in here if you want to look for something?
See, this is where I wouldn't be too sure because everything's kind of filled in. So would you maybe go back to 5M to see if there's something there?
You could. Yeah, you mean you could. Nothing wrong with that. Right, but then if you see already, it's like this huge thing. It's probably not as helpful, right?
Okay.
So let's give you the arguments of the sake of the doubt. So let's say we don't know. And you tell me when you would know which one it is. I will not say too much now. I will just draw some lines.
So obviously we're somewhat creating relatively equal highs here. Maybe forcing it. Definitely creating relatively equal highs now. And we start getting a push up. Oh, okay. So maybe this bullish candle would be a point of interest to sell off of. I think it just missed. But would that be something you'd look for? Or
I mean, looks pretty good already. Again, you have all these equal lows, right? Oops, equal highs, right? You also have equal lows, right? So it's not the nicest thing in the world, but it's a lot, yes, for sure.
And then obviously, potentially, if this drops below here, you could get an entry off of this.
No, this is a no-no. This is a no-no.
No.
Never do this. This is like where people get burnt.
Yeah.
If you take this one, stop has to go where?
it's got to go all the way above the high,
Yes.
isn't it? So
Yes.
kind of kills the R2R of the trade.
And this is, again, you can call it the whatever trap, right? Because
SMT.
this happens a lot when people then become greedy. I will not call people out, but I think Gustavo was one of them. And they do stuff like that. And then we get some spankos out there, right? Because it's still 100% valid. Look at this. Yes, this is your let. It's fine. You're in the trade. Why would you pull break even? You have equal lows. You have a random break structure. You have the over point of interest. You mock perfectly. Now it just comes in nicer. And guess what? It stops out a few early sellers already. Again, it's a small money trap, of course. It's still 100% valid. Because you don't have a clean POI in here. You're just kind of pulling it out of yours.
Yeah.
So you don't know where it taps, right? It could go all the way up here. You don't know. It just has to hold here.
Yeah.
Right? But let's say we don't know. So let's just even wait for more confirmations. Right? Still fine. Still fine. Let's wait. Because this one, okay, let's see. You walk me through.
So
if you get like more random breaker structures or something.
So built obviously some more equal highs there.
Be careful of that now. We had this example earlier. We had the inducement of the inducement. Why would this be equal highs? We had the same example
yeah.
earlier, if you remember, from Mr. Boykes.
Yeah, I get you. That makes sense. And now obviously slow vector there. This be a relevant break of structure now.
Yeah, and
let
wait,
obviously.
Also, remember this one. What is this?
Small little channel build up there.
What is this?
High side, vector.
What's the timing?
This is 10:30 UK time, so
okay, so it's
not quite MM2, but nearly.
Okay, you make me too excited. So this is MM1, is it?
Yeah, and then I mean we kind of just missed this in here.
So you can take the M1 let, is it? Because guess what? Is this good to go? But the main question is, Mr. Danaher, is the direction clear?
For us yeah, because we've built so many buyers.
Are you sure about it? If you go back on the M5 quick, if you can. Do you understand why we 100% would look for shorts, if anything?
Sorry,
draw this channel as well.
Say that again. My connection went. Sorry.
So if you draw this channel as well, we had induced.
Yeah.
I think it was nice on M1. I think we had it in here somewhere. Okay, can you please go on back on M1 to draw this a little bit nicer? Oh, why is it not showing on M5?
It's because I've got my settings, so it's only on.
Oh, that's smart. Okay.
I'll just quickly change it. 2 seconds.
Okay.
There you go.
There you go. Right, so we had this. We tapped into the higher POI. We have the vector counts. We had it to the minute. Right, we had our false move. You remember when we said, okay, we want at least a fake breaker structure. We never had it, but they made a fake trap instead.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what they have. M1 now screams ready. We had a fake move in there as well, inducing kind of the inducement into like a POI pulled out for us here. Now we have a nicer POI with M1 lets with M1 breaker structures, right? It's probably ready to go, right?
So at this point, you could probably say target Asia low. Would that be fair?
You tell me. What's a good target?
I mean, that's where probably all of the stops are going to be. Bearing in mind you got a previously.
And if you zoom out as well, yeah. What else do you have? You have this wick in here, which just has no purpose other than being news. All right. So this is the intraday target, of course, Asia low. The liquidity target is this thing.
I think this is probably where I got tripped up today. I was expecting a retail heaven day. So that's probably why I was then ready to start taking buyers. So, and then obviously I started seeing these vectors. So I was like, right, okay.
Okay, just a quick hint for you. Maybe it helps you.
Yeah.
If you see vectors, make sure it's in the opposite direction of what you actually want. So because let's say you're looking for sells, you want vectors in the long side. If you want to sell, if you want to buy, you want to look for vectors to the downside. Because if it's the opposite way around, the vector is good for you. It's not really a vector. The vector is the last impulse that makes people excited. If this one is in here, it only makes sellers excited, which is technically bad for you, but it's even better for you because you taking the sell in here. You understand what I mean? So this is not considered vectors. The vectors is only when you're in an inducement zone.
Okay, that makes sense now. Yeah, that's quite interesting actually. That makes sense.
Okay. So what's
Could
relevant?
you potentially look for like a re-entry in here, or would
Of
that
course,
be
let's do
going
it.
forward
Let's
it?
go into the M1 and look for re-entries. Or like actually, let's confirm it more and let's wait for the M5 relevant breaker structure first. You show me where that is.
That would be here at this point.
Why this one or not this one?
Oh yeah, I mean you could take there. I'd say probably I would do it there just to be more safe. But I mean,
Okay.
if you think that's a fair breaker structure, then
I mean, it's
sure.
not what I think, right? But it's just this is the push that led to the new high, right? This
Yeah.
is previous.
Okay. So then we'll be looking for this to get
There
taken.
you go. Okay, and then again we can look for re-entries because then we are not only having M1 confirmations, we kind of also have M5 confirmations.
Okay, so now we get our relevant breaker structure.
Okay, let's jump into the M1 and let's look in the trade the legend Joe and myself took.
There's something in here, wasn't it? I can't.
You tell
remember
me. I will not
what.
say a I will not say a thing other than entry helper.
It was good. It was good. See, this is another question. I've got so many questions. It's ridiculous. But like, couldn't you say that we're going into another build-up phase here?
Of 100%.
And you could draw it in
100%. You have to do it like
different
this.
ways.
No, it's
Like-
mirror it. Do it exactly how you did and mirror it. No, from the upside. No, from the upside.
What? So like that, for
Oops.
example.
No, you can do it like this. Or like all the way you have it. Yeah, I mean, you tell me. It's not that I'm telling you everything. So let's see how you would draw it.
I'd probably do it from there to there, so that gives you like 2 to 3 touches, depending on how you want to draw it. So that's something that I'd note. Oh, what's
who's drawing that?
From there.
That was not me.
Joe. He wants me
Joe.
he wants me to draw it from there. Okay, I got it. I got it. So yeah, so for me now, I'm seeing right, we're in another build-up phase overall, away from this cycle completion.
Okay.
So then have a
So what is
vector
this? So why is this so important why you just did it, right? Because guess what? People could be like, oh, inducement, break of structure. Yeah, guess what? What is it really?
Is that EDM, is it?
No, not yet. But why is this like important from the liquidity aspect, right? It always is two birds with one stone, right? It gives, yes, the break of structure. People maybe see this as a liquidity grab. It fakes the core.
Yeah.
Right? To make people buy. People need buying reasons as well, but obviously they need liquidity to drop price low. So the people need to buy. Right? So this is why this is a valid order flow. It goes in line though with the retailers.
Very nice. That's a nice trade, that one.
Yeah, I would never take this one personally, and it's not the one we took.
Okay. So
I
this,
mean,
this obviously now becomes your SMT.
I think Joe took this one. Or was the other one after this one? Because I took the one after this one, but let's see.
So we fake the SMT very, very briefly. Still faking it.
Yeah, look where they're directing from. Trend line. Oh, trend line is the way. We should start trading trend lines. Well, let's see. Let's see why this is a 10 out of 10 trade in here. Boom. Look what it already does. Stop it, please. So look, what is this? What is this?
Sideways build up into mitigation here.
And what does it already do here?
It breaks the trend line.
Finally. And this is obviously what we want, right? So it induces the trend line, and we have not had any EDMs yet. Not we can be very careful with this one right away, right? Because you need some. I mean, yes, you could draw it like that, but not take it from here right away, because like this, it's not much. You need more confirmations. You tell me what it is.
Need timing. To be fair, we're still at like timing's not on our side.
Okay,
just yet.
timing is not, but let's see price action. If you go a little bit more. Oh.
So then we get our vector up.
Very good.
Induces it actually.
Yes. What's the right POI? Very good. Imbalances. equal highs, obviously this liquidity vector candle, and what is it? What we looked for as well on the M1?
Say EDM.
There we go. Right. Because remember, this one was not the EDM. I mean, maybe like, but I didn't.
The very
didn't even see
small
this
one. It wasn't a proper EDM like what
there
we
you
have
go.
now.
But why is this one so much better? Because guess what? You drew it in
Because
here.
you had the sideways build up and then the vector up into it.
And this one?
And obviously you had your trend line break, so people then begin to buy along with the
very good.
The
So again, remember, 3 birds with one stone again, right?
Yep.
Faking the Koch to the
Yep.
upside, right? Creating the liquidity in here,
Yep.
inducing the trend line, vector candles into mitigation and to EDM. A lot of confluences. 5 it is, we said let's go. And let's go it was.
And then now we start pushing down more.
Yeah, and then it only did something you should not be too scared about. If anything, it's even good when you did not take it. If you take it, obviously, you probably get a break even. If you know what's up, it's even better. I will show you in a second because I remembered. Not sure, Joe, how it was for you when it happened like this.
So we've got New York Open here.
What likes New York to do? Fake the move, so fake in the wrong direction. And again, technically perfect. If you took this already, probably you get a break even. If you didn't take it, what is it still if you check the entry helper?
Another EDM and a static
Exactly.
let.
So this is why it gives you the confidence that this is good. If you missed this one, this is definitely good to take. And then obviously your target is pretty clear as well.
I think this is where I went wrong because I tried buying in here thinking that this was an SMT and that we induced the channel low side at New York Open. And I think that's where I went wrong because I was just assuming that,
yes, very good, Joe.
Okay, yeah. To be fair, I think I know why I was off with this day anyway because I was expecting a retail.
Thank you for your honesty. The only question I have is it getting much clearer now? Do you understand what went wrong and is it clear now?
I swear, like, I'm sure like other guys on the call can vouch for me, but whenever they do a hot seat with you or whenever they watch you, it's just like, oh yeah, it all makes sense now. It's so obvious. Like when I'm doing this in front of you, it's like it's just screaming. It's so obvious, but obviously sometimes when you're on edge, it's not always obvious, and you start.
The problem is when you have the original direction wrong, you will find the wrong reason, and then it's obviously gonna be hard.
Mm-hmm.
The moment you don't switch your bias, and you even said at the beginning you had this as a retail heaven marked, then obviously you're looking for the wrong things. And guess what? You will find things in the wrong direction, unfortunately, right?
Yeah.
And this is the danger. When your bias is wrong, when you don't see the bigger picture. I think I even wrote it, was it today or yesterday? I can't remember. When someone had the question, what the fuck was it? What was it? But it was the same thing. You just have to learn to see the bigger picture and don't get lost into the details because the details will either make you or completely fuck you up. If you see the bigger picture the right way, the details are like the cherry on the juiciest ice cream on a Sunday on a summer morning, right? But if you have the bias wrong, the devil is the details, as they say, right? And then obviously it becomes very hard for you, and especially when you then dig into the M1. But it's the other way around. If you have the bias right, the details is a crisp, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, as long as it's good now and you see what's going on, and again, you had the channel perfectly good. Maybe you got a little bit tricked into the first one.
Yeah.
That's fine, to be fair. It's fine. It's not a crazy big mistake, but as long as you see it why now and why this is way, way more confirmed than it was.
Mm-hmm.
And then why we obviously want to lead into the direction. Then also, again, we even can check. I didn't look at charts since we jumped into the call. But again, the equal lows it made with the news high, I think I had an alert triggered or something. I didn't check if it was EU, but it was some sort of alert. So maybe it was. Right, but again, if you jump on the M5 quick again, please. Yes, so obviously, target should be pretty clear. Again, if you're not 100% sure, partial here, rest here, but again, it should be pretty clear with the quadruple bottom of Asia. Low and liquidity target, as we talked about earlier.
Yep, all makes sense now.
Okay.
All all makes sense. And then yeah, smash TP in New York. Well, intraday TP, and then
Yes, to
we
the
fake
minute as
the
well.
kind of fake the equal lows here. We could say with
Yeah, we
that
also fake the M1 break of structure. Again, they always do this. I think we even had it earlier today. And again, they just pin the target, give the false Koch, obviously, to bring in pre-early buyers. They always do this. Right? Yeah, and then technically it would be good to buy, but then it just inducement low. So this, I'm being honest, this is just these cases when you just scream at the neighbor. It is just what it is. Because they faked the equal lows in here. Then again, for so many brokers, this Newsweek was completely different. So it's hard to also pick this Newsweek the right way. Inducement low, and it was just good until the next target. In terms of liquidity, we have the equal highs. They all created the EDMs here. Obviously become the liquidity later, and then you obviously I want to aim for the shorts later. So it was overall pretty nice, but I think that the same thing, yeah, induces it here, kind of creates the. So it was not nice after this. I'm being very honest, but intention's been nice, but the overall thing was not nice. So no shame after New York Trap if anyone got like a weirdo trade in there. But the rest of the day was an absolute masterpiece. And then obviously they come for the news low, which they, I think, grabbed. Let's see.
Did they grab it or did they just...
I think I had like an alert ping, so I'm not sure. Oh, yeah, it looked like it.
Oh, yeah, big time.
Yeah, and guess what? They're doing the same thing, though. Hit the equal lows. If you go back on M1, please.
Sure.
So again, guess what?
Creates
Hits the equal lows, fake break of structure, creates the smart money traps, smokes them all. Not a surprise. The same shit. But I'm being honest, yeah, this part in here, definitely not nice. So if anyone made a mistake in here, there's no shame in that. It's just, again, you just scream at the neighbor. There's nothing you can do here really much. But yeah, the rest of the day, an absolute art piece. I mean, not even the day, the whole week. Again, we walked through 3 days. Come on. Come on.
Very good.
Mr. Danaher, it was a pleasure. I hope it's clear. If any questions, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Reem. Thank you very much for that.
It's all good, though?
Yeah, it's great. Thank you very much.
And there we are with the lit simplicity approach part 2. And oh my god, will that be a good one? You will absolutely love this one. That's where the breakthrough moments have to come, okay? Because we start to combining a lot of stuff now. So be very patient in this video and just try to really follow up, okay? If you have to, watch it again, but it's getting to be really deep and exciting. So let's dig right into it. So what we have is this time a little bit something different. So we have GU on 24th of May, okay? And we will do 3 days in a row. Why not? Okay, but if you're using specifically the simplicity approach, obviously on the M5, as we always should do. Okay, so what we do for our first step. And again, by the way, you need to obviously at this point have this steps over your bed, room door. Whenever you go to bed, you should do that and say that in the middle of the night and someone wakes you up, okay? So first step, as always, of course, is the build up. Also, the rule sets for now should become very flawless for you, okay? So you should write all these rule sets down, but just again for clarification, always your first step to identify liquidity. Always the build up, okay? And if you can identify the build up, then simply stay away. It will not be worth it to get into a trade or even thinking about getting into a trade if you don't have a clear picture about the build up, okay? So set your focus and on clean setups. That keeps you away from, again, getting into trades where you afterwards think like, oh shit, why did I get into that trade? That was such an unnecessary trade and even maybe a loss or whatever, right? So that again keeps you away from making shit up, because again, as you see, It's just the first step of our overall factory, right? We have to proceed through before we even thinking about an entry, okay? Build up, always the first step. So if you take a look at this beautiful chart in here, let's bring the light into the darkness. Boom. Okay, there we go. First approach done. Build up. Okay, so we have our huge channel build up in here, right? Okay, perfect. Induce the channel to the low side. Okay, again, if you're getting confused about like, oh, isn't that a vector candle? Then again, use the clean trend line points, right, where you can trend whatever, make the trend line makes a lot of sense, and then mirror it to the other side, and then again you can see, okay, this is still in here as well. Okay, so that's not the inducement, it's just still in the channel build-up. Okay, and again, even giving 1, 2, 3, 4, 7 million touches to the high side, of course that becomes your equal highs in here also. So another build up in here, inducement to the low side. Okay, and then obviously tubed it up, tubed it one more time up. Okay, even gives a little channel in here, induces up to the upside again, new channel, induce it to the high side. Okay, to go lower, builds a channel with it, then the day is done. So technically that's why it didn't get lower, because the day was just done. Again, you see London close in here, day is done, new build up, builds the equal highs in here also. It never got induced other than now to the downside with a new channel. This channel get induced now, boosh, with speed vector candles, and again also inducing this 1, 2, 3 double bottom, boom, induces it, but guess what, stays inside here. Okay, so again, that's what gives you the multiple confluences for, okay, this cycle in here, build up, inducement of the structure, done, but gives me the build up already for the bigger picture. Again, but of course this cycle is done, so we expect a reaction out of it. Next build up. Now we have a clean inducement with vector candles. When does it happen? London open to the absolute minute. Induce the equal highs in here. Boom. Inducement high side. Tube. And then of course, where's the next liquidity area? Latest one is the equal lows in here. But guess what? Just tubed completely through it, right? Insane speed, okay. And also aims for the next liquidity area in here. Then the previous day's Asia low gets smoking through, new channel, exactly as heavy had it in here. Channel induced to the high side. Now we have a channel induced to the low side. Same stuff all over again. Boom. That becomes your medium inducement. Technically, that already was your medium inducement, inducing Asia low of the previous day, right? But this technically is the minor inducement of the medium inducement. So overall, you can mark it as a medium one. Perfect, right? And next channel was this. What direction to go up? Higher. Did stay short of it here. Guess what? Fakes a smart money trap. Channel. Get induced to the high side. Okay, into like this mitigation channel. Right, never got induced. New channel. Get induced low side. Boom. Now we got this medium inducement in here. You want to trade away from it. And boom. Obviously, that's the move. Okay, perfect. So as you can see, alone with the build-ups already, we see a lot of information already, almost everything, right? But guess what? Build up, we want more. We want more and more and more. So what do we want more? Of course, we digged a little bit into it already. Inducement. So where are the inducements? First of all, to give you a quick clarification again, it should be the last impulse to either stop retailers out, all these overall strategies, or the last impulse to make retailers open position. Again, stop people out if like whatever they saw this as a triple top in here, or now even quadruple top, boom, now they got stopped out. Right, for breakout traders, this obviously is the entry for the long side, and then obviously boom, it makes this 2 birds with 1 stone. Okay, so get used to this, and I'm pretty sure you already did. And look out for these rapid price movements and vector candles, these huge candles with speed, momentum. Always take a look at that. Okay, so our second step in our factory is the inducement. So guess where the inducement is? Again, exactly how we had it before. Inducement low, that's not inducement, that's a build-up. Technically here, minor inducement out of Asia range, yes, but stays inside the channel, then messes around. Okay, gives us the quadruple million top inducement, here with speed, but then again induced the inducement here after the little channel in here as well. Perfect. So we had this minor, maybe this one is medium. You have to look to left, find that out, but trust over the cycle, picture perfect, because you had this huge build-up before that, induced to low side, then to the high side in here. Perfect. Okay. Then very obvious one, this channel in here, get induced to the high side into this mitigation. So obviously we will dig into that in the next step, but this inducement taps into something, of course, right? No inducements in here, so that's how you stay away. That's again where this is only the stage. You never had inducement this stage. Build up, inducement, boom. Obviously we talked about that. Builds up the liquidity, stays in here then. Right, so it gives you the next build up for the next day, or for the same day technically. Build up, inducement to the high side. Okay, perfect. To the absolute minute as well. Huge channeling downwards. That's obviously an inducement to low side. Medium one, if you talked about it. Build up. Right, even this build up for love gets induced with speed to the high side. Okay, then whoop. There's your vector candles again with speed, momentum to the downside, another inducement. Perfect. Channel build up, inducement to a low side, induces the structure. Build up, inducing the structure to the high side, build up, another inducement, okay, into mitigation if anything, right? Build up, induce to low side, into structure, and then chooped, obviously the main inducement for the day. For this day, medium inducement in here, boom, and then continue lower. Perfection, okay? So inducement, you should be like, oh, okay, that's the stage obviously where things get interesting and you're sitting like, yes, I'm waiting for something. And what do you wait for? Relevant break of structure. Again, that confirms you the directional shift if you're not familiar with it so far. Again, it will take time to get used to it. Again, it's week 3. There's a lot of stuff still up to come, and it obviously will not become a master in like 2 weeks. That's impossible. So you have to get used to it. That's why we give you the relevant break of structure on top of it. So it becomes very clean for you, and obviously it's much more confirmed and gives you more confluences and confidence. Overall, again, it's optional. The moment you're getting way more advanced, this step can be skipped. That's why there's a little gap in here, because it can get jumped over. It's fine if you're getting more experience, but that's more like a week 7, 8, and beyond. Okay, if you're getting really used to it, the relevant break of structure can be skipped and you can enter these inducement trades and all that fancy stuff. But for now, no. Okay, for now, use it. It will help you way much. So let's take a look at the charts. So we had our beautiful GU marked up with the build-ups inducements. So let's say where the break of structures are. Okay, so technically, why is this a break of structure? And you don't know high, because you had an inducement low. That's the push that led to the inducement low out of the channel, right? So guess what? Boom. That's the break of structure. Okay. And obviously we had this push that led to the high side. That's the push that got broken here into a break of structure overall. So guess what? Now we had this imbalance zone after this break of structure, and guess where it taps into? Boom. Right in here. So that's why you can hedge this trade in here, or a pullback trade into this inducement zone, into this mitigation. You see how that works? Right, so guys, another one. Inducement low, again, another run. So you can really understand that this is your inducement of this channel. That's the break of structure of this inducement. Here's your mitigation zone. Okay, boom, troops up, boom, troops up. Now comes lower, build up into the mitigation. Perfect, but what do we expect inducing this channel in here after this break of structure for this inducement? Guess what? This reaction is mitigated. So it gives a reaction. It's always the 2 birds with 1 stone. Induces the channel in here, induces the structure, gets into this valid mitigation. Boom. You see how that works? It's absolutely perfect. Okay. No inducements in here, so obviously we stay away from there. We cannot find any break of structures without an inducement, so that's that gap in here. We're not interested until the next build up into inducement. Where's your break of structure? That's your inducement. That's your push that led to it, right? Boom, got broken now. What's the push that led to it? Here. Okay. See how slowly how it clicks? Okay. Then guess what? Here's your inducement out of this equal height, out of Asia as well. Again, on the 1 minute was very clean. And here, not too clean on the 5. I just show you how we took it here, right? So guess what? That was the 1 minute structure point. Got induced. This led to the high side. Got broken, right? And guess what? Barely can see it. You have to really open your eyes. But guess what? Here is a wick right there. I'm not sure if you can see it. You have to open your eyes very wide. But obviously, right after the break of structure here, it came back, whoop, and mitigated this beautiful area after the inducement. That was a Mona Lisa right in here. Okay, guess what? And then it just tubed downwards. So guess what? This is your inducement versus the push that led to the inducement. Again, all the way up here. So guess what? There's no trade for the beginning for you. Later on, obviously, you can take this pullback trade in here. Not a problem, but that's more for the advanced side. Okay, so don't do that for now. Guess what? Because channel getting induced to the high side this time. Right, that's your breaker structure into what? Okay, boom, tube downwards. Guess what? That's obviously, oh, I forgot even the one, because that is the push, obviously, that led into the inducement. So guess what? It's broken here, so I forgot this one. I'm not sure why I took this one up here, but obviously it's possible if you really want to say it like this, but obviously this one would be the internal one, would be technically a bit nicer. What's the push that led to it? This push, whether they get tapped into right here, obviously continues higher. Okay, perfect. Then next one, build up, getting induced to low side. That's the push that led to the build up, to the inducement, obviously. Right, guess what? Boom, never gets mitigated here, so that would be possible if that taps in here, never did. So it's fine. It's just a miss, not a problem. And then obviously this cycle is done also because you got the inducement, so this gets invalidated in here. Next point, this build-up in here gets induced here, structure getting induced into this overall mitigation here. Guess what? This inducement, as a break of structure, this is the push, led to the high, gets smoked here. What is that? Area of interest, perfect. New build-up, not getting induced, just getting tapped into the mitigation. We don't care about it. Build up, inducement to a low side. What's the push that led to the low? This one right here to a low side. Boom. There's a break of structure right here. That's the area of interest. Boom. Back the candle into medium inducement. What's the push that led to it? That's the push that led to the inducement. When you get it smoked, break of structure here. Interesting, huh? And then tube downwards. Insane, right? You would be like, oh, let me take a look closer because that's insane. It is, but it's literally the simplicity approach. So it's simple and it's the most effective shit you can ever do. Okay, so take a look at the breaker structure after to get it very deep into your head. Okay, so what do we do after the breaker structure? You already digged a little bit into it. Mitigation. Fills price inefficiency and fills price inefficiencies and imbalances, of course, like imbalances, inefficiencies, same stuff, depending on how you want to call it. Comes back to these overall supply and demand areas. Again, even if you don't have an imbalance or an infinity, oh my god, that's such a hard word. Inefficiency, then it still comes back to the supply and demand areas. Again, obviously it's way better if you have an imbalance with it. If not, then again, it should come still back to supply and demand area. Then provides you with these points of interest, or this area of interest, whatever you want to call it. We could just call them POIs, mitigation areas, entry zones, whatever you want to call them. Okay, so let's take a look because we already went over it a little bit. So let me do it a little bit faster this time because I think you get it by now. Okay, if not, then again, rewatch it. Very, very important. So guess what? Boom, we had it. And as you can see, 1, 2, or technically 1, 2, what's that, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so it's overall the same order all the time. Build up, inducement into mitigation. Okay, build up, inducement, or technically break of structure first, after this inducement into this mitigation. Inducement, structure, into mitigation. Build ups, no inducement, so we don't care. Build up, inducement, break of structure into mitigation. Build up, inducement, break of structure into mitigation. Only inducement, okay, so build up, inducement, break of structure into mitigation. Look at this, perfect. inducement, right? So guess what? Technically, that's your build up, vector candles into inducement, break of structure, or technically again, how you want to see it. If you had like this or this, it's fine, okay. But even if you take this higher one in here, guess what? Obviously, that's your break of structure in here. There's your mitigation, boom, right here. Insane. Build up, inducement, break of structure, mitigation, maybe in a 1 minute, but overall missed it in here. Okay. Build up, inducement into mitigation, but guess what? Break of structure into mitigation. Build up, just mitigation, so we don't care. Build up, inducement, break of structure into mitigation, tube into inducement. Inducement, or technically break of structure, build up overall like this, build up in here. Perfect. Back to candles, timing to the absolute minute if you can check to the bottom, right? Obviously, break of structure into mitigation. Flawless! Flawless! Look at them! That's how you should look. Insane! Mitigation, right? Okay, what's after mitigation? Now, we're adding something new, and that makes it for you overall much more clear to slowly getting used to this smart money traps, because of course you want to not getting trapped into these zones as well. It will help you a lot to understand and to see these things overall, because that's the way you have to go. You have to identify these smart money traps as well, okay, because you don't want to get trapped. So based on everything we got so far, let's see if we can identify the smart money traps in there as well, where smart money traders and almost everyone else also get induced in here, okay, or get trapped in there. So guess what? That's an obvious one, right? Again, but what is this for smart money traders? This, what we saw as the inducement, they see as the change of character, break of structure, whatever. That's wrong. That's wrong. Again, you see they tapping into there and wanted to sell this thing. Wrong. Right, same thing here. Always, that's for us, it's a very easy one because it's the Asia high based off an equal high, obviously. But still, people, guess what? Our inducement, they see as a change of character or directional shift, whatever, right? Guess what? For us, this becomes a smart money trap. Same thing in here, right? So guess what? It would be valid because this is our inducement, right? And if there's your break of structure, you can still also say, okay, this is my extreme mitigation, but obviously we understand this is the push that led to the break of structure, so that should be our mitigation here. But let's say whatever in here, it makes something like this and would come lower in here. That's tradable. It's just not tradable anymore until it takes out a valid zone, which it did in here, and then it becomes a smart money trap later. Very obvious one as well because it's Asia low, right? But for this cycle plane here, again, if it comes here, boom, then you can trade it to the upside. Perfect. But it becomes a smart money trap latest, obviously, when it takes out Asia high in here. Becomes the medium, or technically, yeah, you can say this is a medium actually. But yeah, medium in one, still into this mitigation. So actually really nice, right? But understand when it becomes the smart money trap, when it was valid and when it becomes a smart money trap. Okay. Then next one, easy one, obviously not even necessary to mark that one out because that's too easy. In here, Asia low of the previous day, right? Then what else do we have? This inducement low. Again, now what does the world see? Huge momentum taking out the structure points. They see break of structures, blah, 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 right? New lower low. They trade the order flow in here. That's our inducement after the build-up with vector candles into another inducement after this huge down run. Right, of course, we trade the buy trade, they're looking for the sells. Okay, they become our liquidity, perfect. And guess what? That's your supply to demand flip type of thing, right? Well, again, they getting frustrated, whatever, boom, comes back, and we took the buy in here. Perfect. Right? Then, same one. This is the channel that gets obviously induced to the downside. So guess what? This becomes a smart money trap because they want to grab liquidity. We look for the inducement for structure. Boom. Getting induced to low side, perfect. And we trade it after, we take the buy in here. But obviously this one would be an optimal zone as well. But this is anyways, this is gap time, Asia session beginning, so you will not be technically interested as well. But guess what? The whole cycle makes sense in here as well. Okay, next thing here, inducement high side into mitigation, perfect. So guess what? Again, they seeing this change of character in here. All right, now they want to trade downside again because they're still thinking, oh yeah, I took out this, can it still go lower? No, just builds up a channel, and this is the channel, this is the structure. But guess what? Before that, they're tapping into her, faking the SMT, giving the false reaction. It's overall just making perfect sense of the bigger picture. Inducing low, break of structure, into mitigation, tube. Perfection, right? So get used to the smart money trap and slowly start drawing them in to train your eye, train your chart vision, right? And you'll be like, yay, woo! I can identify smart money traps. Yes, you should be able to slowly but surely, but it obviously takes a lot of repetition, and a lot of markups, right? So you will get a shitload of tasks for week 3 because that's obviously a very, very big one. All right. Okay, so next one. Timing. We digged into it a lot into week 2. Gave you all the cycle variations in week 3 now already. So now it's time for you to really start understanding those timing concepts and start adding it into your charts, right? So guess what? If we had our perfectly mocked up charts, and you can see already how clean it is. You see everything in there. You see the build-ups, the inducements, the breakup structures, the mitigations, and the smart money traps. The next thing we do, boom, get used to the timing aspects. London Open, to the minute, what a surprise. New York Trap, to the minute, what a surprise. Still New York Trap, so it didn't even do trap moves in New York Trap. What a surprise, right? The next one, London Open to the minute. The push inside it. Mona Lisa, one of my favorite trades by far. Frankfurt Open trades, boom, into the inducement. What a beauty, right? And what is going on here? New York Trap, London Close in here. What? Didn't even mark it up, but that's London Close straight in here into the buy side. Perfect. What's the next point? Frankfurt Open, same thing. Again, guess what? Beautiful Mona Lisa trade in here. Beautiful, beautiful Mona Lisa in here. That's even nicer. Frankfurt Open into the inducement. Boom. Takes it out. Close your trade. Look for London Open. And get into the other one. Mona Lisa shit right here. Right? The timing. Juicy. Beautiful. Right? It's so good. Don't underestimate that shit. It's absolutely insane. Right? And now the next step we will add is the entry elbow. And that's where shit just hits the fan because it becomes unbelievable, unreal, cheat codes, right? Unfolding the matrix. So guess what? As we had our beautiful picture, we can understand everything. Again, that's not cherry pick shit. That's like 3 days in a row, like just whatever picked out of May. What? Nobody cares where it is picked from. We don't need to cherry pick anything. It's every day, right? So guess what? We take this, for example, this day, why not, in the middle of both, and we just use this 5-minute chart, break it down to the M1. Can't see it, I know, obviously, so that's why I make it bigger. Boom, so you can see now with your old eyes. Train them, right? My eyes are old as fuck, but they trained. I can see that shit, so you have to you. If we can see that from 50 miles away, so can you at some point. But guess what we see, right? So first of all, on the 1 minute now, this day we already marked up on M5, but this is just M1 markup. Same shit. Look at this. Build-ups, quadrillion bottoms, boom, inducement. What's the ideal scenario? Break of structure, we never had it, so that's what I'm saying, optional. What is this? Mitigation of the inducement. What is it also? Let, not the nicest one. Kind of. Again, we don't want to trade that anyways, but just for clarification. What's the next thing after? And let, build up, inducement into the bigger picture, mitigation, right? So guess what? What's the next thing we look for? Only then EDMs after the cycle is done. Inducement, let, EDM, that's your supply demand candle, Asia midline, perfect, imbalances, build up, inducement, mitigation, EDM, boom, take the trade into the inducement of London to the absolute minute. What happens after the inducement of London, right? No break of structure, no break of structure, no break of structure. Makes new highs in here. That keeps you out of making this shit up. Guess what? Finally, break of structure in here. Where's your imbalance here? Where's your baby buildup in here? Equal highs. Imbalance. Here's your supply. Candle taps into it. What is it on entry helper? Only a let. Even marked that one up wrong. So that obviously should be here. Alright, so this circle. Perfect. Or is it? Oh. Yeah, whatever. My old eyes can't see that shit. Obviously you can figure it out. And next one obviously gives you this bigger picture. Bigger structure. Huge imbalances. Comes back. Boom. What is it? Let. What is the price? And even if you miss those free opportunities in here, it gives you even another let. But again, that's not the one we're looking for anyway. You're just looking for one let ideally. Okay? And then guess what? Gets your present from the gods. Just tubes downwards. Lovely shit. Right? And guess what? This cycle in here. What do we had before? This obviously medium inducement already. Break of structure into mitigation. We don't even want to trade it. But if you wanted to, only like a little let in here. Again, not the cleanest one, but get what I mean. It's all confirmed anyways. So if you want to look for cleaner ones, obviously, here's your cleaner one. Perfect. But guess what? Into inducement here. Cycle continues. Break of structure. Cycle changes. Right. So obviously, after this cycle completion, break of structure into an inducement in here. Right. So perfect. Extreme mitigation. This is your inducement now. Goes lower. Break of structure. Right. So messes around. Rolls over. Gives you just a perfect let entry in here. Take out this inducement. Boom. You want to trade away from this now. This is your medium. Again, technically minor inducement of a medium inducement. Perfect. You want to trade away from that. What's going on here? Break of structure. Right. Perfect. You want to trade away from that. What's the only thing you're looking for an entry helper? Let's. What does it give you? A let. What is the price? With imbalances, with the little build up into inducement, into mitigation is only a let after an inducement. Wow. What's the only thing you look after? EDM. Does it give an EDM? Yes. Huge imbalances, build up into inducement, into mitigation, into let. Oh my god. Right, even gives you another another EDM if you really wanted to do so. Why is this very juicy? Because again, build up into inducement, into mitigation. This becomes a point of interest. Shoots out of it, leaves the imbalances in here, and obviously taps into. Boom. Okay, and then obviously tubes out of it. Cycle is done, as we saw in the 5 minute. Can reverse now again. Inducement. Here's your break of structure. Here's again your inducement candle. Build-ups equal highs. Induced it. Here's your point of interest. Taps into it. If you want to trade the let, you wait until it runs over in here. Gives you another break of structure in here. Boom. Mitigation zone into let. Flawless shit! Flawless shit. Entry helper makes it absolutely insane. And again, a combined with timing as well to make the cheat codes. It's literally the cheat codes. Like, what? What else is there? Like, seriously, it's insane. But guess what? There's more. There is even more. Because as maybe a few hawk eyes of you already spotted, again, we don't need to cherry pick anything. We can do that over and over and over again. As you can see in TradingView, that's a live chart also when I mark this up. So I mark this up, make the presentation. Obviously, I trade when I make the presentations also. So when I did them, I thought like, okay, that's obviously, first of all, that was trade. I didn't just make the screenshot of the mockups in here, but guess what? As the day continued, I thought like, okay, it would be cool to continue that live as well. So guess what we do? If this is a live chart and price action is right here, with the simplicity approach, what's the next thing we do? We wait for the next build up in this stage. We had a minor inducement. We don't really care about it too much. Right, so depending on, you can see there's a medium inducement as well, but guess what, doesn't make too much sense if you have a medium inducement to the high side first out of a picture perfect cycle. That's how your understanding of minor and medium inducements have to slowly come along, because again, if I have a perfect cycle to the upside, like first of all cycle build up into to low side, boom, smokes Asia high in here with London open to the absolute minute, takes out a medium inducement. That's not a medium inducement if it takes it out. It's just a new break. It's minor inducement if anything, right? But guess not a medium inducement just because it took out this one, because the medium inducement happened here before, and then I want to trade away from that, right? Because the liquidity grab is here. Trade away from it until it at least grabbed some other liquidity after a build-up. As you can see now, it's just a build-up. It's just a build-up. So what do we do next? We set our next inducement target. Again, we also knew this is the other medium inducement we want to trade away from, but it already happened, right? So guess what? A pullback will happen. What's the extreme though? Here. Where's the imbalance? Here. Where's your inducement target? Here. Okay, because you want to trade a mitigation of the medium inducement now. Okay, so set your mitigation zone here. After the inducement into mitigation of a medium inducement. Perfect! Coming from medium inducement, getting into medium inducement. See how it works? Boom! Right, so guess what? There is it. The inducement into mitigation. What is your price? Only live chart, right? So what do you want? Like, guess what? Tapped into. I mean, you have to open your eyes a little bit because that wick just tapped into the absolute speckle, right? To the tick. So, what is the next step? If we had again the build up, equal lows right above it, again forming the triple bottom, boom, taps into this mitigation zone to the absolute speckle with this wick in here. Right, barely can see it, but there it is. There it is, right there. Open your eyes, right? It is right there. Tap to the speckle, right? So what's the next step you do? You wait for the break of structure again. Build up, inducement, break of structure. So what do we have now? Oh, a break of structure. What is the price? What's the next step? Oh, mitigation. What is the price? What's the next step? Smart money trap. So you mark out these potential zones where it could be like, oh, should I close it here or no? Right? No. What's the next step? Timing. New York trap time. To the minute. What is the price? What's the next step? Entry helper. Not sure why there's a gap now. Timing disappeared. Right? Entry helper. You already had a let if you check. This in here already was the let down here. So guess what? This one is just a mitigation of the let. Completely freaking valid. Right? So what's the next step? Choop! The choop! Out of there. That's your potential trade. Boom! Choops into it. Into smart money trap though. I'm not sure what this said here. Okay, so random boxes appear out of nowhere, right? But guess what? That's your potential trade after the build-up into the inducement, into the bigger picture mitigation in here, after the break of structure, after a let, after timing, after obviously break of structure into mitigation. Boom! Now taps into smart money trap. So guess what you do? You take the entry helper for additional confluences. First of all, yes, you could have done this on the 1 minute for additional entry opportunities. As you already can see, mitigations left and right. If you refine the zones, that's the M5 zone. There will be an M1 zone. So it would be this M1 zone. So it would be this M1 zone. Right. So all your lets in here, like lovely. Obviously, this is your perfect entries on the M1 in here and here. Right. So both being let and let. What is the price? Right. But guess what? Now we're in this smart money trap zone, as you can see in here, right? So what do we have? What's the only thing we look for on the entry helper side? EDMs, right? So guess what? Is that an EDM? Is that an EDM? It both is. So guess what? You tapped into the smart money trap, yes, but entry helper says, oh, that's crazy ass stacking up of EDMs. So in order not to getting whatever freaked out here, should it reverse on me? Just use the entry helper for confirmations because you need that anyways. And then guess what? Choop! Chooped upwards and then it's London close time, right? So guess what? It's still live, and that's how you should do it. Again, it's easiest fucking Sunday morning. Look at it. We had this price action here. And now I think even here, right? And guess what? The only thing we look for is clean build-ups into another build-up, into an inducement, into a bigger picture mitigation. Wait for break of structure, confirm with timing, the entry helper, everything, right? That was your let in here, right? You trade in mitigation of the let to the absolute minute in New York trap time, as you can see the box in here already, right? To the minute M1 entries for better, way better risk reward. Take it until the small money trap, confirm if the entry if you should hold or not, and then boom, shoot upwards. But what do we see on the 5M also? No EDMs yet, but now it's London close. Right, so we do this shit all over again. So, what is your next cycle? Our target is the high, obviously. Our target should be the high, right? But guess what? Do we have a mini cycle inside that before? Again, you have to think in starting about they building the cycles inside the cycles. And that's where you truly awaken out of the matrix if you understand that. And when you see the cycles inside the other cycles. Okay, we are currently in the build-up, as you can see. This is just building up. Okay, it's just building up, building up, building up. Okay, there's no inducement left. There's no inducement inside. So we just need an inducement to complete it. So guess what? Boom. There's your mini cycle. Build up into this structure inducement point, right? But guess what? They're building the same time these equal highs on the bigger picture. But first, I want to induce the cycle, give you a pullback, induce then the cycle to a low side to can go higher. Do you see how this makes sense? You see how we start combining everything, and that's so powerful. You have no idea. Again, smaller cycle, induced to the high side into the structure point, building up equal highs in a long time, right? So it gives the false reaction, double top traders and everyone getting excited about it. But guess what? They're just inducing this bigger picture of a cycle of it to go higher and take out this one. Okay, you see how to do it. So guess what? Boom. After the inducement comes the break of structure. Or first of all, after the build-up comes the inducement. After comes the relevant break of structure. There's your mitigation zone. There's your mitigation. Right? So where's your next target? Hint, we're aiming for the main target still. Again, this is just a pullback trade. Right? And we aim for at least the next mitigation zone. Because again, this cycle is already getting induced. Now we're having a mitigation here. We just want to induce the cycle more, giving new lower lows. Obviously, everyone's getting excited. This again becomes a smart money trap for the bigger picture. But guess what? Smart money traps gives a reaction. So we can trade it until here. And then obviously take it back high. Right? So guess what? Boom. Now the mini cycle is completed, like this mini cycle in here. Build up, inducement, into, again, mitigation here. Boom. Guess what? A new mini cycle appears. Build up, inducement, into this mitigation. Obviously, what's our bigger target? Right? So guess what? We take it again. Look, entry helper confirmations. What's the only thing left on the M5 we had not had yet? EDMs. So this zone is obviously highly confirmed by a huge EDM on the M5. So what do we expect? Boom! Choop! Everything is there! It's perfect! It's literally perfect! Look at everything! Mini cycles, bigger cycles, like overall daily cycles, cycles inside the cycles. It's all there and everything is still backed up with everything you know, with the build-up, inducement, break of structure, mitigation, right? Perfect. And then again, you're adding the other steps. Smart money traps, timing, entry helper. Boom! That is next level shit. Again, you're so powerful, you have no idea. The moment you master that, it's over. It's over. It's your time, okay? Do the backtesting, do the practicing, repetition, repetition, repetition until you got it. And guess what? We have one last step more for the simplicity approach, but there you have it. Build up, inducement, relevant break of structure, mitigation, SMTs, timings, entry helper. And of course, next week, the last point will also be revealed, but you probably understand what that should be, right? Because at some point, obviously, it's time for you to trigger, right? So guess what? It's practice, practice, practice. And then obviously at some point you should trigger these stuff as well and actually trade it, right? So that's it for this part, for the simplicity approach. Get it into your head. One of the most important videos you will see, right? So revise it, watch it again if you have to, and get used to that. The most powerful shit there is.
So let us start. Obviously, the time frame is going to be M5, and the day and the date will be in the top left. So we've already covered a couple simplicity approaches in week 2, so you should all be very aware of the first step, which is build up. Exactly. So obviously your first step should always be to identify the build up. If you can't identify the build up, then wait until you can. You're very likely going to be liquidity if you can't identify the liquidity, and it allows you to focus on your clean setups. So let's jump in. The build ups. So obviously we have our first channel right here. This is in Asia, so we wouldn't really be looking to trade it, but it's good to understand. So obviously that's the next step. Boom, boom. And then coming down, we form another channel, breakout of Asia low. So where would the stop losses be? Likely here and also here. This is always a good question to ask yourself. Helps you sort of stay on the right path. Then again, building our equal highs, induce one more time to the downside within a specific timing. I'm sure you guys will be aware of that one right now. And then we have a classic. Boom. We shoot to the other side instantly, take out all of this build up, take out the SLs, and what do we do this within? London Open timing. What are all of these vector candles? The entire world is going to be tricked into selling right here, into buying right here. Where are their stop losses? Boom. Right. Then again, we go into another little build up, into a little inducement high plus mitigation, something within there, crash down. Then again, we've taken out these. What are these? Vector candles, but you know, it's not within timing, so we can stay away if we please. And then again, our next build up channel, boom, inducement high, mitigate. And then again, we go into another build up into inducement lower, and then we create these equal highs right here. Fake the reaction. Oh, it's holding, it's holding, it's holding. It holds until it doesn't. Likely mitigate something in the M1, and then we trade away again. We go into another build up, vector candles down, build up, vector candles, push away. So that's a very brief overview of the day. So let's go step by step now. So these are our build ups. What is next? The next point is the inducement. So it's going to be, ideally, it will do two things. Like we said, let's say you've got these equal highs right here. What do we know? Well, sellers are going to be in these equal highs as, you know, stop loss at a fixed point. Price vectors through, takes out these sellers, brings in buyers. Where are their buyers going to be? Where are their SLs going to be? Likely here. Takes them out. Boom. That is the ideal. And obviously for our inducements, we don't want to see some little pissy little slow inducement like this. We want to see something like this, where it just vectors right through, lots of momentum, convinces everyone, yeah, we're going up, everyone's getting excited for the buys, getting buys. Boom. We bring them all in, we take out the sellers, and then we are reversing. See you later. So let's mark up our inducements. Again, you wouldn't really be trading this, but in Asia, there's our channel, vectors, inducement number 1. So we induce high to go what? Well, to go low, and then again we induce high again to continue lower. This would also be an inducement, takes us higher. Again, this inducement is in no significant timing, so you don't really want to focus on it too much. And the majority of the time when you see an inducement like this, where it's just after Asia and it's just like induced Asia high within like Asia high or low within like no specific timing, I don't want to guarantee you, but like the majority of the time it'll actually come back and get induced again. So there we go. This is our inducement within what timing? I won't give it away now, but you guys can think about that. Look at this, vector candles right through. At one point, this candle would have been completely black, so completely solid. That would have been a lot of selling, quote unquote, selling pressure, how everyone would have seen it. Also, you've got to think structurally, we're making lower highs and lower lows, so people love to follow the trend. Oh, it's not going to fail, it's not going to fail. Yeah, we know all of that stuff. And then also look at this, you've got an overarching build up right here. So then after we have our inducement low within that specific timing, we straight away vector up. Boom, 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 boom. We're in London Open. Okay, we know that we want to, that ideally, especially with this kind of price action, we're wanting to look for some kind of inducement of something specific. So we get the inducement of Asia high. We had the Asia low breakout here, so everyone's SLs are up here or here, depending on how they trade. Then we vectored through. Okay, this is telling us something. These vectors, everyone's going to be looking for buys, especially once we break structure. You've got your breakout traders getting in SL down here. So then within London Open, we get our inducement. We don't want to be guessing where the inducement is, where the inducement ends, sorry. So next up, we trade away. If you want your internal BOS, there it is. So your internal BOS come back into this build up, induce the build up high, not the cleanest, I agree, but still an inducement into this mitigation. Then, like we said, continuing down, what do we love to see with our inducements? We love to see vector candles, vectors. All of this induces this. Personally, this is one of my favorite entries. You'll see it a lot on the edge. Yeah, so let's keep going. Like we showed, this build up into this high. We also have this mitigation zone on the left. So you do need to be a little bit careful if you were to trade like this mitigation, especially when we've induced something significant to the left. You would need to be a bit more like, what's the word, conservative with your TP, because possibly this inducement here has not completed its purpose, and maybe price needs to come up and induce this. So if you're getting into a sell like this, unless this is a really clear trap, so like let's say like, oh, it induced like the previous day high, previous week high, or like some significant liquidity mitigated, so you've got cycle complete in London Open, then you can probably trade away from that for the rest of the day. But because I can't see, what you want to be careful of is that this inducement may not have completed its purpose. So if you're getting into sells from here, you're going to at least want to partial at like these mitigation zones. Sorry, that was a little bit of a tangent. Yeah, and then obviously we have the inducement high into the mitigation. Perfect. What are these? Vector candles. Love to see it. So the vector candles plus the completed cycle gives us room to go what? To go higher. Unfortunately, you're not able to see it, but this is actually London close, I'm pretty sure. So we get our London close mitigation. We build these equal highs. That is very nice. Equal highs, fake reaction to show the liquidity. People getting excited, especially because they think, oh yeah, we're selling from here, structures to the downside, we're going to sell, we're going to sell, we're going to sell. Then what do? We come up, take out the equal highs, mitigate and go lower, and now you're sort of getting into like end of day consolidation. So your best, if you are in like this sell up here, your best point would be to take it out right here. All right, so that is that step. Let's go on to the next one. Who remembers what it is? I'll give you a couple moments to think. It's the only quote unquote optional step, and that is of course the break of structure. Personally, it's not something that I use, but it can be a very nice confluence after your inducement, especially if you're wanting to play it safe, because if you're not comfortable with inducements, you can get something like this, where you see this and you think, oh yeah, of course it's induced, and now I'm going to get into a sell, and it's just like a little pullback, and then we continue even higher, and you end up getting in like all of these little pullbacks, just taking L after L after L, which is not ideal. So let's see where the break of structures are on this one. So to start off with, we obviously have the Asia one, where we've got our Asia cycle to the top side. I can't remember if there's a mitigation to the left, to be honest. It was a couple of months ago. But there is your break of structure. Potential mitigation if you want to trade Asia, continue to the downside. Then afterwards, we've obviously got our inducement to the downside. Within timing, we come up this break of structure. So ideally, price would have done something like boom, boom, and then go higher. That would have been like your ideal scenario. Then obviously we induce Asia high within London open with vector candles, and this is the low that caused the push. So that's your break of structure. That's your mitigation. Where to? To here. Now, why would we not look for a mitigation right here? Because we've induced something significant during timing. So you need to be very careful right there. All right. And then again, inducement to the downside, lots of vector candles. And then here we go build up. And now this gets interesting because it's different from up here. Sorry, it's different from this one right here. Here, we don't have build up within like something like this. This build up gets induced to the upside, and we're trading away from this significant inducement. Again, remember, this is likely our most significant inducement of the day because it's London open, lots of vector candles. This could potentially, well, this obviously ended up being high of the day. But at this point here, you should be thinking like, okay, this could potentially be high of the day. And then we get into New York trap time. So pre-New York trap, we leave this high right here. We go into a build up. We leave this high right here, and then we vector through, especially on M1. I guarantee if you go and look at this on M1, this will look very clean. And then you've got your mitigation. So this is cycle, so main inducement of the day, London open. Then you've got cycle complete in New York trap time. So you know that this will give you a pretty good reaction. If you're not comfortable with taking that, you can maybe take this mitigation. Again, can't go and see what's on the M1. But yeah, again, like I said earlier, you need to be a little bit conservative in this case. It depends on a couple of things. Depends how much liquidity this has taken here. But yeah, if you've had like an inducement that hasn't really induced, so like this inducement here, it hasn't gone and induced anything significant high. So I'd be like a little bit wary of trading against it, if that makes sense. So that means like trading, like if you're selling, you need to be like a little bit wary. Same with like this right here. Like if you're buying this, you're definitely not going to target this up here, especially when you have cycle complete in New York Trap. Once you see something like this, it should definitely be off. Yep. So then again, we come down. This was the push. So yeah, break of structure into mitigation of the inducement, push down. Okay, now we've induced low. What do? Build equal highs, give sharp reaction. So everyone's like, oh my God, it's going to hold. This is the equal highs. If you're a smart money trader, that's where you're selling from. So then let's look at this. Cycle high, break of structure, mitigation of the inducement, but again, this is quite late. You'd probably just target like something like this, and the RR isn't really too worth it, at least on M5. Maybe you can refine on M1, but that's not what we're really interested in. We're more just looking for understanding of each of the moves. So let's go on to the next one, which is of course mitigation. And this is how we'll be getting our entries most of the time, unless you're taking a straight inducement trade, but we wouldn't recommend that while you're still learning. So mitigation, it fills price inefficiencies. That's the imbalances. Remember, you should know this by now, but you need 3 candles for an imbalance. Draw like that. Okay, so just think about where the imbalance is, and then I'll draw it in a second. All right, so the imbalance would be this right here. Okay, and obviously if price comes back to this point here, that imbalance has been completely filled. Comes back to a supply and demand area, that'll likely be like this candle, or like if you've got a bullish candle, maybe something like this. Boom, boom, then your demand zone would be like that. Your supply zone would be like that, sorry. Provides you with a point of interest. So let's look at our mitigations. Oh, let's take all that stuff off the screen. Okay, so yeah, we have inducement high. So obviously we have inducement low, break of structure. Ideal play would be it comes back to here. And then again, inducement high, no break of structure. So, this one's a bit more risky. Again, it's in Asia. It's not really something we're going to touch. And then we have inducement low, break of structure. So again, like I showed, the ideal play would have been something like that. And then we get into this one here. So inducement high, break of structure, mitigation. Yep, you take that to at least here. Not bad. And then again, when we have inducement, so this mitigation zone, you need to be careful with. If we don't have a cycle coming up into it, like if this is just going like this, then this will probably become a smart money trap and it won't get played. But look at what we do, right? We have build up, leave this high, then New York trap time comes, vector up into the SMT, into the mitigation. Then we have our break of structure. So this is maybe like the riskier trade. Then you've got your relevant break of structure, and then again another mitigation right here before it just goes. Okay, and then again, like we spoke about, inducement high, likely mitigate something over here, created these equal lows. This is our build up, inducement, mitigation, break of structure, mitigation again. Yep, you see how it's the same thing over and over and over again. And then again, we're getting towards that end of day consolidation. All right, perfect. So now I believe we're actually going to be getting into not something new, like you've already learned it, but the next stages of the simplicity approach, because obviously what we taught you was not the complete simplicity approach. So next up is SMTs, smart money traps. We need to think just logically, let us think for a moment about why would a smart money trap be a smart money trap? Well, likely if you're taking a mitigation zone against like an inducement, that's probably going to be a smart money trap. If it lies on liquidity, that's likely going to be a smart money trap. So yeah, let's jump right in and let's try and understand why these are smart money traps. Okay, so first up we have our build up inducement. So we've got our build up and inducement. So why is this one not valid? Like this is our, you know, this POI comes from an inducement POI. It looks nice. Well, it lies on Asia high, right? So you don't really at all want to be setting your limits at Asia high. Can they play? Of course. The same way that 3 taps of a trend line can play. But is it something that you want to continue to do in the long run? Probably not. So that makes a lot of sense. And now here you could be like, oh, well, this is our quote unquote main break of structure. So why would you not play this mitigation or this mitigation? Well, again, very same reason. Again, you probably don't want to be using structure like this, but if you are, for whatever reason, it's exactly the same reason. We've induced high within London Open, so this is a timing based inducement, so it's going to be, you know, quite confirmed that we are going to trade away from this with vector candles. Like, you know, your inducement could not be more clearer than this one. So this is definitely something that if you ever see, you just go, no, I'm not going to take this buy or this buy here. So we can understand why this one is a smart money trap, and we understand why this one is a smart money trap. So next up we have this one. Why is this one a smart money trap? Well, we've had an inducement low. Coming into this, we have not had a significant build up. We're actually in the process of building up. So if you can't identify the build up, what should you do? You should stay out. So you should never be taking something like this if you can't identify the build up. So that's why this becomes a smart money trap. This one would have been exactly the same if we didn't have the build up before it, unless of course, you know, we've induced something very significant over here and we're trading away from it. Then it's a little bit different and this just provides the pullback. But yeah, that's why this is a smart money trap. And then last but not least, this one should be pretty simple. It's at the end of the day anyway, so we know that at end of day there's going to be a lot of consolidation and we're not going to be trading anyway. But also we've had an inducement high, so yeah, this is likely going to be smoked. Okay, perfect. What's next? Well, you know, I've been hinting it a little bit, and I'm sure you guys have all learned it by now and you're familiar with the timings. So before I go into it, let's actually just eyeball it a little bit and like, where do you think the timings are? And I'll sort of go over it. I'll give you a couple seconds. All right, so just eyeballing it, this is likely going to be our Frankfurt. This one, London Open. This one is a minor inducement at MM1. And then this one is probably MMM2. And then obviously New York Trap, and then London close. You'll eventually get to the point where you can just kind of eyeball them, just sort of understand, because obviously UTC +2, Frankfurt is 8, London Open is 9, MM1 is 10:30, MM2 is 12:30, New York Open is 2 p.m, New York Trap is 3 p.m, and then London Close is 5 p.m. That is all UTC +2. So let's have a little look. Timing. So obviously this is going to validate some POIs and validate inducements, stuff like this. So it's exactly like we said, right? We can sort of see, oh, sorry, I've sort of blocked it. That's not very good of me. But we can see Frankfurt, London Open, MM1 to the minute, MM2 likely to the minute, New York close, that's not to the minute, that's all right. And then London close, I don't think that one is to the minute either. I think maybe that's a couple of minutes afterwards. But we can see how these inducements really give us like weight. The timings really help with the inducements, because look, we've induced low here. It's at MM1. But here we know, okay, this is our London Open inducement with lots of vectors. Yes, we can expect a pullback, but we know it's probably not going to take this high. So if you do want to take this buy, you get out here. And then Frankfurt, again, vector candles. But after we've had this London Open inducement, okay, we know this Frankfurt low is probably going to get taken. And then again, MM2, lots of vector candles. Notice how the vector candles basically line up with your timing, because that's normally when your inducements come, right there. Your true inducements come within the timing, so it makes sense that you see the vector candles within the timing as well. And then obviously New York trap again, and then London close. Yes, it is an inducement, but more importantly, we mitigate something. Okay, that all made sense. So what do you think is the next step? We have had build up, inducement, relevant market structure / break of structure, mitigation, smart money traps, timing. What is the only thing that we have left out? Exactly, entry helper. So I'm going to have to sort of go back and forth, but let's show you a couple things. So right here, where we have our mitigation, it was also an M1 let. I'm only going to show you because the entry helper should only be used at the last point to validate certain things, right? You shouldn't just be blindly like, let's try and find an example. Like, you shouldn't just be blindly taking like random M5 lets. No, it's an additional confluence. It's not the reason. Okay, so again, this would be very nice. Your mitigation combined with M1 let. Maybe you wait a bit, market execute, stop above the high, something like that. And then also the zone right here was an M1 EDM, so this would give more validation to this mitigation zone right here. So if I just go back onto here, we basically had M1 let here and M1 EDM here. So you can see when using it in combination with everything else at the end, that's the important part, at the end, it can give you some really, really nice like additional confluences. And that's how you should be using it. I don't want to see anyone using the entry helper as their main confluence or using it just randomly. That's not how we use the entry helper. Okay, perfect. So that is the first one. There you go. Let us look at another one. So EJ on the 25th of May. Let's go through it. 2022, obviously. The other one was also 2022. So what is our first step? Well, as always, our first step is going to be identify the build up. So it's always going to be your first step. Like we said, if you can't identify the build up, then just stay away. So there's a little bit more build ups on these. They're all quite nice, as we can see. Lovely little build up inducement. Again, these are in Asia, so you don't really want to be trading them, but for understanding, it's obviously good for us to mark it all up. Inducement low, boom, inducement high. Then we go into our channel, we induce the channel low, induce the channel high, boom. Also, what is this little line right here? The midline. So that's another additional confluence. And then again, probably wouldn't draw that like this, would more draw it like this with your equal lows. Inducement low, inducement high into a build up of a channel, boom, induce the channel low, and then again another little build up into inducement high, creating, even though this did like induce this on the left, likely just creating liquidity for the next day. Okay, perfect. What is next? We've had our build-ups. What do we need to identify? Exactly, our inducements. Again, we've already been through this, but vectors. These are so important. You do not want to be taking inducement trades where it induces like this. So like, let's say we got like a double top here. Boom. Like this. You don't want a slow inducement. Rather, you want, and then boom. Everyone's got FOMO, and not necessarily just FOMO, but people use momentum as a confluence in and of itself. So you also have, this is a confluence for people. It's not just inducing FOMO, but it's an actual confluence for people. So people see this as momentum's on my side. Okay, market execute, SL below there, let's get it. All right, so the inducements, all of these should make sense. So like we said, build up into inducement high, build up into inducement low, build up into inducement high. Again, here we can see why, especially at the beginning, you want to be waiting for your additional confluences. You don't just want to be selling just because we've induced some point, right? You want to, you know, really build confluences. You don't just want to be taking random things. Okay, so there you go, inducement high. Again, inducement low to pull back to take out the what? Asia midline. So this is a strong liquidity area in London Open, lots of vector candles. You see how it's all coming together? And then again, we push down, create equal lows, induce low to induce high so that we can continue the move. Yeah. Then, okay, at this point, okay, the move, we've had another channel, significant channel into an inducement to the downside. Let us get another inducement to the downside. And now we have our build up into the final move of the day, inducing high at what time? I'll leave that one for you guys. I won't give it away just yet. All right, again, the optional point is it the only optional step because it can happen quite late, but let's get into it. So inducement high, break of structure, potential mitigation, and then again inducement low. But here, look, where would your break of structure point be? Right here. But by that point, we've actually induced something significant to the high side with vector candles. So you know, okay, realistically, we don't want to be taking a buy from here or something like that, right? Then we have the break of structure after the inducement high. This would have been your ideal mitigation if you were to trade Asia. And then, yeah, so channel, what's this? Vector candles. Okay, perfect. So then again, London Open, like I said, Asia midline gives this, that was awful, sorry. Asia midline gives this additional confluence for this inducement, and then this be your break of structure point. I'm sure some of you can see why we don't normally why I personally don't wait for the break of structure, because it means that I get stuff like this where I've missed the trade, and by the time it comes back, this is an SMT. So again, induce high, not a break of structure, just an inducement high, vector. Now we have our break of structure as it goes into its channel, potential mitigation, into boom, inducement low, and now this becomes a break of structure, and we're trading away from this key inducement. Look at, so this is a very good example. Look at the difference between this and this. What do you notice? The vector candles, right? How much it tricks people. That's a very good telltale sign of inducements, especially like strong ones. They'll have really nice vector candles like that. Okay, inducement, ideal mitigation would have been here. Maybe we have something on the entry helper that allows us to get into this right here, and then we see channel into inducement high to end the day with a London close trade. Maybe there's something on M1 right here, you take it down to here. Don't really know if that'd be worth it, but just for understanding's sake, we can see. So what is next? We've had liquidity buildups, inducements, break of structures. What actually allows us to get into the trade? Well, that is the mitigations. So it fills price inefficiencies. That's obviously our imbalances. Again, you need 3 candles for that. Comes back to a supply or demand zone. So obviously a supply zone would be like your last buy candle before the sell off, and your demand would be the opposite. And then obviously provides you with a point of interest. All right. So these are our potential mitigations. After our break of structure, like I said, we have this mitigation, but again, this is Asia. Wow, that is awful. This is Asia, not really something you'd want to trade, but we can begin to understand. And then again, we get order flow away from this inducement, but this order flow also acts as liquidity to be taken later on. Don't want to get too much into that, but yeah. And then again, inducement high into a break of structure. This would have been like our ideal mitigation, but doesn't come back. And then again, inducement low, potential mitigation. This isn't really something that I'd recommend to take. And then again, inducement high into your potential mitigation would have been really nice from here, but again, you don't see anything. And by the time that you've induced low, what does this become? Begins with an S. And then again, inducement low into your mitigation, but you know, okay, this isn't really a very significant one. This is just going to provide a quick pullback, not really too much reason to get in there. But with this one, it's definitely nice because look, you've got your inducement high right there, taking out this build up with vector candles. Then we have our break of structure to the downside, mitigation target would likely be this. Why this? Well, this is your channel. Then this would be your breakout of your channel. So you have 2 options here. You could either just like at this point here, set your target to this, or maybe you've got something on the left over here, you set your target to that, or you just watch and you see like, oh, we're having vector candles out of my channel. I should at least partial here. Okay. And then again, we are trading away from this inducement, build up into inducement high, into mitigation for what? What would this be? Where would you aim? Probably here. Grab your 1 to 4 to end the day. Not too bad. Can't complain about a quick 1 to 4 at the end of the day. All right. So we've had build up, inducement, break of structure, mitigation. What is next? I gave you a little clue. It begins with S. Smart money traps. So again, let's not just label them as smart money traps, but let's go over the reasons why they would be smart money traps. All right. Well, this first one should be pretty obvious. Sorry, excuse me. Should be pretty obvious. It lies on Asia low plus all of this liquidity. You know, order flow liquidity, loads of smart money traders getting in here. So yeah, we know there are going to be SLs here, so this should definitely get taken. Again, why this one? Well, we induced high, midline, vector candles, London open. So now we expect this here to be taken out. So that's your smart money trap, not this, but actually this. Okay, perfect. And then again, let's go over it. My bad, this actually missed. Okay, I thought we'd actually get tagged in there, but that missed. So now we've had inducement low. So what do we expect? Well, we expect inducement, vector candles, New York open. Yeah, sorry, New York open, vector candles, inducement. Well, we expect to take liquidity to the top side. So this is just going to be a smart money trap. Also think about it like this. Oh yeah, lower high, lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high, lower low. Oh yeah, it continues, it continues. Of course, trend is our friend. Yeah, and then obviously we have build up into inducement high. Why is this a smart money trap? Well, again, we've had inducement low. We could potentially have looked for a mitigation within this, but you'd need to wait for confluences. You'd want like, let me just draw it out. You'd want like some entry helper confluences within this, like a let or something like that. It's always best to wait for your London close mitigation though. You can see how this happens like dead on. This is always best. So you wait for inducement, price trades away. We see, okay, it's London close, price comes back, it mitigates. You get a bit of shaky hands because it almost stops you out, and then you TP here. Perfect. What's next? Well, that's our SMT. So next up is our timings. Now, can we remember our timings off by heart? Should be able to by now. So what is Frankfurt? Well, that is going to be, sorry, that's UK time. Let me delete that. So Frankfurt is obviously 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. This is all UTC +2. London open, 9 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. Again, you see how like this isn't really all that significant. New York open, like we said, look at the vector candles. Lovely, love to see that. New York trap right here, and then London close. So New York open is 2 to 3, and then New York trap is 3 to 4, and then this one right here is obviously London close, which is 5 p.m. Okay, again, we can see that all of our nicest inducements align up with timing. The vector candles align up with timing. Potentially you get a bit confused here, right? Because this looks quite nice, vectors, vectors, vectors. Maybe you take this, you end up with a loss. Not something that I personally take, but if maybe at the beginning it is something that you take, or you think like, oh yeah, this looks quite nice. But again, this isn't something that I would take, and we'll go into that later on. All right, so next up, we've obviously got the entry helper. So Again, we're going to sort of flick backwards and forwards here so that we can sort of show you what's going on, right? So again, we don't want to be using the lets like this because, you know, it's not after our lit cycle. We've got nothing really going on. We're not too interested. Sure, a move ends up happening, but I wouldn't use the let like this. But look at this, right? We have build up, inducement. Okay, now it's looking good because we've had our build up. We're trading away from our inducement. We get an M5 let right here, a perfect one. Then these are some very nice trades you can take. Boom, away from the inducement. And then after that, we're still trading away from the inducement. We haven't induced anything to the high side yet. Then we get our M1 EDMs. Boom, like this and like this. Trade that up to here. Personally, probably wouldn't take these EDMs, but this one right here, oh, that would be a very, very nice trade. So let's just look at where they would be. So as you can see, the first one would be right here. Very nice entry. You know, you take it to these highs. Very nice. Maybe partial here, get a little bit worried. That's fine. You can build your psychology, and then you've also got your EDMs around here. The only thing I would say is looking at this was the actual inducement. So maybe you expect a bit of a bigger retracement, but if the EDMs happened like so, let me show you. Like this. So let's say we just built equal highs and then we came down and gave the EDM. Yeah, that would be perfect. That is basically the ideal way to trade EDMs and lets. You want like your trap / inducement to form. So that's where everyone's been trapped. This comes down. Ideally, you've got your mitigation. That is also a let. Yeah, that is also a let. That would be ideal. And then from that point, you would have like boom, boom, and then maybe that is like an EDM, and that's like the ideal way. So potentially you get in on the inducement, the mitigation of the inducement, which is also a let, and then the EDM continuation trade. All right, so these are the new examples. Next up, I think it'd be good if we covered some of the old examples, you know, the simplicity approaches that we did in week 2, but we actually complete them this time. Alright, so let us actually complete some of our previous examples from the week prior. I think there were like 3 or 4. I think, you know, obviously the way to learn is just repetition until you know it like the back of your hand. So obviously you guys cannot complain about more content. So let's get into it. Again, as always, pair and day up here, it will be the M5 time frame. So let us go. What is our first step? Well, obviously our first step is the build up. We're going to be looking for our build ups. If you can't identify the build ups, then you should stay away. What are our nicest build ups? Equal highs and lows, obviously. Channel, you know, up channel, and then also sideways channel. These are the ones that we will focus on. Let us get it. So this one is fairly straightforward. We obviously have our up channel in Asia, and then within that up channel we obviously have our little minor channels as well. Inducement low, inducement high, pullback, boom, boom, induce it high, boom, boom, induce it low, come into the midline, very interesting. And then again, we channel to the upside, begin to build. What are these? Spot on. What timing is this? Exactly. And then again, we go into our channel. Wait a second. Oh, that's actually, sorry, the build up is here. That's actually our MM1. Okay, what do we know that this likely is, considering that we've induced high? Exactly. Come down and do what? Induce low with vector candles after our build up. And then again, give the reaction. Induce this right here. High, go into another build up. Induce this. While mitigating this, and then again build up into inducement, pullback, and then again build up, inducement, and end of day consolidation. So we can understand all of that. What is our next step? Well, our next step is going to be identifying our inducements. What do we know about inducements? Inducements should bring people in and take people out, and they should pretty much always contain vector candles. So let's give the example we always give. Right, we've pushed away. So sellers are in here, stop losses up here. We have our inducement, we vector high. The stop losses of the sellers are taken. Now we have the stop losses down here for these buyers, right? Then price will boom, and now both sides have been taken. So this initial inducement right here takes out the sellers and brings in the buyers. Perfect. So let's identify our inducements. Right, again, missed one here. Just this little inducement high, and then vector, channel, inducement high again. We trade away, channel, inducement low, and then again we channel upwards. It'll build up, inducement high with what? Vector candles, of course, and then we come down, give a reaction from here. Just for future, we're obviously going to cover it in a couple of minutes, but why is this an SMT? We should all understand why this is an SMT at this point. And then again, we go into our little build up, induce down with vector candles, of course, pull back, induce high, come into this SMT. Now, why is this an SMT? You guys should understand that as well. We'll cover that in a little bit. Then again, build up, mitigation, induce the build up low for continuing higher. This all becomes liquidity. Here, no need to panic. This is just a false reaction. And then again, we're getting end of day, and we go into this. Run and close, gives a bit of a pullback, not really anything. Maybe you take this mitigation here. I'm not sure why you would. If you would, you'd probably take this down to here. So this would either be a loss or a break even, and then you're not really going to be trading this right here. All right, perfect. Next one is, of course, the optional one, which is break of structure. So where are our breaks of structure? Let's have a look. Our first one would obviously be here after we induce high in London Open. But realistically, are we going to take this mitigation here? I'll let you guys think about that one. And then again, we've got inducement low, break of structure high here. We come into this point of interest. I'm not going to say whether it's a mitigation zone or an SMT, and then we come back down, mitigate our inducement and continue higher. This would be your break of structure point. Unfortunately, we don't get another mitigation here. And then, yeah, these are your breaks of structure. As you can see, like I always say, they do tend to happen a little bit late, and you need to understand break of structure versus inducement, and also once you've had your break of structure, when this mitigation stops being valid, or what validates it. These are questions that you sort of need to understand, and you'll get a better grips as we go further and further into the content and show you more and more examples. So we've had liquidity buildups, inducements, breaks of structure. What's next? Mitigations. Like I said, 3 candles, 4. I've drawn this awfully, but 3 candles to show our imbalance, and obviously our imbalance would be between here and here. Your actually mitigation zone would be your demand candle, or in this case supply, which will normally be like your last buy candle before the sell-off. There are multiple ways to choose your supply zones. It's whatever is comfortable with you that we showed in the basic master map on week 1. All right, so let's get into it. So obviously Asia, we're not really going to trade it, but inducement high. And then this is your mitigation. You can see why we choose the demand zones. Same thing, we have an inducement low. This becomes your mitigation. And if you see, this will actually be smart money trap. And why is that? Well, it lies on Asia high after we've induced to the low side. So we should definitely take this out. And then we have inducement high. If you're a bit more advanced, you can maybe take this mitigation here. If you're waiting for your break of structure, this would be the mitigation that you would look for. And then again, we induce low, come down, mitigate this point right here, but also we induce high right here, give our mitigation right here, and then continue to the downside. Obviously, you can only take this to this point. And then again, we have inducement. This would be the mitigation, but this misses. We go higher. And then you see again, we have our imbalance. This would be our mitigation. This would likely be break even, probably loss. This isn't really something that you want to take. But yes, that is our mitigations. So now you may have a couple questions. If this is an SMT, why did it give a reaction? Can I trade it? Is this mitigation valid if it's from a reaction from this SMT? And what you have to always think about is your mini cycles. So even though this is an SMT, what do we have coming into it? The vector candles, the inducement. We know, okay, it can probably give a reaction. Where do we expect that reaction to? To the downside right here, to our mitigation before eventually going higher. So let's cover these SMTs. Why are they SMTs? Well, the first one should be pretty straightforward. We've got equal lows right here. So this is not a mitigation that you really ever want to take. The next one is obviously lying at Asia low. So we can expect this to be induced 9 out of 10 times. Like I always say, can it give a reaction? Can it work? Yeah, but it's the same way that a trend line can work. You don't really want to be betting on it in the long run. Okay, and then yeah, all the other SMTs make sense. Now that we've mitigated this inducement, you don't really want to be taking, oh sorry, that's before, never mind. But yeah, any like M1 stuff in here, obviously you don't want to take, or anything here you don't want to take now that we've mitigated this inducement to the downside without inducing anything significant to the upside. Perfect. So we've had liquidity buildups, inducements, breaks of structure, mitigation, SMTs. What is next? Timing. So this is what's going to like really validate your inducements, and it's going to be something that you really want to look into when you're looking for your inducements. Those vector candles are definitely going to be happening around these timings, and your timing based inducements will be the best inducements. So let's look at it. Exactly, Frankfurt open to the minute. This is actually a setup in and of itself. It's called we'll get into it later, but it's called Fast and Frank Turius. That is awful handwriting, and it's off the midline. So normally the way you want to actually, sorry, I'm getting too far ahead. Don't want to go into that yet. And then obviously we have London open trap with our vector candles, very clean. Where are you targeting? At least Asia low. It depends what happens on the higher time frame, but you're at least going to partial at Asia low. And then again, we have, so this is why this SMT right here gives a bit of a reaction. We can see we've vectored up into it at MM2. So we've got timing, we've induced. It's given enough to give us a reaction. Realistically, am I going to personally take something from this? Not really. My ideal setup will obviously be the New York trap mitigation of this inducement right here, and that's all our timings. As you can see, the power of timing is very crazy. You can pretty much base your day around it, and when you're starting out, that's definitely something that I'd recommend, is to sort of base your day around the timings, because you know, if you're trading in between timings, things can get a little bit yucky. So next up, we obviously have our entry helper. Again, don't want to sound like I'm beating a dead horse, but this is always applied last. This is after your build-up inducement mitigation. So let's see what we've got on the entry helper. So, yeah, okay. We're trading away from this inducement. Here is our M1 let after this mitigation, but it's in Asia, so you're not really going to be trading that. Here again, if you really want to get into a position, you know, you've got your let confluence after your cycle. Yeah, okay, we can see that sort of. Again, not really something that I'd take, nothing too great, but these would be very nice. If you look, if we're building equal highs, let me actually get rid of all the other stuff. We're building equal highs, so everyone thinks like, just look at structure, right? High, low, higher, high. Sorry, higher, low, higher, high. Break of structure, and now everyone's seeing this. Sorry, everyone's seeing. Let me go back one. Everyone's seeing this as just a pullback to go lower, right? So when they see these equal highs, they're like, oh yeah, it holds, it holds, it holds. And then we get the, can't tell exactly what point it is. I think it's this one and this one here. EDM mitigation to go even higher. This is a very nice trade away from our inducement. Sorry, away from our inducement. This is obviously the mitigation of the inducement to go higher. So that all makes a lot of sense. That is obviously one of the ones that we have done previously. So let's go on to another one. Euro GBP on the 24th of May. This one can look a little bit more, you know, complicated. Oh, why is this not the inducement to go lower? Stuff like this. But of course, we will cover all of that. What's first? As always, we need to identify our build-ups. So the first build-up, we start with Asia, of course. Inducement low, and then you can even see, boom, inducement high, and then we're channeling. Perfect. What is this? Vector candle, inducement low. And then here, this is why we got you to do the continuation inducements as well. Because look, we go into a build up. we induce that build up to the downside, likely timing, what is this? MM1. I'm sort of eyeballing it, so it might not be. And then again, channel to the downside, lovely vectors into inducement low. And then again, channel to the upside, faking these equal highs. It holds, it holds. And then obviously we induce low in what timing? Exactly, New York trap, before again faking these equal highs one more time, coming up, inducing and continuing down. And then again, lovely little sideways channel into inducement low, into again channel, into inducement low again. So what is the next step? Of course, we're going to go over all of the inducements. Let's do that right now. So like we said, we had an inducement high, and then yes, we did have an inducement low, but not in any significant timing. And then we can see, okay, we went into a lovely little build up before inducing low again at Frankfurt. And then we trade away from this. We come up, we obviously give the inducement high of Asia, channel into lovely little inducement low with nice vector candles. Then we come up, induce high, go into a channel, vector down, induce low, before obviously channeling up, building liquidity. What timing is this? Also building liquidity to the top side. This is really nice when you build liquidity in the direction you want to take the trade. I want you guys to really pay attention to that one. Obviously, we induce low before vectoring up. Oh, it holds, of course. Lovely little momentum trap before taking out all the sellers and bringing in buyers. And then again, going downwards, channel sideways, inducement low into inducement high. And obviously the thing is, this is end of day consolidation. So you're probably not going to be wanting to trade within any of this. Next up, we have our breaks of structure. As you can see, I don't want to constantly repeat myself, but this is a very good example of the breaks of structure happening late. Obviously, it allows you to get in this move. Great, love that. And then obviously you do have another little break of structure here, but no mitigation. And then again, inducement low, break of structure high. Realistically, are you going to be taking that for a target up here? Probably not. And then again, inducement low, sorry, inducement high, break of structure. Are you going to be taking anything? No, very late in the day. Maybe if London close comes up to here, you can take that to down here. That'd be a nice little trade. But other than that, there's not really too much to take if you're going to be waiting for your breaks of structure. But fortunately, it does allow you to get into this Mona Lisa trade. So next, we've had break of structure. Now we need to think, okay, but how are we entering? Well, we're using our mitigations, of course. So obviously inducement high into mitigation. And then here we have sort of the Mona Lisa setup of the day, where you've got your inducement low with vector candles and then breaks of structure. M5 entry would be on this or even on this, doesn't really matter too much. And then you're away. At what point are you breaking even? Probably breaking even at Asia high. There's clearly something on the left. Target that. Maybe if you're wanting to secure some profits, you can secure some profits at Asia high. Yeah, and then again, we've got like these mitigations, which you can take, you know, maybe you're expecting it to come back to here. But obviously when you see, okay, we've had a build up, we've had an inducement to the downside with vector candles, we're probably not coming down all the way to here. You're like, okay, I've just taken this trade for 1 to 2. So probably not worth it. Same with this, right? Probably not worth it. Actually, I think we'd missed a break of structure here. This would actually be break of structure. You could take this, but again, that's like 1 to 2R, so probably not worth taking that one. And then again, this is end of day consolidation, so all of this, it's not really worth taking. Let's go to the next one, as I'm sure you guys are getting a little bit not bored of the repetition, but there's no reason to hang around and explain it. I'm sure you guys are quite competent at all of this right now. So we're just going to give you lots of repetition again and again and again, same thing over and over and over. So SMTs, let's discuss why these would be SMTs. So this one's going to be an SMT because it's a Asia low, more so for like here, if you extend it outwards, maybe people are trying to take like this order flow, I don't know. Smart money traders are strange. And then obviously you have your inducement low within timing, Frankfurt. So this is obviously going to be an SMT, as will, you know, maybe like the M1 zone from over here, but obviously we're only showing on M5. Then here you've had your channel build up into your inducement low. So obviously all the smart money traders who are seeing like their little M1 BOS right here, they're getting trapped in this. That's going to be an FFS. Flows right through. And then again, after we've had our inducement low, these zones here, they're going to be SMTs, not going to be stuff that we want to take. And yeah, that is all our SMTs. All right, so what is next after SMTs? We have timing. So let's go into timing. Let's see when and where these inducements happen. Okay, so again, this one was very obvious. Frankfurt open to the minute. Can't really complain about that one. I thought that this one was MM1, but clearly not. This one here is New York trap. This would be very nice. Maybe there's like a nice little like M1 zone that you can take from that, but that would be like a little bit of an advanced one, but absolutely beautiful in terms of understanding like, okay, we've got these equal highs right here. We're definitely going to come and take them out. And that's exactly what we do. Obviously no London close or anything like that. So, okay, not too many timing based moves today, but that's fine. Obviously I want to show you every scenario. I don't just want to show you the days where it's perfect, right? Because when it's perfect, everyone can trade it, but when, you know, it's a little bit of a variation, people tend to get confused. So I think it's good to focus on the not so perfect days as well. And then obviously our entry helper, so we can see M5 again. I've shown you sort of all of them, but I want us to focus on the ones that are good. I don't want, you know, you want your build up, your inducement and your mitigation, and then you look at entry helper. So here, obviously the mitigation itself was an M5 and an M1 let. Sorry, this was the M1 let right here, this point here. So maybe that's your first entry, and that right there is your second entry. If you're wanting to get a little bit crazy with it, this is obviously how we begin to stack entries. Sorry, I don't know why I drew it like that. This is how we begin to stack entries, like so. Trading away from the trap. Again, we're not just randomly looking at the entry helper. No, we're using it where it makes sense. And then also you can see, even though it is end of day, this still makes a lot of sense because you have your build up, your inducement, and your mitigation right here. But again, it's end of day, so we don't really expect price to go too far. I hope all of that makes a lot of sense. Let's go on to the next one. It's just that simple, right? So I'm sure another one won't hurt you guys. So this one was a bit more of a, this one was more of a, like an advanced example, and I'll show you why. Obviously, our first step is to identify the build-ups. That's always where we want to start. If you can't identify the build-ups, then just stay out of it, right? So, build-ups within build-ups. As you can see, we've got a lovely channel. to the upside. And within this channel, we've got build up into inducement high, mitigation into another build up into inducement low to continue higher, and then one final sideways channel before we vector out. And London Open sets, that's not London Open, sorry, I'm so used to something like this being London Open. New York Trap sets the high of the day. So this is very, very nice, right? And then we can obviously see we have build up. Why could we expect that this right here is a false reaction? I'll let you guys think about that for a little bit. And then obviously end of day consolidation, we let price do its thing. So next things next, we obviously need to identify the inducements. So like I said, this is how you sort of ping pong. You mark out the larger build-ups within the day, and then you also mark out your little mini build-ups. But I don't expect any of you to be ping ponging without putting in lots of effort. So obviously, to start off the day, we build these equal lows in Asia, and then we FU them. Very nice. So that's just very nice. We've got this inducement to trade away from, and then we go into build up, inducement high, induce this. Look how we build the equal highs. Oh yeah, it holds, never mind. Vector through. So that's your inducement high into this mitigation. You can take that. Where are you taking that to? Well, if we sort of look at our inducements, this is very significant. Even though it is within Asia, we can see that many more people were bought in here than they were brought in here. So you're only going to be taking this for a pullback. Wouldn't really recommend trading like this until you're very confident. So we pull back, we vector through, look at that. And then we obviously remain within our overall build up before going to little sideways build up pre New York Trap, and then obviously vectoring up in New York Trap. Then New York Trap sets high of the day. This, even though you're probably scoffing at this, that's like a 1 to 6, even just on M5. Don't even really have to go down to M1. Obviously we do, but it's not a necessity. If you're just wanting to take clean trades, you can just trade off the M5. Then here we obviously expect this false reaction, but we know that we have induced this like point here. This is just a little internal minor inducement. So we induce that, it provides us with a pullback, we create a build up, give obviously on M1, this is going to be some kind of mitigation for what is that timing, and then obviously vectoring down, inducing Asia low. This is late in the day, but if you want to take an inducement trade like this, you can. Target where? Just target this little high. Again, I point it out every time, but notice how they fake the equal highs. Because look, structurally, high, low, lower low. So now they're expecting like bearish price action. And then obviously when we give the equal highs and we break this low, some people are going to be getting in. And then of course, what do? We just vector right through. This would also be like your smart money concepts decisional, as you've got literally decisional extreme. So you've only got 2 zones to choose from. As you can see, we come to neither. We fake the equal highs, induce high. Again, it's end of day, so we're not expecting anything too crazy. Next up is our breaks of structure. As you can see here, the breaks of structure are not that great. Again, this one isn't bad though, because we don't induce. Our next significant inducement point would be like up here. So, you know, you can maybe take something like this or go down into like M1 and refine. Maybe you can get in here. Maybe there's something on the entry elbow. But yeah, obviously this one, not too great because we've now induced something significant low. And then this one here, this is probably quite a significant inducement. So we need to be wary of like these mitigations up here. And yeah, this is probably quite a significant inducement. So we need to be like, if price comes up here, you'll want like additional confluences, maybe like build up beforehand, or let's say Asia builds up like this beforehand, and then we come in, get a lovely little mitigation at London Open for the next day. You know, you just want to sort of have these things in your mind, and then, yeah, this is an inducement, potentially a break of structure. You can see why I don't really trade break of structure, because you have a bit of difficulty identifying, oh, is this break of structure? Is this an inducement? But yeah, those are our breaks of structure. Next up, of course, we have our mitigations. So that's our first mitigation, of course, after our inducement low. This would be our next mitigation, but of course, price doesn't come. And then this would be our next mitigation after that. But of course, by that point, we've had a significant inducement high. Lovely little break of structure, probably M1 BOS right there, little internal BOS to trade the inducement. And then again, vectoring down, okay, we've induced this point, we've induced this point, we understand, like, okay, this point should be taken because there's lots of liquidity, lots of people's SLs right there, so this is likely going to be a false reaction. We see timing, okay, timing's coming up, it's coming up to London close, you can tell there's something within this on the M1, and then you take that back down to this low, nice and simple. Again, if you take this, you're probably taking a break even. This is like out of our timing window, but in terms of understanding, it's very clean, and you can definitely look to sort of take stuff like this as you advance. I wouldn't recommend taking it at the beginning, but yeah. So again, after that, we have our SMTs. So it's very obvious why all of these are SMTs. Obviously, now that we've had a significant inducement high, this is just going to become liquidity, third tap of the trend line, all of that sort of stuff. And then also we've had an inducement high, so we expect at least us to come down and take this. So we would never look for a mitigation there. Well, that's actually a little bit untrue. You could potentially look for Asia bounce. If this wasn't such a clean inducement, and let's say price did something like this, and you were actually trading into the inducement with Asia high bounce, you could trade it like that. But obviously now that we've had the inducement, we definitely expect this to get blown. And then same with this, we've had an inducement low, so this is going to be like, let's look at structure from a smart money perspective. High, low, high, lower low, lower high, lower low. What are they expecting again? Another lower high to come down and form the lower low. So makes sense that this would be a smart money trap. And yeah, you shouldn't really be too confused about them. So next up, after smart money traps, what do we have? We have, of course, timing. So look, we have our, this one's a bit of a weird one because obviously the pretty significant inducement actually happened within Asia, but then London Open induces to the high side, MM1 induces to the downside, and then obviously you've got your New York trap inducement high, followed by your London close mitigation to finally complete the move that New York trap started, which is to come and take Asia low. I know that we've been going for quite a while, but I think there's just one more example. It's good to just get lots and lots of repetition in. But before that, we obviously have to go over the entry helper. How could the entry helper have helped us here? Well, it would have given us this M1 EDM here, as you see, boom, boom. So potentially you could take this as this is your demand candle, and maybe you've got here and you take it like that up to here before taking it down. Obviously this is a little bit more advanced because you'd actually be trading into the inducement. You can also see that this point here and this point here, especially this point here, gives us a nice M5 let. So you've had your build up, your inducement low, plus M5 let, everything's set for you to sort of take off, and then probably this would have been like the nicest entry. If it just came back, filled this, and then went, that would have been the golden entry. So you've got to admit the simplicity approach is pretty good. So let's give us one final example. I believe there may be one more. I don't think so, but I'm pretty sure this will be the last one. So AUD on the 21st of June. This day was a beauty. I remember trading this day, and I think this is even on the edge actually. So you can go look on the edge to see how I personally traded this day. Obviously, first things first, we need to identify our build-ups. So we obviously have little equal highs, equal lows, channel, channel, sideways channel, little minor inducement, channel, and obviously inducement high to give the pullback. So these are our build-ups. Let's go into our inducements next. Last impulse to stop out the retailers, last impulse to make retailers open positions, and usually rapid price movement. That's obviously our vectors. So these inducements should be pretty straightforward. We've got our inducement low, but what does this also create? Equal lows. So this right here is probably not to be traded. You're much better off waiting for your inducement of these equal highs. We get that in London. Very nice vectors. If you're more advanced, you can take it right off of this. I remember on the day I marked this as a build up, and I had my limit right here. You'll be able to see all of this on the edge, of course. Price just missed, and this is what I mean by you should have alerts to know, like, okay, it's just missed my limit. Is there like still an opportunity for me to get in? And in this case there was. I think I like market executed here, put my stop above the final M1 what's the word? The final M1 like supply zone, and that was the first trade that I got in. The next trade was this EDM at MM2. This was very nice, especially because you know exactly what this is going to be. But again, getting a little bit far ahead of ourselves. First inducement with vector candles, but no timing. Next inducement, I believe this was at like 12:50 UK time, which is like 13:50 UTC +2. So just before New York Open, but obviously we can give a little bit of leeway, especially when we see the vector candles, right? And then build up. Again, we even fake out these equal highs. It holds, it holds, it holds. Inducement high, and then we just melt away and give our end of day consolidation. So next up is obviously our breaks of structure. Here, this would have been like the ideal trade. You've got your London Open inducement high, you're trapped to trade away from, and then boom, you get your M5 break of structure. This limit would have been gorgeous if it just got hit. And then here again, you've got your break of structure after the inducement, doesn't come back to fill the extreme, so you'd be waiting on entry helper confluences to get into this one. And then again, build up, inducement, high into low, end of day consolidation. So let's look at our mitigations. Yeah, realistically, this isn't really something that you'd want to take, especially with the equal lows at Asia low. You'd need to be very wary of this, but these mitigations right here, beautiful. This one just misses, unfortunate, happens. This one you don't want to take. Why not? It's not really within timing. We want our inducements to be within timing. If you're going to take an inducement, like a mitigation of inducement outside of timing, where the inducement has happened outside of timing, you need to be very careful and very confident. You need to have lots of confluences, much more confluences than if it was within timing. And then again, build up, inducement, break of structure, but it's the end of the day. And realistically, if this comes up at the end of the day, it's probably not something you want to play. It's not going to give you the best of reaction. So next up we have SMTs. All right, perfect. These should be very easy to identify. Why is this an SMT? Asia high. Why is this an SMT? It's against the most recent inducement high, which was in London Open, lots of vector candles. This is also the structural point, because look, low, high, higher, low, higher, high. This is where they're looking to buy to continue higher. And then of course we have our inducement low. So now, of course, structure has been broken to the downside. So now I'm going to sell from here. But again, we know this has come with very nice vector candles, and we are within the build up right here. So when we're in the build up and we give this false reaction, we know, okay, this is likely a false reaction to continue us higher. And then of course, once we have this inducement high, we expect this to be an SMT, not something that we want to trade, not something that we want to trade. All right, perfect. So that's SMTs. What is up next? Timing. So the timing is obviously going to give us nice inducements. Again, this was like pretty much pre-New York Open by like 5 or 10 minutes. So depending on your leniency, you can call this New York Open as well. New York Open. Open. Just open. So of course, London Open, lovely trap, lovely to trade away from. We love that, of course. And then here we had MM1. Again, I was quite confident that this was going to be an SMT. So even though this EDM right here, I'll show you it's an EDM. Oh no, I think I will. I'll show you it's an EDM. But yeah, it's quite risky. But like I said, I was in this position here and I was very confident of this coming down to here. Anyway, we're getting a bit far ahead of ourselves. You can see that live on the edge. And then of course, New York trap. Then let's open the entry helper and see what additional confluences we could have had. So as you can see, the nicest confluence was the M1 EDM right here at New York, MM2. And then the other one, and I really want you guys to look out for these ones, is where your inducement itself is actually a let. This is very nice. When I first started trading the lit style, the style that I actually used was I tried to focus mainly on like understanding liquidity, and then the only entry technique that I had was if it was an inducement and then either the inducement was a let or there was a let that followed the inducement, I would then enter. And I literally did that for 3 months. And that in and of itself was, even though it was just with like a silly little 10k account, I think it was a silly little 10k FTMO account, it actually just put me on the FTMO leaderboard with something as simple as that. So that's something to think about. Simplicity, right? It's good. Simplicity approach, keep it simple. Perfect. Oh, we actually have another one. So I do think that this is the last one. No more, I promise. All right. So, oh yeah, I traded this day as well. I think I took buy, I took this inducement buy, and then I took this one, and then I took this sell here to these lows. That was very nice. So what is our first step? As always, our first step is going to be identify your build-ups. So again, we have a bit bigger build-ups. We have build-ups within build-ups here. So channel, induce it low, induce it high, continue lower. And then obviously our main sideways build-up that you can see we built these equal lows, induced it with what? Vector candles, spot on. And then we got this channel, we induce this channel high, mitigate this point right here, go lower, form another channel, vector candles out of the channel, out of the like diagonal channel, as well as the sideways channel. Perfect. So what is next? It's just to identify our inducements. So, of course, sideways channel, induce it low, induce it high, both with speed, both with vectors. Beautiful. Then obviously we do have this little minor inducement of Asia low, and then we continue lower, channel lower, into an inducement low, before going into another little channel, inducing that channel low over here, but also possibly creating a sideways channel overall. We then come up and induce that channel high, mitigate this, before creating another channel. So now we're in a channel within a channel. We induce that channel low with lots of vectors just after New York trap. Would have obviously been very nice if it was within New York trap. London close mitigates, and we're away, right? Obviously inducement high, but this is end of day, not really something that we're going to be looking to trade. Next up is identifying our breaks of structure. So as you can see here, they do tend to happen quite late. So obviously our break of structure point would be something like this, but by the time we come back up to this mitigation, we've already induced to the downside, and this no longer becomes something that we want to play. And by the time that we've had this inducement, break of structure, you know, maybe we want this mitigation or this mitigation, and price just is already flying. So I'm sure after me poking fun at it for quite a while, you guys can see why I personally do not trade break of structure. All right, so mitigation is next. Obviously, this is in Asia, so not something that we're really wanting to trade. This one could be valid because we haven't really had like an inducement high, but after this moves away, it's definitely best to just break even, because you're sort of within this overall channel, and you know, okay, this is maybe like SMT. After this break of structure here, this is maybe SMT, and we're going to take this out. All right, and next, obviously, this is what I took. Again, it is equal highs. You need to be a bit careful, but the cycle and everything validates it. Again, I was in these buys right here. Wait, where was it? I think it was like this. I think I was in these buys here, and then also one here, I think, right off the inducement. This was New York Open, that's why I took it. And then obviously closed them out here. I'm not going to lie, with these buys initially, I did expect the high to be taken, but it's about reacting to what you see. And when I saw the vector candles, New York Open, mitigation, I closed these buys around here, entered sells around here, took that to the low, and then it would have been beautiful if I just took the London close buys up. And you can see how when you're reacting to things and you're letting the market come to you, it is beautiful. So next up, we need to identify our smart money traps. Obviously, Asia low, going to be a smart money trap. This one here, after we've induced low, it's going to be a smart money trap. Maybe you could get tricked with this one because you see like, oh, equal highs, so I want to buy to take this out. Maybe this one's a little bit forgivable, but it is still a smart money trap, as yes, this is an inducement, but it's still relative equal lows. And you can see we vector through it, take it all out, and then coming into London close, we give the lovely little mitigation before heading higher. So next up, we have timing. So obviously this is our Frankfurt Open, London Open. This is New York Open, and this is New York Trap. And then, of course, London Close mitigation to give the final buy of the day. Last but not least is our entry helper. And we can see here for our Frankfurt Open, we could actually potentially take this sell because it gives us the M1 EDM. Again, this is just a minor inducement. This is a bit more advanced though, and here you're actually trading into the inducement, which can be a little bit scary. But this London close buy is absolutely beautiful. You've had build up inducement. And then for the mitigation, it's also a let. You cannot get nicer than that. Target here, and now it's end of day, so what do you expect? Just some consolidation. So that has been it for the entry helper for the simplicity approach. Next week we will be adding I can't remember if it's next week or week 5, we'll actually be adding entries. So then we can really dig into it and we can really dissect it and just have some real fun with it. But yeah, here we've just, again, me, Room and Sekbar, I've said it so many times, it's about repetition, repetition, repetition. See it until you can literally not see it anymore.
And there we go. In this video, we'll show you how to get the entry helper, the legendary entry helper, right? So your charts already should look very beautiful like this already, right? So you have your timing indicators on, you know where the boxes are, you know exactly where to look at price action and where not to look at price action, and you already can do some proper analysis based on that. Should everything look very clean, right? And now it's time to obviously get this beauty on it, right? So we can identify these LETs and EDMs properly as well, and you can do some tasks, backtests, and then of course use it later on a daily basis. So as always, you just go on Discord again, this time of course in the week 3 Discord. I will not show you how to do that again. Did that last week. So you just go into week 3 tasks, do the same thing, you just type in, hey, at black belts, my trading view name is again the same name probably as before, and then just say here's for the entry helper. Then you wait again until you get the check mark, or we let you know that you could access, and then it's the same stuff. You go to indicators, right? Whatever it is for you. Then you go same thing on invitation for you, and then the entry helper should pop up on your trading view as well. Same thing, you just have to press it once, boom, and there it appears. I have 2 on now because yeah, I already had it on, so I just remove this one here. Whoops, there you go. So I just have 1. Same scenario in here, so it's not up here anymore. That's just the timings. Your entry helper is down here now. Okay, so you can do the same thing. You can do some customizations if you don't like the colors, right? Or you can also change on what time frames you want to see it. For example, if you don't want to see it on the 1 hour, for example, you just unclick it. If you don't want to see it on the days, whatever daily time frame, you can unclick it here so it doesn't appear there if you change time frames. Okay, so some might like that for obvious reasons, but I show you like a very nice trick which makes entry helper exactly usable of how we want to use it. And that's, for example, right, if you just go in here and say boom, double click the chart, and then the entry helper disappears. Okay, so if you double click the chart again, boom, here it comes. Okay, you can obviously make it wider like this, like whatever you like, right? But the default setting should be fine, right? But if you double click it, boom, it disappears and it's not annoying. So that again helps you a lot to not use it when you should not use it. Again, for example, if you use the replay mode, right? So let's say, okay, we have been right here, right? So let the table just load here, perfect. And again, first step, okay, build up. Okay, we have this crazy build up. Lovely stuff. What's going on in here? Build up getting induced to the high side, right? What is this? It is obviously your Asia low, right? So of course you're looking for imbalance fills. You had the imbalance from here all the way to down here. So you go here and just say, okay, this was my 5-minute zone. Then you just refine it to the M1 and say, okay, there you go. My zone now is here. and you already can see it tapped into here as well, filled the M1 imbalance, and you go back to the M5 and say, is that something I wanted to trade? Boom, double click. What do you see? Woo! Insane EDM trade, right? So obviously here's your entry right here, stop goes above her, and there you go. Aim for a new low, boom, target hit, and obviously then you identify the target properly, but just to show you how to not make shit up again and find a build up, inducement high side into mitigation, refine it to the M1. That's obviously Asia low target. We showed you the cycle variation already. Asia low liquidity zone into M1 mitigation, zero drawdown, boom, EDM confirms the play, and there you go. That's how you should use it. And again, not making stuff up, so only get it out when it's necessary, and don't look for random lets like wherever. That doesn't make any sense, right? So that's how you should use it, and exactly only how you use it. Okay, so enjoy the entry helper right in the Discord, and you will get access. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, summary of week 3. And oh boy, has it been a week, huh? Got the legend Cam with me today for a quick summary of what we covered in this lovely juicy week 3. And that's the week where everything should slowly fall together, as you understood a lot of combinations of things right now. So we digged into, of course, all the cycle variations. We started week 2 with the normal daily cycle, gave you all the timing confluences of how to use it, right? But obviously only showed you one cycle variation so far. But in week 3, boom, there you go. London knockout, retail heaven, Asia whipsaw, everything there is. And again, there's not more. There's the full daily cycle, there's a London knockout, there's retail heavens, and again, as you can see here, even 2 times retail heaven, but only one retail heaven, right? And then Asia whipsaws. That's it. Sometimes, of course, the cycle variations can be a little bit cribbled, but guess what? They don't have more. There's no more cycle variations. Of course, all of them should not be perfect all the time. That's completely understandable. That's just for over the bigger picture analyzation and realization that you understand what to expect and what should happen next, and prepare for that. For example, if you look at the Asia whipsaw, thing is insane. If those happen, again, we give you the ultimate guide even of what to look for, when it should happen, and all that stuff. It's insane, right? And what else, Cam? What did we have as well?
Then we also introduced you to the entry helper, which is obviously quite exciting. As always, you need to be looking at the entry helper only after you've had a complete cycle. We don't want to be seeing anyone trading completely off the entry helper. That's not how we use it.
That will be penalized. If you see like random let trades, then you ask us why there's not this let didn't work out. Penalized.
Bam. Boom. Gone. So yeah, we don't want to see anything like that. But obviously, as a final confluence, it's great. It's really good, right? And then we also went through some more additional confluences. Obviously, the Asia high and low bounce, which combines really nicely with your retail heaven daily cycles. Then also Asia midline, again, can combine really nice with your retail heaven daily cycles. Then we got some more liquidity points for you guys to look at. Yesterday's high and low, and as well as the weekly high and low. We don't really want to be setting limits on those, but you can maybe trade the reaction if everything else is there. But you do need to be wary that those are going to be pretty big liquidity points that we are going to look for price to take them out. And then obviously also the day open. So those were the additional confluences that we added this week. And then if Reem wants to go on to the further steps of the simplicity approach that we added.
Of course. And just to add again for the confluences, again, that's your key zones where you always should monitor price action, because something most likely will gonna happen there, because that's the zones where liquidity lines, right? And as Cam said, if you expect the retail heaven and then again Asia mid or low, or even high, again, depending on what direction the retail level will fold up with, then again, that's juicy liquidity spots. And if one of them also lines up with the open price, for example, the midline, right? Obviously, that would make the most sense. Then it's even nicer, right? Because then again, you're having 2 liquidity stones already stacked up. Perfect. And then again, if it's also a normal build-up before an inducement low into, again, I showed you some example when I even gave you the introduction of the entry helper itself. And then again, then you combine it with a letter and EDM. And if that all combines and you had a cycle before, and then even maybe timing is on the minute, magic manipulation minutes, boom. Again, you see you stacking so much real reasons this time. Not again, like, oh, it's Ichimoku cloud and a Fibonacci retracement. Bullshit. No, you're acting literally or adding stuff that literally works, not like random retail shit, okay? Then again, entry helper, what's the approach we got it from? Literally the most successful hedge fund in the entire industry. Again, we use it for equilibrium and liquid, always a liquid equilibrium. And when it touches, price action touches the equilibrium, then we interest another confluence. Boom, 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 boom. Everything backed, obviously, right? Simplicity approach. Part 2 this time. Again, we had the build-up, the inducement, the early break of structure, mitigation. Now we're adding the smart money trap to understand, again, where's the liquidity, where we should not get trapped into, add the timing on top of that, and finally the entry helper. But you can see everything, again, builds upon each other. Build-up leads to the inducement. Inducement leads to the relative break of structure. Relative break of structure leads to the mitigation. Mitigation leads to understanding of where the smart money traps should be. The smart money traps, again, or like technically the mitigation should happen with the right timing. And then again, if you have entry helper confirmation, boom. But everything, obviously, look at it. It's all backed by these steps. So guess what? It will be very hard for you if you follow this properly to make a big mistake. Because again, you don't go here, oh, let me look at charts today. Oh, let me take it. No, guess what? Oh, you only forgot 7 other steps. Don't do that, right? You start with the build-up. Don't, oh, is this a mitigation right now? No. Where's your build-up? Where's your inducement? Where's your break of structure? Then you can look at the mitigation. That's how you should do it, right? And of course, you also got access to this lovely thing. Again, if you don't like it, not a problem. We highly recommend it to you because it will definitely keep you away from making shit up, but can be dangerous if it leads to making shit up. Again, if you're one of those people, maybe like, oh, entry helper, EDM. No. That's again why it's all the way at the end of the simplicity approach. And then, boom, it becomes very powerful. And as Cam said earlier, only after cycle unfolded, then you look at the entry helper. Okay, perfect. Of course, we have a lot of tasks for you this week. Right, so Cam, what are one of these tasks?
All right, so like Reem said, lots of tasks this week, so we expect some good stuff. So starting off, we've obviously introduced you to 4 daily cycle variations, and for each of these daily cycle variations, we want you to show 2 examples for each of them with detailed markups. So we don't just want, oh yeah, this is retail heaven, oh yeah, this is Asia whipsaw. No, we want detailed markups with your build-ups, inducement, mitigations, your cycles, everything. We don't want to see just randomly, oh yeah, I show you a Asia whipsaw or I show you a London knockout with no markings. We don't want that. We want you guys are at a point where you need to be really going for it. Again, this benefits you guys. You need to put in the work, and so we don't want any silliness. Then next up,
it's not that again we will be like, wow, that's a beautiful marker which benefits us. No, again, as Cam said, it's for you. If you don't do it properly, you're just playing yourself. But again, at this week going further, we will be very strict with the homework as well, right? Because again, it's for your own benefit. We have to make sure you grasp everything before you continue. And again, it will not want you to trade anyways and know how to execute and everything before you understand what you do. It would be very silly from both of us, like again, from both of, I mean, you as the quote unquote student and us from the mentors, that it would just give you the, oh, and that's how you trade it now, if you don't even understand it. It's very important that you understand the concepts first. And then again, in week 4, we show even more training, but then slowly digging into how to use it and how to actually trade it. But before that, make the hell sure you understand what's going on. That's, again, you can. Our guideline list shows 2 examples for every cycle variation with detailed mockups, as Cam said, but do more. There's not 2. Again, ask Sakba, ask me, ask Cam of how many mockups we have. Thousands. So guess what? 2 mockups will not get you too far, right? So you will have a good understanding, but make more. But 2 is the minimum you have to give us, right? Then what else, Cam?
And then next up, we've got 1 full week on the M15. And this is showing all of your cycle variations for that week, why you could maybe expect those variations. You know, maybe we've had like, we've built equal highs, we've taken equal highs, and now we expect, okay, London knockout. Or maybe we've built equal highs with Asia and something on the left, and then we expect a London knockout. Or we actually take those equal highs within Asia, you know, vector candles. Obviously we'd prefer if it wasn't, but sometimes that happens as well. And then we get our retail heaven. Or, you know, we've had medium inducement to the downside in London Open, and then New York Trap comes around, we have a medium inducement to the upside, and then we can understand, okay, we get our lit starter kit. So again, we want you to be marking up detailed. We don't just want, here's a couple lines, we want to understand why. So you want to be marking up, you know, your mitigations, your potential SMTs. Why is it an SMT? Your liquidity, why you shouldn't trade, why you shouldn't maybe take trades, where you should be patient and maybe wait for the inducement. We want you to really understand, because it's good marking it up in hindsight, but in hindsight, you know what's going to happen. So with your hindsight markups, you should be preparing yourself to transition into live. You know, how would I approach this in a way that if I was on the edge and I could only see from this point, how would I know that that's a smart money trap? How would I know to wait for the inducement here? Stuff like this, right? So that's what we want you to show on the M15, and that's 1 full week. So that'll be 5 days.
Exactly. So, and as we had, again, don't mention it here in the first one, but should be very self-explanatory at this point. That's the M5, right? That's the M5, that's the M15, and then do 1 hour chart, zoom out, show an example also how that should look. We will show you also examples later. Just zoom out and give us the reasons why the cycle variations happen based on the higher time frame, right? So give us the higher time frame analysis, mark it up, same analysis as always. Again, we had a very good questions already. Well, the question was, okay, is all the time, like, how do you trade higher time frames? It's the same stuff. It's the same stuff. The build-up, inducement, mitigation, relative break of structure, all that stuff. It's always the same. It doesn't matter. So just try to train your eye also on that concept. That the higher time frames is just a longer period you wait technically, but again, it's perfectly exactly the same. Then show us how to use it properly, okay? But then again, on the 1 hour chart, if you zoom out, there's probably whatever 2-3 weeks of price action in it, depending on how far you zoom out and how big your monitor is, right? Then show 3 examples where the additional confluences would help you to get into a trade. Again, you know, the additional confluences can also, of course, be entry helper, but like yesterday high, yesterday low, weekly high, weekly low, like these good major liquidity zones, Asia high, Asia mid, and obviously not entry helper that far. Entry helper is down here, right? Then mark up 5 full days with the simplicity approach. Now we have it obviously very detailed, as Cam said, right? Again, simplicity approach all the way until the entry helper. That markups alone should take you a lot, right? Because it's we did these markups obviously a lot of times as well, and they are taking a lot of time. So don't underestimate that. And then again, the power will unfold as you're training truly your eye on what's going on. There's huge power of marking up simplicity approach because you just understand the overall price action, right? So Cam, what about the entry helper tasks?
And then we want you to show 5 let mitigations. Again, this is always going to be after the inducement. What do we want first? Build up, inducement, mitigation, cycle complete, lovely, and then we go to the entry helper. So we want you to show us 5 let mitigations after an inducement, and then we want you to show us 5 EDM trades after an inducement. Ideally, it would go build up, inducement, mitigation, then your let, then your EDM, right? Because that's the entry helper cycle as well. Reem's obviously just drawing this out right now.
So yeah, exactly. The best case, again, this is technically then you having 2 birds with 1 stone. But guess what? This happens a lot of times anyways. So if you have like the ideal Mona Lisa scenario, where you have the build-up, the inducement, the breaker structure, the mitigation being a let, and then obviously the next potential trade being an EDM, that's your Mona Lisa shit. And then obviously you have one example here already. So find 5 of those ideally. If not, then find 5 of each separately. Okay, but there's a lot. And then the last task, and that will be a fun one and also challenging one for you. So get your feet wet. It's time again to not mess around anymore because it's week 3 done, technically almost, at least until you did these tasks, and you have to get into it now. So on the edge examples and practice, real life practice, right? So at least 3 days of quote unquote live practice. It's just those markups on the edge. So you get a feeling for it of how it literally works in real life. Get used to the timing aspect. Oh, 5-minute charts. I have to wait like 1 hour until something happens. I have to So get a feeling for it. And again, I showed you the simplicity approach on the live on the edge as well as one of the examples. So use that again of reference of how it should look like. We give you some examples of that as well. But 3 days live practice of it. And then you will notice what you do wrong, what you do right, how long it takes and everything. That again prepares you to the next stage would be actually you trying to get involved in week 4. Right? Not yet just to practice live, but it's also a live practice. It's not, you don't need to press and trade or whatever. No, just mark it up live and get a feeling for it. Okay, so let's dig into the task of how it should look like.
All right, so let's show you some examples of the tasks, right? So we've got major liquidity lying here, and then come the end of Asia, we build equal highs, take them out, what timing? London open, okay, and then price comes down in New York trap, equal lows, major liquidity right here, vectors down, New York trap, okay, interesting. That's obviously going to be the lit starter kit or the full daily cycle. And now we've had a major inducement, right? So we want to be trading away from that. Okay, makes sense. So when we have the inducement low here in London open, and we know that, okay, we're trading away from this major inducement, we can begin to think, okay, maybe this is the London knockout daily cycle, right? And we're going to be trading away from this for the rest of the day. And then again, the next day, because we're still trading away from our major inducement, we haven't reached a significant point yet, which is this mitigation, we can expect, okay, here we see that we get the Asia high bounce into a retail heaven to continue higher, and then you can see that, okay, we're building liquidity above, ready for the next day. Wonder what could happen there, right?
What a coincidence it would be, right?
Of course, of course.
And exactly what Cam just explained very briefly but very detailed, we want to see that. Again, make some sort of like whatever bubble here and point to that and say like blah 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 and whatever, write something in here. Also show us the 1 hour why this is a major one. Again, 1, 2, 3 lows on the 1 hour, right? Probably there's something to the left also to be a quadruple bottom, takes it out, huge liquidity here with the whatever, also quadruple top in here, huge imbalance. So like show us that stuff and then give us a fancy drawing, show us your beautiful hand art or whatever, and draw us the cycle variations and put it on top of it so we see you understand what's going on, right? So that's a brief one. Then again, we have an example for the M15. We will not dig into that too much, so just so you see of how it should look like or can look like. Right, again, M15 chart now, same stuff as Cam just explained, right? You show us on hindsight this time, right? Again, what's the cycle variation? Okay, induced high, comes back to some sort of Asia midline areas. Again, doesn't need to be that M5 analysis this time, just to give it a bigger picture. Build up, inducement low, goes higher. All that stuff on M15 is the same, right? Again, then this next day, London knockout, next day, starter kit, next day, London knockout, next day, perfect starter kit. Okay, so just show us that and show us again the simplicity approach onto it and how it all plays perfectly aligned. Build up into Asia, induced high. Asia high is not an inducement we should look for, but still, what does this do? Takes out this triple top in here and mitigates something to the left. So this cycle done. What's the next cycle? Taking out Asia low, obviously here. That did it. Boom. What's the build up? Medium inducement into what? Mitigation of this medium inducement. What a coincidence. When does it happen? Oh, only London open to the minute. So guess what it become? Boom, never induced Asia high yet. So boom, we aim for that. London knockout, perfect. So show us that stuff, okay? Show it us. And then next task would be the 1 hour. Again, we will not cover this one too much. I made a very long video about this specific, 3 weeks of price action in here, and even gave you then a live example in here, and even explained you my 1 to 100 trade in here, right? So it's all there for you. If you want to see that again, just go back to the simplicity approach master guide. I think that's the video about it. If you want to see the higher time frame analysis as well. But as you can see, it's the same stuff as the 50-minute and then 5, isn't it? Right. So next one, Cam, what do we have in here?
So next we have the simplicity approach. Obviously, we want you to go all the way. We also want you to go all the way up to entry helper. So for example, if I remember this day correctly, this was an M5 let. So go, okay, yeah, this here was an M5 let combined with our London close mitigation, right? So we want all of the other steps. That's your liquidity buildups, your inducements, relevant break of structure, mitigation, smart money trap, timing, and finally entry helper. We want you to show all of those steps. Okay, perfect. And then Reem, do you want to cover this one?
Yeah, sure. Again, you just said entry helper, so I skipped the slide because of the entry helper wasn't in here, right? So again, show us the entry helper, show us that you understand what an EDM is, very important. Show us the right way of using it. Again, this time is just like an normal EDM of the M1 in combination with the M5. So it's an EDM inside an EDM, even nicer. So show us of obviously how you can identify it properly. Just give us a few examples about that. Same thing, again, this one, obviously on a Mona Lisa scenarios, where you have Asia range to build up. Right, inducement happens obviously this time a little bit earlier. So Frankfurt and almost London open, so perfect time. There's a break of structure in here. Obviously, that's the push that led to the high. Here's a break of structure. Here's your imbalances. Here's your mitigation. And what a surprise. Here's your let. And then obviously it continues, right? Show us that stuff of our combination. And then almost the last example. Again, where you make your feet wet this time. Go to the live chart. Show us it's a live chart. Give us some projections out there and show what you do. Again, you can mess up at the beginning. No one will gonna judge you if it's completely wrong. It's for your own benefit. Get used to it. Practice it live. Go to the charts and just get your feet wet. Very, very important. Do 3 days of that. Again, if it's completely messed up, obviously you have to do a few more. If it's partially fine, paused. Okay, then you paused it. And then last example, again, more entry helper stuff. Examples of entry helper, get used to this example. It's the same stuff all over again, right? Mona Lisa days in a row, you can see it all the time. Build up, inducement, what you look for, let, and EDMs, right? EDMs didn't happen here. Perfect. Next day. What is it? Inducement low, break of structure, into mitigation, let, boom. Where's the EDM? Here. Boom. EDM, show us, okay? What's the thing? Takes out Asia high or takes short of it, whatever cycle is completed, perfect. Break of structure, boom, into what? Let. Okay, what's the next thing? EDM, boom. Next day, inducement high, break of structure, into mitigation, what is it? Let. Again, this one, you should also get used to it. That is kind of a solid black at some point, so it touched obviously equilibrium, boom. Okay, cycle continues, build up, vector candle, inducement, break of structure, into mitigation. What is it? Let. Boom. What's the next thing? EDM. Boom. And spend a lot of time. Again, as you can see, this talks alone should take you a while. Okay, so get used to it, have fun, and learn a lot. Cheers.